Ripping in the streets and I'm saying on dub. Riding through the blocks and they showing me love. Ripping in the streets and I'm saying on dub. Riding through the blocks and they showing me love. Riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks. Riding through the Piper.
It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best shit ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music. Rock, rock, rock.
Piper. Piper.
Hit me 2 times. A couple more times.
Astro Funk.
Not now, too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now. Too soon. Why try and get him on? Why try and get him on? Why try and get him on? Not now. Why try and get him on? Why try and get him on? Why try and get him on? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my life? 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 Not now, too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now.
to Berlin, where Masters has delivered plenty of top-tier Valorant action after the first 2 days. My name is Yingsu, and I'm delighted to be back on the desk with Gio, and of course, the one and only Sean. Guys, welcome back. You prepared to be wrong about more things today, Sean?
What are you talking? I ended up being right. Excuse me. How dare you start the segment like that?
Gio's with me here. You're with me.
Well, yes, except maybe we'll get to this a little bit later, but I'm more on the NA side of things for today, so we might end up making enemies.
It's one of those days, is it?
It's one of those days.
We'll get there. It's too early. It's too early for that.
Firm handshakes.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
No, I'm not allowing this. I'm not allowing this. But before we kick things off, I wanted to know, we spoke about what happened on day one, what were the takeaways. Is there anything for you that changed on day two in terms of how you're thinking that this competition is shaking up?
Yeah, I have more belief in Brazil now. After yesterday, after what happened with Havan Liberty a couple of days ago, we had a little bit of, I suppose, doubts come from that. There's the whole story of Brazil about whether or not they're going to be able to live up to the expectations they have for Reykjavik. And then yesterday, Veto Keyed, oh my God, they played out of their minds.
Yeah, he really, really impressed me. I know there was a lot of hype about him coming into this event. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to live up to that, especially against a team like Envy, who has Ye, his counter jet on the other side, but he looked phenomenal in that best of three yesterday.
I really wanted you to say Heat looked hot, but next time. I got you. Now, with the bracket slowly being filled out after 2 days of games, it's nice to get a reminder of where these wins are placing teams as they progress throughout Masters Berlin.
Has to be great on his first. Oh my God!
Masters Berlin is the last major tournament before Champions, the global finale of the 2021 Champions Tour. At Masters Berlin, teams will battle to earn circuit points, prizes, and qualification into Champions. Teams attending Masters Berlin earn their spots through one of 7 regional challenger qualifiers. The event will see representatives from North America, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Brazil, and Latin America. Taking place from September 10th through the 19th, Masters Berlin will begin with group play, followed by an 8-team single elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the finals, which will be a best of 5. Group A is kicking things off with a bang. Some of the best performing teams in VCT history could cross paths here. Group B is a wild mix of rising stars and longtime staples of the VCT. Group C is sure to be a banger. Match 1 is the Russian powerhouse Gambit versus Japan's favorite Crazy Raccoon. Lastly, we've got Group D. Due to the ongoing global pandemic, Ren Esports are unfortunately unable to attend Masters Berlin. As a result, Group D will play a double round robin, where each team will face each other twice, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be seeded into a single elimination bracket. The winner of this bracket will earn both the Masters Berlin trophy and an automatic qualification into Champions, the grand finals of the VALORANT Champions Tour. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you in Berlin.
Now, we've seen every group play now. I think we're getting into the swing of things when it comes to the format. But Sean, we spoke about this on day one. The game is very, very different to the last international tournament. Do you feel like a meta is already developing here?
I think so. If you compare this tournament to Iceland, already you can clearly see Viper has stepped up to the front of the tournament. She's almost a must pick on nearly all the maps. Same with Astra, actually, which I'm a little bit worried for EU, if I'm being honest, because I don't see that many Astras in your guys' region. It's more of like an NA type of controller that I see. And then Jet still at the top of the scene. So those 3 make up the composition in my eyes of these top teams. And then the initiators are kind of spread out, honestly. I thought I would see more Sky than what we've seen so far in this tournament. And Sova's a little bit less than what we used to see him. So it's like it's balanced. I like the initiators right now so far at the event. And yeah, that's how the meta is shaping up so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Astra point that you make is really the one that's been on my mind, even when going back and watching a lot of these VODs prior to the event. One of the really biggest things that stood out to me about EU compared to pretty much the rest of the world is how little Astra is picked comparatively. Yeah. And I feel like in the last, few days, maybe we've seen them kind of be like, oh yeah, maybe we should start playing her a little bit more. But if you were to look on stage 3, Astra, after her nerf, EU did not like her.
I mean, they have to catch up at some point, if they want to progress over to the playoffs. They got to adapt with the times, but we've spoken about what happened yesterday, but we have 3 incredible games today as well. We are kicking things off strong with Zeta Division against Crew Esports. Then we've got not 1, but 2 spicy NA versus EU matchups in G2 Esports versus Sentinels, followed by 100 Thieves versus Gambit right after. Sean, what are you most looking forward to?
I mean, I'm excited about every game tonight. I think this is the best day so far. We get a nice appetizer to start, and then the main course. Then we're getting a nice dessert. 100 Thieves winning. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't ask you.
You're already excited.
No one asked, Sean, but it's okay.
I mean, for me, I'm probably just going to say what a lot of Twitch chat is thinking. That's the middle game today. G2 versus Sentinels, because Sentinels we haven't seen yet. We actually got to see some of G2 a couple of days ago. Sentinels is that team that has so much anticipation around them. They're the incumbent champions here in Valorant. I want to know, are they as good as they were at Reykjavik? And that is straight up the question that's on everyone's minds this week.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say this is theirs to lose, right? But also, you know, at the same time, we talk about NA versus EU, and I think that's the storyline on most people's forefront. But we've seen the other regions. We got the taste of Korea. You know, you mentioned Brazil earlier. Gio, do you see any other maybe rivalries or at least challengers stepping up to the plate?
For me, I think so far, Korea has probably been the region that's provided quite a bit of a threat to sort of slip in between NA and EU and be sort of the middle child who doesn't want to be forgotten. I mean, especially after seeing Vision Strikers playing, they have so much potential. But that said, you know, after seeing SEA play yesterday, they did much better than a lot of people thought. And I suspect that the truth of it is it's not quite as cut and dry as saying, oh, this region's better, this region's better. It's more like this specific team is better, this specific team is better. And that definitely came in with those Brazilian teams, for example, where we had really good performance from Vivo Kid, not quite as much from Havan Liberty. So it's probably a bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah, I think Havan Liberty looked very impressive. When I was breaking down those 100 Thieves versus Havan Liberty clips, I was so impressed by the triple initiator utility usage on that team. They're so organized. I think it was just a poor matchup maybe against 100 Thieves, and I'm looking forward to see them later on in the tournament, as well as Vision Strikers, like Gio was talking about. I think they looked very crisp. I'm a little worried about their skill level, though, when they were getting outmatched yesterday. That was kind of weird.
Well, as a proud paper girl, you know, I gotta bag paper race a little bit later. But of course, we haven't seen LATAM yet, and we will today. We are going to take a quick break, but like I said, we'll be taking a look at the battle between LATAM and Japan in not too long. Starting our Super Sunday with 2 #1 seeds facing off as Japan and LATAM send their best here in Masters Berlin. We've seen some pretty one-sided matchups so far in some of the groups, you know, very dominant victories from some of the larger, more well-known teams. But Sean, do you feel like in this case that they're maybe more evenly matched?
Yeah, I think so. I think these teams are evenly matched in the sense that they're from the lesser-known regions. They don't really know what to expect in each other's gameplay. And they both have like a lot of different variety in their agent pools. I'm not sure what kind of game we're going to get today. I hope we get a more strategic game, but we could get that scrappy style where they just let their aimers loose.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could happen. You obviously have to remember Crew, of course, were a Reykjavik, so we've seen a bit of them in the past on that kind of LAN environment, whereas Zeta Division, you think of Japan, you're probably going to think Crazy Raccoon. Zeta Division sort of planted themselves in there.
But also, Gio, if you look at the rest of this group, you know, a lot of people are expecting at least one of these teams to be getting out.
Yes, which is... I mean, I feel like if you're Crew, you definitely have something to prove because, you know, they had a bit of a tougher run in Reykjavik, and it's kind of similar to that issue that we had with Paper Rex yesterday, where it's like they don't really have anything to prove because they're not coming in with these super high expectations. I feel like that's where Zeta Division are in this game.
Indeed, yeah. Crew, the team you see on the screen right now, they actually were in Iceland. Like you said, they 2-0'd Sharks at that event. And they are the ones with the experience, right? I look to them as the team probably to probably have the edges in this series. But with that said, I mean, their map pool's a little sketchy, and it could literally go either way.
Yeah, you know, like you said, the expectations for both of these teams, I don't want to say are not there, but it's so up in the air, right? There's a big question mark.
Well, no, it's funny just because you say you would give Crew the edge. I personally think I'd give Zeta Division the edge, but part of that is because when I went back and watched the way that they played in VCT Japan, I actually really fell in love with the way that they play. They have such an interesting play style, and maybe it is because we've seen Crew not necessarily show up as high as other teams in the past that makes it easier to turn around and be like, oh, well, you know, Zeta Division, yeah, they could beat them. But personally, I actually think I would give the edge to Zeta Division.
Oh, well, I mean, this time around, though, I will say the Crew, they have Kesnit. And if you're from that region, and even if you watch any of their games, fans adore this player. And I think, you know, this could be the difference maker potentially, Gio.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one to see. You know, you can see he's there with his jet, but, you know, we see him play things like Sky, for example. He likes to play with those flashes as well. And when you have someone who has that prowess, and especially when you know that you've got so many people at home who adore you, that's going to give you the extra firepower.
Yeah, and he is that type of player to bring the aggression, right?
Yeah.
First blood percentage, 14%. Not as high as some of like the Jet main stuff like that, but he's playing Raze and Sky, like Gio just said, a lot. So his ability to open up rounds is kind of hindered by those agents. I would like to see him get more aggressive, but he would need support from his fellow teammates. I
mean, we've seen some very aggressive Jet players already in this tournament. You're not going to say no to another one, right?
No, I love seeing it. I love seeing the super aggressive Blade Storms, especially when the Astra Walls are in play, like the one we saw yesterday with Heat.
Yeah.
That's so sick.
Well, that is enough of us talking about this team. Let's meet the kings of LATAM themselves. It's Crew Esports.
Hello, I'm Klaus from Crew Esports, champions of Latin America. We are like one Argentinian, me, and 4 from Chile. I'm the most serious on the team, I think. I'm the most serious guy, like the boring guy, to be honest. Kesnit is another, like, he contrasts me, to be honest, more happier and do more shots in game and things like that. Like, he's the soul of the team, to be honest. Massino is another of the serious guy, I think, with me, and Naxit too. And Delsic has no emotion, to be honest. Delsic has zero emotions, doesn't like the camera or anything. Being here is kind of hard because you are the only one representing your regions. We know that we work hard to get here, and we know that we can beat these teams. Personally, I think the teams that I want to get is probably Envy. I want to beat them. We are on the same group, so yeah, we're gonna meet them. I think you guys, Envy, are the underdogs of the group, to be honest. I don't get scared about them. Like, I'm the same as good as them.
From Nagsad, really looking comfortable here. Oh, beautiful premium jet stuff from Naxxen.
That is the best level of trash talk. That's perfect there. And what do you think about that, Sean? He thinks that Envy are the underdogs here.
I like that. You have to come into a game against Envy with confidence because they are so aggressive. And Nugs is going to have a good game going up against EA on that jet roll, right? The head-to-head jet battles are so important at this tournament. And I think Nugs can take out EA in certain duels, but he's going to have to need help from his Sky, which is the player we just talked about, actually.
Oh, well, I mean, he has to actually get there to play against Envy first. You know?
You really don't have faith in them whatsoever.
No, it's not that I don't have faith in them. I'm just saying that's not this game. They got to get through this game first. But I do agree that Nugs could absolutely provide that. One thing that really impresses me about this team is their entry stats. Oh my god, and Nugs is a really huge part of that. You know, if you were to look back on the grand final that they played in LATAM, he's coming away on their Haven map with a +5 on entry. No one going negative. If you can get these really important opening picks, and especially onto a team like Zeta Division, who are also very aggressive, that's incredibly valuable and could lead them to that coveted game against Envy that they want to be playing.
Well, let's speak about their opponent today, the one that Geo you have so much faith in, which of course is Zeta Division. Again, they weren't able to make it to Iceland. I think back then everybody wanted to see Absolute Jupiter because this is one of the longest standing core rosters, I believe, not just in this tournament, but in all of Valorant. They were playing Counter-Strike back in 2017, Sean, about the same time as you, right?
Yeah, you were asking me if I played against them. And I was like, I never played against them. They happened to play Cloud9 right after I left the team. But something that's really interesting about this team is Crow, that man 4th in. He played 5 different agents in a best of 5. Like, this guy can play tons of different agents. So I think having a player like that on your team that can switch it up is so interesting, and that makes them very difficult to anti-strat.
I mean, I love the way that Crow plays because if you watch the way that Zeta Division approach their post plants, he is always, it doesn't matter who he's playing, he will always be the kind of initiator for those fights to help support, you know, players like Raider and Takesh who are always playing together. These two duelists will always be side by side. He will be their initiator, their opener into those fights and help them in, and it makes their post plants really strong.
Also, I'm so glad we get to see them a little bit because I've always thought that this is like one of the most badass rosters we have. Look at them, even their photos, they just look menacing.
They do look really sick, and their jerseys are awesome, I'm not gonna lie. And I agree completely with what you said, Gio. Their double duelist potential with those two players, the Reyna and the Jet, I love when teams bring out the double duelist with those two. Sentinels do it a lot, and I think Ascent also does it a lot as well. So successful teams in the scene, if you model yourselves after them, you tend to be successful too in this game. So I like that aspect of Zeta.
Well, let's hone in on one of their players because I know a lot of people are expecting Laz to step up. They really like the way he plays. But also, again, the experience on this player. He's been around for a while.
Yeah, and Laz is the player that will lock in the initiator roles a lot for this team. You'll see him on Sova, you'll see him on Sky, and he puts up really good numbers. The ACS down there at the bottom, that's actually not too telling of the last couple months. When I look at his last couple months, obviously going back further, he's going to have a little bit worse stats, but he's having like 250 ACS on these initiator roles, and that is a phenomenal statistic to have in that category.
The thing I always really like about the way that Laz plays is that the timing of the utility that he uses is really well spaced out. So it means they constantly have a stream of information which they play really well off of. And we spoke about how aggressive their duelists are. And when you have that for the team, that's excellent support and it works really well for them. And that's just what I really enjoy about him.
And that timing on that initiator role is the most important thing, right? Almost all of those agents have a passive ability, their signature ability, that if you use it at the start of the round, you can time it out. You'll get another one back every 30 to 35 seconds, and then you can use it again. And using those edges in your utility will cement you as a top team.
I mean, I know you spoke earlier about, you want to see something more structured, not too scrappy. And by what you two have both said about Zeta, that's, more likely we're going to get something like that, right?
Exactly. The one thing that I have going against them right now is what we saw yesterday with Crazy Raccoon. So I'm just a little sketched out right now by the region, and I want to see how they do against other opponents.
you just let the reputation of the whole region be shot. To be fair, they were playing against Gambit. I mean, it was a different kind of game, different kind of play style. You're okay. You're with friends. Like it's fine.
When you're worried, I'm worried. Like your worry rubs off on me. But let's say we do get something more scrappy, though. Yes. Who does that suit, in your opinion?
I actually would edge Zeta Division in that matchup because they have the Jet Reyna. I think Reyna in those scrappy games is just such an insane agent. If you can pick people off and get back to 150 or dismiss into some absurd angle, that can flip around on its head. So if the game looks like that, I'm edging, the Japanese team all the way.
I mean, I can definitely see that. I think some of it will also depend on what agents are being chosen by these two teams, because if you are Crew and you're putting Kesnet on a raise, you are going to get insane statistics. I mean, in their grand final, he's putting up like an ACS of 359 with a 213 ADR. Like, you know that you're dead. You're already dead. So that could be scrappy, but yeah, and knowing that these are both teams that are quite, they like to chop and change with the sort of compositions they go for, that's going to tell a big part of that story.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
Oh, no, I was going to say something about the compositions is I want to see if Crew brings a different style of play into this tournament, right? They definitely struggled in Iceland when they played the better teams, when they played Liquid and Fnatic. I remember off the top of my head that Icebox game where they won both pistols, both second rounds, and they still got 13 forward. That was a hard one to watch. But the win against Sharks showed me that they can bounce back from those losses. And I think all of the teams that came from Iceland have improved drastically. So I want to see that same progression here with Crew.
Well, Zeta, they have some of the most experienced players on the server. But let's hear from their players ahead of this opening match.
私の名前は牛田浩二です。プレイヤー名はラズで、チーム日本のゼタディビジョンでプレイしております。まずチームのエントリーフラッガーとして竹 J が、います。彼は、自分から突撃といいますか、自分から戦いに行くことがすごく好きな選手で、かつとても上手いので、チームにて頼りになる選手です。2人目のメンバーとしてクローがいますね。彼はいろんなエージェントを使いながらチームのサポートに徹してくれていて、困った時にすごく頼りになる選手です。3人目のメンバーとして、今インゲームリーダーをしているレーターがいます。彼はすごく頭の切れる選手で、チームの核になっていますね。チームの4人目のメンバーとして、バースがいます。彼も、竹 J と同じような感じで相手と戦うのがすごく好きな選手。そうですね、去年までは日本のチャンピオンとして大会出たものほとんど全部優勝はできていたんですけど、今年の VCT 始まってからVCT1、2を、落としてしまって、どちらも準優勝2位で終わってしまっていて、で今回、ベルリンがかかった VCT3 も本当に勝たなきゃいけない試合で、メンタル的にはすごくきつかったですね。戦いたいリージョンで言ったら本当にいっぱいあって、どこのリージョンも本当にユニークな個性を持っていて、それですごく強いので、そうですね、今ゼータディビジョンが日本リージョン一応ポイントで言うと2位の状態ではあるので、ここでいい結果を残して、リージョン1位になれればそのままチャンピオンズの方にも出れるので。
Well, we heard from Laz there. They like to fight. He keeps picking up players like, this guy does this on my team, but he likes to fight. They all want to fight here. What do you make of that, Gio?
Well, I love the fact that he spoke about how Tarkej oftentimes almost is their initiator, even though he's a duelist guy. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about. You're always pretty much going to see him glued to Rayta. They push lanes together. But another thing I think to really look out for with Tarkej that really aligns with what he's saying is even on things like SMG rounds, they like to invest in him having a Vandal, like nice and early. They'll put that investment into him because they know he's so integral to opening up those fights. So I like that he's drawn attention to that because I think that's going to be a big part of the way they play.
Yeah, I like it, but I'm also a little alarmed because he said Bars likes to play aggressively. You look at his stats on these controller roles. He has sub 200 ACS in those roles, and I wouldn't want my controllers playing super aggressive, right? You need those smokes for the late round. You'll need them to open up the sites. So having those players get aggressive could really bite you if they lose these duels.
Yeah, but also on the side of just what advantages they are coming into this with. You know, we have Crew. They're consistent in their region. You guys heard from Laz that for them it was mentally tough to play stage 3 because if they didn't qualify here, who knows what would have happened with this roster? Who knows what that would do to their confidence too? But Crew, they're always here. They've been into an international tournament before. But then on the other side, and Sean, it'd be good to know your thoughts on this. Some of the players on this Zeta team, you know, they've been together for years. They've been together back in the Counter-Strike days. Which advantage do you think is going to be more important? The experience with the team over a long time, or, you know, the confidence of knowing that you've been here before?
Yeah, I would prefer to have the confidence of being here before if I was from a smaller region, just because you get to feel what it's like to be in a server with Liquid and Fnatic and understand how difficult it is to enter certain choke points if you don't have the right utility. They had those VODs to look at, and they can model their game correctly to then beat that style later on. Now, on the other hand, for Zeta, they will be able to play really well off of each other, right? They're trading, they're spacing, all of that. Their theory is going to be really good. But does it hold up when they play against other regions? That's what I'm unsure about.
I mean, the thing that I'm actually really interested in is both of these teams are going to be bringing 2 coaches along. But on the side of Zeta Division, one of those coaches is a new coach. It's called XQQ. Came from Rainbow Six Siege, which is another tactical shooter and very, very utility heavy. And I think that he's relatively new on the team. And I think having that background in how to use their utility really effectively could help give them the discipline that's needed to go against a team like Crew or pretty much anyone that they're going to face here.
Is that what separates them, do you feel like? Because like they are very evenly matched.
I don't know if it will directly separate them, but I don't think that you can necessarily put something like that down to a really huge thing. I think it's a lot of small things that compile, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's nothing really to add to it. I totally agree with you.
Oh my
I'm just
gosh.
so good.
You two agree.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, for
damn. Yeah, it's one of those days today. Well, let's look at some of predictions now. Wait, why not? Why not? I kind of have a feeling. I know where you're going with this. You know, you've already said you think Zeta's going to take this.
Look, realistically, it's actually quite hard to pick. I just kind of have a soft spot for the way that they play, and I think if they do it well, it'll be good. My worry is what I was saying about Crew being so good at their opening kills. Zeta have an issue where if one of either Raytra or Tarkej get picked off early, oftentimes they crumble a little bit, and that could be a direct clash between these two teams, but I'm going to go with Zeta anyway.
I'm going to go with Crew. Tactically, I think they're gonna totally outclass Zeta today.
Yeah, and I also feel like, you know, they've been here before, like you said, They know what they are doing, and I've heard from some scrim bucks, which I will not mention, that they're doing pretty well in scrims. But anyway, it is time to welcome the competitors onto the stage. Let's send it over for the start of day 3 of VCT Masters Berlin.
Masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. Is eternal. Life is short.
Sentinels attempting to defend the title.
This is more than just a best of 3 for them.
Let's go!
I know all eyes are on us. I feel like we're pretty hyped, obviously dominating like NA. And now like coming in, like we know we're top dogs.
I'm representing the EMEA. I think a lot of people expect NA to win the whole thing. I don't think they are that good. This is gonna be the tournament where where everyone is gonna see that.
We definitely want to come out here and prove that not only is NA the best region, but we're also hopefully the best team in NA right now. I think Gambit looks like the best team from Europe right now. Definitely interested to see how we stack up against them.
One enemy remaining.
They gave up! They gave up!
We should show all the world that CS region. We can win the tournaments, we can win the worlds, we should qualify to do it.
Zeta Division が日本ビジョン、ポイントでいうと2位の状態ではあるので、ここでいい結果を残して、ビジョン1位になれれば、そのままチャンピオンズ、本当に行かなければいけないものと考えています。
People think that we are the underdog. That's our advantage, to be honest, because they have the pressure to beat us. But we are not the underdog, I think.
Probably should watch us and learn some things.
I'm not afraid of them by any means.
I don't get scared about them. I'm the same as good as them.
こちらも本当に戦うのが楽しみです。
I still think NA is the strongest region, even though EU teams are gunning for us.
I don't know, I think you guys are too cocky. Like you're about to get smashed. I'm sorry.
Holy
You know, we spoke about how long we waited to see Vision Strikers on this stage, but Absolute Jupiter now, Zeta, it's been a long time coming too.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but they're finally here. Coach in a suit, they're looking good.
Yeah,
fresh.
I was just looking at that, and I'm glad our mics didn't come in time because I was like, oh, he looks sharp, but like just under my breath.
He looks very sharp. You know what? I'm a fan of the suit.
Yeah, we were talking about it
coaching
yesterday. Yeah, I think we're all fans of that.
Yeah. If any other coaches are listening to us, you know, feel free to rock up in a suit. But I gotta say, we need to talk about the map pool between these two teams because, Gio, there are definitely maps that both of these teams feel pretty uncomfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that if you're, you know, Zeta Division, for example, you probably don't want to go to Icebox. You probably don't want to go to Breeze, which I'm going to be honest, I would love to see a Breeze at some point in this competition, but I don't think it's going to happen with them.
Yeah, and similarly, I don't think a team like Crew is going to want to play Breeze at all, especially against a team like Zeta Division. Teams from different regions like this that don't have any familiarity, I don't think they're going to want to play Breeze against each other.
Yeah, and also I know you mentioned Icebox, but Zeta, they haven't played all that much Split either. It was kind of their permaban for a while.
It's true, they haven't historically played it, but in the grand finals against Crazy Raccoon, they did a really good job. So that's one that has a question mark from me. My natural inclination would be to say, oh yeah, they haven't felt comfortable there, but it could be one that they pull out.
Yeah, as you guys can see, the first ban, Sean, Crew have gone for Haven.
Yeah, and that's an interesting ban from them. They're 2-1 on it. It's not a horrible map for them, but I just think they don't want to have the randomness of being spread out across the map against a team like Zeta.
Yeah, Icebox is off the table, Gio, but Split, it's open.
It is open. I mean, that would be a really juicy one, in my opinion, if that does come in. Like I said, they played really well in the grand finals on it. But I mean, I guess Ascent is going to be what we know. This is a map that I think both of these teams feel really comfortable on. Yeah,
and that's Crew literally going right into the teeth of Zeta's map pool. They're 7-1 on Ascent. This is a map they are very, very familiar with. And Zeta's going to opt to start on attack.
But also, Sean, I see a little KO possibly being whipped out here as well.
Yes, yeah, they do play the KO sometimes, so I would love it. We got to see KO on Ascent yesterday or 2 days ago when Steel locked it in, so I hope we get to see it again. I love seeing like the suppressed combinations with synergies.
Yeah, well, Zeta have decided to pick Split. They chose it, Gio.
They're going, all right. That's an I mean, they have a good win percentage on it, but like you said, Yinsu, they just haven't gone to this map very often. So that's where that's like, all right, we'll see what you do.
Yeah, and obviously Crew's going to lock in defense there. And like you said, Crew has a little bit more split experience than Zeta, so it's an interesting pick by them. Maybe they found some kind of weakness in Crew's game, and we'll be able to learn that really quickly in that map.
I mean, we speak about, you know, material on both of these teams as well. There's not that much on Zeta in comparison to Crew. A lot of anti-stratting perhaps coming to this, but if we do go to map 3, it is going to finish Gio on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a map that Crew played a decent number of times. It's also a map that Zeta Division really like too. So if we do end up going to that map 3, it could be a bit more evenly split, I guess. That's where I want that race to come out.
Yeah,
if they do go.
I am literally crossing my fingers that we get a map 3 in this series, because both teams are very, very good on Bind. Crew 6-0 in the last couple of months. Zeta Division 4-1. I think, you know, both teams floated the map because they're a little scared of each other on it. But so if we get it, it'll be awesome.
Yeah, it would be awesome. I do feel like we're going to go there, though. But now, you know, with the map picks all locked in, Sean, do you feel like it favors a team in particular, or are they still on a level playing field?
I do think they're kind of close to a level playing field, especially with Bind being the third map. I think if Crew picked Bind and maybe floated a different map that was kind of weaker in Zeta's map pool, they would have stand a better chance of, you know, locking it in my mind. But Bind as the third map is such a coin flip with these two teams. It's going to be crazy if we go there.
Yeah, well, we might not be getting there today. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because we are starting on Ascent. Gio, you know, we talked about it briefly, but a possibility of a KO. Are you excited for this?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, well, I mean, I was the one who was sat here going, I want 100 Thieves to play KO. And we really attribute that to being an agent that they play at the moment. But I think it's entirely possible because if you look at the recent agent compositions that Crew have played on Ascent, they've been changing them quite a bit. You know, they had this Omen-based composition that they were playing for quite a while. They've been bringing in the Astra, but they keep kind of switching things out. Their most recent composition, which they've only played once, they brought in the Sky. So they, you know, it's kind of about the initiators at the moment. I could totally see them bringing a KO, and if they haven't settled on a composition of late, then the doors are open.
Yeah, and Zeta does like to run the Reyna and Jet on Ascent, which is going to be super exciting because they have the Reyna Jet and KO combo, so potentially like hyper aggression with suppressed opponents. It would be so spicy to see something like that.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And now, as you guys can see, these are the most often picked agents throughout Stage 3. And, you know, as you were saying, Gio, on the side of Zeta as well, they're switching things up here and there. Yeah. They don't always stick to the same thing.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, the last 4 times that they played on Ascent, they played a different composition every time. And of those 4 times, only once have they not played a KO. Instead, they've chosen Breach, which is... It is one of those agents you see someone like Crow play. There we go. All right.
Okay. Okay. Yep. No, sorry. Ignore me. I was getting too excited ahead of myself. Yep. Yeah. I mean, Sean. Also, I guess everybody's kind of got their eyes set on Crow to see what he is going to do here. We're gonna find out very, very shortly. But of course, Astra coming in too, as you mentioned. The way. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Breach.
I think everything is kind of Breach, though, is very interesting coming out of Crow. I love Breach on Ascent. I think his fault line is super solid at taking A main control on attack, as well as fault lining through that B main on the left side of your screen right now. I think he can get early success with the fault lines to get control of the orbs. I struggle to see value on defense, though.
Yeah, well, no KO today, but we do have a cheeky bit of breach. And speaking of cheeky, we've got two cheeky chappies standing by as well, waiting to get into game one. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, we are ready to roll and kick this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here in the VALORANT Masters Berlin.
Ikaw na naman!
Day number 3. And kami na naman yung inyong mga casters na naman. Ayan.
Kanina magkasama na tayo.
Hindi na ako magpapakilala. Hindi na ako magpapakilala.
Pakilala ka naman.
Kilala naman kami. Oo, nga pala si Bill to. Nga pala si Taylor.
Ikaw si Bill with the letter B.
Ganito kasi, alas 11 pa lang, 11 o'clock pa lang, magkasama na kami na ito.
sa ibang
magkasama kami. Sa ibang bang kami magkasama. Pati sa gabi magkasama pa rin, Diyos ko.
Baka magselos na naman si Ray niyan. Ako, magka-comment na naman yan. Nag-aaral lang naman kami ni Bill.
Pero ito, actually partner, meron akong gusto sabihin dito. This is the map that is actually picked by Zeta ba? Oh, ano?
Crew.
This is a map that's picked by
Aray!
Well, if ever you're gonna ask me kung ano ba yung... Pero mamaya na...
Spike down. Ang dami eh.
Pero ang dami nangyayari dito.
Teka lang, pasalita naman kami. Pero nakapatay na nga ng isa. And isa na lang agad natitira para sa side ng Zeta dito, Vil. Si Maki ba na lang ang naiiwan? Sinamahan ko na Trailblazer pero hindi nakagat. And Kloss was able to secure that kill instead.
Ayun.
Sabihin mo na. Sige na, ayan, natapos na yung first round.
Ayun, 1-0 na. Hindi ko pa VALORANT naman ngayon. Pero ayun mga kaibigan, ganito. If ever you're gonna like compare the stats of Zeta Division and Crew, for Crew Esports, meron silang 71% win rate dito sa Ascent na to. They played this 21 times sa buong career nila, sa buhay nila as Crew Esports. Ang score is 15-6. Meanwhile, dito kay Zeta Division, they played this for 49 times, mga kaibigan. Ang score is 39-10. 80% win rate.
Nakita mo ba yung guiding light doon? Lahat sila bulag pero hindi sila magpapatitan. Pero isang mabilisang burst down lang din mula sa Crew. And insta, just like that, tapos agad yung round number 2. Wala nang isip-isip pa, wala nang delay, walang slow pushes. Dire-diretso lang on site kung ano yung plano sundin kahit with the guiding light.
Pero dito sa match na to, guys, I mean, to be honest, if ever you're gonna ask us, predictions namin dito is gonna be 2-0. Tapos Crew ang mananalo dito. This is the first time na mapapanood natin ng Latin America region na maglaro. And for Japan, napanood naman natin ng kahapon, which is actually really sad. Kasi 13-1 yung score sa game 1 and 31 pa rin yung score dito sa game number 2. Pero yun nga lang, mukhang bumabawi dito sila Decoded.
May lakad tatong mga to.
Ang bilis no?
Kala mo meron pang gagawin mamaya.
Pero bes, yun ang maganda, di ba? Sobrang bilis nila maglaro, maaga tayo matatapos, di ba? Pero
parang di tayo abot ng 6 AM, no?
Oo, men. Diyos ko ba naman si Claus, di ba? Isipin mo naman, September pa lang, andito na si Santa Claus.
Ganun talaga, bare months na eh. Isipin mo nga, paglapag pa lang ng September 1, lumalabas na si Jose Marichan. Pero si Claus all year.
Oo, mga gold ka na nakasilip sa
bintana niyo. Whenever I see.
Oo, yung nga sasabihin pero yun nga lang medyo nakakaroon tayo ng medyo slow pace dito because here in A, sobrang bagal nila gumalaw dito and they have no idea at all. The Zeta Division is trying to
buti hindi malabo yung game, no?
This area of them. Oo nga eh. Kahapon nga yung Japan yung kinas ko. Buti nga hindi malabo eh. Pero hindi ito si Takej. Let's see if he's gonna catch anyone here. Pero yun nga lang, tamang through the smoke shot, tamang pot shots lang. Pero not gonna catch anyone pero si Nagzep from Go take down one. Crowd now, dahil silang flash round, silang fourth line. So it's gonna be really bad for the place of Pero yun nga lang, Takej! What a killer! Masin over to the other one. 3-0, and it's still Crew from Latin America will win this.
Nani? Pero kung iisipin natin, I think the plan here for Zeta is to actually overwhelm. Yung playstyle kasi nila mabilisan no? Overwhelm crew, but on the other hand, crew is just prepared. Same playstyle, same game style kung gusto nila o paano nila gustong gawin. And crew, like,
Gina G sila.
Teka lang, di ako makakasandali.
Gina G sila. Isipin mo, naka 3-0 lang, para lang nanalo ng Berlin West.
Ano ba yung sasabihin ko? Nakalimutan ko dahil sa sinisigaw niya eh. Hindi, kanina, di ba, sa panel? Isa yung Zeta sa pinakamatagal. Isipin mo, CS pa lang. O, CSGO pa lang. Eh, ito na yung magkaka-team. Pero pagdating dito sa VALORANT, sila pa rin kakasama. Parang talo pa ata tayo nito as casters, as co-casters.
Best, alam mo, if you're gonna compare this one sa dati, para siyang South Built Esports.
Oo, totoo. Oo nga,
diba? Oo, akalain mo, nagka-point din ako kahit paano, pero yung kalan si Kez.
Minsan lang pero...
kahit minsan lang at least, diba? Pero yung kalan si Laz will take down that Sky, pero yung kalan, one tap to the head, one hit, delete. Ang ginawa dito ng ating Sova. There's gonna be 2v3 now. Ito, save round pa to. Wala silang pera, pero nga si Delzik nakita nga na isa na medyo dumaan dito sa may A main, pero hindi pa sila napakita. Pero if ever na makita ito ni Crow, pwede sana mapatay, pero yun nga lang, it's just the firepower na meron si Astra dito. Laz, the only man remaining with that Sakura Sheriff, mga kaibigan at CV, he's gonna catch anyone. Pero nga lang, etong Zeta talaga, talaga mahal na mahal yung Japan eh. Yung Sakura din sa Japan yan eh. Pero yung nakapagpapanga na isa, oh my God!
4K na!
Laz! Oh, that is a 4K already. If ever na makrush siya to, oh, nakita mo, pero yung nga lang Delzik again.
Medyo malabo.
Pero in terms of economy, Diyos ko po, lugmok sila.
Kung iisipin natin, yung feeling is sobrang bilis. Pero actually, nauubos na yung time eh. 13 seconds na lang yung naiiwan every round. Napaka-fast-paced nilang gumalaw. Pero pagdating dun sa mga times na kailangan ng clutch moment, may capability naman sana yung Zeta. Especially with Laz getting that 4 kills already. Isa na lang kailanganin niya sana doon para matapos yung round o para makakuha sila ng round. Kasi yung spike, imposible mo na makuha ng ganong kabilisan lang eh. So this time, maybe there is some certain adjustment, especially for the side of Zeta. Because this is the Hunter's Fury from Laz coming in. Pero natamaan lang yung ibang players from time to time. But it's not gonna be enough to get a kill. Si Nagzet nag-miss ng shot.
Nauna yung tailwind kaysa sa putok. Nagkape ata tayo.
So teka lang, hindi pa ako tapos sa sinabi ko kanina. Kung yung Zeta, sila yung long standing din na masakit na team dito sa, siguro sa Valorant and also for their VCT, for their region. Yung crew naman, pagdating sa experience sa Valorant sa mga LAN events, kasi nag-Iceland din tong mga to eh.
Oo, nag-Iceland din sila.
Isa rin sila sa long standing na laging nagka-qualify.
In terms of experience, mga kaibigan, meron talaga sila. Pero nga si Lizet, nakaisa pa nga, they have no idea at all. Nandiyo pa rin si Lizet. Akala nyo, wala na, pero andun pa rin. Pero nga si Reita will take his first kill of the day sa Kedja. All the way from market. Pero meron pa naman siyang Lear though, and they have no idea at all na meron tao nga talaga dito sa may market na kayo. He will swing hard, but he's gonna be able to take him down, but the players off crew. It's all up to Delzik. Mag-isa na lang siya dito. Reita, low on HP. Pero baka mahuli si Reita dito. Delzik, mga kaibigan, he needs to check out his 6 and his left side. Pero yun nga na, malilikuran ata siya ni Reita, mga kaibigan. Pero hindi pa sila nagkakakitaan. Hindi alam ni Delzik kung nasan si Reita. At nagulot na lang siya. May tumira sa likod niya.
Tapos may nag-party-party. Dahil naka-set na
pa yun, no? Oo nga eh.
Isipin yung security guard na si Reita.
Oo nga eh. Ma'am ID po. Ay, ma'am bag po.
Pa-check na lang po ng bag.
Alam mo ba? Hindi kasi ganito kasi, sa school ko kasi, di ba beda ako, best, di ba? Sa school ko, pagpapasok kami, may mga ganyan, di ba? Parang tinatropa-tropa ko yung mga tinatropa ko yung mga guardian eh. Kaya pahiram nga ng batuta mo. Yung itim na yan, na sinuwakan ko, nagva-vibrate siya, men.
Nagva-vibrate?
Nagva-vibrate talaga siya.
Share mo lang.
Yung business na ginagawa mo, totoo yun. Nagva-vibrate talaga siya. Yung big black batuta.
Oo nga. Wala naman ako sinabi na hindi.
Oo.
Metal detector pala. Anyway.
Oo, man.
4-1 na ang score. I think Zeta, na-figure out nila no, na pag nagsuslow sila, or slow push, like this, gumagana. Kasi nakakuha na sila ng isang round eh. Saka inaabangan talaga sila ng ang bilis din mag-rotate ng players na to. Isang buong site ang niyanig sa banig. Pagdating dito sa A-site. Pero hindi pa rin lang nakikita si Chelsea na nasa hell. And the kill mula kay Nagset. Walang ginig-ginig. Anong ginig-ginig?
Oh my God! Kalampag ng papag all the way from Japan! Mapapayamit ka na lang talaga! At walang nagawa si Maki ba? Diyos ko po, tinamaan pa ng ibon sa buha! Pero nangyari from Crew! Napatay yung dalawa, but still! Crew winning that match! Pinitim sila ng tinidor na galing Latin America!
Nagugulat ako sa mga nangyayari. Sa mga Casmo eh. Mas nagugulat ako sa Casmo kaysa sa laro, Bill.
Sorry. Nakatulog kasi ako ng 30 minutes eh.
30 minutes. Ako kanto pa ng oras. Yan na naman! Galing! Vamonos!
Vamonos! Come on, vamonos!
Let's go!
Everybody, let's go!
Come on, let's get to it!
I know that we can do it!
Where are we going?
Tak! Go A! Ganun sila, men.
Nakikinig ko talaga! Talino mo!
Oh!
Nagigigil ako sa'yo! Uminit bigla!
Oo eh. Uminit eh.
Dora Rock version ka.
Oo eh, no? Si Boots na kamohok.
Dora nakakrop top na.
Oo, tapos yung backpack mo, yung tusok-tusok.
Ang init!
Sabog na naman ako, men.
Baka mamaya mag-comment yung Pidea na naman, ha? Lima na naman yung bulag. Wala na naman silang pakialam.
Oo! Rita!
Wait pa rin yun?
Anong ginagawa mo, Rita? Dire-diretso ka!
Oh my God!
One enemy remaining.
Ito na naman. May lakad na naman yung Zeta, Bill. Isipin mo, hindi na natin na play-by-play cast. Ganun ka, Bill.
Fast game. Oo, dyan. Ay, no?
Deathmatch mo eh.
Deathmatch ata, ate.
Mas tagal pa ata yung deathmatch.
Men, pag nakalagi dito tech, parang tech po si Wiwi, alam mo na kung sino. Diyos ko, Zeta, ano meron sa inyo?
Pero alam mo yung nakakagulat dito is despite na ganun kabilis yung movements ng Zeta, yung crew hindi sila na-overwhelm eh. Ang bilis din nilang mag-rotate or ang lakas ng hold nila pagdating sa site.
Rita! Na.
Ayan, mabagal.
Sige, mabagal. Ito yung tropa mong bipolar.
Papaisip ka na lang ano ba talagang gusto mo?
Oo, man. Hindi mo alam kung saan mapupunta. Labo, pre.
Pero this time, Zeta is looking for picks. By round nila to, may operator sila, so importante na makakuha sila ng pick-off man lang. Pero look at Crew, they are really holding on to sites and hindi talaga sila nagiging aggressive despite dun sa aggressiveness na pinapakita ng Zeta from a while ago. Di nagpapatingan.
Nakaihi na ata si Rita, mga kaibigan.
Yun na, nakakuha na ng isa.
Yun yung, the reason kung bakit mabagal gumalaw ng Zeta is because of the operator na si Rita. Kaya nga, close mga kaibigan. Merry Christmas sa inyong dalawa. Pero meron pang isa. Hello sa'yo, papi ko.
30 seconds left.
Naubos na naman sila. Tatlo. Isa-isa na naman kumabagsak. Parang domino lang ang Zeta dito against Crew. Just like that, Claus was able to secure 3 kills. Walang refrag na nangyari dun sa nag-iisang tao na naiwan sa may market. Hindi siya sumilip. But Claus being very alert, every corner is checked from 6 hanggang 9.
Oo. Let's go, Zeta! Tapusin nila agad, tsaka crew! One game na ako yun!
Sentinels pala mamaya, no?
Oo nga, makikita natin si Sen Manipi tsaka si Sen Roque.
Magsusuntukan.
Oo, men. Hindi.
Hindi, magbabari. Ay.
Mag-uusap lang sila.
Mag-uusap lang sila.
Mag-iisip sila ng magandang...
Bagong teammates kasi nila tense yun eh.
Sen Roque. Ay, naku, pinagsama na naman tayo, bes. Alam nyo ba, meron kaming secret ni Tero.
Ano yung secret na yan?
Merong isang event, mga kaibigan, na kami yung host.
Kami yung host?
Oo, na tayo yung host. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, pero si Keznit Dus dito, medyo, na-flash siya, pero yun nga lang, it's just reflexes. It's just right there, the trade-off. Hindi na si Delzik, hindi na pinabaan yung tropa niya. Ang pangalan nun, si Keznit na lang, si Tiznik.
2v3 situation. May operator pa rin, pero sa side ng Zeta, sheriff lang meron sila. Nakita natin capability kanina ni Laz makakuha ng shots.
Oo.
Oh! Shot that! Oh! Sumilay pero hindi nakuha yung kill na yan. With Delzik getting it instead. Trades lang, bait and switch mechanics lang. Si Takej nasa likod.
Takej! Si Takej!
Abang din eh, no? Isipin mo dito na dito yung spike, dito sila lahat nag-aabang. Pero nag-expect pa rin sila ng flank. Parang pumunta talaga yung crew dito sa Berlin ng prepared.
Oh, they're really prepared dito and I have no idea what happened to Zeta. You guys have an 80% win rate dito, mga Dita Pak. Mga kapatid.
Dita Pak.
Kapatid, yun. Tapos, wait na ka. Ayun, 49 matches, 39 doon panalo kayo. 10 talo.
Placing swamp grenade.
Anyari? Anyari sa mga Hapon. Pero Diyos ko, if ever nakapunta ako sa talaga sa Japan talaga, promise.
Pangarap mo ba yun?
Pangarap ko, iibang klase CR nila, bes.
Ano?
Lalapit ka pa lang, bubukas na.
Para sa'yo, no? Gagawin mo, uupo ka na lang. Wala ka nang ibang gagawin pa.
Men, mainit pa yung uupuan mo. Di mo paghuhugasan mo na, pag tumayo ka, susundan ka pa rin ng tubig. Teknolohiya, men.
Ito. Back to the game muna tayo dahil si Nagzet slowly peeking and just a perfect angle to get a kill on Laz. Isang related naman para sa Zeta, isang blind para naman sa True, and they get kills after kills with Gloss. This Hunter's Fury, everything just connects. Kumbaga parang lahat ng stars nag-align para sa side ng crew.
What is happening to si Zeta, man? Alam mo yung pasok lang sila, nagpasok wala sila pakundaran, mga kaibigan. Basta pag nakakita ng, alam mo yung parang, ito, rush A, rush B. Ganun lang sila, bes. Pero kayo medyo ubagal na. It's all up to Crow.
30 seconds left.
Ibang Crows pala yun.
Ibang Crows.
Crow, meron siyang kalampag ng papag dito, mga kaibigan. Kaya lang yanigin ang tagig. Pero that si Crow, nakakita na dito, inuna na muna yung turret para lang at least mapigilan yung pag-push niya. Pero yun nga lang, is just si Nick Mazino nandun eh.
Sino?
si Nick Mazino.
Kita mo, everything pagdating sa crew, nagko-connect. Kasi isipin mo nung pagka-push nila, alam na nilang nasa A short, alam na nilang nasa A main as well, kung may tao man. Even na ganun kalayo si Claus, just the perfect timing din with the Hunter's Fury, ang bilis nilang ma-shutdown yung Zeta, sobra.
Tama yan.
There is the smoke coming in.
Sinag-Zet dito,
Pagdating sa mga utilities din, Will, for Zeta, yung nakikita kong nagagamit lang dito is yung blind. Then magda-dash in yung smoke and all that setup na usual na nakikita natin kung paano pumasok on-site. So, I mean, I think they need to be creative on this one.
Triple peak ang gagawin nila, mga kaibigan. Gagamitan nila ng frenzy to. Nag-Zet, ladies and gentlemen, waiting for the perfect opportunity for him to pull that trigger. Oh my God. Pero ito na yung Lear. Pero nga meron pang flash ko. Wala nang nakita.
What the heck?
Yung Jet natin. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down.
Diyos ko po.
Si Takins nakaisa pa nga. Pero Kesnitus. Ang hirap sabihin ng pangalan mo. Pero it's all up to Crow again.
Grabe.
Si Kesnit, pare.
Great Wall itong
Last
crew.
round in
Vil,
the bag.
wala kang magawa. Parang tatanggapin mo na lang lahat ng bala.
Men, Latin America yan, boss. Mga Latino yan, mga ese.
Ese.
What's up, mga ese? I'ma win Valorant Berlin ese. Ganun yan, men.
Oh, man. 1-10. Sa tingin mo, magkaka-2-10?
Oo. Nol.
Naol. Para sa'yo. Oh. The flash immediately. There is the stars aligning. Niyanig ang banig. A side being taken. Trying. Pero hindi nag-detect ng corner. Bill, isa na naman. Naubos para sa side ng crew. As Kesnit was able to take 3K already. And it's all now left to last. Yet again. Hindi nag-connect yung mga nag-connect yung mga to. Nag-connect yung apat ba? Hindi. Crew again takes the win. Ang init nyo naman,
Diyos
sir.
ko po. Grabe
Switching
naman dun
sides.
sila, mga kaibigan, na Game Labs.
Rhyme. Bars.
Alarm bot out.
And yung ating mga tropang crew ese. 11-1. Hindi ko pa alam dito sa Japan, mga kaibigan. Ewan ko ba. Kasi kahapon din nagkasako ng Japan 1 lang yung score nila
13-1, no?
13-1.
Both maps?
Game 1, Game 2. Pati rin dito ata. Ano ba ang meron sa Japan? Kasi Japan,
ano lang to?
Japan number 1, pwede?
Baka ano lang to, parang guni-guni lang natin para pagdating nung lower bracket, dun talaga sila
Oo, man.
13-1 nila yung team na makakalaban nila. Oh, second half na ba? Break na ata eh. Kita mo naman. So, ibig sabihin, mabilis pala yung kinas mo kahapon, Vil.
Pareho lang, bis.
Ganon din.
Chill
Ganon
nga
na
lang.
ganon din yung style ng Japanese team.
Hindi nga kami nagkastilo kahapon. Nagkwentuhan lang kami.
Si Ilo pala, no? Tagalog.
Oh.
Oh my God. Halftime. I think it is halftime already. At this Vil, sa tingin mo, is there chance at all na makabalik ang Zeta dito?
Oo. I mean,
Paano? Yun ang katanungan. Paano?
Hindi ko alam. Pag-HD na siguro. Hindi, pero hindi ko alam, man. I mean, to be honest, if ever lang na dumating yung point na everything really went in their favor, if yung mga stars nila nag-align for them, siguro there's a chance. Pero yun nga lang, in terms of experience, yun na lang eh, in terms of experience, yes, matagal sila magkakasama. Pero yun nga lang, iba kasi if you're competing in an international level na eh. If you're competing in a competition like this, it's like a whole different thing. There's a whole different world. There's like a whole new world.
A new fantastic place to be.
Man. Oo.
Pero tama ka rin naman, no? This is a completely different stage. Ganon din naman pagdating sa mga specific teams na meron tayo. Kunwari, dito sa VCTPH, kunwari and then lalaban sila sa international sa Southeast Asia, and then lalaban ulit sila sa Worlds, kumbaga. Mag-iiba talaga dapat yung playstyle or may certain adjustment na kailangan gawin. Hindi mo pwedeng talagang ipilitin yung playstyle mo na gumagana talaga sa division or doon sa region ninyo. Kasi it might not work on an international stage. So, with this, crew is just really having a smooth sailing rounds after rounds. They can just shut down the players of Zeta Division quite efficiently. Hindi na nila kailangan mataranta dahil alam nila kung saan sila magtatago, alam nila kung ano yung utilities na gagamitin nila once na pumasok na yung mga players, and they are just on point when the shots come in. Sobrang, alam mo yung mga swing nila, yung mga spray transfer nila, it's just perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Pero yun nga lang, pwede talaga natin sabihin na crew, it's just they're super on fire right now. And medyo matagal sila hindi naglaro eh. Knowing na this is their first game, tapos siguro naman they're really that confident din naman siguro if ever sila ipipredict na siguro 2-0 tong score na to. Pero siguro they have no idea at all na, sorry to say, na ganito kadali yung pagto 2-0 nila. Ayun. Sad.
Gano'n, no? Ang aga pa.
Aga pa, man.
Para matapos tong
Anong
game
oras
na to.
Anong oras ba tayo nagsimula? 9 o'clock,
9:20?
diba?
Mga gano'n na nga eh.
Oo, anong
yung
oras?
game talaga?
Oo, 9:36 pa lang sa akin.
Parang fast na fast lang.
Oo, mas mabilis pa sa fast.
Sana kumain na kayo at nakapag-dinner na kayo.
Ikaw ba, Bes? Kumain ka na?
Oo, kumain na ako. Ikaw, Bes, kumain ka na?
Oo, men.
Okay. Sarap yung sanggip.
Sarap ng luto ni May. Nagluto siya ng tahong.
Last isang araw yun din ulam ko.
Tahong? Sarap talaga yung tahong, men.
Sa true lang. Tiga mo, nag-e-enjoy lang dito yung players. Talagang pinapakinggan lang nila ang tunog ni Zed.
Yes, indeed. Pero nga lang, going back here in this game right now, it's time for the second half of our game number 1 here in Masters Berlin. What could happen here, mga kababoy ba? Ang Zeta Division or Crew Esports will gonna continue their power, their momentum towards the victory. Pero yun nga, I think, makakabawi na ata ang Zeta dito. For close, mga kaibigan, this is actually impossible for him to win. He's up against all these ghosts. The classic of Reta. 1v4 situation. Wala sa kanya ang bomba. Nasa loob. Ay, hindi pala short. Diyos pa, basta sa may salamin. Oh my God.
There we go. There we go. Zeta Division. This is the start of something new, actually.
Breaking the curse already.
Breaking the curse, exactly. For Japan, with now 2 rounds on their pocket, at least this pistol round, ito yung pinaka-importante din. This can definitely set it up for them to make a comeback. Tignan mo, despite being in a slump pagdating sa scoreline dito sa first game, they don't seem parang agitated or galit. Diba? They still have smiles on their faces for Zeta Division right here, even getting that one more round. Maybe they can turn things around in a defensive position.
Going back. Sila nakakuha ngayon ng first round, ng second half. So apparently they have this advantage in terms of firepower. Pero yung nga lang, ito si Laz, man, he's really on point.
Wala nang bili-bili.
I swear.
Hindi na siya bibili ng Spectre dito.
I swear. Pero sa totoo lang, si Laz tsaka si Crow talaga, they're really versatile. I mean, kahit anong engine na iba't sa kanila, it's fine. Gagamitin nila pero yung gano'n, oh my God. That ADS on that Spectre, mga kaibigan, nag-zet, lumipad pa.
Alam nila they had that advantage already dahil isa na lang yung natitira, and obviously it is an eco for the side of Crew dahil they lost the first pistol round para sa second half. So with the flawless Prime Gaming flawless natin, kita naman how they just also diminish the players of Crew just like that as well. So going into this round, ito na. Dito na talaga magkakaalaman, Bill. Kasi nakabili na yung Crew na naman.
Yeah, indeed. Crew, with this enough firepower for them to destroy Zeta right now, is gonna be a match point for them. Or Zeta, itutuloy lang nila yung kung ano yung ginagawa nila. Kasi it's just, dito talaga magkakaalaman eh. I mean, kanina, yes, sila yung may lamang kasi they have all the judge, specters and stuff. Pero ngayon, lamang na ang Crew in terms of mga barrel, utilities and stuff as well. So, pwede natin sabihin na dito talaga magkakaalaman kung ano ka talaga mangyayari, kung kaya ba talaga na mabawi ng Zeta to. Itutuloy ba nila yung momentum na 2 rounds or just Crew will just win this all over again. Pero yung that judge, Takeji with the kill on to Delzik. Reta, however, trying to be really aggressive. To be honest, why do you have to do that? I mean, alam mo na medyo delikado na kayo. All you have to do is just stay in sight and just wait for the perfect opportunity na makapasok kayo. Pero nga sila oh my God! Muntik na! But still, Makiba!
Naglabanan talaga sila. Ito yung difference, no? Kanina yung Crew, willing to wait, kumbaga, sa site. Kung slow man yung push, willing to wait sila. Pero Zeta, they are confident enough to get maybe some picks. Talagang nagpo-push din sila kahit papano. Look at this position from Reta. And of course, with a judge, ang bilis mo talagang mapunish, lalo na sa ganong choke point. Pero with Zeta, like I said, despite being on the defensive side, they know when to push and they know when to get back as well. If this continues for the side of Crew, baka nga talaga sa defense ang side ng Zeta.
Oo, tama ka rin. Diyos ko po, pinakilig sila Zeta. Akala mo, sila silang kikiligin? Sabi na hindi. Pinagyan Laz na kayo sa mga si Kelvin shout down for Pinagyan Laz all the way from backside. Just taking everyone down. Laz! Binubuhat ang Japan!
Laz here is just crazy with the shots that he takes right now.
Si Laz Daily.
Every head na makita niya, kumbaga kung sa kanya susugod lahat, malamang sa malamang kaya niyang patayin eh. He can get 4K easily. It's just that kanina naiiwan siya sa posisyon na talagang in a disadvantage position siya. Vil, napakalaking disadvantage. Pero napapatay o nakukuha niya pa rin yung pick-off sa Crew kahit papaano. Talagang masyado lang madami. Madaming kalaban masyado para matapos yung round na yun. And I really think, I do believe that Zeta, especially with how Laz plays, he or Crow even, they can get the pick-offs. Hindi mapapunish din nila itong kahit papaano. Kaso nga lang, kakasabi ko lang yan, Mazino was able to take on a kill on Laz already. Malaking kawalan para sa Zetaville.
Nick Mazino nakaisa pa nga, pero medyo kakabalan sila kasi kailangan talaga na ng Hunter's Fury if ever na makakapas na yung mga players dito sa may A site. Pero yung nga rin nag-iisip ang Crew, hinaharap na ulit nila ang backpack at ang mapa. Where are we going daw? Sabi ng Crew. If ever lang they need to go to A, they need to do it right now. It's a KJ. It's a KJ. Revealing area. Meron naman siyang entrance dito so he can actually pull something off if ever talaga magpupush siya. Pero yung nga si Kesden will take down one. But this is actually not over the side of Zeta Esports. You still have these three remaining players. Makiba, Rita with an operator. Chroma, may ganito lang din. Pero yung nga Zalzik will take down one of the most important players of Zeta right now is actually Rita because of that operator and one actually not free operator at sinasabi nga nila Cross and the other guys bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Yun nga, nakita natin Crew galit na galit, diba? Isipin mo third round pa lang, grabe na yung hype, sigaw na lang sigaw. Paano pa kaya pag nanalo sila dito? Diba? Nick Mazino with a kill.
Unang pick-off din talaga dito sa round na to, si Laze. Isa sa mga essential players. Vamos pala. Hindi pala vamonos.
Oo nga. Come on, vamonos!
Let's go! But this is a team timeout rather for Zeta Division. If you actually watch, ano kinakanta mo?
Sorry, kinakanta ko. Sorry.
If you actually watch the matches of Zeta, malakas yung defending talaga nila. But if Crew was able to get important pickups like the one on Laz, isa-isa magbe-break down kumbaga yung defense position or defensive side ng Zeta Division dito. So, parang pamilyar yung mukha, no?
Oo, ito naman, hindi sila pwede Oo nga eh. Ano lang yan, ano kasi ngayon, tawag doon, off-season siya eh.
Wala kasi masyado ngayon, no?
Oo. Wala siyang masyadong
syempre may pandemic.
Hindi siya makakapag-bar exam, pagiging lawyer, hindi siya makakapag-bar exam, pagiging, kunyari,
bawal din pumasok
doktor, bawal siya ngayon. Kaya magiging coach na lang muna siya.
Coach na lang muna. Dito muna sa Masters Berlin.
Ito muna yung putukan na gusto niya. Dito muna siyang putukan, mga kaibigan.
Crew, already on match point. Zeta, they used this tactical timeout, team timeout for this. And Laz, he was able to pinpoint some enemies, put pressure on them. Takesh was able to map out with that dismiss. Meron din siyang kasama na nagtitrade or posibleng makapag-trade, and Claus is just getting the heal from the sky. This agent composition that they have, meron silang AoE heal compared sa composition na meron yung Zeta Division na once na mabawasan ka, talagang you're gonna stick with what health you have aside from the Reyna na pwedeng mag-self-heal.
Already pero medyo andyan din si Kesnet dito. So ang problema dito is kompleto pa pero that is a nice swag
operator
coming in from Nagzit pero si Makiba We'll take down Kesnet. Nag-Zet. Andito pa naman siya. Nag-go up si Nag-Zet.
Shock dart
Oh my God! Isa double kill! Na-shock dart! Oh my God, lads!
Lungkot, bigati!
Binubuhat niya!
Yung sinasabi ko, Vil. Kaya nga importante si Laz na hindi mamatay for the side of Zeta Division. Kasi yun yung kaya nang gawin eh. Siya yung may lineups dito eh. Ano bang lineup na pwedeng gawin ng Reyna? Wala. Ano bang lineup pwedeng gawin ng Jet? Wala din naman. Ang gagawin lang naman din ng Breach, syempre pupulag and maybe concuss here and there. Pero walang lineup na talagang mapapunish na kagaya ng gano'n na ginawa ni Laz.
At least nakita natin si...
Isang shock dart lang yun.
Hindi. Oh my God, isang shock dart ka lang.
Tapos yung Saki-Saki, nakaabang din.
Oo, Diyos ko, pinakilig na, chop-chop pa.
Para lang talaga. Mapatay, ma-sure. Alam na ng crew ngayon kung magpa-plant sila sa site. Alam na nila yung lineups din kahit paano. For the side of Zeta, this is the gravity well, but there is no follow-up on that.
Pero yun nga rin, hindi pa sila kapatalo dito kasi alam naman nila na isang putos na lang panalo sila. Pero wala silang enough money to buy that operator. Parang importante dito, meron naman silang mga pera para makapag-full buy. Pero at least Laz will take down Nick Mazino dito, mga kaibigan. This is the same thing all over again. Yung isa pa, Diyos ko na, chup-chup na nga. Ito na, ang kalampag ng babad!
Oh, tumalon ang lahat. Dinivide ang mundo at Nagzet goes down na shorty pa nga sa battle. Take tapos na ang kanyang concuss dito. Zeta with a retake. A flawless even. Making this 7-12 scoreline, Phil. Unti-unti. Dito lumalabas yung pagka-structured ng Zeta. You know, yung kaninang nagpa-plant sila ng spike timing. Nasaktuhan na meron ng nakahanda rin na stars doon and also the shock dart. But this time around, they have the ultimate of the breach.
Tengo ulti yo ahora. Podemos hacerlo un tiempo.
Get out of my way!
Nowhere to run!
I've got your trail.
Woo!
You should run. Oh, this is the lockdown from the Killjoy. And looking at it, kailangan umatras dito ng defenders. Zeta Division, they can set up this. Nakita na natin yung retake capability nila kanina. And even with that, I know that they can punish the players of Crew right here. And with that retaking yet again, Zeta tuloy-tuloy na lang sa pag-defuse. Zeta Division slowly but surely all the way from 11-1 scoreline down to 12-8 is the score. Hindi pa tapos ang bakbakan, hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Sabi dito sa comment section, Bill, parang parang napunta ka daw sa kawalan Isipin mo, ang dami mo sinabi doon, best, pero di pala narinig. We are still here. Zeta Division is still there. They are looking really strong right now on the defensive position. They are still ready to take on yet another round. Napakalaking comeback nito kung sakali for this Japan team that we have right here. Naririnig kita. Natamaan ng Rolling Thunder si Vil habang inaayos kung ano ang nangyari sa kanya. Okay lang yan. Kasama nyo rin naman ako. Hindi ka pa daw rinig. Rinig kita pero hindi ka daw nila rinig. So ayusin natin yan guys. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Pero This time around, ako muna makakasama nyo. Ayan, sasagot yung comment section. Huwag ka mag-alala.
Comment section.
Narinig nyo na ba siya?
Comment section, narinig nyo na ba siya? Narinig nyo na ba ako? And yes! It's time! Nagbabalik ako. Kasi Diyos ko po, nung nag-ultimate si Bridge,
nasama ka?
Pati ako human hit.
Ba't hindi eh,
no? Oh my God.
Na-shake up ka ng slide.
Oh, man. Diyos ko po, parang napitik yung ano ko eh. Pero yun nga lang, going back here, it just tells it kind of the spike already. Nag-hedya! We'll be taking down eh! Patay ka diha.
Yung pala sinasabi ng mga... yung pala sinasabi nila, no? All along. But looking at it as well, the shock dart's not connecting for the side of Crew. Si Zeta, meron siya ditong ultimate. Kailangan niya magtago lang ng slide. Another smoke coming in. Naghahanap na naman ng kalaban. Take on a kill, Pro9 as well. Pero trades after trades lang. And this is finally done. Zeta Division wouldn't be able to take this retake this time around. Crew takes the win in game number 1. Oh, apir-apir muna. Good job, boys. Good job. Pero bakit ganon? Bakit ang bilis? So, nakapag-comeback pa kahit ilan ng score ang Zeta Division dito. But Crew was really looking strong on that. They had rounds to lose anyway. Meron silang rounds na pwedeng ibigay for the side of Zeta Division dahil mahaba-haba pa yung road na tatahakin para makakomeback yung Zeta, no? And the retake was definitely there for the side of Zeta Division. But it seems to be not enough at all.
Yes, indeed. And hopefully narinig nyo na ako, guys. If you can hear me. Pero ayun nga, so if ever nang talagang kailangan nilang lumabas at siguro mag-party ang Crew at saka ang Zeta magago. Parang nag-rally, no? Ayun ang mukha nga niya. Alam mo parang ang lakas.
Rinig yan sa buong Berlin.
Pati si Johnny nakikiyaw-yaw din. Pati si paring Johnny nakikiyaw-yaw din eh.
Gandang laban eh. Sa totoo lang, Vil, kung iisipin mo, parang una one-sided. Diba? 12 or 11-1 yung naging score. Pero pagdating nung swap dun sa defense side ng Zeta Division, ang ganda ng laban.
Oo. Vamos!
Uy, napagod para sa kanila eh. There was game number 1. If you think about it, nasira na agad yung curse from yesterday for the Japan region dahil dun sa scoreline. Akala ko ganun ulit yung mangyayari doon completely.
Yeah, I mean, the curse is now broken for Japan, mga kaibigan, kasi yun nga naging malaking ano ba, dahok ba yun? Dagok na thing na kasi 13-1 na sila sa game 1, game number 2, pero hopefully dito sa game number 2 nila dito sa match ng Crew versus yung Zeta Division is makabawi sila and will push it to a game number 3. And mga kaibigan, kami nga pala yung casters, Vil Taylor, magbabalik kami in just a few minutes and see you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Why try and get my hotel? Why try and get my bill? Why try and get my life? 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 Not now, too soon. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Masters Berlin, where Crew have taken the first map against Zeta Division. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Sean and Geo. Now, we spoke about how this, on paper, looked like a closer matchup. But Geo, are you surprised with how one-sided it was, especially the start of this game?
Yeah, I mean, who would have predicted Zeta to have won that map?
Not you.
It did take me aback, actually, because I had a lot of faith in anything in Zeta. I had a lot of faith in their engagements, which seemed to be the big problem. You know, you had players like Crow who could provide the initiation to get them into a site, and then it was like they got into the site and they just didn't know what to do. They didn't block off the right lines of sight. They just kind of stood there and let themselves be gunned down, and that took me aback, I think.
Yeah, Zeta looked really, really rough to open in this match. Obviously, a 11-1 opening half. Laz was the only one coming to life in that first half, and I got to look at Raida. He's on that jet roll, 2-5 in opening duels and 8-16 overall. That's just not going to cut it. And, I mean, they did climb in a comeback. I think they looked way more comfortable on their defensive half, but you can't come back from an 11-1 deficit.
Yeah, I mean, you can't because they weren't able to 8 rounds for them. Are you surprised that they managed to come back in at all? Because it looked really dire at the half.
It did. I had no confidence that they could mount a comeback, but they actually looked very impressive on their defensive half. I thought the breach play out of Crow looked really good on the second half. The fault lines coming through on Catwalk when the A hits came in. I saw a lot of very good aftershocks. One on Cat, one under Hell, that both did a great job of breaking up the spacing on Crew. So that was a shining light. I thought Takaje came to life as well in that second half, but their attack sides were very telegraphed, and that's something Bala talked about actually in the breakdown he did.
But Crew, though, on the other hand, you know, this is a good improvement. This is very, very promising. And we spoke before, you know, bringing in Kesnet, what he could do, and he was the star there.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to that question is apparently everything. Kesnet was wild, but I think it definitely helped that it seemed that there was a lot of vigilance on the side of Crew, which they used really well, especially on their defense. Obviously, it was that 11-1 half, and the way that he was always positioned in places that were so perfect to punish those players on Zeta Division. And of course, you have, you know, the kind of mechanical skill that he has. You put them together and you're going to get around like, or half like that.
Yeah, and Kesnet is one of those players where he uses the sky so aggressively, which is why his first blood percentage is a little bit up there for being an initiator role. Him and Nags combined for 7-3 in opening duels, and I mean, in these 5v5 tac shooters, opening duels and getting the 5v4 advantage is worth its weight in gold. It is so, so valuable. So him and Nags just dominated the game in that regard.
Are you a little bit disappointed that it was scrappier than what you expected?
No, I actually really like watching scrap games. Yeah, especially when there's Reynas in play that can dismiss and 2 jets. It's when there's like a bunch of initiators and stuff, and then there's no utility being used by those players. I don't think that's the style of game we necessarily had. It was a little looser, particularly the opening pistol round when they tried to walk through the Astra smoke and they just got slaughtered. But it wasn't so scrappy.
No, I agree. I mean, I always enjoy that. I think when you've just got a ton of lights to basically light up a concert and it's like strobing. But no, I enjoy the scrappiness. And again, I like the scrappiness when it's not mindless scrappiness. And I felt like even if some of those rounds didn't necessarily work out for particularly Zeta, you could still see there was ideas behind that. And that's something that I enjoy.
I mean, that was Crew's pick as well. So, you know, Zeta weren't expected perhaps to do too well on it. But, you know, going into the second map, this split, I am very, very excited to see this. Even though this is Zeta's choice, Sean, we don't really get to see them play this at all.
No, yeah, I'm kind of curious what kind of comp Zeta is going to want to bring into this, because we mentioned they're a little flexible in their comps and they don't play split all that much, but yet they've picked it here. And it's a map that Crew has a little bit more familiarity on. So how are they going to abuse what they know Crew likes to do?
Well, my big issue with what Zeta have been playing on Split recently is they haven't been bringing Sentinels. And that has definitely been something that's hurt them in those kind of small moments that matter, particularly in late rounds. For example, if you're trying to hold on to the A site and you can't put a turret up an elbow, for example, and you've got to actually be physically watching that, I think that has been something that has made their their lives harder than it necessarily needs to be.
I also want to give you guys an update, you two and the people at home, that we don't see them play Split very often, but on this map, Barca has come in for Makiba. There has been a roster swap. You guys can see him on stage. You know, Barca, one of the most fierce personalities and images, brands we've seen in the game as well. How much does this change up the game here, Sean, do you feel like?
Well, I mentioned it in the pregame segment. Barca is a player that likes to play the controller role, and he plays it very aggressively, right? So can he find success in these opening duels? We've yet to see the 6-man rotation come into play. How is a new player going to react coming in the middle of a series? Is he warmed up? Is he vibing with the team well? And I think that maybe after a defeat like that, that's the change they're going to need.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Brimstone come in now that he's joined in, as opposed to, you know, with Makiba, you're more likely to see an Astra, for example. And he did play on Split with the team in the grand finals as well, so it's kind of like how we talk about Lakia playing on Bind, you know, it's just the map for him.
Yeah, well, we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, a lot of 100% here, but giving you guys some context, Zeta, they've only played Split one time since November 2020. That is a long time not to play a map, but of course, Gio mentioned before that they did beat Crazy Raccoon in their regional grand final pretty convincingly as well. Yeah, the Asian picks, again, Sean, probably not too many surprises on the side of Crew. Maybe Zeta are the ones that want to switch things up.
Yeah, Crew is a team that likes to go to the default comps when it comes to Split, right? You're probably going to see a Raze come in from Kesnet. You're going to see the Jet on Nags, and you're going to see a Sage, Killjoy, and probably an Astra, right? I mean, they know what they like to do, and they do it well. The real question I have is, and there's Barca locking in the Brimstone. That is going to be really interesting. Double controller here on Split. Brimstone combined with Viper. So I love seeing Viper on Split. I think Viper is a phenomenal pick. And I think if Zeta takes this map, it's on the back of Crow's utility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the fact that they have both of the walls available because, of course, Takashe is going to be playing on the Sage. Interestingly, you know, when they play on their defense, he's not usually the one who's going to be positioned in male and holding on to mid. That's more likely to be Laz on the Sky, judging by how they played it in the grand finals. But I like the fact that they have both of those options there.
Yeah, well, a quick switch there of players for Zeta, but could they bring this back on map 2? Let's find out with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Sue. Yes, we're ready to go into map number 2.
And it's time for game number 2.
Eto na, game number 2 na. Game
Masters
number 2.
Berlin. Ito, game na tayo, bes.
Nakita mo na si Wardell?
Oo nga eh. Nakita ko si Wardell Calvo.
Ano?
sorry.
Parang nadulas ka ata.
Sorry. Buti nga, meron pa akong gusto sabihin si Wardell Bayola.
Ito.
Natawa ako sa mga sa mga comment section. I mean, chat nila ako ano gusto sabihin ko.
Narinig mo yung sinabi nung panel, Vil. To be fair, kaya 100% yung pick rate doon sa side ng Zeta Division. Kasi last nilang nilaro yung Split, November 2020.
Last year pa.
Patapos na yung taon, isipin mo pa November na naman. 1 year anniversary na.
Pag to naglalaro ng kompe, siguro pag Split, ayoko na niya, ayoko niyan. Dodger Spirit.
Oh my God. Wala na pala. This is finally time. Game number 2, Zeta Division versus Crew from LATAM region. Little Zik, nakakita ng isa. Basic switch mechanics lang para sa kanila, rather. But seeing Del Zik, he's getting punished right now dun sa mga right picks ng Classic. Kung sisilipin natin dito, si Zet lang ang naka-ghost na lang for the side of Crew. And Zeta is very low. The Jet himself as well for Zeta Division.
So, pwede natin sabihin na kung akala nyo, wala na kami nagpipick ng Split, no? Pero yun nga lang, akala mo dito, kasi sobrang lakas namin dito!
Tinatago lang pala, no? Ito yung
tinatago
nilang strat. Kasi, di ba, Ascent, pumili nun is Crew? Alam ko, Crew pumili nung Ascent, eh. So, kung ganun yung mangyayari, ibig sabihin, this time around, it is Zeta picking Split. Correct us if we are wrong, but also this classic right click from Zeta Division, mapapa-wow! Na lang talaga sila.
Pero yun nga, Bes. I mean, itong split kasi nila, ewan ko ba sinasabi sa panel pero ang score talaga nila is actually 9-1. Isang beses pa sila natalo dito. They have 90% win rate dito sa split. Pero yun nga lang, ang problem nun is they're up against Japanese teams. Yun eh.
Iba yung region, no? Sila-sila lang. Sila-sila lang.
Sila lang din nagkakaintindihan dun eh. Kaya if ever na dito talaga matatest yung kanilang win streak pag nakalaban nila yung iba't ibang region without any ping problems or whatsoever, playing in 1ms monitors with really low ping, like literally LAN ping like 5 below. Dito talaga natin dito talaga magkakakitaan 0, hindi naman 0, 5 ping naman mga team ko. Pero yung nga si Crew, Nagzet, oh my god, this is gonna be a crossfire for sure. Nagko-crossfire sa Valorant mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga dito ka mas may mahabang baril, pero tama sila, pero yun nga, oh my god, hindi siya tinatamaan. Nagzet will still live.
Nakakuha pa siya ng pick-off doon. Kahit sabihin mo may crossfire, the thing is, Jet yung sumilip. Isang kill, kaya na mag-dash out. Aware siya sa posibleng mangyari. And that is the alertness of players from Crew here. Specifically, nag-Zet right there. For V3 situation, remember, ito yung buy round ng Zeta Division.
This is their buy round. Pero yun nga lang, medyo isa-isa sila. Pero ba't sila naman nakapatay sila? So it's fine. 10 seconds left in the clock right now. And just a Barce, he's just trying to plant the spike already. Pero yun nga lang, it's just a Laz will take that cross. Pero si Laz, ano yung secret weapon to eh. Last ni Laz, bes. Promise.
Siya nga yung nagdala rin nung rounds kanina, nung time na humahabol yung Zeta Division. Despite hindi siya yung duelist, kumbaga, na expected to get those kills in dahil siya yung pumupush and all that. Baka feeling ko, itong role niya napaka-importante na hindi dapat talaga siya na-pick off agad-agad.
Pero tignan natin dito if ever makakabawi pa ba ang team ng Crew. Well, at least 'di ba, hindi sila katulad nung nangyari kahapon. Well, pero tignan natin sabihin, I mean, if ever you're gonna ask me, I really want to see a Gambit versus Sentinels for the grand finals of Masters Berlin. So parang may chance na nakalaban kagabi ng Crazy Raccoon. Pwedeng mapunta sa grand finals which is Gambit. Sobrang daming bullets sa Gambit. Best, hindi ko alam kung ano meron sa kanila, pero yun nga lang, Mazino, si Nick Mazino mga kaibigan, just waiting and just trying to set up that wall if ever lang nag-aantay na siya ng perfect opportunity dito. Nag-aantay na siya ng sound cues for him to set that wall up, pero ginabasa yung Trailblazer.
Trailblazer out! Nag-Zet! Goes down! Si Laz na naman ang nakakuha ng kill na yan. Bonus round to for Zeta Division right now. 5v3 situation. Claws, they have the guns already for Crew. And this feels like a different version of Zeta from a while ago on the attackers. Laz was able to secure yet another kill. Mazino with a double K. And that, yung pagbaba pa lang ng players dito, reload agad, 21 bullets pa. Kakez was able to take on a kill and they were able to punish Crew just like that. 3-0. Bonus round nila to.
That is a buy round. Best dito sa dito kay Crew. Buy round to. They have this advantage in terms of firepower. Si Nick Mazino, at least nakapatay para siyang dalawa dito, pero yun nga lang, it's not enough for him to take down everything. At least nakikita si Taked just stretch ang kanyang perspective dito.
Sipin mo dito yung mga players ng Crew, for example, Mazino. Mazino was able to take on 2 kills. Pati si Vil, napabagsak niya. Biglang
man. Pati ako nawala eh. Pero yun nga lang, medyo delikado ata nangyayari dito kay Nagzet. Kanina, G sila, pero ngayon lang medyo kinakabahan na ngayon ng Crew. What is happening to us? Yun na nasa isip nila. Oh my god, that is a catch with that wall. Pero yun nga lang, andyan pa naman ang hiyang si Nagzet, mga kaibigan, waiting. And baka pwede rin papatay yung victory na. That is Barce from behind! Full takedown 2! Cross and Celtic is now down, but from up top, andyan pa naman sila nagbabantay lang. Let's see if ever they get to a retake, big retake actually. Here NB. Pero yung nga lang, last na puputok yung ulo ng isa. Tagesh will love that one. It's all up to Nick Mazino. Pero yung nga lang, it's just Zeta with the momentum, with the power, with the win. 4-0 in favor of our Japanese friends. Deska.
Ang ganda rin kasi nung kanina on the first map, no? Ang ganda ng read nung crew actually towards Zeta Division. Crew! And the thing is, they all seemed so prepared. But on a map like Split na pinili ng Zeta Division, na ang dami ring choke points, ang hirap kaya mag-attackers ng Split yung mapa kahit papano VIL. Kasi mag-ramen ka lang, rinig na. You have to take mid. You have to take control of it. Kung hindi, mahihirapan ka dahil choke point na choke point talaga kung pupunta ka lang sa isang site or talagang mag-garage ka lang o kaya mag-a-main ka lang. So, they really have to secure mid on this, but also at the same time, there is a lot to make use of na pwedeng ma-punish din yung Zeta Division. Pag naka-pick off ka kasi agad, like especially on a map of Split, usually, di ba, nakikita natin. Split sila, obviously. Mid-take, and then meron sa may garage. Pero kung isa-isa sila mapapunish or isa-isa sila mauubos, mapapatay dito, mahirapan na sila makapag-take nung gusto nilang corners or gusto nilang area na kuhanin.
Pero yun nga lang, marami pa silang kakaining bigas para makabawi dito. I mean, that page, hindi nga siya sumakto dun sa res. Sobrang sayang, but at least, di ba? Nagkaroon naman lang sila ng isang opening para lang at least ma-push out yung rest na meron dito si Decoded. 30 seconds left. They need to go in already. Pero yun nga, it's just the hold na meron ng crew ngayon. They have a lot of utilities here in P. They have the Astra. They have all the Astra Stars. Meron kanina na some grenade in the alarm bot as well, which is napatay na nga ng Zeta Esports. Pero yun nga lang, I mean Zeta Division, pero still, Nick Mazino from off top dito sa mga Raptors, mga day, he will take down one, but they need to take down everyone para at least para sa ligo. Pero Diyos ko po,
hindi na nila kailangan mag-plant. Isipin mo 7 seconds remaining. The pressure was on to take on the site, and crew was shut down. Alam mo sa tingin ko, yung crew nilalabanan kasi talaga nila yung Zeta Division. Sa tingin ko, crew can go for retakes, especially dun sa ganong posisyon na yung time pressure nandun na. Kaso double-edged sword din kasi kung hahayaan mo lang na makapasok sila tapos makapag-plant pa, kahit sana mabigyan mo ng pressure para hindi mag-plant. Kaya. Kaso naubos sila. Wala nang natira, wala nang naiwan. This is yet again for crew an eco. They are buying the sheriffs that they have right now and armor lang. Claws nga with 25 armor down to 1 agad-agad. Nag-Zet in this sort of position. He can pick up some kills, but how and when? Because that guiding light ma-detect na may tao actually, no? So Laz will be very, very careful in taking sides or picking left to right. Pero nasa taas si Nag-Zet and he was shut down already.
Laz, kanina pa to, men. Kanina pa talaga siya nagwawala with his Sova. Dun pa lang sa Ascent. At ang sabi ng panel natin is mag-iisang taon na silang hindi naglalaro dito sa Split. Pero yan ang hindi nila na-research ng masyado. So akala nila, hindi talaga sila nagsisplit. Sino ba na-public nito?
Alam ko, Zeta Division ang public nito.
So ibig sabihin, inaantay talaga yung moment na to para ipakita sa kanila na meron silang matinding strat dito sa Split. At nangyayari nga talaga yun ngayon. At walang magawa ang mga tropa natin sa crew. Pero yun nga, si Kedge wanna kill again. Si Kez at least sakay sa pa. Pero yun nga, ang problem dito is just Sheriff lang ang meron siya. Pwede nang kunin yung battle na, pero ang problema dito, andyan na sila, nagbabati na si Gedge. And might as well take down one more, which is Claws 6-0. Hindi sila makasigaw ng Vamos!
Wala ngayon, no? Hindi natin makita yung ganong sigaw. Laz already with a 10-1 KD. This is a team timeout now for the side of crew. Also, pagdating sa agent pick, agent selection na meron ang Zeta Division, if we actually check, they are using a Viper on this map. They also have the Brimstone Smoke. Kaya naman din, kaya nilang mag-take ng sites ng ganun-ganun dahil ang dami nilang pwedeng ilapag na smoke to really just push crew down the drain na dyan muna kayo. mag-antay kayo, basta kami, papasok kami kasi ang dami masyadong harang. Kasi once na i-set up, kunwari, but may chance pa sila mag-fake bill eh. Kasi sa dami ng smoke eh. Diba? Kung brimstone lang yung smoke mo, 3 lang yung meron ka, di ka makakapag-fake na parang isa dito, 2 dito, tas yung isa gagamitin mo sa site na pupuntahan mo talaga o 2. Kasi kailangan mo talaga makover. Pero with the double smoke that we have right here, they can set up even yung smoke ng Viper, fake it out, and then go on the other side.
Yeah, that's true. Pero timeout sila ngayon and actually kahapon ko lang din naman to na if every timeout yung timeout yung crew, yung Zeta Division, hindi sila pwede magsalita.
Ganun ba yun? So kung timeout lang talaga ng isang team, timeout lang nila yun.
Oo, sila
si
lang yung
coach
magsasalita.
Yun lang yung time din na makakausap nila yung coach nila.
Oo. At saka sa perspective kasi ni Johnny, ano yan eh, kita na lahat eh. Merong isang screen para sa players tsaka yung mga camera nila. Para lang at least nakikita ko na nag-finish o hindi. At saka makakausap lang niya yung mga players niya pag time out. Bawal silang magsalita the whole time.
Nag-Zet, napatay niya si Reita dito. Which is also the the duelist rather for the team. But look at this, it is a fake for B side. This is the smoke being set up already. Pero game sense lang para kay Mazino kahit may smoke pa yan. The Kez was able to take the kill also. And that is indirect trades from both sides of the team. 3v3 situation.
3v3 indeed. Still 6-0 and let's see if they can actually retake this. And talagang pinitikitin na dito. They have no idea what's going to happen here in this map right now. They're not showstopper, not going to connect. But the Marcy with a kill again. Orbital Striker not going to connect onto these players as well. It's just all of these AoE damage na meron ng kuha na nahihirapan sila. They have no idea at all. Meron pa sa Asma and Zet. Meron siya operator and probably is going to save this gun and they can actually do anything dito sa side ng Zeta. They're really strong in this map. Actually, alam mo kung bakit? Kasi itong split kasi sa Japan to eh.
Oo nga, may ramen, men.
Diba?
May ramen buff.
Oo. Itong split sa Japan to. Spiritu.
Sinesearch ko pa. Parang...
Oo nga. Totoo.
Totoo ba to? Ay, alam ko eh. Tama, sa Shibuya.
Oo, diba?
Oo, kaya pala, may Japan buff din pala yung mapa.
Oo, men.
May ramen buff, men. Nabibigyan sila ng lakas.
Get out of my way!
Nagyakisoba sila, bes.
Na may sabaw.
Oo. Nisid, gano'n.
Oh, there is the slow, just the delay. Hindi pa rin ginagamit ni Reita yung dash. Despite that, there is a wall coming up. Tinanggap niya lang. Madaming slow, 3. Lahat ng tinanganan niya parang red carpet lang. Pero puro ang kulay. There is the dash. It's the right click. And also the zoom. Hindi nag-correct yung uli. But he was able to take that kill and nag-Zet with an operator shot as well. 3v2 situation. The Viper Smith comes in. May kasama pang rest.
Ito si Nick Mazino na kahit binuhay ko sa mga ang problema nito Crow. Look at the Viper Spit Crow. Don't catch one. That flick! Look at the flick of the wrist na ginawa ni Crow dito. But this is actually a 3v2. They can do this if ever talagang kakayanan nila. Pero yun nga lang, yung isa umiikot pa, nakapatay pa nga, naklak is taking, i-desist nila. Oh my God, Crow! It's only Crow! Ang bumabawi dito pa rin kanan si Nick Mazino, mga kaibigan. We'll take him down. At meron siyang oras.
Hindi lang pala rapper to. Stage main din pala.
Oh, man.
Hindi lang pang music, pang Valorant din.
Oh, may nag-comment si Senkai Day.
Ay, hello!
Oo nga eh.
Ba talaga, no? Yung
balita ko, 100 tips ka eh.
Star-studded pala. Itong comment section natin sa Facebook chat.
Isipin mo, 100 tips talaga siya. Pagdating dito sa PPGL, send na siya.
Sayang actually yung isang kill doon from the side of Zeta, from Reita. Kasi yung huling knives hindi nag-connect eh. Yun lang yung dahilan kung bakit hindi niya na-punish yung last player. And I think if na-punish niya yun or napatay niya, ang laki ng chance na it is gonna be an 8-0 scoreline.
Okay.
But look at this, Crew was able to take 1 round already on the side of Zeta as well. And their defense, kailangan nilang mas takpan eh. Plug up those mistakes, plug up those holes, like especially this one. Na merong naka-op sa ramps, may alarm bot dyan, yes, but ito yung kailangan nilang abangan. Yung plug na sinasabi ko, dahil nag-aabang yung, nag-aabang actually yung raise nila kung may lalabas. Oh?
Yes, that is true. Crew is in
May
a
smoke.
really tight spot
Paano
right
hindi
now.
mo, tingnan
Oh
mo
my
yung positioning?
God.
Paano ka makakapatay niyan kung yung smoke ng Viper, eh nakatago lang din sila.
Wala silang nagawa. Sobrang solid ng ginagawa dito ng Zeta, man. They're like literally all over the place. Yes, meron tao dito sa may default, pero yun nga, nakapatay sila. Zeta makakasari ko ba na second one? It's Joe! Pixel perfect! Gumiti dito sa scope ni Nag-Zet. Pero meron pang isa. Hindi ako tumama dito, pero nilabas ang classic. Pero wala pa rin tumama, pero ito si Nick Mazino. Really gonna hit the head. 7-2-2. Slowly and surely, bumabawi na ang crew.
Picture lang para sa side ng crew, especially with Nag-Zet and those kills. Alam mo, inantay niya talaga ng maigi. Dahil nga nag-Viper's wall kanina, di ba? Naka-operator siya. So, hindi siya nag-blind shot at all. Kasi malalaman ng kabila na naka-op siya, and also at the same time, malalaman din yung positioning niya. Maaari din siya ma-shutdown. Alam naman natin yung mga pre-fire pagdating sa smoke can be punished as well, di ba? So, pagdating doon, nag-reset na lang siya ng kung saan siya pwede magtago. Changing up position, walang kaalam-alam yung Zeta. And pagkasilip nila, saktong-sakto lang talaga yung Pixel, and just like that, he got those 2 kills and na-delay niya ng sobra yung pagpasok ng Zeta Division doon.
Oo nga, tama. Pero yun nga, andyan pa rin si Takej. Op! Tamang boost lang. Makakita pa ng isa. Oh! Sobrang ganda ng ginawa nila. It is the last Takej combo.
Last Takej combo. Bago yun ah. Oh! Walang kaalam-alam. Hindi na nag-check si Claus ng corner. Kala niya walang tao sa alley, and Rita was already there. He got 2 kills even. Ito na yung blind shots pagdating sa smoke, and Nag-Zet, he has the knife. He can get the kill, but hindi nag-connect. Classic shot instead.
Well, Zik. Let's see if kaya nang mapatalsik. Itong Zeta. Really hard thing to do. Pero if ever lang na maklatch niya to, oh my god, ang ganda nito, men. Del Zik, kalabat kanan, meron bumabalik sa'yo, nakaisa pa nga. Ito na, hahatiin ang mundo. Hinati ang mundo, mga kaibigan. I-retake na to, kayang-kaya na to. Pero yun nga lang, pinitik na nga, pero hindi na alam kung saan malinis ito. Pero huwag na nakapatay pa nga. Oh my god! Oh my god, it takes 1! That is a 1v4 situation, mga kaibigan. Walang nagawa ang mga Hapon.
The confidence of this guy to take on the site, use the Cosmic Divide, and clutch that win. This is the Red Bull clutch. Nakita natin, no, alam na yung positioning actually, but he was able to win those duels. May Cosmic Divide siya, ginamit niya in the right moment at the right time. And ito ulit ang crew sa kanilang mga sigaw. Medyo na-disappoint kahit pa paano yung Zeta Division. Kahit ako ma-disappoint eh. 4v1 yun, men.
Oh my god, sobrang solid nila. Pati si Johnny, napatayo na rin sa likod eh. Yes Papa ka na lang talaga eh.
Johnny, yes Papa.
Oo, men. Pero sa amin, Johnny, yes Daddy.
I've got your trail.
Sorry.
Nagalit na si Direk. May posisyon dito na may maliit na gap. Ito yung kinakapitalize ni Nag-Zet ngayon. Si Laz napabagsak na rin. So wala nang mga ano dito, mga guiding light na pwedeng gamitin. Si Rita 1-1 trade lang para kay Delzik right there. 4v3. Kailangan nilang i-retake. On the side of crew, the lockdown is there! May smoke na kasama, pero they weren't able to punish the players. 2v2 situation, and Zeta bars! Bars ng bars!
Gusto na apo yan.
Retake of Crew was successful. Napabasa din nila yung ginagawa ng Zeta dito. Wala nang bigla-bigla dahil yung mga smoke-smoke na yan. Smoke-smoke. Ito, yung gap na yan, no? Talagang na-take advantage ni Zet. Imbis na makatulong for the other side, parang sa kanya pa nakatulong.
Vamos! Vamos! Ano ba yung sabihin ng vamos?
Get out of my
Vamos
way!
in English. Let's go! Oh, ano? Let's go!
Oh, we go!
Oh, paano pag Tagalog? Tara na!
Tara na!
Tara na! Tara na! Presan!
May aso.
Ano ba yung let's go sa
Oh! Nakapasok si Rita pero na-shutdown din ni Delzik. Delzik with a double kill already. Orbital strike coming out. Push lang ng push. Dito na yung spike. Bumaba na at bumagsak sa A side. At isang explosive ending for the first half on the side of Crew right there. Switching sides.
Ang let's go sa Japan is Psycho.
Psycho.
Psycho!
Parang wallet ah.
Oo nga eh.
I got enough time to go into the
Psycho wallet.
Seiko wallet.
Psycho. Ang wallet na maswerte. Oy, lalabas tayo.
Alas 10 na talaga.
Oo, 10:30 na.
10:30 na talaga, guys.
Bes, magdo-12 oras tayo magkasama, Bes.
Kaya nga eh, parang ayoko na.
Oo nga eh.
Oh
Tulog muna
man. Si Crew, na-figure out niya kung paano yung retake pagdating ng ilang mga rounds, no? Ito rin kasi yung pagdating sa mapa like split. 50-50. Literal split. It's either may malakas talaga sa defenders or merong makakabasa o kaya naman may malakas sa attackers tapos meron ding makakabasa. Ito yung times na even ako pag nagra-rank game ako, Vil, ito yung usual na may overtime para sa akin.
Oh, tama. I mean, let's see if ever talagang ma-overtime to. Speaking of overtime, si Ray nga pala mga kaibigan, wala siyang ginawa ko din mag-chat as overtime. Sinabihan kami ng overtime, Bes. Alam mo yung score namin din sa 2 games, 31 pareho. Tapos siya yung nagkaroon ng overtime.
Karma tawag doon.
Oo.
Karma.
Diba?
Karma ang tawag doon. Nagko-comment na si Shazam na kung nasilip nyo, kung hindi nyo pa nakikita, silipin nyo na rin yung tweet ng G2. Bawal kasi sabihin dito.
Sabi nga nila, sabi nga nila, tawag dito, naubos na ata yung ramen ng,
kailangan ng refill, man.
Zeta Division eh. Oh, masarap pa meron bang, sarap na unli ramen eh, no, Bes? Sarap. Kasi yung broth niya, sarap pare. Gutom ako.
Naalala ko na nagyabo tayo.
Bakit?
Lahat ng kanin kinuha mo, man. Ginawa mo pang inasal.
Sabi ko, munti ko na sabihin, ate ba? Dinagsaing ba kayo? May bago saing ba kayo?
Para may ano pa ba? May sabaw pa ba? Ganon, no? So, kulang pa ng ramen buff yung Zeta Division.
Sarap nun. Di ba? Nung sarap na?
Oh my God. Looking at this as well, Crew, they might be able to take this match instead. Feeling ko, nabasa na nila kung paano eh. Pero there can be a slight difference, especially pag nag-swap na ng sides, no? Kasi we both know na pick nga to ng Zeta Division. But sa tagal-tagal ng mapa na to, sa map pool ng lahat ng teams na nandito, and from VCT on their own regions hanggang sa challengers nila na yung kanilang division or rather yung kanilang region challengers, yung EMEA, hanggang dito sa Masters Berlin, even during Iceland, lumabas na rin tong mga mapa na to.
Oo, pero at least 'di ba, hindi ko pa alam kung ba't walang split. 'Di ba, like napaka-imposible naman na sinabi ng panel natin na last year pa yung laro nila ng split, Bes.
Oo nga eh. Parang feeling ko hindi eh.
Parang, ang paka-imposible kasi isipin mo. Kasi, nung last year kasi,
iba.
Yung last year kasi, yun pa yung last year, di ba?
2020 sabi. Wala pa namang November 2021.
Oo, wala pang wala pa atang icebox no. Hindi, meron na ba?
Hindi ko na matandaan. Pero feeling ko hindi totoo. Guni-guni lang yung stats.
Mga pinagkasabi ng mga okay, maniniwala. No? Ito lang kayo.
Biggest shoutouts pala kay Justin Kulala Gatlabayan. Sabi niya sa akin, di po bagay sa'yo yung walang salamin. Wala akong pakialam.
Ito. Hindi ko alam kung ba't merong picture ko.
Ano sabi?
Si Bren Jess Wicom Stepser.
Kompleto
Oo, man. Tapos picture ko, Vil, ba't ka tulog sa DP ko? Ayun, shoutout nga pala sa'yo. May effort ka. May effort
yung mga viewers natin. No? May effort sila pagdating sa mga ganyan-ganyan. Wala. Hindi kami magpapatinag dito. Pag kami pinagsama dito, hindi kami magpapatinag. So, kung ako sa inyo, tigil-tigilan nyo na yan.
Oo, tigil na yan.
7-5, hindi to malayo kasi kung isipin natin parang 8-4, okay pa yung scoreline na yun para sa atin 7-5, doable na doable.
Going back!
Yun lang,
Second
going back
half.
lang.
Second half! Wala ba natin mga kaibigan, Kesnet will take down the one. Is this gonna be a comeback, partner? What do you think?
Quite possible lalo na knowing crew. I've seen this team play from all the way from Iceland, pati yung kanilang mga challengers as well. Hindi sila makakarating dito without, of course, lalo na sa Iceland, kung hindi talaga sila yung malakas sa region nila. And of course, with Zeta Division, different playstyle, different regions that we have right here. But we have seen how crew can read out Zeta Division a while ago quite easily. So, this time around, they can also do that. But yung dalawang smokers ng Zeta Division, maaaring hindi nila mapunish. Doon ako worried.
Pero if ever lang talagang kailangan ng Zeta lead to win this 2-0 pa rin nga ng Lazo with that perfect flash. We'll take down the two players of Team Crew. It's a really situation right now. Pero yung napatingin si ICT, it's all up to Kesnet. Can he clutch this though? Pero oh my god, he tried it. Pero Diyos ko po, akala niya patay na si Lazis, pero yun nga lang, sobrang sayang.
Oh, there you go. Zeta Division defeating the Spike, securing another win. They are really good on the defense. A while ago din sa first map na nakita natin, Gil. Doon sila nakabawi ng ilang rounds. Doon sila nakapag-shine. And maybe it is Zeta Division having an upper hand when it comes to the defense. Because, of course, kung iisipin natin, with the one man as the duelist, which is Reyta, ito yung yung kanina pumapasok on-site and then yung setup mula dito sa players ng Zeta Division, ang ganda. Dito kasi pagdating sa split, depende yan sa execution ng paggamit mo ng flashes para ma-clear out talaga yung site and each and every corner. Tapos may mga smokes pa sila, which is dalawa. So I really think that Zeta Division might be able to take this game. Poison's off.
Oh, indeed. Pero, hindi pa naman sila magpapatinag dito, partner. I mean, if ever lang talaga na makabawi ang crew dito, they need to do it right now, best. Kailangan na ngayon na talaga. Kasi if ever na, ipupush pa na masyado ng Zeta to, na talaga sila na nanalo. In terms of economy, wala na sila magagawa dito, men. Pera ang kalaban, pera ang oras. Actually, yung ginawa, oh my god, that is actually a really great thing na ginawa nila, no? I mean, si Brem, yung molly niya, tapos sinabayan ni Reyta with a kill, hindi nila ini-expect na merong magpupush doon.
8-5 is the score, and Reyta, kapag ito yung piniling i-push ng crew, mahihirapan sila dahil kayang-kaya agad sila i-shutdown ng Judge. Pero hindi na nila kailangan gawin yan kasi si Bars agad, si Bars ready to take on the action. He gets those 2K. This is the Judge. Can punish Reyta. Magkoconnect ba? Dalawa na lang ang natitira. Meron din siyang post. Hindi na kailangan yung Judge. Just a ghost kill right there. But the trade was definitely in. Bait and switch lang para sa kanila. Mazino was able to take this Judge. And kailangan, marami pa siyang kailangan challenges na susugurin dito. And that is Takej and also Barca waiting for him.
Oh my God, Zeta Division. This might be a big turnaround sa ginagawa nila. Pero si Crew naman, I mean, they need to do something no parang ginawa ni Delzik dito. They need to have a great play again para lang at least mabuhay ng mga puso nila. Kasi ganoon naman talaga yun eh. I mean, if ever na medyo nasa slump kayo ngayon, medyo nagkakaroon kayo ng problema as a team, kailangan ng isang player na talaga mag-pop off agad para lang at least ma-hype tayo ulit eh. Kasi if ever pinapaandar natin yung mga emosyon natin, talagang malulugbok talaga tayo.
Zeta Division, this is almost their time to shine na makarating doon sa double-digit score. Kapag umabot yun doon, kakabahan na talaga yung Crew. Mahirapan sila makahabol at the same time, no more rounds to lose. Kung kanina, napakadami nilang rounds to lose. Ito, hindi na nila pwedeng hayaan lang ng basta-basta.
Pero actually si Gambit naman, meron naman siyang showstopper dito, so he can actually stop all the players na pwede makapasok dito. Pero yun nga, it's just nags, just nags at here and mid. Pero problema dito, sobrang daming nagbabantay rin as well with that judge. Kung napapansin mo, talaga it's just the judge na talaga ang gamit niya. Wala siyang pakialam, siguro wala nang tutok to, pero okay lang kasi at least nakakapatay siya, pwede pa naman yun.
3v2 situation, wala siya mahanap dun sa showstopper niya. So that is 8 ultimate orbs down the drain. Down the freaking drain. May buy round nila to eh. So this is Crew planning this spike right now. Claus, he doesn't have anything to set up with dahil basag na lahat. Yung turret niya and of course yung alarm bot as well. Even no nanoswarms at all. Zeta Division, on the other hand, meron silang one-man advantage. If they can punish the players of Crew, lalo na yung mga utility-based agents na to, makukuha nila tong site na to. But Claus was able to take on one kill. Nabasag din yung guiding light, pero nandyan yung trade in and Laz with a 2K. Finishing things off. Zeta Division, 10-5 is the score. Bill, ito na yung double digit na sinasabi ko na mahihirapan talaga.
Oo, ito na yun, man. Nawala yung hype na ginagawa ng ngayon. Hindi nila ine-expect na mangyari to dito sa match nila. To be honest, I mean, 2-0 talaga yung prediction natin dito.
Hindi psycho yung sinisigaw nila, no? Nice lang.
Oh, nice.
Nice!
Nice!
Next time, Ekin na.
Ekin,
Arat! Turuan natin yan.
Turuan natin.
Tropa natin yan eh.
Oh, 2-10 desu ka! Tuten yamete. Ayun nga. Pero sila. Wala silang kapera-pera dito siyempre. Pero actually si Rita, yes, shorty lang ang gamit niya, pero yung meron naman siyang blade storm dito. Kung merong Korean jet, merong Japanese jet. Ipapakita ni Rita.
Tingnan natin. Paano? Ano pakiramdam?
Paano to? Men, hindi tinado to. Chopsticks to. Tikman mo! Chopsticks to! Chopsticks 1! Chopsticks 2! Chopsticks 3!
Akala niya namatay, Bill!
Oo, men.
Natusok ng chopsticks. Medyo masakit yun. Mahirap talaga yun. Pero Reita was able to secure 2 kills. I really think he could have gone for the 3. And I think expected niya na mapapatay niya kaso hindi nag-connect. Pero okay lang yan dahil nandito naman yung mga tropang Zeta Division to actually get those kills in and to finish things off. Zeta Division, 11-5. Unexpectedly, for Zeta Division, they are having a big lead against Crew. Kung ano yung unexpectedly, I would say dahil dun sa pinakita nila during first game.
I mean, first game pa lang, 3 games na no?
Kala niya nag-connect, kaya siya tumalikod din.
Oo. Pero, solid.
Sumahid-step eh.
Sumahid-step eh. Pero wala eh. 11-5 mga kaibigan. This is actually really hard na makabawi dito. And ito this is the last time na magkakaroon ng chance ang Crew. Kasi if ever matalo sila dito, wala silang arep.
Walang arep. Walang arep.
Oh, man. Nabigay na sa mga shorties.
Dami smoke, oh. Taas baba. Hindi, actually, sinasabayan yung smoke ng Viper eh. Pagka wala nung one-way smoke, lapag natin yung Brimstone. Kasi hindi naman makapag one-way pagdating dito sa A-main. So, perfect timing lang for Zeta. Kumbaga, structured planning. Kung sa Japan nga, pag nag-travel ka, di ba, sobrang structured ng lahat, on time lahat. Paano pa kaya yung mga skills and utilities nila?
Reta waiting that area, pero yung nga lang Peaker's advantage ng Zed will catch you first.
Isipin nyo na lang. Oop! Pag lumabas ito, patay!
Oh my God!
Last!
Lolas.
Alam mo na baka risky.
30 seconds left.
Natamaan sa alam nila. May na kayo pati. Pero nga lang nag-set just ko spray entry. Pero may hindi pa natamaan dito. Pero at least na-smokean naman. Na-smokean. Na-wallan naman to. So it's fine. Oh my God. If Zeta will win this, Matic, iinom na to. Pag ang crew naman na nanalo, Matic, meron silang tequila mamaya. Pero that is the orbital strike. Plus that jet pushing towards the already. LATAM catch! 104! Are you ready?
Men, yung 6-man ng crew dito, si Klaus, yung kanyang turret nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero hindi enough eh. Kahit bilan mo ng Vandal yung turret, kung hindi talaga yung retake potential netong side ng Zeta Division, mahirap talaga. Alam mo, napakahirap hawakan ng angle na yun. Ang bilis mo kasi yun yung pre-fire angle din yun, Bill eh. Diba? Pagpapasok ko sa garage, yun yung una mong i-free fire na angle kasi alam mo lagi merong mag-aabang. But on the side of Laz, siya yung mas on point dun. Headshot and then mamba out. Nakakuha agad ng isang kill and then kailangan lang nila mag-reset ulit ng posisyon. Zeta Division, this is their match point already. Again, this is their map pick as well. They are looking really strong on this map that they have right now. And crew, nag-team timeout muna sila dito. Kailangan nilang pag-usapan with Johnny.
Johnny.
Ayoko sabihin, ayoko sagutin.
Partner, Johnny.
Ako na lang magtatanong, Bill. Johnny?
Yes, Daddy.
Sa mga di nakakaalam, voice actor po kasi.
Oo. Ayan na. Coach Johnny.
Ganito kasi yung gagawin niyo, base pa. Bakit yung kasi pinasok ng ganoon? Oo nga, pre, ganoon naman dito na nga lang ako nagkatrabaho eh. Dito na nga lang yung puto ka na gusto ko eh.
So, this is a timeout. Kagaya na sabi ni Vel kanina, ang actually makakausap lang dito or pwede magsalita is of course yung team na nag team timeout. So, which is crew. Kaya kausap nila yung coach nila. So, usually may coach buff talaga eh. Nakita natin last time din yun eh with even Paper X na once na sila, team timeout tayo, tapos kausap na yung coach. Biglang bumalik yung score. O, kailangan talaga minsan either papakalmahin mo yung team mo o kaya ikaw kasi yung nakaka-think outside of the box kasi lahat sila naglalaro. Game changer it is, but can this judge actually change up the game? Dahil with this smoke on A main, mag-aabang at mag-aabang lang actually yung jet or yung jet ng Zeta Division, which is Reta.
Pero
masakit to.
Time! We are back here in this game right now. And let's see if ever that timeout, kung meron bang nagawa si Mr. Johnny dito or wala. Si Takej, nagbabantay ng Levno. Dito meron tayo ng Perengano. Nag-Zet! Well, taken down by Takej. Oh my God, Takej! Ubos! Pati pantubos, base!
Isipin mo, nag-invest ka ng 2-9 sa Vandal, nag-invest ka ng 1K sa armor, tapos aabangan ka lang ng judge pagdating dun sa choke points.
Malayakusang galawan, pero ito si Delzik eh. Nagawa na niya kanina, pero hindi niya magagawa ngayon.
Game 3 pa nga ang mangyayari. Oh man, alam mo, pagdating dun sa panel, lakas oh. Ramdam mo yun?
Hilo ko eh.
Pagdating sa panel kanina, pagdating sa predictions, isa lang actually ang naniwala sa Zeta Division dito. And of course, knowing how the LATAM division or region rather. The LATAM region is also very strong. Ang lalakas kaya ng mga players from this region. Parang
Latin
nakakasabay
America.
talaga sa NAEU. And with Southeast Asia, kumbaga sila yung naghahabol eh. Pero minsan hindi mo napapansin na yung mga underdogs na mga ganyan, kayang makakuha ng mga rounds.
Hindi siya
Kayang
umalis.
makakuha. Wala, ready na siya agad para sa next game.
Sipin mo,
wala
di
nang
man
break.
lang,
Anong break?
di man lang siya tumayo eh, no? Bigla nag-queue ng rank.
Nag-solo queue muna.
Nag-solo queue?
muna ako. Yun ang ano. Zeta Division was able to take game number 2 and it seems like we are gonna go into game number 3. If I am checking ang game number 3 natin, the map will actually be bind.
Map will be bind indeed. Sobrang dami nilang nalarong dito sa bind, promise.
One enemy remaining.
80 plus yung yung Zeta.
Mukhang they have an upper hand. Pwede nating sabihin. Pagdating
Ito
sa
yun,
number of
yung
matches.
ubos,
Grabe. And Zeta Division actually, against isa doon sa representative ng Japan region din, Bill, which is Crazy Rock. They won against them. So, Zeta Division is not a team na hahayaan mo lang basta-basta. On the other hand, 3-2 yung naging score nila during that time. So, in par medyo in par kahit paano with Crazy Raccoons itong Zeta Division. But also, on the other hand, they take this to a 1-1. Magsa-stretch pa tayo papuntang game number 3. And kung yung momentum na ganito madala ng Zeta Division, they might actually win map number 3. It is very much possible.
Yeah. Pero let's see kung ano pa talagang pwede natin ipahili dito mga kaibigan. Pero we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Break muna tayo, magpapahinga sila. Magpapahinga muna rin tayo. You are watching VALORANT Masters Berlin. We are casters, VIL Terror. At after the break...
Di na tayo Tavil?
It's we are Tavil mga kaibigan. Kami ang tinatawag na
The Mods.
See you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Well, Zeta Division, they managed to claw one back against the crew, which means we are heading to map 3. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined on the desk once again by Gio and Sean. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they looked damn good too. The Brimstone coming in. They looked really good. They looked like they were actually prepared for this map pick. I have a lot of faith going into the 3rd map now. I'm a little scared for the crew guys. It looked like they were just totally not ready for the split pick. It took them a long time to warm up into that map. That was alarming.
It's evidently a map that Zeta Division have been putting a lot of work into because of the fact that they've been banning it a lot in history and haven't really liked playing it. They bring it out for the grand finals and now they come in looking exceptionally strong on it. And there were a lot of things that they did bring out that were very similar to what we saw in the grand finals. The judge picks, for example, that was definitely something they brought out against Crazy Raccoon. And I mean, it worked very well against Crew.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, right, Gio? Because the crew probably didn't expect them to leave split open, let alone choose that right off the bat. So very impressed with their preparation.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's exactly it. It probably really took them by surprise. And even some of the flaws that I was maybe anticipating, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that their composition doesn't really involve a Sentinel, but the way that Bars plays, I think, kind of made up for that. Even though he's playing a controller, he had really good flank watch. The positions he was taking were great. He was providing fantastic info for the rest of the team. And it really helped with a lot of their, post-plant situations, for example.
And this man on the screen right here, Takajay, he had an outstanding game. This clip right here, the 4K coming out of heaven on the retake was unreal.
He had no right.
Yeah, he had so many quality reses too. He was constantly farming the res on the Sage. So much impact pre-slowing the B main push. There was just nothing crew could do to get in this game.
Well, let's talk more about the Viper and Brimstone. I know you were excited about it. Were you impressed with the way they played with those two agents?
I was. I thought they did a really good job early round of using the Viper. The clip that Bala actually broke down where they did a total fake and they went back into the Viper wall. The only reason you can do that is running a double controller because the fakes on the other side aren't going to work if you don't have the utility. And they nailed it. They did such a good job, especially on the vent splits with the Brimstone going up into heaven, mauling spawn all the time. I thought he played such a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to see if that's something that continues forward into map number 3, because obviously, no secret, they didn't have the best time in map number 1. Now, maybe coming off the back of that momentum and knowing that they played really well there, it could be something that they do on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's the impressive thing, right? Because a lot of teams, when you get beat in the fashion that they did on map 1, it's hard to get back into the game. But at the same time, are crew a little bit boomed, do you think, mentally, knowing that they allow Zeta to do that to them?
Yeah, I thought they were going to rally a comeback. I really did. I thought they were boomed at the start when it was 7-0 or whatever it was. And then we saw that 1-on-4 come in. That was incredible. It was such a game-changing moment. And it was from the Astra, who started off the game, I believe, 0-8. Klaus and him both started 0-8. That was such a rough start. And I think without that without that start, I think maybe crew gets this map. But they just weren't ready. They weren't ready at all. And I don't think we're going to see that again on Bind.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see again, like we spoke about before, with the flexibility of the agent compositions that these two teams like to bring. That's another one that's still going to be applicable on Bind. One of the things that I'm really wondering is that Zeta Division are probably more likely to bring the double duelist, and so they're not going to have like as much of the controller prowess as maybe we might see on crew. How that's going to affect things, and of course having Takajay potentially go back to the Reyna rather than the Sage that we saw him play so well here on Split.
Yeah, I think another thing we should look out for is Nags has been on Jet, I think this entire best of 3 so far. He was so good at opening things up in both of these games. He was 7-2 in opening duels on that loss just now. So I mean, what is he going to do on Bind where we don't typically see a lot of Jets?
I'm excited to see it. But also on the side of crew, there was one moment that the three of us were left absolutely speechless. It's time for Verizon's high-speed moment. This ridiculous okay, it's this moment. I thought, okay, we're starting out from here. This is I'm looking forward to the reaction. I want you guys to see the reaction of Delzik after he pulls off this clutch. No, yeah, here we go. This is it.
This is right after he was 0-8 too. He has one frag at this point, and he just looks so clean in this 1-on-4. The perfect wall. He understands that when he puts that wall down, it's most common that people come through on opposite sides at the same time because it's easy to trade the kill, you win the round, but he gets in a position where they're both in front of him. He played it perfectly.
But also, you know, we saw Klaus say before the game that Delzik has no emotion. But come on, even he's got a little bit of emotion.
They drew it out.
Yeah.
No more stoicism for him. You look, if I did that, I would feel the same.
Yeah, Sean's probably, you've done that, so yeah.
I didn't get a lot of frags in my time.
Well, that's map 1 and 2 down already. We're going to move up to map 3 now, Bind. Well, in the pre-game, Sean, I believe you said that you weren't too confident in terms of where this map pool was leaning towards, but now having seen both teams on the server, do you feel like, you know, this is going to allow Zeta to ride the momentum right to the end? Or Crew can get back into this?
It's so hard to say with a team like Zeta, right? I mean, I think Barca is going to be back out of the game. I'm not 100% on that. But typically, they only run one controller on this map. They'll run an Astra.
I do believe Barca has been subbed out. Just letting you know. And Makiba is back in.
So, exactly. So now they're going back to one controller. And meanwhile, Crew is going to double controller. They typically play a Brim Viper combination on Binds. And I love that. That's a very European-esque feel.
I mean, the one that I'm looking forward to seeing is Kesnet, because, of course, this is where he likes to play that Raze. Usually they're only duelist. So, again, we're going to go back into that whole idea of, you know, if Nags isn't going to be playing the Jet, you know, what's coming out from there. But I think Kesnet's Raze on this map is absolutely insane and could cause some huge problems for Zeta.
Yeah, but also we got to take into consideration that, well, those two agents, what we expected them to pick, really. But Crew, they haven't lost, I believe, on Bind since May. That's a while for them. They definitely probably have the confidence coming into this as well. Again, the Astra, not too big of a surprise, but I do like, Sean, you mentioning about the Brim Viper pairing. It does work in Europe. We have seen it work.
Yeah, it absolutely works. I mean, Brim's ult is so valuable on Bind. It can just obliterate the B site. It could take out U-Haul if you want to use it there. Hookah, his smokes, you can pop on the sites, drop 3 at one time. And yeah, the Reyna coming on an attacker jet, that is something they typically do. Crow on the Breach. I love the Breach pick. I'm just a little worried about only having one controller right now in this meta on Bind.
Well, I know, Sean, you're a little bit worried, but I'm going to toss it over to two people that don't have a worry in the world. Is that right, Mitch and Tom?
Well, you know us. No doubt. We're having some fun, watching some beautiful Valorant gameplay, so I think she's pretty right.
Kami, si Mitch and Tom, pero Filipino version nga naman. My name is Tara, with me is Vil, and we are heading in to game number 3. Crew versus Zeta Division pa rin ang naglalaban. Crew from LATAM and of course from Japan is Zeta Division. Agent selection, agent picks dito, Vil, na-mention din ang panel, no? Crew haven't lost Bind since May.
Wow.
4 months.
Kasi ganito kasi, ang stats ng Crew sa Bind is actually 14-4. 14 wins, 4 losses. They have a win rate of 78%. At yung nakikita mo ngayon, partner, na line-up ng Crew ngayon, this is their best line-up for Bind. Nilabas na nila ang pinaka-the best picks nila dito. Sobrang comfy picks.
We even have yung, of course, the Sky magiging aggressive, or you can be aggressive, especially on long B, lagi natin nakikita. But they also have the Breach on the side of Zeta Division. 1-to-1 trade agad for the pistol, and here we go. 3v2 situation right now to Kedge with the bows, trying to pinpoint enemies left and right. Pumasok sa loob ulit ng smoke. They can definitely retake, or rather, mag-TP. Pero ang bilis din gumalaw ng players ng Crew dito. Nasa city na agad sila.
Yeah. I mean, it's just them na talagang sobrang versatile nila as a player. Lalong-lalo dito sa Zeta. Kasi sa totoo lang, best, ganito lang yun eh. I mean, dito sa Zeta Division, ang score nila dito sa Bind is actually 28-5. 28 wins, 5 losses with a win rate of 85%. At kung napapansin mo, bes, sobrang dami nilang compositions dito sa mapa na to. As in, napakadami, best promise. At saka, dun papasok yung versatility ng mga players nila na mahirap isipin na comparing to crew na ito yung best nila eh. 8 times nila ginamit tong lineup na to at 8 times din nanalo. Pero yun nga lang, dito naman sa Zeta Division, this is the, I mean, if ever na manalo sila dito, this is the second time na mananalo ang, this is the third time rather na mananalo ang Zeta Division dito sa lineup na to.
Magkatabi lang oh. Isang Viper wall lang ang pinagkaiba, pero with Zeta Division and how their game sense works, alam nila na quite possibly mag-hug ng wall yung Viper. Gusto ko lang din pag-usapan yung nangyari kanina, pero mamaya ako nasasabihin yon. With Reyta getting that kill, na open up yung site, they can definitely plant the spike right now, pero ang iniisip dito is si Laz ready for the lurk, or rather the player na nag-aantay sa showers. Nakuha pa nga niya yung orb before ma-plant yung spike. Orb lang para sa kanila. And also the spike planting kasama pang Kongkos and Reyta. Para tulungan si Crow patayin yung kalaban pero hindi nakikailanganin. Now, I wanna go back to what I was saying a while ago, Bill. Doon sa Kongkos pagdating sa City, na-excite actually si Makiba na sumilip. Kaya na-concuss din siya. Pero kung hindi siya sumilip doon, sure kill na yon. Pero nakuha pa rin naman nila yung round, of course, with the bait and switch, or rather yung help din ng ibang kakampi niya.
Natawa ko sa comment section.
Kompleto na yung Sentinels. Mainit na sila. Isipin nyo sa sobrang excited nila maglaro. Nagtatagalog na sila.
Nagtatagalog na sila. Kompleto na kami mga par. LT lap trip. Sarap magpansit kanto ng oras na to eh, no? Bigla ako nagutom.
Random, pero sige, tatanggapin ko na lang.
Pero yung si Reyta, papatuloy pero yung, oh, Diyos ko po! That tracking.
Dumaan din ang wall eh.
Oh man, that tracking of close taking down Reyta. Entry fagger ka pala ha, pero yun nga lang, hindi na alam kung nasa ba yung mga players na yun. Yes, napatay, pero wala siyang vision. Pero but still, Laz, ang ginagawa lang dito ni Laz is syempre tumatanong lang para lang makakuha din.
Ang cute!
Oh man, para din makakuha siya ng tamang angle, magandang angle lang, and if ever na masilip niya yung mga tao na nandun sa may backside. Takeji! Just waiting there in the garden, mga kaibigan. Actually waiting for the push though. Meron naman silang leers, so they can actually do it. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan ma-back up pa ng mga iba't ibang klaseng
30 seconds left.
Utilities na meron sila. Tulad ni Crow, meron pa siyang flash. Pero problema ni Crow, medyo malayo siya sa kabilang side. Best, nasa siya. At ngayon pa siya darating. Close with the 3K already. Pero this will be really hard for the players of Zeta. Isa silang pumasok, nag-audition. Valorant Got Talent, mga kaibigan.
Crew was able to take that round away from Zeta Division, but on the other hand, isa lang din yung naging casualty for Crew, and that was their buy round already, and the bonus round naman din yun for, of course, Zeta Division. Pero itong wall na to, just the perfect timing before actually na pumasok yung jet nila. And pagkapasok niya, syempre, yung swing o yung paghabol ni Klaus doon sa nag-dash in, naabutan siya. So hindi niya na-open up yung side for the team, kaya nahirapan pumasok din yung ibang members ng Zeta Division o yung ibang members na makahabol. Pero medyo masakit yan. This is the smoke and even the snake bite. Sabay-sabay.
Kaya mo ako dito, Nick Mazino na nga, isa pa nga, Takej na down for wala silang blind, pero meron pa naman silang Crow, so it's okay. Pero isang flash na lang meron si Crow, they need to like super conserve this flash. Kasi ito na lang ang meron sila. Well, pwede naman sila i-conserve ni Lazdo, pero yun nga lang, medyo matagal pa ang cooldown na yan. Pero that's serious on the right. Alam nila kung saan sila po yung bata, pero kala dancing with us! Pray and pray, we'll take down two! Trying to go with the third one, papalit-palit lang sila. Alam nila kung nasin pa si Makiba, pero nga lang si Laz will be down as well. Makiba going here in B. They've heard it, and they're gonna go and try to retake this B site. So if ever ang tanong, saan ba siya magsistay, saan ba siya sisiulit, or di na Diyos ko po, sumabog. Hindi niya alam na andun pala yung bomba. Pero at least, diba?
Bilis mag-setup ng Astra Stars.
Oh, man.
Sobra parang wala pa.
Kabisado na eh.
Oo, alam niya na kung saan niya isa-setup yung Astra Stars. Alam niya na kung saan siya mag-smoke. Isang mabilisan lang, parang sanay na sanay.
Oh,
and with the Astra, napakahirap gamitin ng agent na to. Pag stars mo pa lang, and also kung naka-astral form ka, sobrang vulnerable mo.
Vamos! Tapos sabi nila, Oshine! Nani? Hapon talaga ako, guys. Psycho!
Yan. Let's go, ibig sabihin, no? Here we go.
Feeling
2-2.
ko, pag nasa Japan ako, tapos gumano lang, sabi ko manito.
Mag-report ka talaga. Sakto lang na chup-chup.
Oh, na-chup-chup ni Astra sa malayo. My God.
Yun talaga yung capability ng isang Astra, especially on a map like Bind. Pwede mong hawakan ng ganun yung hookah and also play out with your utilities. Pwede mo pa sabayan yun ng ibang mga bagay, kagaya ng paint shells for example. O kaya naman, pero on the other hand, dito sa Zeta Division, syempre wala silang paint shells eh. So, iba. Tatapatan mo talaga. Lalabanan mo.
Oh my God. Hindi natin alam kung ano ang binilis ng match kanina, ngayon naman tinagal. Ito talaga yung parang yung jowa mong bipolar.
Make or break yung mapa na to for them. Kasi both teams, they are very much well-known pagdating sa mapa ng Bind. Familiar sila dalawa. Walang weak-link, kumbaga, no? When Crew, nag-Zet, was able to take that kill, put in a slow orb, just to delaying tactics ng labanan for both sides. And Mazino was able to take a kill, but the trade from Takej was there. Eco nila to. So if they manage to get some pickups like that, at makakuha pa ng plant, easiest money of his life.
Oo. Ito na, kalampag ng papagdet. Kung mayroong mapapatay ito, pero yung alis Takej, hindi man lang tumama ang kanyang mga sheriff shot.
Not too bad, I would say.
Yeah.
Kaso nagamit nila yung ulti ni Crow.
Oh my God, hanggang dito meron.
What?
Sheesh! Holy sheesh! Hanggang sa stage meron din.
That's cool.
Solid!
Solid.
Iba yun. Solid, man. So if ever, lalabas din kunyari, Prime, ganon, Oni.
Yung finisher.
Yo, man, solid. Pare, dude, pare, chong, orb.
Baka nakakalimutan mo ako, caster mo, hindi si Ilu
Ay, sorry. Sure ba? Ganda, man.
Na-try mo na ba yung bagong skin?
Oo, syempre. Nakala mo sa akin.
Wow.
Humiram ako eh. A big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Mark Navarro.
Bumili?
Man. Sinasabi. Si Mr. Mark Navarro yan, basta pag may lumabas na skin, bibili agad yan. Ano yan eh? What is money?
Paper only.
Man. Kaya gusto kong kalaro lagi, Sir Mark.
Papadrop ka lang, no? Na magpapadrop.
Sabi ko, Sir Mark, padrop naman. Dinadrapan niya ako. Tinatry namin. Easy.
Ganda.
Man. Ano yan? Parang tipong lagi ko nilalason ng Phil, bili mo na. Yung nga, pwede naman ako magpa-drop sa'yo.
Oo nga, lagi mo lang kalaroin, magpa-drop na. Okay na agad. Okay, Crew, ultimate economy nila dito. Meron silang Viper Spit, may rest din sila, at may Orbital Strike. Very much capable of doing a retake or even punishing or slowing down, delaying yung players. Especially, Vil, kapag nahawakan nila, for example, mare, ito, papasok sila sa buka. Kaya sa A-short. Pag nabagalan nila to, na-delay nila ng sobra, pwedeng i-orbital strike agad. Pero mabilis ang galawan lang para sa Zeta Division. Mabilis ang kill lang din for nag-Zet in isang insta-TP.
Kaibigan, ito na, going in ready pa rin ang slash. Nakaisa pa nga din. It's gonna be a 2-1 for situation right now. Zet, meron naman siya ultimate dito. So, can actually revive someone from his teammates. Mga kaibigan, probably they're gonna revive that guy here in hookup. Pero yun nga lang, this is gonna be a really bad thing for these players though. Binibait lang yung kanyang sheriff dito. Nagzet. Can he do the impossible? Tamang crossfire lang. Kaliwat kanan, Diyos ko po. Patay ka diha. Pag tumingin ka sa kaliwa, patay ka. Pag tumingin sa kanan, patay ka. Ganun pa rin yun, men. Pero nga nagkasilipan pa ka. And Nagzet will be down. Si Kesnet will gonna beat down. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko, na-flash siya. And this match, 3-3, sobrang dikit lang. A big shoutout nga pala kay Santa Claus. Kasi pag sinoutout ko sila, may 1 million daw ako.
1 million? Pag di nakarating, wag na lang. Salamat na lang sa lahat. Looking at the stake from Zeta Division, gusto nila, ito unang plano nila eh. They go on A, they take A main, they take A short, and during that time, na may na-pick off sa kanila, insta-TP agad. Kasi isa-shut down mo yung rotation ng players sa side ng crew. And once na nakuha yung pick actually, papunta doon sa fence ko na nasa B side, nakakarapan lang.
Oh my God!
Take the kill, orbital strike. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Bill, pag nahawakan ka o na-delay ka ng sobra, pwede kang sabayan ng gano'n ng orbital strike basta-basta. The thing is, may Viper spit doon, so low on HP. Kaso nga lang, hindi nag-connect. Dahil napatay na rin yung Viper.
Oh, hindi na nag-connect mga kanina. Pero, Diyos ko po. That's a really cheeky angle. Bakit mo na-revive yan? Hoy!
You are divided! Meron pang aftershock na nangyayari, no? Lahat na sinalo niya.
Diyos ko po! Bakit mo na-revive? Ewan ko ba dito?
May plano sana siya doon, men.
Oo!
Sadyang hindi niya na-expect. Nag-wide swing na rin agad-agad eh. Dapat papalagan niya din. Siyempre, minsan, kailangan mong buhayin. I-res. Ganun ako mag-sage, men eh.
Oo.
Binibait ko lang yung kakampi.
Ah! Ano, partner?
Sinedibate ko yung kalaban.
Aha! Ikaw palang, isa ka palang master.
30 seconds left.
Solid ka pala maging kakampi. Nakakatakot din at the same time. Lagi mo silang binibait. 1v4. Kiss, dito lang mag-isa dito. Showstopper is now on, pero probably he's gonna save that gun na wala naman siya bawas or anything, so might as well. Dalhin na lang niyan sa base ng kalaban. Ganoon na lang, man.
Zeta Division. Baka ito na yung chance na sirain yung streak ng crew pagdating sa mapa ng bind. And I really think na after this, etong round na to, magkakaroon ng team meeting o kaya magkakaroon ng tactical timeout for the side of crew. This is the perfect time. Bakit na naman?
May fan page. Terror lang mahal ko. Ano to? Picture mo na ticket.
Ito mga tao sa mga fans ng PPGL, ng VCT.
Oo, man.
Minsan di mo rin maintindihan kung matutuwa ka, magbabad trip eh.
Oo. Ay, nako. Tagal matapos.
Sabi sa'yo, I called it!
Oh, ayan. Sige.
Through team timeout. Sabi ko lang, natuwa ako eh.
Kachat mo si Johnny.
Johnny?
Yes, daddy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sama na tingin sa akin ng jowa ko kanina. Kinabahan ako eh. Binabati ko nga pala si Mrs. Meka Bilis.
Yan na. Ganito kasi win. Bakit mo kasi nirevive?
Oo.
Kasi master ka ba?
Dahil mong alam eh, binibait mo yung kakampi mo eh. Dapat ako dapat. Sorry coach kasi wala talaga tayo magagawa nun.
Lungkot nila tuloy.
Oo eh.
Napagalitan eh.
Sinisisi niya eh. Bobo mo kasi.
Ano?
Bobo mo kasi.
Ano?
Lungkot nila.
Tama ba yung naririnig ko?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. PPGL, mahal kita.
Rip.
Rip Kadir.
Oh my God.
Sobrang ganda. So,
last day na ni Bill, guys.
Last day.
So, sabihin nyo na lahat ng gusto nyo sabihin dahil ito na ang huling araw ni Bill mag-cast.
Bukas wala na ako, guys. Magkaka-meeting mamaya mga kaibigan.
Mapapa-tactical timeout din yung PPGL sa'yo eh.
Tapos mag-isa ka na lang magsasalita.
Kaya pala biglang nawawala-wala ka na kanina.
Oh, man, nagbabadyan.
Nagbabadya na pala.
Sneak peek. Tapos ko, akala ko halftime na. Yung pala, ano pala
Wala
talaga?
pa, 4-3 pala.
Ang tagal.
Ano ka lang, nasanay ka lang doon sa, sa laro nila kanina. Ang bilis kasi masyado eh. Kaso, ito, ang dami kasi smoke. May Astra ka. Oh, sinalo! Nandun na yung aso, nandun na yung gravity well, andun din yung sheriff shot. Ito na yung showstopper. Magkoconnect pa. Sumakto din sa mukha ni Decoded and 3v4. Ikot na para sa crew Kung magagamiting nila.
Kills, mga kaibigan. Sheriff lang ang meron sila. Pero yun nga lang, parang nababaliktad pa ata nila. Pero last with the kill again, Kesset na nga, isa pa nga 2v2 situation. Kesset low on HP, nakakuha pa nga ng vandalism dito. Nagset, nakapatay pa nga ng isa. Crow! The last one standing.
Makapag-plant pa siya. May pera pa, may pera. Money is money. 2v1. Low, ano rin to 22 HP na lang si Kesnet and also 75 si Nagzet. So this is really winnable. Sabi dito ni Jerome X-Die, ang fun nyo po mag-commentator. Sana wag kayong mamatay. Salamat.
Ikaw rin.
Kaso hindi kinaya. Hindi kinaya ng power stick Crow na gawin yung first
nakakuha ng vandalism Wala nagawa
Buti hindi na lang operational, no?
Oo wala kasi silang pera pang gawa ng operation. Sino ba si case dito? Tsaka nguso.
Di sinalo rin lahat ng utility plays ng crew doon. It really worked out in their side. Kasi isipin mo yung showstopper nag-connect, yung kaninang trailblazer nasaktuhan din habang the other guy was getting his sheriff shot rather. And yung utility usage na yun, dun sa tactical timeout na ginawa ng crew, they managed to talk it out kung ano ba yung magiging plano, ano bang game plan natin dito, boys.
What is the game plan indeed? Pero ngayon naman marami na silang pera dito and now we're gonna head on to the gun round na lahat sila is actually saved up already. Pero ang problema dito, paano makakapasok ang Zeta? Pero yung nga na si Nagzet, magandang position na pero the timing is just right there. Pinapatay-patay ng obs natin yung yung X-ray no? Para lang at binuboost ata.
Ginagawa nyo!
Ginagawa nyo dyan! Actually, ito para magawa mo yun, best, kailangan na maraming ang secret doon is crouch. Crouch. So, ibig sabihin, control ka ng control.
May plano sila kaso nahuli sila dun sa ginagawa nila sa Gedli. There is the concuss, may stars din na nakaset dito sa hookah. Hindi ko lang sure kung saan manggagaling because, Makiba, actually kay Makiba, kasi wala palang Astra itong crew, no? So, pwede niya sanang ma-pop yun.
30 seconds
kaso
left.
nga lang wala rin namang ready to take on the kill. Dahil boost na sila sa hookah.
Yung huli kong nakita na nagbuboost ng ganun,
Mali yata yung laro.
Ibang laro yun man ibang...
nakalimutan nila, Valorant yung tunay na bang-bang.
May ibang counter yung ginawa. Pero yung sa baby mga kami pa rin last minute kill again. Pero that is, this is gonna be a 3v2 right now. Last minute 2 kills. Pero that is a spray down coming in from Kesnet. Pero at least isa pala napatay na. Pero yun nga lang, Crow again and again. Siya lang natitira dito. Pero yun nga lang, dalawa pa ang kalaban niya. Pero ang problema, wala ng oras kapatid. Crow getting that round.
Too late.
Let's go.
Para i-plant yung spike and of course, all those delays na ginawa nila. And doon pa lang, dito sa ginagawa nilang crouch play sana, nahuli sila ni Nagzet. And na-hold ni Nagzet completely yung hookah. Napaka-essential nito kasi dito usually nanggagaling yung mga push. Aside from long, of course, obviously yung long, kaya mo agad kumbaga, taasan mo ng wall, kaya mo agad i-choke yun. Pero yung hookah kasi, once na kunwari for example, yung mga plays na dash in and yung push mula kay Reyta, yun yung mahirap sasabayan.
To be honest, ang sobrang solid, yung mga flash ni Laz.
Oo, totoo.
I mean, if ever, one of the best flasher na I've seen so far, it's Laz, Daily. Solid. Close. Can he keep up? Meron pa naman silang Seekers dito, so they can actually find the other players of Zeta. But still, 3v5, they still have a lot of utilities dito and full HPs and armor pa rin naman sila. Wala pa rin bawas dito ang crew. Pero it's all up to Kloss para malaman lang kung saan pupunta. Yun nga, magsi-Seekers to si Kloss. Narinig niya yung flash niya. Alam niya kung nasaan. Inaantay lang niya yung Seekers dito. Pwede ilabas ni Kloss dito mga kaibigan. Pero where is the flashes of Laz again? Wala na siyang flash. Wala na rin flash. Pero how will you win this? How will you do this? Talagang bari na talagang magagawa mo ito without using all the utilities na meron ka. Pero Crescent with a kill again. Close with another one. Laz the only man remaining here in this game. 8 seconds for the next flash. 10 seconds on the game mga kaibigan. Is this gonna be a round again for crew? And yes.
Okay. Kesnet a while ago, he was able to capitalize dun sa kills na nakuha niya nung una. And kung nakita nyo, nasilip nyo yung kill feed kanina, nakapatay siya even with a boombot. This is partly. Ito yun. Yung nakapatay siya with a boombot, nasaktuhan yung pag-dash in ni Reyta, and just completely shutting down the push from Zeta Division. And that round was all because of Kesnet. He was able to take that 4K, yes, pero yung first 2 pick-offs niya, yung pinaka-importante on that round.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my God. Napakatindi ng mga Japanese viewers natin. Alam mo kung bakit, Mark? Yung sa Twitch, 112k yung nanunood.
Madami, ang laki ng
dun sa actually hindi dun sa watch party nung isang parang influencer ng Zeta. 112k.
Totoo, malaki kumuha yung Japan pagdating sa Valorant, yung community nila doon malaki. Isipin mo yung streamer nila doon na nagwa-watch party, mas mataas pa talaga kaysa doon sa main Valorant channel.
Totoo. Pero let's see if ever bring nga lang Rain again with the kill again, score with another one. Mababawi ata ang Zeta dito mga kaibigan, na chup-chup nga malay, pero that is Crows again and again, just denying all the headshots, denying all the possible entries of Team Crew. Meron tayong profile dito, and we're gonna connect, pero yun nga lang, just si Nagzet, ay wait, hindi pala nag-connect, pero yun nga lang, Makiba wait for that opportunity. Nakita niya yung revive, pero yun
para
nga lang
mamatay ulit?
Oo, bes. Pero it's fine, pwede lang, parang what do you call this? Decoy or diversion na probably. Ginawang bait. Here's a baiter.
Ang ganda actually ng ginawa ni Nagzet doon. Sinabayan niya yung concuss. Ito, alam niya na nag-concuss na, hindi na siya magpapahuli doon dahil alam niyang magpupush yung players ng Zeta. Dahil with that concuss, we were expecting na makakoncuss yung mga players na lalabas on CT. And that's not exactly what happened because nasalisigang sila ni Nagzet doon. And they were able to get those kills and the crossfire even from the Astra. Or rather, para kina Nagzet and sino ba yung isang naiwan? Si Mazino ata yung isang naiwan.
Nick Mazino. Lads checking all the corners. Well spotting one, and they know it already. Na nasa backside lang dito si Sky. Ay. Si Sage pala, sorry.
Na guni-guni mo lang pala.
Ay, hindi, si Sky, tama si Sky. Nag-rotate siya. Tama yung sinabi. Sorry. 4 sila kanina nakastack dito sa A. Pero
si Jose Maricha, nagpakita na rin sa comment section.
Oh, man. Nakasibigyan lang si uy, nagkita yung dalawa. Pinag-stack po, pero dili, tinadhana. 45 seconds in.
Dili na lang ako mag-talk. Si Kloss, meron siyang seekers na pwedeng gamitin. So, lalo na kapag yung ganitong mga play, lalo na pumasok or rather ni smoke off yung hookah and also yung long B ng crew. mahihirapan sila makapasok dito kasi gagamitan ng Seekers yun eh. Ultimate delaying tactics yung crew ginagawa nila dito. Ang ganda ng read nila using that smoke on B, on both entry points ng B side. This is the smoke though for Zeta Division. Dalawa para lang hindi malaman kung saan siya magagaling. And the last man remaining right there, 7 seconds. Para lang hanapin ang huling kalaban, no problemo. Crew was shut down and Zeta Division despite all the delays and all the smokes from the Brimstone.
Reyta. Galit na galit. Taken down 2. And pwede natin sabihin na itong mga Japanese teams na to, parang sobrang nagko-complement sila with each other. Na kahit hindi man mag-pop off yung isa, talagang meron magba-backup at magba-backup talaga. Hindi talaga sila nag-iiwanan. Yung ano nila, ang pinakamaganda na nakita ko dito is their tawag doon? Yung pagtitrade nila. Solid yung trade-offs nila, men.
That's true. But also on that round, di ba nag-smoke yung Brim, nabasa nila ng crew actually kung saan manggagaling. But with that smoke, hindi nila makita specifically kung ilan yung players. Diba? So once Reyta was smoking the site, dalawa yung smoke na nilabas niya. The dash in was there. Pero huhulaan mo pa kung saan smoke. And yun yung hindi nagawa ng crew. Hindi nila na-shutdown agad. And naka-blade storm during that time. Yung jet ng Zeta Division. And knowing the blade storm, isang isang right click ka lang, reset na naman.
Yeah, for sure. Pero moving forward sa ating halftime, still 5-7. And init no? To be honest, we have no idea who's gonna win this. Dun sa game number 1, we really thought it was gonna be a quick 2-0. And dito naman sa game number 2, it's just paano itong team na to? Paano team na yun? Taga-Japan? Zeta Division.
Bilis mo naman makalimot.
Oh, sorry. Zeta Division na talagang nakabawi pa. And game number 3, din naman sa game number 3, sobrang dikit, swear. I mean, nagulat din, for sure, nagulat yung yung crew dun sa play na ginagawa ng Zeta, lalo dun sa split. Miski panel nga, nabaliw eh. Sabi nila 20, last year pa yung last game.
Tsaka, sabi rin nila na parang...
Yung pa yung makipot yung daan eh. Diba?
Mga corners, no? I really think that Laz is such a good flasher for the team. But also at the same time, ang gandang pick din kasi ng Breach eh. Dami mo rin kayang gawin with the Breach. Lalo na in-update or pagka-patch yung Rolling Thunder na hindi na siya parang cone-like yung ulti niya. It's more of rectangular na kayang kuhanan yung site and which is really, really good for retakes. But with the Sky, parang 50-50 ngayon eh. Diba? Either Sova, Sky, pwede rin. O kaya naman Sky, Breach. Yun yung mga ginagamit ng mga teams natin.
Tulad nga ng pag-usapan natin kanina, yung composition ngayon ng sino ka na ba ng Zeta Division? ng crew! Sorry. Bawal ang pork, bawal ang beans. Hindi, I mean, ng crew is ito yung super comfy pick nila dito sa mapa na to. 8 times nila ginamit, 8 times silang nanalo. Pero dito naman sa dito sa Zeta, mahirap basahin eh. Kasi tulad ng sinabi nung panel, si Laz, sa isang best of 5, 5 magkakaibang agent ang ginamit niya.
Yun nga eh. Ang daming agent composition na pwedeng gawin for Zeta Division dito. So, creativity. Laban na lang ng creativity when it comes to agent picks, composition that they can use. And, but I am really a fan of the Breach pick.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And, actually, itong Breach na to, way back nung VCTPH, nung time na iniba yung skill set ni Breach, hindi naman iniba, pero mas binalanse. Sobrang bumaba yung pick rate niya.
Yung aftershock niya na tatlong pop.
Bumaba men.
Pero mas mabilis yung kongkas niya. Hindi mo na maiiwasan ngayon. Dati naiiwasan mo pa.
At saka
And I think,
mas malawak.
meta na siya ngayon. I really think that breach pick is very viable when it comes to maps. Like split or like this. Like Pine. Lalo na yung mga site na mga maliliit, yung kayang-kayang i-cover talaga ng ultimate niya. Sadyang sometimes, especially kapag may mga ganong shift, hindi agad ginagamit ng mga teams o yung mga players natin. No? Kasi may lumalabas din na agent na much more viable when it comes to certain maps. Pero once na i-nerf mo yun, lalabas ulit yung breach. Like this one.
I mean, 30 seconds on to that flash, mga kaibigan. Yung ginawang flash ni Lasdon, that is actually worth it. Kasi at least alam mo na meron tao dito sa may bilong. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema dito, it's just them na talagang nakapasok dito sa B and planted the spike already. Tulad nga sabi ko sa yun yung pinakasolid talaga retake and refrag na ginagawa nila. If ever may namatay na isa, it's just split of a second, mamamatay na ulit yung isa because of the refrags na talagang ginagawa nila. This is gonna be a 4v situation right now. Hindi na walang tamaan yung birdie niya, pero it's fine. Mazino with the kill again, pero they need to go in sa may side nila. But Laz, he tried to finish this on one taps dito sa mga kalaban niya, pero yun nga lang, it's just crew winning that team fight. And meron na silang advantage ngayon, Bes.
Alam mo bakit? Paano ka makakapag-retake kung paglabas mo pa lang pagdating sa pistol, Viper smokes agad yung makakatapat mo? Diba? O kaya yung walls. Kasi instant agad yung deteriorate ng HP mo eh. So parang isang right click ka lang talaga ng classic kahit malayuan, kaya-kaya kang patayin. So, such a viable pick ang agent composition na to for them. And look at this. Si Laz, actually, nag-aabang lang siya with a guiding light pero walang na-detect this 3-man push. They will go back. Kaso nga lang, nahuli si Laz.
President with a 2K with a 3!
One enemy
Diyos ko po,
remaining.
kahit siya, wala silang pakialam sa nararamdaman nila. Diyos ko po, nirat-rat. Tinadtad ni Nick Mazino.
Sabi niya wala na siyang magagawa doon. Ako kas na siya, babaril na lang siya. Ang pinagkaiba, na-dink niya agad-agad. Look at this quick replay, a Prime Gaming replay for that flawless round. The concuss comes in, na una, sumilip si Takej. The thing is, hindi pa siya nakakoncuss, sumilip na si Takej. So the timing wasn't, the timing was kinda off. Inaabangan niya sana na parang iiwas siguro itong si Keznit. No, iiwas siguro to sa breach, sa concuss ng breach, kaya lalabasin ko na. Kaso nga lang, baliktad, sinalol na lang niya.
Yeah, yun talaga yung, wala na siyang no choice, kapatid. Kailangan talaga saluhin kung ano yung meron na nakita niya. Kasi if ever, alam na namamatay siya, pero yung nga lang, at least tinry pa rin niya kahit papano. Ang problema dito ng Takej, mga kaibigan, may nakakos pa na dyan, ang dami nagpapatay sa inyo, pero dito ka flank sa inyo. I really love the flank that they did. The synergy is right there. Mazino with a kill. 1v2. That Viper will go down. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 6-9. Nice!
Oh my god. Zeta Division, they're having a tough time going into this map, or rather onto the second half of this map. Also knowing because of the setups of the Viper as well. And this is why smokers are very essential. So you can really hold off the players on the other side of the team. Hindi lang yung doubles yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting role, and I truly believe that is also the smokers. That's why it is also important that they don't die off. Dahil once na mawala sila, eh hindi mo naman de-delay yung kalaban, and on the other hand, hindi mo ma-outplay, quite possibly. There is the guiding light. May na-detect dahil sumigaw yung ibon na yan. The Trailblazer comes out, but the counter-guiding light is there. Ready to take some action is Claus. Nabasa niya na susunod sa pag-peek after that guiding light. Kaya naman, niligtas niya na lang ang kanyang kakampi. And that's exactly what happened. 5v4, that is a one-man advantage. And Takej was pushing long B. But Crew, they are really holding this. Nag-aabang lang sila kung meron pang susunod na magpupush, kung ano yung magiging susunod na action nila. May inaantay sila ditong specific timing kung kailan nila ilalabas yung skills o yung utilities na meron sila, and the rotations are coming in, and it seems like it's gonna be on B. If they take hookah still, makita nila, mami-meet up nila dito yung judge ni Reyta. On the other hand, Reyta is pushing in the smoke. Merong tao. There is the Seeker. Surprise, surprise. Nakongkas ng saglit. Alam na ang kanyang posisyon. This is also the dash in, but it's not gonna be enough to get a kill because Crew is very much capable of shutting you down, pre-firing on that smoke as well. 5v2 situation. This is the judge only for Makiba and Crow with the Phantom. Can they do something about this? Because it seems like yung players, si Makiba, hindi siya makakapush dito sa long range. Hindi siya makakalaban ng long range. Na-force out siya with the paint shells pero wala ring nag-aabang. Sayang yung kill. Actually, they can take this.
15 HP, remain dito kayo Makiba, pero ang problema dito, it's just wala na talaga siya magagawa for sure. I mean, Judge, ano magagawa niyan, men, sa long range? Wala talaga. So, I mean, alam nila na they need to stay safe. Dito kay Crow, no choice. Wala siyang no choice. Isa-save na lang talaga kung ano natitira sa kanya, and bawiin na lang if ever dun sa mga susunod na laban. If makapag-keep up pa sila. Hindi naman. May na-flash na, tapos bigla may bumack up. It's just the...
Grabe oh. Alam na alam eh, no? Ito yung... calculated na move. Tsaka at the same time, kung lagi mo nang nakikita, kasi default eh. Default dash eh. So, automatic, alam mo na kung saan ka babaril.
6-10 it is. Kinakabahan ngayon ng Zeta. And tulad nga ng pinapakita ng Japan ngayon. Kasi, to be honest, partner, yung mga laban nila, medyo talaga nagkaroon sila ng malaking problema last time eh. New turn back then from Japan. They tried na makabawi dun sa may Iceland. Pero sayang na talaga. Hindi nag-pull off na sobrang solid. Pero Zeta, gusto niyang baguhin lahat ng nangyayari dito sa region nila. They want to go sa playoffs and try to fight yung mga iba't ibang region, like of course North America, EU, EMEA. Dami. Mataas ang dream ng Zeta Esports, and going here sa tournament na to, it's actually a dream come true na rin.
6-11 is the score line here. Crew having a 5-round advantage.
Yeah.
Mahaba-habang road para sa Zeta Division to. But it's a different story, knowing that Reyta has the operator right now as well. And alam naman natin na itong operator, pag nasa kamay ng isang jet, lalo na sa ganitong klaseng mapa like Vine, na kung saan masisilip po yung showstopper, hindi na pumasok on-site, agad-agad na baril si Kesnet dito. Naxel was able to take on the kill, and Mazino as well. 4v3, pero meron silang mga kalaban, and that is Scrolls with a triple kill. Going in for the fourth, and hindi gonna be able to do it with the classic only remaining. Walang naiwang bala, and then nakapatay pa siya with the molly for Deltic. And the only man 1v1, Reyta versus Claus, who can punish each other. 1 minute ang habang oras pa nito, Vil.
Diyos ko po, walang kaalam-alam yung nanay ko, nagkaroon na siya ng kwento. Diyos ko, huy, huwag niyong gawa ng page nanay ko.
I got this spot.
Pangit ng trip niyo. Reyta, mag-isa lang dito, 1v1. Crew, what's gonna happen here? Reyta. Oh! He knows it. He saw it. And he will defuse it. And they will win it.
Even used that Blade Storm para ma-secure yung kill, no? And around is around. I would say, masyado ng delikado and masyadong malaki yung risk kung hahayaan na. Actually, wala nag-check ng corner eh. Hindi nakamahirap dito eh. Hindi nila chinek si Crow completely. And yung mga tao na nasa hookah, smoked off yun eh.
Oo. Mga kaibigan, It's not yet over kasi at least makakabawi pa naman siguro ang Zeta dito. I mean, because of that win na ginawa ng Zeta, meron silang time para makapag-isip-isip. Doon nga sinasabi sa inyo, if ever na talagang medyo nagkakaroon ng time problema sa team natin, kailangan talaga natin ng isang player para lang at least magkaroon tayo ng breather or magkaroon tayo ng game changer or like magpapaboost ng momentum natin, magpapaboost ng moral natin para makabawi tayo sa mga susunod na match natin. And this time out will give them that room for them to think about on what's gonna on what they should do next for the side of Zeta Division. I mean, if ever na talaga makaisip sila ng perfect timing, perfect strategy, it's gonna be them na talagang makakabawi dito sa match na to. Si Mazino got that ultimate anyway. Delzik, however, got that ultimate. Pero ang problema dito, 4 ngayon sa Zeta merong ultimate talaga. So pwede talaga mahihirapan na makapasok ang crew dito for sure. Laz got that seeker. Si Makiba, pwede maghatiin ng mundo. Crow, if ever mapasok sila, pwede siya mag-rolling thunder para ma-push lang and para mag-heal sila lahat. Takej, si Takej, siya yung mauuna o siya yung cleaning squad, mga kaibigan, with that Empress. And this is actually a really good thing because that is the Empress already. Pero yun nga lang, that orbital strike, mga kaibigan, will push them away sa mapa na to. Pero inaantay pa rin natin kung nasan ba yung aftershock. I mean, not aftershock. Pero ang rolling thunder dito kasi, oh my god, Kesnit will take down one already. It's actually Laz. Nawala na siya just using that pain shield dito. Rayta got that ultimate though. They know it na talaga nasa si Rayta dito, mga kaibigan, pero they need to go in. Pero nga, hinahabol pa rin siya na Seekers. Diyos ko po, hindi siya mamatay para si Yoda. Pero he tried to go in. Pero that shot, no whiff. Hindi mo mamatay yung isa. Pero nga na may touch niya. Pero Makiba, they can again close out the river, catching players off guard. So, meron siya rolling. Sabi niya actually use it now para at least ma-prevent yung pag-defuse nila, or I mean, not defuse, yung pag-plant nila. Pero talagang paikot-ikot sila ng mapa, mga kaibigan. Merong ulti dito si Krot. Kakabahan sila. Iikutan pa nga. Wala ang kalampag ng papag, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, hindi tinamaan si Kesnit doon sa may elbow. Hindi nila inaasahan na mayroong tao sa may elbow. Takej will go down as well. And Crew is on a match point already.
Ang matindi din kasi doon is na-plant yung spike. So, na-timingan na as in split second, na-plant na yung spike. And yun sana yung itatry i-cancel out nung breach yung rolling thunder doon. And also to find the players of the team of Zeta. Oh, yan na. Napatayo sila, napasigaw na sila.
Oh, may one game pa.
May one game pa. Isang round pa rather. May isang round pa. Para match point na, pero yung crew dito Vil, isa na lang ang round na kailangan ng crew. Zeta, alam natin they are strong and capable of the defensive position. But the problem remains dahil naka-sheriff yung dalawang players. And also, naka-specter lang yung isa with the judge and isa lang yung naka-vandal. Si Laz lang ang naka-vandal dito.
Pero ito, one last round. Pagkatapos nito, Sentinels na. Rita with a judge. Let's see if he can actually catch someone off guard here in Hookah. But they're not gonna go in. They need to be really cautious dito. Walang pera si Makiba. Sheriff lang ang meron siya. Sa Kedge, however, wala na ring Empress. That Spectre lang ang meron siya.
Mahirap to.
Pero nakadepende to. Hinabas na ang Petchay. Nagka-Petchayan na. Parang one target, mga kaibigan, pero nga, Kesnit will go in. Mazino with a kill again.
Last player standing.
It's all up to Makiba. Mga kaibigan, lahat ng tao sa Japan ngayon hoping na manalo si Makiba dito.
Mahirap, sobra. This seems impossible right there. A pre-fire and just a shutdown. Crew winning that game. Umabot tayo ng game number 3. And I really think that slowly but surely, Asian teams na meron tayo dito sa Masters Berlin, there will come a point, a certain time that they would shine. But maybe this is not the time for it. Ano sabi?
Mamita daw niyan. Mamita! Nanay niya.
Crew winning this match, winning this game. And nakikita natin yung kanilang celebration po. Celebration, picture muna.
Picture. Oh my God, Johnny?
Nopi. Nopi, alam ko na ang gusto mong marinig pero hindi mangyayari yon. Actually, hindi pala yun pre-fire na sinadset ng push na siya. And wala na eh. Naka-sheriff ka na kasi during that time. And with the Viper Spit, upos na agad yung buhay mo. Hindi ka pa nakakabuelo para makahanap ng kill.
Mahirap talaga yun. Pero nga, at least nakabawi naman sila. And it's actually 2-1 in favor of our friends from Crew from the region of Latin America. Congratulations guys, you really deserve the win. I mean, dito sa match na to, dito natin nakita kung ano ba ang kayang ipakita ng Zeta Division. And dito sa mga matches na to, let's see if ever mananalo ba ang Zeta Division dito sa lower bracket.
Hindi no? Walang palag yung mga dash in ng Jet. Dito sa B-side specifically. Laging na siya shutdown eh. Even with smokes coming in, alam na alam ng Crew actually kung paano nila mapapunish. And with this raise, ang dami niyang kills with his utilities. Yung kanyang boombot and yung kanyang showstopper. Ito yung sanang tataas sila. Ayan o. Alam na alam ng Crew. Magaling sila mag-read ng mga plays. And exactly like that, nabasa nila ang plays ng Zeta Division. All the way from game number 1, we witnessed it. And Zeta Division, despite itong mga move nila, o kaya ito yung mga kanilang, ano tawag dito? Execution, nananalo sila sa aim duels eh. Ang lakas nila mag-aim duels eh, last pa lang nga.
Oo, man. I mean, they're actually really on fire.
Woo! Galit si Johnny. Okay, nakalmado na ulit.
Fist bump. Ano yung thank you ulit sa sa Japan? Arigato gozaimasu.
Saya nila sobra, no?
Arigato gozaimasu, Crew samnida. Korean, Japanese.
Halo na pala ngayon. Oh man, Crew. Before this, nakita natin sila Iceland, nakita natin yung kanilang run also on their own specific region. And picture taking muna daw. Picture.
Tinan mo, di ba? Kung napapansin nyo, sino lang bang player ang tumalon dito sa stage na to?
Si
Benkay lang. Di ba? Lahat sila napaka-normal papasok sa stage. Pero si Benkay biglang tumalon, naghubad pa.
Hindi naman nagubad. May armor eh.
May armor.
Full buy. Naka-full buy.
Oo nga, tinanggal niya yung half armor niya. Pero tamang picture taking.
Makikita na natin yan sa Twitter, sa Facebook page ng Valorant. Vamos! Everybody, let's go!
Come on, let's get to it!
I know that we can do it! Okay, maayos na ulit kasi bumalik sa amin yung camera. But that was it. 3 games of this Thieves na naglaban-laban dito, specifically Crew and also Zeta Division. Umabot pa tayo ng Game 3, VIL, but it seems like Crew is just really the stronger team on this matchup.
Yeah. Maraming salamat sa panonood mga kaibigan. Don't go away.
Ito na inaantay nila.
Ito yung inaantay nyo. It's gonna be VIL versus Sentinels for the next game here in the VALORANT Masters Berlin. And for the last time, we are cast for the day. My name is VIL alongside with me, Stator. Kita-kits tayo bukas. Iba magkakas nun. See you and good night. See you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Murió. Murió. ¡Ay! ¡Vamos!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Failure, by definition, a lack of success.
welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Crew have secured themselves a win in their opening match over Zeta Division. Now, Sean, Gio, I've seen their players do this, I've seen their fans do this, but we got to throw one up for Crew. We got to throw one up for Crew. That's what they do. That's the Crew sign.
There's an emoji that does this, so
yeah, that's the Crew sign. I know Sean's already part of some gangs, but you know you can join another one, can't you?
Oh yeah, look at him. He's such a gang member.
Yeah, she thinks I'm in gangs.
In his plaid.
Yeah, I mean, well speaking of that, moving swiftly on even before we expose you, Sean. But that was a very, very solid victory from Crew in the end. I know they looked shaky in the second map, but Sean, all it matters is the fact they were able to close it out.
Yeah, I was worried for them in the first half. Things looked rough. I thought Raita had a horrible game, if I'm being honest. And I think, you know, if they go back and look at the VODs, they're going to really look at this and be like, ooh, what happened here? Because he was like 6-15 overall in First Bloods. And in that last game, we saw a couple times where he just came out of hookah, once first half, once second half, and just no trades in sight. There was the one where they tried to boost over the Sage Wall. There was just a lot of silly deaths coming out of Zeta. I actually thought they were the better team, despite losing this game. I thought they had so much good structure with the Astra gravity wells, the breach fault lines, and the dashes into that to open up the rounds, but they just didn't have the pieces to close them out.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I noticed as well. You know, going back to the pre-game, we spoke about how Takage and Raita really like to play together and play off each other in a kind of initiative way. And one of the problems as well with Raita, like you said, is just that when they did play together, particularly on this map, on their attack, he would kind of go off somewhere, he wouldn't be there for the trade, and they wouldn't be getting the value out of that initiation. And when you are relying on two duelists, one of whom is Arena, you really need to be ensuring that you're getting value in those situations, because if you're not, you don't really have much to follow up with.
Having said that, though, you know, for Zeta, Gio, the Japan region, when they sent Crazy Raccoon for Iceland, they weren't able to take a single map off of anybody. But Zeta, they've come out and they've managed to do that at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, they look competitive, and I mean that's the fair thing. And one of the things that we said at the start is this could be a really even game, and I think that we did get that. You know, in bind for a lot of it, I didn't really know what way it was going to finish, and I don't know how you two feel, but it did feel like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, well, one of the star players on this side of Crew is Kesne, who's been putting up the numbers today, and he is with the lovely Kakuka for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this post-match interview. I'm joined by Kesnit from Crew. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, todo bien.
So I'm going to be doing both English and Spanish. This is what you're going to get from me. I want to start asking you, what happened on that bind? Because literally on that defense, everything went according to plan for you. O sea, en el bind, ¿qué es lo que ha pasado? Porque en la defensa, literalmente, todo lo que queríais os ha salido.
Al principio no sabíamos cómo jugarle porque pasaban como a 30 segundos. Entonces después nuestro coach nos dijo, tenemos que jugar como nosotros planteamos siempre jugar nuestro bind, y fue lo que nos fue dando resultados a momento y momento, y como que fluyó, como que todo fluyó.
So at the beginning, they were not sure exactly how to plan the defense against them. But once the coach get into line and said, you know exactly what to do, how to play with their minds, how to play with the smokes, this is what we planned, that's exactly what you have to do. That was great. I want to ask you as well, what happened on Ascent? Because that was that first map, 11-1 on that first half. That was crazy. What happened? ¿Qué ha pasado también en el Ascent, en ese primer mapa que hemos tenido, que habéis hecho esa primera mitad que ha sido de locos, ese 11-1?
Entramos confiantes, así como veníamos jugando en las prácticas, y nos estaba saliendo todo, ronda por ronda, celebrando, no sé, como nosotros le gritamos a los demás, celebrando, todos con ánimo, entonces nos estaban saliendo todas las cosas como nosotros las practicamos.
So it was perfect because they were round by round, exactly everything went according to plan. So that's great to hear. Are you actually surprised that they decided to start on the attack since they had such good retakes? ¿Te ha sorprendido que decidieran ellos empezar atacando cuando tenían unos retakes tan buenos en defensa?
Lo que me sorprendió sí fue mucho eso, porque fueron 3 mapas que ellos quisieron atacar, entonces yo quedé como, no sé, what the fuck. Se tiene mucha confianza.
It were 3 maps and they decided to attack on the 3 of them, so they were looking pretty confident, but it wasn't the same in the game. So in Masters 2, you guys started with a completely different setup. I mean, the fact that you started losing to Fnatic and then coming back but not sure. This is a great start for you. How does that make you feel? Ya sabes que en Master 2, pues bueno, empezasteis con esa primera, con ese partido perdido contra Fnatic y las cosas, pues sí que ganasteis a Share, pero no mejoraron muchísimo. ¿Cómo sentís ahora con este buen inicio?
Yo, como no participé en el otro máster, no sentía como así, como estar adentro, entonces ahora yo me siento súper contento porque venimos con una nueva estructura, venimos con algo nuevo y está dando bien por lo que se ve.
So with the new structure and a new team, obviously he was not there on Masters 2, but he feels really confident. I want to ask you as well, because tomorrow you are going to be facing Envy. Based on what you saw yesterday, how do you feel about that? Ya sabéis que mañana os toca el primer partido contra Envy. Basándonos en lo que vimos ayer, ¿cómo os sentís para mañana?
No, igual que contra todos los equipos, vamos siempre a salimos a la cancha con todo, se deja todo, porque si es que no lo hacemos no vamos a poder representar nuestra región bien.
So they want to represent the region, so they look at Envy just like any other team. They just want to beat them. And with that is all. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias y muchísima suerte mañana. I'm going to throw it back to the desk because I feel like there's something that we still need to do before Sentinels and G2 hit the stage.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Petition to have her do every interview in Spanish. I love it. I didn't understand anything they were talking about, but I felt like mesmerized by that conversation. Also, like being able to translate like on the spot as well.
I mean, you're bilingual, so you kind of got the same.
Well, not in Spanish. Not in Spanish. I only know how to say rude things in Spanish. So let's not get into that. But of course, let's look ahead because they mentioned it in the interview as well. Envy is the next opponent. You know, if they win that one, then they go to playoffs. This group, a lot of people kind of looked at this group as maybe it wasn't as exciting as the other one, but Sean, it's shaping up to be pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting, and I don't need a translator to tell me what El Diablo means. That guy's about to, they're gonna learn what that means real quick when they go up against Envy.
Oh, you're very confident, Sean, as always.
Yeah, I mean, no, I totally agree. I think a lot of people looked at this group when all the groups were announced. They're like, Envy are going to have a free ride through that. And actually, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case anymore. I mean, obviously they could win, but I think the attitudes of their adversaries that they're going to go up against, in this case, is going to be Crew, and the way that they look at themselves, but also their performance in the server too, suggests that it's not just going to be totally free for Envy.
I mean, Kesnet, he brought a lot of flashy things in that game. We saw a lot of that from Crew as well. But I do want to quickly shout out some of the other flashy things we saw, which is, of course, the Z skins. I'm kind of upset that I'm here because I only have my laptop with me, and like it's not good enough for me to just log on and buy it. But Sean, come on, which one are you copying when you go home?
I'm getting the whole set. What are you talking about? It's so sick. I'm starting the party every time I went around, which against Mitch would be every single round, by the way. I would get the show, you know, you inspect the guns like that. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah. I want, because obviously we got to kind of see it behind us, which I was like Mitch, where I was like, I wanted to turn around and see. But, you know, I would be sitting in my bedroom and I would constantly turn around and be like, where is it? Where is it?
I won't lie, I love a good skin, and I only have one knife skin myself because I've been really kind of trying to sell myself as the person with a glitch pop axe. I kind of just run around with it. You
That's
know,
your brand.
Yeah, you know when you look at like jerseys and you're like, oh, this jersey reminds me XY player, or gun skins. Like the Dragon Red Vandal is Turkey. Like if you see that the Elder Flame one is Turkey. But when it comes to knives, I feel like I have to upgrade. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. This is what I'm talking about.
I want to go run out into the stage.
This is what I'm talking about though. Like if I'm running around with that, I know other people are probably going to be running around with this as well because look at it, it's absolutely beautiful. But also, of course, those of you guys who don't know who Zed is at home, what are you doing?
It looks like one of those things that would be really nice to eat.
Was Zed?
Really?
No, not Zed.
I know you like music producing.
It looks like a little like one of those like ice lolly things.
Oh, I
like
get you.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a hair thing, like a. What is
Oh,
that?
like a curling iron?
Oh, well, it's officially called the Wave for Melee weapon, I believe. I absolutely love this. All of the animations are great. I know in the green room we were kind of hyping things up because when you win like a clutch with it and everything just turns into a party.
It's so sick.
It is so sick indeed. Do you know what else is so sick, guys? G2 versus Sentinels. Do not go anywhere at home, you guys, because they will be taking the stage right here, right after the break.
Nunca fui
supposed to say? I feel like I've been trying, but there is no way. And I'm not really certain I am made for you. We always end up all our evenings feeling
Who's gonna say what now?
We didn't expect that they will be this good. Like, we went into the game, we was full focus. Everyone was ready to have a easy game. For me, F4Q played really well and GG them. Gonna just be full focus on Sentinels, win the match. And I think this is the most important, and Sentinels is a really good team. For me, they are one of the best team, and it's gonna be awesome. The G2 tag is here to show everyone that G2 is gonna win the tournament. Be here Sunday against Sentinels.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we had a wild first series of the day, but we just heard from Kellogg's as we turn our attention to perhaps the marquee matchup of our day 3 at Masters Berlin, as G2 and Sentinels are about to step on stage to do battle. It's NA, it's EU. You heard him talking about the full focus on G2. I've got EU on one side, NA on the other, and I'm placed in the middle specifically for a reason, to keep the two of you off of each other's throats. But Kukuka, happy to be joining Gio on the desk for the first time today. This bout, though, I mean, it is just...
It's literally what everybody is waiting for. Probably since the beginning of Valorant, it was Sentinels always coming on top, and we saw that G2 that last year was always on top as well. They did have some bumps on their way, especially during this year, but with this new roster, oh my god, everybody's watching. Come on.
And then on the flip side, we have Sentinels, our first look at the defending champions from Reykjavik. I think for a lot of people, you know, it's been waiting on bated breath to see what this team will do when they step onto stage here for the first for LAN after a few months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think much needs to be said about this team other than the fact that they are the best team in the world, and pretty much everybody out there knows that. Kukuka, your LAN.
I mean, I love Sentinels. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they went through the entire Masters 2 without dropping a single map. Is that going to change today, though?
Is it? What's your thought?
I think so.
You think they're dropping a map right here
mean,
today?
if we had the 3 map on the best match, this one completely deserves 3 maps.
I mean, I hope so. I hope so, because I want to see Sentinels challenged like that in a way that they weren't in Reykjavik. But I have to wonder, because having the opportunity to speak to those players on the stage in Reykjavik when they won, it almost felt too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love to push the whole NA are the best region in the world, and they are, I am definitely not a fan of one team just being able to have everything handed to them. And while it would be great to see them win once again and actually set off their debut here in Berlin that well, I actually think that I would like to see Sentinels have that challenge. And with this rejuvenated G2, I think that'd be the perfect example of kicking that off.
Well, while Sentinels is a titanic team, I think we do have to take a closer look at the roster of G2 that aims to take them down today. For me, in the first match that G2 had, eyes were on Kellox.
Yeah, completely. And I feel like for this one as well, because we said that it was his debut on LAN, but he's still, under the look of everybody. We know this team. We've seen them hundreds of times. I mean, not hundreds. I mean, we obviously want more of them because we have a Boba and Nuki coming from Heretics, Coldamenta coming from Asen, Mixwell staying just the only one coming from the original one. But if there is a G2 that can beat Sentinels, it's this roster.
No, I mean, I totally see it. I think G2 have done a good job to synergize over the time that they've had together. We've already seen them play together here at Masters Berlin so far. They went up against F4Q, and they did say to themselves, and we even saw it at the start, they said we didn't expect it to be as hard as it was. We didn't expect it to be that much of a challenge. But I reckon coming off the back of that game, they can kind of refocus themselves, remind themselves what their strengths are, ready to come into this game.
All right, so who is ultimately going to be the difference maker here in this one for the side? We did point at Kellox.
I do have a head-to-head that I really want to look into.
Okay.
That would be Shazam against Coldamenta. Because it's the mind duel.
It's all about the battle of the minds.
The workload for Shazam is just bigger because they don't have a coach. They don't really need it. I mean, for now, we're actually going to look at Coldamenta first. He is the IGL from the team, also playing Sova most of the time, but he is the one that makes the plan. Obviously, he's followed by another 4 amazing players.
Yeah, and I mean, Coldamenta, as you say, came originally from Ascend. He's come into G2 Esports from there. These huge brains, Shazam as well, going up against them. I've heard that Shazam has watched like a cajillion VODs coming into Masters Berlin, as you say. They don't have a coach, dude.
It's amazing, yeah.
My eyes would fall out of my skull.
Mean, if you compare it, knowing that G2 has the manager, the coach, the analyst, they have all this team behind them, plus their brilliant minds. So, yeah.
I mean, every time I talk to a player on Sentinels, they are never afraid to laud Shazam for how much effort he puts into the prep for the team and how much of a difference maker he is. Let's remind everybody the roster of the team that took home the trophy in Iceland just a couple months ago. It's Sick, it's Dapper Shazam, Tens, the big pickup, of course, and Zoms to close it out.
Let's take a look at the duels here. So it would be Zoms versus Avova, then Tens versus Kellox, Shazam against Coldamenta. I think that Sick and Dapper will... as they're more flexible, maybe not Sapper, but Sick will be, face more against Mixwell. I feel like I've been waiting for this match my entire life in VALORANT, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's interesting actually because you mentioned Sick there, and I think for me, Sick is going to be one of those players to look at as a difference maker, because when you think of a team like G2 who don't really stick to characteristic agent compositions, they like to change things up. Sick, being one of the most flexible players in this entire game, is going to be the guy who can take on all those different roles and instantly adapt to whatever it is they think G2 can bring out.
Well, you brought up the Coldamenta Shazam matchup, so let's look at the Shazam side of that matchup. The IGL for Sentinels, the man with all the strats, and he's got a shot to boot.
I mean, his stats are pretty good. I would say pretty amazing. I mean, all things considered, the workload is amazing for him. So for him to have an average combat score over 200 says a lot about him.
Yeah, I mean, even in the final that they played against 100 Thieves over in NA, there were certain maps where Shazam was he was up there. I mean, he and Tens are always side by side, hand in hand. It is a romance that we all love to see. But, and he's rivaling his kind of statistics, even though Tens is pretty much going to be always playing on a duelist, and Shazam a lot of the time is on Sova.
I mean, tens, right? That to me is the difference maker when it comes to the play itself. Everybody's excited to see that move. He even said in the winner's interview on stage in Iceland, "I hope I can stay on this team." It became a reality not too long after that. And so for me, it's all about the growth of this team. They were the story of a roster recently put together with him as an addition coming into Iceland. We're able to achieve so much. So how much more can they achieve with the time they've had? Let's go ahead and hear from the Reykjavik champions themselves as they no doubt aim to take home Berlin.
My name's Shazam, and I play for Team Sentinels. Yeah, we feel pretty confident. Feels like Masters 2, we went in there like with a lot to prove since it was the first time on like international stage, and now like coming in, like we know we're top dogs, so it's a lot more comfortable feeling knowing like some teams weren't as unknown before as they are now. Outside of NA, I think the strongest region is the EU. You know, I watch a lot of the EU region. I think the team's really strong, but I'm still interested in seeing like Korea. I think their region is strong. We just matched up really well against their playstyle. We can't underestimate anyone. Teams went through roster changes. They got a better idea of like how they want to look. Also, just like a better understanding of how we play, since all eyes are on us. We've added like another layer to our gameplay where we won't hopefully be as easy to read, and you know teams can't necessarily expect what we're gonna do.
Chance can't access his abilities, but he has the ability to shoot the classic, and he's shooting the classic, and everyone dies.
I definitely think we're the closest team by far. You know, we're not just coworkers or teammates. We're really good friends. I think that plays a huge role in why we play so well together. Is like that like trust and like people fulfilling their roles that they have to. Yeah, my favorite memory from my VCT career is definitely winning Iceland. It's just crazy to win like the first international tournament. There's like no way to describe that feeling. That's definitely by far like a memory I'll hold forever, I'm sure. The like insane amount of like growth with our fan base, like it definitely motivates us. And there's a lot of people like counting on us and like rooting for us, and like the biggest thing is that we don't want to let them down. So like no matter what, like even if we're qualified for champions, like here at Masters, like we don't want to let them down. We want like our fans to know, like, you know, they're rooting for the best team. Like we got them. I know all eyes are on us. I still think NA is the strongest region, even though EU teams are gunning for us. I mean, I feel like the pressure's on you guys. You know what we're capable of, and don't underestimate us.
I mean, they look humble. So some just looks humble, but then if we look at the social media from both teams,
Lord.
that is a different conversation.
If you have not been on Twitter recently, please do yourselves a favor right now and go check out the banter between G2 and Sentinels, because it's just top tier.
Well, it's something I was when we were talking about the fact that Sentinels don't have a coach, and you were like, yeah, you know, it's a team manager, team whatever. I was thinking, yeah, and a team owner who's going to hire a plane, just a plane, just going to be taking an innocent plane through the skies of Berlin.
If they win this matchup, I wonder what he'll rent next. A cruise ship to go sailing through the harbor or something?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
who knows?
What I really like about this matchup is that we're going to have it twice, so we're actually going to give double the banter. So, I mean...
well, no, because if G2 lose this one, it's going to be a plane that just says, sorry, Sentinels.
Yeah, no, the banter has been incredible, and I think that, again, the players are going to be feeling that energy when they step on the stage. I have a question for the both of you, though. When you are in G2's seat right now, and you're staring down the possibility of taking down Sentinels, when they didn't drop a map at Reykjavik, where do you even start to cobble together a strategy to take them down here?
It's the long run, obviously, for them, but I feel like G2 being the team that probably has changed the most during the last 3 months, testing a lot of different agent compositions and changes within the roster itself. I feel like it comes a lot to the surprise, because, I mean, you've used so many things that they don't know what you're going to use next.
Look, if I'm G2, I'm not going to judge myself and my abilities against a team that was at an event that I wasn't at. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to look to that and be like, oh my God, this is what Sentinels achieved when they were at Reykjavik. That's so I wasn't there. I couldn't prove myself against them there. So I'm just going to worry about this. The game has changed. We spoke with Sean earlier on the first desk that I was here with Sean and Yinsu, and we were talking about how the game has changed. The meta has changed since then. And if I'm G2, I'm also going to worry way more about what I am good at and what I can improve in my own kind of endemic flaws, rather than worrying about their stuff, because that's how you get in your own head. That's how you actually start seeing yourself as below that team.
I also think that it's true. The game has changed a lot, and I feel like there is not that big of a difference between teams anymore, because just as G2 last year was on top and it became to a point where it wasn't anymore, we were talking yesterday about Envy, how they're always third and fourth, but the game keeps going. New metas, new changes, new teams, but they're still on that position. For Sentinels, it's the first position, but it's not going to be that stable forever.
I also do have to wonder, in Sentinel's position, how much pressure they're feeling because of the precedent they set. Right? I mean, you're going to maybe start to worry that first time you go down in a map where you hadn't prior. Maybe start second-guessing some of the decisions you've made. And so, to your point, Gio, the note of play your own game, that's what got Sentinels the championship the first time around. That could very well be what gets G2 the championship this time.
Well, it's almost like the Vision Strikers effect that we spoke about the other day, where it's like you come in as the team that has all of the expectations on you, and suddenly it's a bit more restrictive. You don't have as much freedom to just kind of allow yourself to do your thing because you're aware of that. That said, just judging by the way that Shazam has spoken and the general attitude that we see from Sentinels, I'm not entirely convinced that they are a team who is feeling tons of pressure right now. I think that one of the things that makes Sentinels so good is their mental fortitude and their own self-assuredness. You know what I mean?
And it's not only that. I mean, at some point, they're going to drop a map in this series. I mean, they have to. Just one. Come on. It cannot be that dominant again.
Does it have to? I don't know.
No. Come on. Especially, they're playing twice against G2.
I will believe it when I see it.
It was actually written into their contracts, like, you can come to Berlin, but only if you agree to drop a map. We need the story.
Yeah, but you were talking about are they still superior? I mean, they have to drop at some point. The pressure, right? About everybody looking, oh my God, it's Sentinels again. They're going to do great. And if they lose a map, people are going to be like, you know, they had to lose at some point.
Yeah, every undefeated streak comes to an end at some
exactly.
point. Perhaps it'll be today. We are going to take a moment to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be stepping on stage with G2 and Sentinels. welcome once again back to the Verity Music Hall, where we're gearing up for Sentinels versus G2. Teams are preparing to step on stage, but while they do, we've got a cool little treat for you, a moment for our very own Pansy and Shazam in a series called Decoded to give you some tips. Check it out.
It is NA all day.
Who's left? Right, like what's left? Who's left standing?
He might, but he's got the charge! Tens has the blade to go. Oh! Very out of the sky!
You know, you can see it, right? You can see it on the stage. You can see it in the server. These guys are all vibing.
The Koreans are like silent assassins.
Welcome to Decoded. We break down the best strats and plays from the VALORANT Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be looking at how to execute a perfect retake strategy with an example from Masters Reykjavik winners, Sentinels. Who else? But first, look, what is a retake, you may be asking? And you know what? Great question. You're hitting the nail on the head there. A retake is a play where the defending team manages to regain control of a site and score a defuse after the spike has been planted. It's a popular strategy for defenders to back off of a site when the attackers rush in and play for a retake rather than fighting them immediately. This gives the defenders time to group up for a more even team fight. In this particular example from the upper bracket here at Masters Reykjavik, Sentinels met Korea's Newturn Gaming, who had surprised the world with their impressive run so far in the tournament. And if you watch previous episodes of Decoded, you'd be in the know, and you might remember how Newturn are known for their aggressive and coordinated pushes onto the sites. Coming into this match, Sentinels of course knew what to expect and came up with a plan how to counter it. As we break down this round, we'll be digging into some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own games, including how to play a patient defense, assess teamfight risks, and manage resources efficiently. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be executing a retake like a pro. Let's get into it. Newturn begin the round with all 5 players stacked outside the A side of the map. Sentinels anticipate this and start setting up for a punish. Newturn push through Zom smoke and the gravity well at the door of A lobby. Lakia is spotted by Shazam's recon bolt. Right after, Lakia is able to tag Shazam with his own L drone, giving Newturn visibility on his location as he retreats into the A site. Now, Newturn feel like they have enough intel to continue onto the A site. They set up a split push by setting 3 players down A long and 2 players with a spike to short. Sick rotates over to A site to support Shazam, but the other members of Sentinels stay put. Sentinels are careful to not over-rotate too early here, as they've only spotted 1 or 2 members of Newturn at this point. Newturn are now ready to enter the site. Suggest kicks things off by tossing in a paint shell to the corner of A short. Sick mollies the A short entrance in response to keep him out. But it's going to take more than that to slow down Suggest. He bounces over the molly with his blast packs, landing safely onto A site with his showstopper locked and loaded in hand. But Sentinels are nowhere to be found. That's because they've opted for the retake strategy already this round. Rather than risk a 2v5 fight, Sick and Shazam hang back at the defender's spawn, giving control of A site to Newturn while they wait for the rest of the teammates to arrive for a group push. High-level Valorant is all about risk calculation. On the surface, it may seem strange that they're allowing Newturn a free spike plant, but in the bigger picture, that's a smaller price to pay than losing 2 players in an early, unfavorable fight. Now, Newturn get the spike planted and Sentinels group up in spawn. The retake's about to begin, and it's already a 4v5 in favor of Sentinels after Shazam scored a lucky pick by spraying through a smoke. Sentinels kick off their retake by activating a gravity well on top of the spike, attempting to catch whoever planted it. They hook Suggest in, setting up for an easy kill for Sick in heaven. From this position, Sick can't see any more opponents, but his teammates in A tunnel have a read on Allow. He revealed his location in Hell by tossing a smoke from there just a moment ago. They communicate this to Sick, who goes for a crazy play to catch Allow off guard. Sick curves a flash into Hell, drops down immediately, taking Allow out with a headshot. However, Allow manages to take Dapper down with him in the scramble. Sentinels aren't concerned though, as they still have 2 players over Newturn. Now, we've seen it happen on our end, but let's check in with Shazam to hear what was going through his head during this play.
Zoms immediately uses his Astra ult to cut off the chokes of the site. So they have to get the bomb down, and now they have to decide if they're going to sit in empty corners of the site or if people are going to play outside the site. It kind of like splits them off, and the retake is set up immediately. Everyone rotates in. I leave Heaven to set up a recon dart and who's on site. Thomas has a gravity wall on default that gets Sick to kill, and then he usually flashes out of Heaven. And now the recon dart's cleared every corner of site. Sick gets the kill under Heaven. But we know the remaining two have to be outside of the site because they were behind Astra's ultimate. It's just like protocol to follow for these retakes. And it was good on me and Sick to recognize that, you know, they're committing to A site. You need to give up control and play retake in that scenario. You shouldn't try to go for a kill and lose man disadvantage, because as you can see, like, everyone's utility matters for this retake. So you can't be like half trying to hold the site and like half committed to the retake. Like, we fully just left the site, and that's how the round played out for us.
The remaining new term players Solo and Lakia split off earlier to check for lurkers. They now hold their defensive positions and wait for Sentinels to approach. Zoms and Shazam locate Solo and swing the corner together to increase their chances of winning the fight. Solo dies to the hands of Zoms, but he's able to take Shazam out with him. The decision to peek this corner as a pair is another great example of Sentinels' resource management and awareness. While they could have gone for a 1v1, they knew that sending two players would increase their chance of eliminating him, even if it meant training one player. In their current position of a man advantage, trading is extremely valuable as it decreases Newturn's potential to make a comeback while maintaining their overall lead. When attempting a retake, always be aware of what resources you have over your opponents and how you can spend those resources to maintain an advantage. As the last man standing for Newturn, Lakia finds himself in a tricky spot. He waits patiently for Sick to start defusing and is able to score the kill. But little did he know, Tens was waiting right around the corner ready to strike. Tens finishes it off, scoring the final kill and completing a perfect retake with resources left to spare. And that's the play. Now that we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Patience is a virtue for every great player. Don't get too jumpy on defense and rotate early. Sometimes it's safer to wait things out until you've got more information. In the heat of the moment, managing risk is key. Sometimes it's best to fall back on a site and play for retakes rather than ending up in an unfavorable fight. Always be aware of what resources you and your opponents have. When you're in the lead, don't be afraid to spend some of those resources to keep your advantage going. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune in to the VCT, of course, to learn more pro strats to bring to your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules and all the information you may ever need, head over to VALORANTesports.com. And that's it for Decoded 2021. Check out the full Decoded playlist for all the tips and tricks you may ever need. It's all there for you. Free, ready for the taking. And well, we'll be seeing you again, hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? It's me done. Catch you next time.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Shazam. I'm pretty sure I just jumped 3 tiers in Valorant from that video
Oh, so you
alone.
made it to silver?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, my goodness.
Is what you get, is what you get.
I asked
He set
for that.
himself
I
up
set
for it.
myself up
Do
for
you
that
remember
one.
when Gio and I destroyed you the other day?
I do remember that. I do remember that. One of you was at the bottom of the boards, though, and I won't let it wasn't.
It was
you.
me. I got freaking off. Listen, all right, hold on. I was bottom fragger in the entire server, and I own it. I still won.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Exactly.
Yeah,
she was the
yeah.
moral support, okay? She was giving us the recons.
I was doing good recon darts.
She was our Shazam, you know?
All right. I'll take my lickings. I'll
She was
take
our
my
coach or
lickings.
IGL.
Make sure you check out Decoded online for more tips and tricks when it comes to your ranked Valorant play. But it's time for us to now reframe towards G2 and Sentinel. So I do want to re-hit a couple points that we already have, but just because they are so important. Again, you've already mentioned Coldamenta versus Shazam when it comes to that in-game leadership, when it comes to the strategic minds of these teams. But I also recall you calling up the duelists as well as being a hyper-focus when it comes to playmaking round to round.
Yeah, and I feel like Tense has a little bit more of confidence just because he's been with the team just longer. And I also think that Sentinels is the kind of team that adapts super fast to their enemies. So I think that even if they encounter something that they were not expecting, they're going to overcome it. As for G2, I feel like they will find something that they are not able to overcome just today, but they're going to have another matchup, and that's where I expect to see the magic.
I mean, for me, I think for what I'm looking for with G2 is leaning into those strengths. Like, for example, what we saw against F4Q. And I'm repeating something Pansy said in her little segment, which is patience is a virtue. G2 are very good at playing patiently. They're very good at drawing utility out from their enemies and then striking while the iron is hot, right? And that is what I want to be seeing from them. They're great at bringing in these pinches. They're fantastic at playing for trades. And I think those are the kinds of things that if they can do them well, should work against Sentinels.
Curious how that interacts with a team like Sentinels, because we heard Shazam say in the very same piece how important it was that all 5 members were alive for that retake, each piece of utility being important, not actually taking, the 50-50 on, the entrance to the site.
But it also looked natural, it came so naturally. They were so prepared because, as Shazam mentioned, they're friends, they know each other, they knew exactly how the other thinks, and they're ready for these things. That is what I mentioned. They know how to overcome these things, even in a very short period of time.
When you think about what is going to put G2 over the edge in a winning scenario, what is it? What aspect of their play is so superior to everybody else?
For winning Sentinels especially?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what would tee them up to beat Sentinels?
I feel like they need to be pumped up as they were the other day. They need to support each other a lot. Even when they lose those rounds, they need to still be able to just take the team and be like, okay, next, what else do we have? Because we do have a lot. So they need to just keep that momentum, even though if it's not alive.
I think something else to consider is the fact that G2 has already had the opportunity to play on the stage. This is the first outing for Sentinels. A number of teams that we've had high expectations for have actually had slow starts in a number of maps, and so that's going to be a consideration as well. How will map 1 go in terms of the momentum for either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, they're used to already being on the stage. They know what they're working with. They know how they reacted to whatever it was going on kind of behind what we get to see. I mean, yeah, that said, it's not as if they're going up against a team that are exactly inexperienced from that perspective. So, I guess we'll have to find out how big a deal that is. And you also have the concern that Sentinels, they got to just kind of chill, relax, watch a couple of cheeky VODs while G2 are like hauling away.
That's a good point. There's a little bit of tape that Sentinels got to watch.
And we saw a lot of Avoba on Astra. I think that we're going to see more of that today. I do not have the insights, but I'm just gonna put it there.
Just leaking the
no, I'm not.
All right, well, we're not giving anything away because we don't know anything, but we'll know some stuff soon enough, because I just received word that it is time for us to step on stage and see G2 take on Sentinels for the first time here at Masters Berlin. Loving the energy out of the G2 squad, and Kukuka, that's exactly what you said they would need here coming into this series. It's the energy, got smiles on the faces, so sky's the limit here.
Yeah.
I want to talk about map select though, because we've talked so much about the players themselves. So what do we expect? Where do you want to go?
I know where they don't want to go. I do not expect G2 to want to go to Greece. Just because I don't feel like they are exactly comfortable on that map, and I feel that it's a good map for Sentinels, even though they might not play like the most usual comps. And I also feel like Sentinels would be kind of weird if they wanted to play Ascent against G2, even though the results have not been the best lately. I still feel like it's a pretty strong map for them.
For me, what I would like to see is G2 get to go to Icebox, because when they played against F4Q, that was the map they had banned against them, but I feel like it's a map that G2 are very strong at. They feel very comfortable there. So I think if you're them, you would like to go there.
All right, well, it'll be Sentinels that gets to choose 2 of the 3 maps in this map select.
Then the first one has to be Split.
Yeah?
Because G2 has only played it once. They were pretty consistent on the defense and yada yada, but I mean, only one. We expect changes, we expect to shine, and G2 expected Sentinels to pick that map.
All right, we're diving straight into your prime game.
Okay.
Map select here. Waiting for the bans first, but as the 2 of you predicted, Breeze and Ascent, we'll see if that holds true here in just a moment.
I mean, I have the Ascent one pretty sure. Maybe I doubt a little bit on the Breeze one
Okay.
from G2, but yeah.
I'm still really waiting for that Breeze play. I just want to see the map here. One
we
time.
haven't
This probably
got
isn't
to
the
see
series
it.
for it, I agree, but I would love to see
I know,
it.
it's just too high stakes.
I hate Breeze.
But I think there is that, you hate Breeze.
I hate Breeze.
I hate Split, so...
You hate Split?
Yes, I'm a Sofa player.
I love Split. I love Split.
Oh my
okay.
god.
Okay.
Kuka and I just became best friends over
Yeah.
Split. Ascent is out, though, so correct on the prediction there. Sentinels has no desire.
That was the obvious one,
Go
I
to
would say.
Ascent. Okay. We'll see what follows here. It's Breeze to follow, so
Split still in.
2 for
Yeah.
2 right now.
It should be the first pick if I'm not in the wrong, and Sentinels gets to pick their first map because of what I said. It's not only that, I feel like Sentinels have gotten so okay. Thank you very much, Sentinels.
Nice.
That's what we like to see.
Sentinels don't like me then.
I see how it is. They have swapped Dapper from to Killjoy, and I feel like they're so strong on the defense. Also, you know. It feels like it's the right thing to do, but we don't know what G2 has prepared for this map. Still, it's the first time that they're going to test it if they do.
I think it's natural that they choose defense, though, to kick things off. Now it is G2's opportunity to pick a map. We were saying it's got to be Icebox. That's where they've had success before. We'll see if they agree with us, though.
Yeah, what are your options? Because they lost combined against F4Q that showed like a weak face of them. Okay,
Yeah,
you were in the right.
good,
Yeah, I feel like
good.
this was a must.
I feel like this is one of those maps where G2 will really have the opportunity to play into their own play style. And talking about how, you know, what they have to do to go up against Sentinels, to have the chance to win against them, I think the key is to not allow Sentinels to draw them out of their comfort zone. And Icebox is one of those maps where I can see G2 actually feeling more anchored.
And it's a lovely map to see a Jet duel. That is what we're here for. We
Yes.
have to wait until map 2. Maybe not really. I feel like for G2, it's kind of like a coin flip. I mean, to me, Icebox all the time is always like a coin flip. But I would say it's a shaky map for Sentinel, so it's a good battlefield for them.
Well, Haven will be our third and final map if
This is
we
my
make
favorite
it there.
map from Sentinel.
Look, Sentinels went 13-6 against 100 Thieves on here. Sick on the Phoenix. I feel like this is one of those only teams you're really going to see Phoenix get played substantially. Sick on the Phoenix on this map is sick. I mean, it's absolutely was so much fun to watch. And I think that if we do get to a map 3, G2 will be feeling the heat there.
Oh, please, Lord, let us get to map 3.
Oh, I know.
Actually, that was the Decoded that we saw. And I really like also the fact that they have changed Dapper to the Killjoy there. It gives them a lot more of ground control, I would feel. And we're going into the big map. But please, G2, take us to map 3.
Yep, well, again, it starts on Split, so we'll see if they can get anything done there. Well, of course, we expect Sentinels to be the favorite team on that map, a favorite of theirs. Let's start talking about agents. Kakuki, you already tipped your cap to the fact that they have swapped Dapper most recently from the Cypher.
Sorry, it was the other way around.
Other way
I'm so
around,
sorry.
from KJ over to the Cypher.
Yeah, this happens. And it's not only that, they've also swapped the race for the Reyna, even more looking for the duels. We mentioned G2 is very good at trading. Is that going to pay off against such a strong Reyna? We'll see.
Yeah, that's definitely one to wait and find out. Yeah, it's usually the Astra, Cypher, Jet, Reyna, and Sage that they've been going for most recently. Split is Sentinel's third most played map, so definitely one that they're going to be feeling comfortable on. But yeah, that double duelist, I think, for me is going to be
game-changing.
Yeah, where a lot of my attention is going to be paid.
Now, it may be Sentinel's third most played map, but it's actually one of the lesser played maps here so far at Masters Berlin. Only an example or two so far of it being played. So I'm just kind of curious to remind our viewers where we feel the most integral elements of the map play are, how those agent picks will play into control over both sides as well as mid.
Yeah, I feel like here, if Sentinels just keep playing with the Astra, that gives them a lot of ground control. I would really like Zoms there. I am expecting that change from Avova also into jumping in the Astra. We saw it yesterday on Haven. That is something that I want to see again as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've said a couple of times on the desk over the course of the last few days, I'm not a fan of the fact that EU typically have been less hot on the Astra since the nerf. Yeah, there we go, there we go. I haven't been a fan of the fact that EU in Stage 3 have been more in the Omen camp than the Astra camp, and it's been really nice recently to see them start to, you know, entertain it.
Yeah, but we're more like double controller instead of double duelist. I really like it. I mean, if we saw a Viper here as well, I'd die.
Well, we've got a Viper on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, Dapper is not not going to be playing a Cypher or a KJ in this instance. He's going
my God, I'm dying. I love it. Oh God, this is so good from Sentinels. I love it. This is
I'm a fan.
I'm missing some maybe flashes, but I get it that they love the double duelist.
Oh come on, it's Tens. Do they need flashes? Like Tens, he just needs to use his leer. That's it. They're sorted, mate.
You're gonna win all the peaks anyway. Yeah, who needs a flash? Either way, the energy in this building right now is electric. I know the players and the teams are feeling it. The agents are locked in. The map is prepped. Our casters, Pansy and Hypoc, are ready to go. Let's head up to them now to head into map 1.
You are not wrong at all, Dash. This atmosphere in here coming in today.
Welcome ladies and gentlemen, ako nga pala si Australian yung shoutcaster here today, and kasama ko ngayon ang aking matalik na Indio na si Ray Ray. Kumusta nga naman?
Hello sa'yo, Ginoong Ilustrado. At kahit pa rin yun yung ina-expect natin yung kakaibang info sa'yo, mas better naman kesa sa kahapon. Pero looking at this, ito na nga yung pinaka-inaabangan. At kanina pang nire-request ng mga tao kasi wala nung pinakauna nating match nga. At here it is, Sentinels versus G2. At ngayon, magsa-start nga tayo sa mapang ito. Ilo, ano ba mga thoughts mo about G2 and Sentinel na matchup?
So tingin ko talaga na, you know, Sentinels is really in a dominant force here. They're in a dominant place. Yung G2, they're a pretty good team. They're really solid for the most part. But we saw yesterday in a lot of their games, meron silang mga weaknesses na talagang ma-exploit ng Sentinels, because Sentinels are a team that can sniff out those holes in your defense, in your offense. Every single gap that you have, mahahanap ng Sentinels. So we're going to be going into split, and you know, the first thing I expect, I really think G2 need to win game number 1. Kung gusto lang manalo sa series na to, game 1, napaka-importante. Pero teka lang, they're going to be heading into the site itself. Sentinels, Tens with the entry. I still stumble on that sometimes. Tens with the entry right there, getting the 4v5, allowing them onto the site, and makukuha nila yung 4v5, one-man advantage.
At dahil dyan, nakapag-opener na nga kagad ang Sentinels papuntang side, pero nga lang nakuha niya ang head ni Shazam. Unfortunately, mas nakuha pa rin ni Shazam ngayon, pero nga lang post-plant na lang para sa Sentinels. Nothing big pa naman coming in from them, pero the fact na nakapag-entry kasi sila, wala na yung anchor kagad ng G2 sa may B-side. Isa-isa nang bumagsak, kamay ng Sentinels, pero si Avova pa rin gets that too. At siya na lang kagad mag-isa, pero still already 8 on HP, and Tens will be finishing him out, and they will be getting pistol round kagad sa round na ito.
Ayun, napakalinis ng execute ng Sentinels doon. Talagang nakuha nila yung set. The moment that Tens got that entry onto that A site, hindi nakabawi ang G2 doon. Man advantage agad sila. And ang Sentinels, pag may man advantage sila, hindi nila nabibitawan yan. Sobrang lakas kumapit sa advantage ng Sentinels, and G2 have to dig really deep para makuha nila yung equalizing kill doon. And unfortunately, Sentinels, they just don't make these kind of mistakes. Hindi sila nag-out of position. There is a reason na kung bakit sila ang world champion. Sila ang pinakamagaling na team sa buong daigdig ngayon. And they're gonna be showing it to us. Buong daigdig.
Buong daigdig. Pero sa tingin mo ba itong G2 sa lineup nila ngayon, knowing na isa lang yung duelist nila, will they actually get this? Pero nga lang kasi nasa defending side naman sila eh. So siguro they just want to cut off si Teds together with Shazam, but unfortunately, hindi pa naman talaga sobrang may kita natin yung pag-pop off sa first few rounds eh.
Yeah, I don't think so, but you know, it's still really going to be just the ego here. So makikita natin G2 kung makakuha sila ng siguro 2 kill, okay na sila. I mean, 1 kill would be honestly a lot. Kasi the Sentinels, they don't really slip a lot. Spray down coming up here from Tens and Shazam. Big 2 kills from the flank. And really securing them the round here. Si Kellox na lang natitira at wala siyang mahanap. Clean anti-ego. At yun talagang hinahanap natin sa mga, lalo na sa split. As the attacking side, kailangan mo yung clean anti-eco rounds na yan. Kasi mamaya, talagang madaming mawawala sa players nyo when you come to those executes, especially on the gun rounds. So you need to build up that economy. You need to build up those guns na talagang makakabay kayo ng tuloy-tuloy and not getting forced into an eco round. Getting a perfect flawless on Sentinels like this, hindi lang siya confidence booster. Momentum booster din siya at saka economy booster. So this is everything that Sentinels want and more.
Pero nga lang, at the same time, di dapat natin i-disregard itong G2. Kasi naka-round ako kailan meron na sila mga Phantoms plus their Vandals coming in. Pero nga lang, gusto mo kagkaroon ng split control. Ang Sentinels, but Cold the Menta gets that good pick, denying Ted sana sa kanyang pag-entry papuntang males. And unfortunately nga, medyo naging hesitanta ang Sentinels this time around. Pero kita mo naman advantages din plus yung saktong-sakto yung utility na ginamit kagad ng G2. Pero right now, gusto pa i-contest ito ng Sentinels as they just want to eradicate at least one, diba? Either from vent coming in or kaya dito sa tower. Pero unfortunately nga, Kellox, he's waiting patiently and dinedenay lang kagad ng Sentinels yung mga advantage sa pickings ng G2 against them.
Yeah, look how far back Sentinels are playing. Nandun sila sa backside. Hindi sila lalapit talaga si G2. They want to take the long range duels. Force Sentinels to get close and personal. Yung nagawa ni Dapper. Pero 1v3, 43 HP. Unable to get the last kill there. Really good work from G2. Tingnan nyo yung nangyari dun, yung positioning ng Sentinels. They played backside. Alam nilang Spectre lang yung Sentinels, kaya ginawa ng G2 doon, they hold all the way back, force the long range fights, force Sentinels to come into that side itself, and kaya nila nakuha yung cleanup kills na yun. They still lose 2 players, and that's still pretty good for Sentinels, pero ngayon, they're still going to be happy with that round victory. 2-1 now is the score.
Yeah, basta ayaw mo lang talaga ibigay sa Sentinels yung mga rounds kung saan kailangan nila i-force out yung lahat sa inyo. And that's actually great start coming from dito. Kaso nga lang, Kellox, he wants to risk that picking pero nga lang Sick will be saying goodbye to him. Pero as that distraction goes on, they want to control here in A main. Mixed-Red, nagtatutupunan na ngayon ng mga Lear pero nga lang Nuki gets that kill against the Tens. Denied na naman siya around this time. And instead of engaging, wala pa rin ganong ganap. Kaso nga lang, Nuki gets the second kill. Kaso nga lang, that's a good trade coming from Dapper and Sick. So open na kagad ang A-set dahil yung dalawa galing pang B-site at nilabas na rin kagad ang Viper's Pit. Napakaagang Viper's Pit nga naman pero kasi maganda itong control para lang to prevent yung G2 from actually getting this good retake.
Honestly, medyo misplay yung nangyaring crossfire dun sa A-main. The moment that they got the first kill, dapat binigay na nila yun eh. They know that there's a lot more players here. G2, si Nuki at saka si Mixwell, they tried to set up a crossfire there along with Kellox. They get a pick, sure, they get 2 kills, pero hindi pa rin siya sulit. The moment that they get a kill, actually, this should have been a 3v3. Pero nangyari, they lost even more, and that gives up the side to Sentinels. I think this round is already done. I think they're going to have to save right now, but nahanap nila si Dapper, kaya mukhang may chance na ngayon. Babalik sila sa site. They actually commit the Cosmic Device, pero nahanap ni Sick dito ngayon si Cold the Menta and Avova! As the 2 remaining players from the side of G2 go down, marareset ang economy ngayon ng G2.
At yan na nga yung sinasabi natin eh. Kanina kahit nakapag finors lang nila yung Sentinels to actually get that close range galing in from their second buy round. Ngayon, kita mo naman na sila ay nakabili na, nakapag-set na din kagad sila, ginapit nila kagad yung kailangan nilang gamitin like for that coming in from a Dapper para lang talaga ma-prevent yung possible retake ng G2. And that's it. That's Sentinels. That's what we were expecting so far. And if they will get a good hold ng mga next rounds natin, dito natin makikita yung malaking advantage ng mga world champions. Sa pinaka-the best nga sa daigdig, sabi ni Ilustrado.
Yeah, well, ngayon, it is, like I said, another eco. Makukuha nila. Nice tap though. Shazam is able to get a little bit of damage onto Nuki, but they do have some heals. Mukhang mahi-heal naman nila yung isa't isa. Shazam should be full HP by the time they heal him up, top him up right here. But it's B-site that's looking like it's going to be the target for Sentinels right now. They will be still spread out though. So, konting information lang yung kinukuha dito ngayon ng Sentinels. Naghahanap ng nagpo-push, naghahanap ng out of position, and exactly as that, they find a Vova. Ngayon makukuha nila yung B site. The rotation now comes in. 4v5 ang mangyayari dito sa ating B site dito sa split.
Pero kita mo naman kasi, baril pa lang, napakalaking advantage na kagad. Dapper, he's out to 1 kagad. Kaso nga na, Cold Meta will be taking his teammate at tatlo na lang kagad natitira. Coming in from G2, pero nga lang, this might be very hard na for them to actually retake. Konti na lang din yung utilities na meron sila. Plus, apat pa ang nasa post ng Sentinels and expected na nila kagad kung saan sila manggagaling. And speaking of, nga lang si Sick, hindi nga lang yung nakita yun, na-deny nga lang siya yung Cold Meta. Possible pa ata to, dahil isa na lang kagad ang natitira. Oh no, dinanay na kagad pala nila ang pagpunta ni Nugi together with Mixwell. And Sentinel still leads with 4-1. Ayan na yung palaki na palaki.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really good bonus there from G2. Okay na yun. Okay na yung Egon in. They got like 3 kills. But at the same time, you have to remember the Sentinels, naka 4 rounds na sila on their attacking side.
Good shit, Zobs! Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Pero yun nga, naka 4 rounds na sila yung Sentinels sa attacking side. And that's more than enough on the attacking side on split. Well, that is barely enough, I'd say. If they can get 2 more, they're going to be in a good place when they actually swap and switch sides of the map here. Pero teka lang. Oh, showstopper wala mong. No one's going to be on the other side of that. A little bit of a Rosa ult.
Pero nga lang medyo alanganin yun. Wala din siya na pick-off. Nasayang. Kaso nga lang, because of that, naging advantage pa rin yun ng Nuki to actually get ahead of 10 together with Zombs. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira. Shazam hasn't made a move yet. Pero ito, trinada na nga niya ang kanyang teammate ngayon. Dinenay na nga niya si Shazam nyo. Ay umiirit ng umiirit. Pero nga lang, Cold Meta spots out the head of Dapper. Dalawa na lang kagad sila. Pero nga lang, medyo alanganin ng Sentinels this time around. Pero if only Shazam might be taking out ang nasa kanan niya na posisyon, siguro pwede pa itong maging posible. Pero hindi tumama ang kanyang kutsilyo and Cold Meta denied ang kanilang pagpunta ng A-side at Sentinel still leads by, rather, G2 still, humahabol na sila ng paunti-unti at nakita mo nakakapag-adjust na sila sa Sentinels kahit papano.
Yeah, I really like the fact that G2 are able to hold their own, but they've lost quite a lot in that last round. Now they still can buy. I mean, you finally get to see the operator onto Kellogg's. Yung Sentinels naman ngayon ang ma-reset ang economy. There is no Blade Storm available, so I don't really expect to see some crazy shots here, some crazy rounds. Pero still, on the pistols, when you have Shazam, when you have Sick, lalo na si Dapper, sobrang galing yan na gumamit ng Sheriff. Actually, Sheriff, Marshall, yung mga eco weapons, sobrang galing nila. Tsaka sobrang efficient ng trading nila. I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels get like 2-3 kills on a quasi-buy like this.
Plus, meron din naman kasi silang pwede na gamitin na ultimate, pero I think we won't be seeing that kasi nga because Kellogg's already denied Zombs. Gives them a hard time, pero siguro kailangan gusto lang na Sentinels dito magka-advantage lang. Kahit mga isa or dalawa, makapatis lang din sila. But then, Kellogg's just waiting patiently at someone barging in sa may garage. Pero tignan natin as a Vova gets a good hold. And yan yung mga sinasabi natin, perfect timing coming from Sentinels once again. At kita mo, nakakuha na rin sila ng baril kahit papano. Tens with that operator. Nag-dominate na sila kagad sa B-side. Pwede pa sila makapag-set up. Pero nga lang, sinabayan na rin kagad ngayon ng lockdown just for that possible retake of G2. Dahil ngayon, dapat hindi sila magpa-deny. Isa-isa na lang sila nag-audition sa harapan ni Dapper at Cold Meta na lang pala kagad ang natitira coming in from G2. He sees the heads of tens. Pero nga lang, going up with 2 guys na nakahawak na rin ng baril, hinihintay na lang siyang mag-appear at them. Thrifty round execution of Sentinels once again. At ayan nga ang sinasabi mo, ilustrado na it's still a big advantage kung pag si Sentinels ang kita mo ng kanilang mga buy right now.
I mean, they're just so good at using the sheriffs. Kasi, siya kasi lang medyo misplay to yung sa G2. Kasi nag-aggressive peek sila. And if you're gonna play aggressive peeking against Sentinels, dapat may mga ka-trade kayo. Nakita natin doon na puro 1 by 1 sila nagpipeek. And losing a Losing a round like that, full buy kayo. In fact, may op nga sila doon. Yung G2. Kakabili lang ng op ni Kelox ng op. And he just loses it on an eco. So those aggressive peaks really not working out for G2 here.
At ngayon, mapapakailangan talaga i-discuss na dito kung paano nga ba natin to. Kasi this isn't working for us at all. Dahil nga, di ba, usually when you're at the attacking side nga ng mapang ito, you're already happy at 4. But really, when you get a lot of rounds ba, alam mo naman na hindi ka na mahihirapan sa second half. You don't have that enough pressure pa. And hindi pa nabibigay yon ng G2 against Sentinels so far. But right now, syempre, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa atin dito sa Facebook 2.9. Pero alam mo ba, Ilo, sa YouTube natin, 4.4K viewers ngayon ang mga nanonood.
Talaga? Tingnan nga natin. Shoutout tayo sa YouTube dyan. PPGL. Dami nga nanonood.
Oo, excited na excited. Ayan, naghihintay nga yung mga tao ng mga trash talkan. Kasi nakita mo ba yung Twitter ng G2 yung header?
Yup.
mainit.
Bawal natin sabihin yan sa stream. Pero, tagyan nyo na lang.
Pag sinabi namin yung mawawalan na naman kami ng mga mamamaalam na kami bukas. Pero shoutout nga rin pala kay Taylor tsaka kay Evil na nanonood ngayon. Pero this time around, kita naman natin start na ulit at malay natin makapag-desisyon na din ng G2. At kita mo naman, biglang mag-e-extend sila ng kanilang mga positionings ngayon. But unfortunately, wala silang mami-meet up coming in from Sentinels except for Zombs na naghihintay. Tapos ngayon na gustong mag-extend, which is sick, na nasa garage.
Yeah, G2 gusto nilang bumawi ngayon. Eco for eco. Gusto nilang makuha. Mabawi yung operator. Makukuha ng maraming kill. Pero si Kelox, 10 HP na lang natira sa kanya after trying to pick up market right there. He gets caught off looking towards ramen. And bawal kumain. Bawal lang dine-in ngayon. Hindi pwede pumasok ng ramen.
bawal na idol. Pero nga lang, dahil ECQ pa ngayon, bawal na bawal kayo lahat. Pero nga lang Shazam at si Tens, pinagbabawal na din ngayon si Coldamenta kasama si Nuki sa possible push. Pero nga lang kay Loki, medyo matibay-tibay pa ang kanyang mga kutsilyo. Pero hindi pa rin siya, syempre, hinayaan ni Shazam. At isa na lang kagad ang natitira. It's going to be a Vova. Pero alam niyo naman kasi na advantage pa rin ng Sentinels when it comes to the gun round. Plus yung gustong extension kagad ng G2, di na nga rin na-execute. And mali mo, bumawi sila sa next round. Pero a Vova pa rin naman to. But looking at that, the post plant na lang, aabangan na lang kagad siya ng Sentinels kasi sa pagpasok niya behind the toxic screen.
One of the things that I think is relatively new to the VALORANT team, yung split, medyo nagiging more, more attacking sided siya as of late. I mean, even after the map changes, mas nagiging attacking sided siya. So, we saw that, I think, in SEA, the finals. Sobrang attacking sided ng split. We could see sort of that happen here today for NAEU. It's a possibility, pero kasi so far sa EU-NA, it's still very defensive-sided. Hindi pa rin nila nababaliktad na gagawang attacking-sided yung map. But I feel like this is what we're seeing right now. Sentinels, 6 kills, 6 rounds rather on the attacking side. At tingin ko dahil one of the reasons why is because mas naiintindihan that's a hard word. Mas naiintindihan ng mga teams kung paano mag-play ng attacking side sa split. And that really gives them a way to use their creativity to break onto that B side, to break onto that A side, and just how to play those defaults. And it's becoming a lot more attacking sided as of lately.
Kaya nga yun yung meron yung tinatago yung Sentinels against sa ating lahat. Pero kala ngayon, kitang-kita mo naman na di pa rin naman tapos ang mga pangyayari ngayon. Pero si Mixwell, baka sakasakaling gusto mo mag-step up ngayon. Dahil si Tetsuyo, sinisimulan na nga rin niya ang kanyang pag-entry. Wala na nga kagad si Coldament na naghihintay. Abo, bagit sa heads kagad. Pero may mga answer backs na coming in from Shazam at nilabasan rin kagad ni Dapper ang kanyang Viper Speed. Magbubulaga kagad siya sa mga likod ng kanyang mga kalaban. Pero so far, hindi pa rin napaplant ang spike. He's just getting those fakes, pero wala pa rin abuse coming in from him. Pero ngayon, umiikot lang naman siya sa may B-side, nag-aabang-abang kung meron man pupunta coming in from G2. Pero Shazam at Dapper, ano na? Dahil si Loki, nakita na kagad ang ulo ni Dapper at Mixwell. Nakakuha na rin ngayon ng kill kasi kanina pa nagko-complain ng mga nanonood sa atin na 0-6 siya. At ayan na guys, naka 2K na si Mixwell. No problem, sabi niya sa inyo.
Yeah, finally 2 kills on the board, and that's really a good start for him. I mean, it took a while, pero finally nakabawi na rin. And with a round like that, G2 has to find a little bit of confidence. Nabawi na nila yung... I wouldn't say nabawi nila yung talo nila kanina sa eco round, but still, it's a good way to get back into it. 3-6 ang scoreline para sa G2. So they still have some climbing to do. Look at this aggressive jump up right here. Shazam, hindi niya nakita si Kellogg's na nakapush him up close with the operator. Pero kahit paano, ilalaban pa rin nila. Ilalaban ni Mixwell ang close range dito. 11 HP na lang siya. Hahabulin siya. Right click from Shazam. That's gonna be another one. Looking for it, but can't get it. It's gonna be Nuki instead, who does find it. Still a 3v4. Wala nang res. Wala na si Mixwell. Hindi niya magagamit this round. But there still are a couple of big ultis. Yung Cosmic Divide nandun pa rin sa side ng G2. Kailangan nila mag-retake. Pero mukhang sa B pupunta ngayon ang Sentinels. Nuki finds another kill onto 10s. So that's only 2 players left. 2v4 na ngayon.
Pero nga lang, nakapasok sila sa B-side at least. Pero nga lang, no denying, no cap, na meron pa rin advantage ang G2 when it comes to the manpower. Plus, kitang-kita mo naman, may showstoppers yung that can actually use. Pero this time around, they still haven't got enough information as kung saan ba nila mahanap yung mga miyembro ng G2 at tignan natin kung magkakaroon ba ng highlight plays mga players natin ngayon. Sabihan na nga rin ang Cosmic Divide. At si Zong, si Zeta of Pelukis, pero nakita lang ni Coldamenta at Nuki gets a flash frag. And G2 nagse-celebrate pa rin dahil sa finisher ni Zed ngayon. Bilhin nyo na kahit 10,000 points. And G2 still unti-unti na silang nagsa-stand up ngayon. 6-4 na nga pinapakita sa atin ng G2 na in the region, kayang-kaya pa rin ng defending side kahit sa mga disadvantages minsan na pinakita sa kanila ng Sentinels.
Yeah, you're looking at two of some of the best regions in the world right here. I mean, you're looking at Europe versus NA. And, you know, you're thinking, sino ba talaga mas magaling? NA or EU? And this is the hot debate right now. Yung pinakapanlaban ngayon ng, I think, EU, like, you're looking at Gambit, you're looking at G2.
NT. Alright, let's run out this half, guys. Yeah.
Ayun wala pa naman. Medyo chill pa, guys. Wala pa yung sobrang kinip na nakikita. Oy. Napa-tech-post tayo ngayon,
Gear. In the meantime, habang naka-tech-post tayo, wala lang.
In the meantime, habang naka-tech-post tayo, ayan na guys, i-record ko na talaga yung mga audio comments ni Ilo. Pero so far,
Taglish kasi! Napag-tripan ako ni Ray, sumbong kita sa PPGL. PPGL, binubuli ako.
Ay, grabe naman yan. Hindi naman yun na binubuli. Binibilang ko lang yung mga, okay lang daw, sabi ni Direk. So, sa mga ano dyan, guys, take note nyo yung mga kakonyohan ni Ilo. Pero hindi naman siya nagbo-bro, di ba? Wala naman siya.
Good Barrett Chong, bro. Napakaganda ng retake talaga. That's bad. Pwede ba yun? Paano pag yun ang cast natin? Gawa tayo ng cast na
sige,
yun lang talaga. Kami ni Yasuray.
Sa tingin ko nga, naranasan nyo na magkaroon ng balita ko, di ba? Ng Konyo Shotcasting.
Ano yun teka lang, Valorant Pacific Open. All the way last year pa yun. Nag-taglish kami ni Asuray, hanapin niyo yun. Nag-taglish kami ni Asuray. Hindi siya makatagalog ako lang yung nagtatagalog
Sa tingin ko talaga si Asuray sa level ng si Dax yung pinaka-fluent mag-Tagalog. Next mo si Ilo, feel ko pangatlo talaga si Asuray. Si Feminal, okay din mag-Tagalog kasi sumasabi siya.
Hindi talaga, dude. Hindi talaga. Nag-invento ka.
Magaling ka naman mag-Tagalog, Ilo. Plus 5
ako ay mahusay gumamit ng wikang Pilipino.
Hindi pa rin parang Pilipino.
Ayos ba yun?
Ayun na ba yung best mo, Ilsta?
Oo.
Ayun na ba yun?
Babasa tayo mamaya ng Ibong Adarna.
Ayun like, makikipagbalagtasan ka din. Diba? Alam mo ba yung Tagalog ng balagtasan?
Ano yung Tagalog ng balagtasan? Balagtasan!
Ayaw nga pala.
Okay ka lang ba, Rere? Kapili ko, kape ka muna
Hindi. Kapag ako nagkape, mas lalong hindi yata magiging okay yung pagkakas natin. Pero, sabi dito ni PPGL, yung mga nanonood sa atin, inuuna tong panonood kesa sa matulog para sa online class bukas. Ayan. Huwag kayong ganun, guys. Huwag kayong maging papaya sa pag-aaral nyo. Mag-out yung mama nyo. Pero kung kaya naman i-balance, okay lang. Pero okay lang yan. Manood na lang kayo ng Valorant kasi wala naman kayong ka-late night talks. Kaya dito muna kayo, stay tuned muna kayo sa Sentinels versus G2.
Dito na lang kayo.
Mga kawawa.
Wawa naman kayo dito na kayo. Makinod na lang kayo sa amin.
mga walang jowa. Mga pinagpalit sa Jetmain.
Oh my God. Sabi nga ng iba, di ba, nasa Jetmain ang tunay na pag-ibig.
Naniniwala na ba lang? Ikaw ba? Naniniwala ka ba na nasa Jetmain ang tunay na pag-ibig?
Syempre, Jetmain ako eh.
Ayun. Ayan. So, alam niyo na, girls.
Ay.
Ay, nako.
Ay, game na, oy.
Ay, okay.
Game na, okay.
Yeah.
Yan, okay, game 6-4. Ang scoreline na, babalik na tayo dito sa Sentinels. 2-round advantage, pero naka-eagle sila. Pero last time nag-eagle sila, panalo pa rin eh. Panalo pa rin kasi sobrang, okay, hindi naman sobrang, medyo maasim yung G2 kanina. Tignan natin kung makabawi sila, medyo passive ngayon. Pero si Sick, good entry, nakukuha niya ang B-Heaven, gravity well to slow them down. But still, 1 kill pa rin. Hindi nila ma-res ngayon si Nuki kasi out of position yung body niya, tsaka ang layo ni Mixwell ngayon eh. Mixwell's all the way down towards B side and there's 4 players from Sentinels securing the top heaven.
Pag umakyat siya dyan, firing squad ang mami-meet up niya. Pero yung Sentinels, sila sobrang nagpaka-aggressive. They just take it on a slow pace play. Pero at the same time, kita mo naman yung magiging initiator na ng G2 on how they will need to force Sentinels out of B-side. At kitang-kita mo naman kagad, wala silang choice. Kundi kailangan natin umalis dito, bes. Dahil mahirap na, di ba, kapag tayo pa yung na-pick off. Pero dahil doon, dahil sa pagsabay ng lockdown, at least Mixwell was able to resurrect his teammate na si Nuki this time around. Pero after nila umalis, bumalik din sila. Marunong silang bumalik sa kanilang pinanggalingan. And speaking of Shazam, gets the head of Nuki. Pero nga lang mati-trade off lang ngayon ni Mixwell. Nagtapon na nga sila ng utilities. He tries to go through the smoke. Unfortunately, wala kagad dahil nakapag-cross na din ng Sentinels papuntang B-side.
Oh, quick shot right there. Zombs finds one onto the dome of Mixwell. Wala nang res. 3v2 na ngayon. Tsaka may mga barrel na ang Sentinels. Lagi silang nakakuha ng mga kills sa Ego, no? And they could actually get another round here. They have Kellogg's with an op. Ang hirap mag-retake ng B. Nagamit ang operator. But they're gonna try anyway. Kellogg's is gonna go in. He's gonna be supported right there by Savova. And they're gonna try to go and hit the site straight up, but Tens is good for one. The swing out from Dapper. Gonna let them get that last round here, 7-4, and it's another thrifty win. Sentinels, you give them sheriffs, makukuha nila yung round.
At kita ba naman, Nilu, di ba? Kapag Sentinels ata, they're a team with a high success rate pagdating sa kanilang 50 round. At so far, it works so well for them. Pahawakan mo lang pala ng sheriff tong mga to. Kahit di na pala magawak ng Phantom at Vandal, tatama rin naman pala eh.
You know yung trash talk ng yung trash talk ng G2 kanina sa Sentinels, parang anime yun eh. Yung parang, ako yung magiging rival mo. Parang sa Demon Slayer. Mga ganun. Ako yung tunay mong rival. Pero di naman.
Fake lang.
Fake lang.
Pa-hype lang.
Pa-hype lang. Pero sa totoo lang, medyo malayo talaga yung skill gap sa tingin ko yung Sentinels at G2. Malayo pa yung hahabulin ng G2. In my opinion Pero makikita natin today yung tutorial.
Kung paninindigan ba ng World Champs ang na mas malakas talaga sila kaysa G2 or baka de-deny pa rin ng G2. Kapag yan, nanalo yung G2, only trash talk yan sa Sentinels.
Pero si Shazam, ayan, nahanap na si Kellogg's. And almost finds one close, but has to dash out because he misses the shot. Low HP onto 2 of them. 6 gonna have to heal 1. And they have to rotate all the way around to B para ma-heal. Kasi medyo malayo nga. 4v5 pa rin, so advantage right now for Sentinels.
Ano lang, pitas-pitas lang ang gustong gawin ngayon ng Sentinels. Dapat nila masyadong inaasim. Kailangan hintayin nila mag-impatient siguro ang G2 actually. Pero nga lang, through the smoke, Albova gets some heads. Fortunately, si Shazam pa rin ay palong-palo. 3 na lang kagad ang natitira coming in from G2. Kailangan pa nila pumunta kasi nanggaling sila lahat sa A-side. At tignan natin kung mariretake pa nga din nila ito dahil wala rin namang available na ultimate coming in from their agents right now. Plus, kulang-kulang na rin yung mga utilities nila dahil nga nagtapon sila earlier on. Nesa na sa inside. Pero ngayon, si Sik magbibigay ng ayuda na nga rin na naka-crossfire na rin si Tez at hinabol na si Nuki ngayon now. Pero si Nuki hindi pa rin magpapadaig ngayon. He gets ahead of Sik together with Shazam. Pero nga lang, inaabangan na lang siya ng mga tropa natin from Sentinels. Sino kaya ang unang makaka-pick off sa kanya? And Zoms denies him. And this is a good and great half para sa Sentinels ngayon sa kanilang attacking side here in Split.
Yeah, 8-4. Sentinels making a statement on their attacking side, winning all of their eco rounds. I mean, napaka-confidence booster nun. Kahit mag-eco ka na, nanalo ka pa rin. Laban sa OP, laban sa Vandal, laban sa full utility, laban sa may mga res. Nakukuha pa nila yung victory, and that is going to really hamper the confidence ng G2 dito. Hindi nila mahanapan ng sagot yung offense ng Sentinels. At sabi ko nga kanina, Rere, kailangan na kailangan ng G2 yung map number 1 dito. Kasi they will be, you know, mahirapan sila later on. But, oy, hello. Nakabalik sa atin. Okay naman.
Ganda ng jacket mo, Ilo ah.
Ganda ng book mo ah. Kailan mo deny yan?
Mga 2 days ago. Di ba sabi ko kasi kapag nanalo yung Bren sa si Challengers, magpapublish ako. Eh kaso, ayun nga lang, tatawa lang din si Taylor nung sinabi ko kasi di naman natin makakasi yung Bren.
Nagpa-bleach para sa Bren kaso hindi naman pala manonood. Ay. Well, okay lang.
Eh kasi ba ma-SS ako eh. Tapos i-bring up ng mga nagko-comment na si Ate Riri, sabi-sabi ng gano'n, hindi naman pala magpapublish. Eh di nagpa-bleach na lang din talaga ako. Para...
Well, okay lang. Maganda naman.
Ay, thank you. Salamat. Pero nice hair din, Ilo. Balita ko, nagpagupit ka rin.
yeah, very recently after 6 months. So yeah, you know who's giving out haircuts? Sentinels. Sentinels giving haircuts to everyone on the G2 side. Headshots with the sheriff, with everything, and kahit naka-ego sila, lagi silang nananalo. Rere, what do you think this means for the defensive side here? Mag-switch sides na sila. And I honestly think Sentinels, they're one of the teams na sobrang galing nila mag-defense. Kasi kahit mag-defense sila, para rin silang naka-offense eh. They know how to take map control. They know how to, you know, play that defensive side and play attacking on the defense. And this is really unlike any other team na sobrang taas ng level nila. I don't know if G2 can keep up with it.
And tuwad sa sinabi mo, Ilo, when we just... when we talk about also sa side ng G2, remember nung time na kinalaban nga nila ng isang araw ng F4Q, nakita ba natin na kapag sobrang aggressive nagiging kalaban nila, medyo nag-fall short talaga sila on the bind map, diba? Talagang hindi nila, although dikit yung laban, pero hindi talaga nila ma-deny nga ang F4Q guys, and ngayon nakita naman natin na medyo nagpa-fall short talaga sila sa defending. But knowing once that will be switching sides, tingin ko din when it comes to G2, kapag alanganin na talaga sila and nakukuha na ng other team yung dominance, talagang yun na yung nagiging step para maging snowball na. Pabagsak ng paunti-unti. Pero maybe there can still be some miracles. It is split, but there's no denying na once you give this map to Sentinels, alam nila na gagawin talaga nila tong 1-0. Papanalunin talaga nila to against G2.
I agree with you, and I think we're experiencing a little bit of a technical issue right here. Hindi ko alam kung ano ba to? Technical ba to? Timeout? Gear? Naman yung nakikita natin. Hindi
cool
pa
off.
sigurado. Cool off muna. Cool. Para sa tutulang buhay muna. Yan, cool off muna tayo.
Ay, grabe ka naman. Bakit nagsabi na cool off muna tayo? May tayo ba ang ilusan?
Hindi ka! Oh my God!
Yan na!
Para sa... Feeling ko magkape ka na talaga, Rere. Feeling ko malapit ka na magkape.
Hindi ako nagkakape kasi kapag nagkakape ako pero po, maaabuti ng 2 araw na gising. Pero
mamaya may ano ka pa mamaya, may series ka pa mamaya.
Yeah, diba? Gambit pa versus 100 Thieves. So talagang gusto talaga tayo bawasan ng boses ni PPGL. Pero okay lang naman yun. So sa mga nagko-comment dyan, big shout out sa inyo at kay Phil at kay Tier. Kung anong emoji yung pinaglalagay nila sa comment section. Kung nakikita nyo. At ngayon din, sa tingin ko, state as we're having some technical issues. Gusto ko lang din talaga i-highlight na sa tingin ko kailangan pang mag-step up rin ng mga duelist ng G2 Esports. Kasi ako, I was thinking this is going to be a Tens versus Kaloki's type of game. But unfortunately, every time na eco round ang Sentinels, sa deny lang yung operator shots ni Kaloki's eh.
Actually, the best player right now on the team for G2 is Nuki. He's really the only one hitting the shots. He's really only one of the only people who's really getting the positionings. Si Kaloki is hindi ko nakikita yung I don't know, the impact of the operator that he brings. It's just not there. Hindi siya talaga katulad ng nakikita natin na if you look at how the op of Tens was, or you know, of Shazam was rather. He was getting entries on that op again and again and again, but that's not what we're gonna see. What we are gonna see is the pistol round. Going back into the game, Shazam sneaking his way on in, finds one, and it's gonna bring us into a 1v1. Jet versus Jep. Sino ba talaga ang Jet Dip dito? Jep Dip.
Jet na malalim, pero sino mas lamang? Sino mas sikat? Shazam daw ang magiging mas lamang kay Kaloki's at napakalaking advantage yan dahil nakuha mo na ngayong pistol round. Syempre, makuha mo din ang bonus round most likely. And gaya na mga nagsasabi sa mga comments natin right now, palamang si Sentinels, 10-4 ang makakuha nila. But looking at that, great start na kagad coming in from Sentinels. Pero sa team ko may mga na-pick off kasi kagad ng napakaaga ang mga miyembro ng G2, but unfortunately nga, he sees the head of Kaloki's advantage, kumamit ng nag-ghost, tumama pa sa ulo, and a big deny, at nagkakaroon na nga tayo ng trash talk sa mga players natin.
Unti lang, tamang asim lang. Tamang trash talk lang. But A site looking like the target here for G2. 5-man full stand looking like it's gonna be here. Pero si Zombs, he's got other ideas. He's gonna be spraying through. Makakahanap siya ng dalawa. Shazam all around the corner. He gets one, pulls out the ghost, looking for the last, and he finds a third. And that's gonna be a clean eco round yet again. Malinis na malinis ang mga eco ng Sentinels dito. Hindi mahanapan ng kill ng G2. And if you make a comparison, yung eco ng Sentinels versus yung eco ng G2, halos laging nananalo sa eco round ang Sentinels. Pero pagdating sa G2, hindi sila makakill. Puro flawless yung mga eco nila. Oh, I read you like a book!
Oh, wala pala kayo G2 eh. Sagot! Asan na? Mag-cover pa kayo sa Twitter, mag-header pa kayo. Wala naman pala eh. Nababasa lang naman pa yun. Nagiging readings lang naman pala kayo para kay Shazam eh. Pero
sana all marunong magbasa.
Bakit? Parang ano, hindi tayo marunong.
Hindi ako nag-kindergarten, hindi ako marunong magbasa. Okay.
Sabihan pa tayo dito, diba? Nagkakas pala dito ng VALORANT. Hindi marunong magbasa. Oh, yan na. Nag-audition tuloy. Natitrade naman pala. Read pa kayo as a book, ha? Tignan natin kung ano magiging sagot ng G2. Mamaya-maya lang din. Si Zombs na deny, pero Nuki, nawala na nga din ng duelist this time around ang G2.
Okay. Si Mixwell nakakuha ng isa. 3v4 pa rin. Pero remember, bonus round to ng Sentinels. Bonus round lang to. Nakahanap na sila ng isa. If they can get any more. The fact that they got a spike plant is really good here for G2 this early on, which means that Sentinels will have to really fight for position as they get in towards the map. But si Sick nakahanap ng isa. Shazam's working his way from the back. He has an angle onto one. Pero crossfire to. Dalawa dito sa CT. He's gonna find nothing right now as it leaves it all on the Sick side.
Di pa daw tapos. Picture and defuse. Okay, na-backstab ni Cold Menta si Sick. At sabi pa nga, huwag kasi kayo masyado man trash talk Sentinels. Sumusobra kayo, mahabol pa tuloy yung yung G2. At score na natin, 10-5. At wala pa rin naman ganong malaking kaganapan or big playstyle coming from both of the teams. But etong round na yun, napakalaki para sa G2. Hindi pa tapos ang laban nila against Sentinels sa unang mapa natin. Pero tignan natin na, gusto ko rin marinig yung voice comms ng G2. Ano bang mga pinagsasabi nito? Baka may kasama pang may kasama pang pag sinabi natin, mawawalan tayo ng trabaho dito.
Yep. Bawal yan. Pero, you know, G2's really not having a good time here against Sentinels. They really wanted that opening round. They really needed that. And the fact that sure they won, But look at how many people they lost. Si Nuki naka-judge na lang siya. They're on the eco round and it's really affecting them right here. So magda-dash in sila sa A. They're going to try and go and take it, but there's going to be a little resistance, very little resistance actually. Si Nuki nakapasok na siya ng CT actually. So baka makapatas siya. But Sid, he actually gets one. Zombs finds the lurking Nuki.
Kaso nga lang, isa na lang din pinagtumba yung advantages sa kanilang mga barrel once again. And Sentinels still denies that the push. Pero nga lang kita mo yung pagpunta ng G2, parang ang bagal eh. Parang hindi ko alam, magiging hesitant sila masyado. Ang dami kasing tinapon din sa kanila ng Sentinels. Pero actually, parang minamind games ng Sentinels eh. At yun na nga nangyari. They can't seem to get those trades na naman. Huge mistakes coming in from G2. At kita mo naman sa mga mukha nila na medyo
hindi masaya ang G2 ngayon.
Ang alat natin. Keep up naman guys sa Sentinels. Ano na? 11-5 na. Kaya nyo ma-2-0.
Yeah, look, this is G2, supposedly one of the best teams in the world. And it doesn't look like it. Parang hindi eh. Like, the Sentinels are just reading them. So, sabi nga kanina, sobrang layo ng skill gap. And it's just evident here. Ang galing ng ang galing ng mga basa ni Shazam, oh. His calls, his rotations are always correct. And hindi mahanapan ng, look at that, beautiful Shazam yet again with a double kill. Mahanap niya si Avova at si Mixwell. Low HP, 3K right now, Shazam! He's able to pull it off. Superhero play from Shazam right now as nakuha niya ang tatlo ng G2.
Si Shazam yung classmate mong top 1 na alam lahat. Yung kahit bida-bida okay lang. Kasi alam niya talaga yung ginagawa niya. Kita mo naman yung top 1 natin, si Shazam is really doing it. Predicted parati ang gustong ilabas ng G2. Kung baga sa Yu-Gi-Oh! Kompleto na isa-isa yung nako-collect na cards ni Shazam. At ngayon, dalawa na lang kagad na natitira still. Pero abangan na lang niya to. Pwede pa nga maging ace. Nakita na nga ni Baron ng barel. And will this be an ace? Isa na lang kagad ang natitira. Maghahabol na ngayon si Shazam. Asa ang kano puno. And that's it. Ace na nga. 1 point pa para sa side ng Sentinels.
Grabe, Shazam, an ace. Game 1 pa lang. Nasa na ang trash talk ng G2? Parang, nope. Alam mo yun? Kasi kaya minsan sa dulo na lang, pagkatapos na lang ng game sila nagda-trash talk eh. Pero mukhang it's just not going right now for G2. It's just not going well. They have a read. G2 are completely stumped. They have no idea how to deal with. Ayan, pinupuri niya nga si Shazam. Ang ganda ng mga basa ni Shazam.
Parang pwede ba talaga sabihin na si Shazam yung savior right now na Sentinels. At hindi lang naman kasi savior. It's just really outplays yung G2. And it's actually really crucial na for G2 this time around. Wala na nga sila. Kita mo naman, wala na din sila gana-gana maglaro. Pero at least, if Kaloki steps up sa right now, balay mo, makabawi pa sila kahit paano. But every time they want to show off something, parati pa rin silang nakukuha. Alam na kagad ng Sentinels yung magiging execution nila. Pero uy, nakabawas na. Tens, tsaka si Sik, bumagsak na sa kamay ngayon ng G2.
Still, Shazam getting close but getting punished. Nahanap niya ang 1 kill pero na-trade siya ni Nuki. Still 2v4. Sentinels, they don't look like they can finish off this game just yet. Rez just for good measure. Para sure. 5v1. And G2 mukhang they still have a little bit of a lifeline in this game, but it's gonna be 12-6. So 6 rounds pa yung habulin ng G2 para makabawi dito. Malayo, Ray, malayo.
Ano lang naman to, konting hinga lang para sa kanila to actually get this, pero wala pa rin talaga yung hinihintay natin na ina-outsmart din ng G2 yung mga punish sa kanilang Sentinels. At kahit sabihin mo na may chance naman para sa G2, pero isa na lang para sa Sentinels. And nasa momentum na din sila this time around. Kita mo naman si Kuya mo Shazam, 24 frags, 11 lang ang deaths niya so far. Maganda yung pinapakita niya and ni-risk it all lang niya talaga lahat ng ginagawa niya. Actually, may ibang moments nga na inaasim na lang niya pero sobrang he's working it. He's really doing it. Talagang pinapakita sa atin ng mga world champs ngayon na kami pa rin to. Walang nagbago.
Trash talking G2 so hard. It might be getting in their heads as Shazam finds 2. Shazam almost finds 3, but it's Zombs actually who does it. And that's gonna be GG. Sobrang bilis mga kaibigan. 13-6. Ang bilis! Sentinels with a speed run to the grand finals? Question mark?
Ano lang, ginawang aim labs lang ata na yung G2 so far. And the first map pa lang to, pero sobrang laki na ng dominance. Usually kasi pag first map, makikita mo yung kapakapaan pa. Pero first map pa lang, gusto na agad patubayan ng Sentinels itong G2 na napakaganda ng performance ng isang araw. But still, this is just like them executing everything na sobrang hindi na nakikita yung kahirapan kahit sa anong rounds eh. Although natatalo sila, but then this is just a little bit of mga mishaps lang dahil syempre there's no such a thing as perfect executions. But so far, it has been flawless and napakaganda music to the ears of our viewers ngayon that Sentinels, they still keep up with their name.
I just want to point out the standout player here. Like a standout performance from Shazam. Just, first of all, jet siya. Just nag-shot call siya. Sobrang hirap na nun. The fact that he was also making the right reads and top fragging for his team na gumagamit ng op, getting round after round. Sobrang ganda ng pinakita sa atin ni Shazam. And a number of these reads, lalo na sa defensive side nila, was absolutely perfect. Parang alam niya talaga kung saan pupunta yung G2. And it was so well read that G2 were scratching their heads every single time. Paano natin gagawa ng paraan tong Sentinels when they can't even get on site, when they can't even get any trades, and even on the eco rounds, may sagot ang Sentinels.
Maraming nasayang, sa totoo lang, ang G2 sa mga nangyari. Kahit ito yung mga tropa mong nag-trash talk, pero nga lang wala pa rin nag-isay sa kanilang mga kalaban. Wala pa rin silang nakuha. Ulit, parang pinaglalaroan lang sila actually ng Sentinels. Pero na nakita natin, walang bahid na nakikita mo sa mukha ng Sentinels na nahihirapan sa lahat all. Pinupuri na nga na lang si Shazam. And it's all right now for the side of Sentinels. Unang mapa pa lang to. How much more kapag doon na nga tayo sa susunod na mapa rin? Well, it's Icebox, but still, I do think a lot has in store of Ferroman ang papakita sa atin ang Sentinels.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but we'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back into game number 2. Icebox ang sunod natin game, and we're going to be seeing whether G2 can make a comeback on it or not because they are in desperate need of one. Now, pinag-usapan ng panel earlier on to, this might be the map where G2 can play a little bit more of their game. But I really think at this point, Sentinels, they have such a big advantage. We'll find out whether this is all true or not, or whether it's going to be a 2-0 speedrun for Sentinels when we return from this. Huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik kami dito sa PPGL.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Quando qui ti
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where any concern about a slow start for our reigning Masters champions and Sentinels can be promptly thrown straight out the window because Geo, holy crap, they did not miss a beat here in map number 1 on Split.
My dude, I said NA are the best region.
You did say that. It's not that I didn't believe you. I just wasn't sure that it was going to be that dominant.
What do you think about that?
Why are you looking at me like that? I mean, I said the Sentinels was going to win the whole thing, okay? So I'm saying by that, I knew that they were going to be strong on the map. I saw some things from G2 that I consider mistakes or that were not just well executed. I do not like Mixwell on the Sentinel. We've seen in many occasions, I think that he does well on Duelist, he does well on Initiators. I love him on Sky. I just don't feel like he was comfortable on stage. He didn't get his first kill until the 9th round, I feel like. And Mixwell is the kind of player that you need to step up. He's so confident in last. He's so much experience. And I feel like maybe for this map, we knew that they were going to try something new. I liked it. I really like Olamenta on Killjoy. But I feel like obviously it wasn't enough. And also, Shaz, come on, stop this.
Oh, it was disgusting. I mean, look at that. A 369 ACS. Like, what is that?
It's just
2.7 KDA. That's what
it's actually awful. And I think in the best way. It was awful in the best way. But I think also Sentinels were just so good at twisting the arm of G2. We already saw Sean talk about how that Viper's wall on A was really pivotal and how it led G2 to constantly have this focus over on the A side. Now, one of the things for me is that when G2 were defending, there was this sore spot of not sufficiently defending Garage, you know, whether it's because sometimes they would put some Killjoy utility there, sometimes it was just wide open, especially if you had someone like Shazam who'd be playing up mid, getting the opening pick, and then everybody can swarm. They just didn't have something that could sufficiently go against that.
Yeah, he's just Mr. Do-It-All, and I feel like it's very important what you were saying about the controllers and taking up the space. The Viper wall. On the other side, we had an Avova playing the Astra, first time that he was playing it on this map, and we said it on the pre-show, this is going to be a duel of minds. I feel like Avova was tested. I feel like Hypox said it, that Avova was going to be tested throughout the entire series because he's implying in playing so much Astra, but he's not still fully used to it, and I feel like maybe that's gonna take a toll on him. He did great, still missing Mixwell here. Let's see what they can do on Icebox.
I just think, you know, like talking about the controller play and the Viper and whatever as if that was by someone who always plays Viper. The fact it was Dapper who usually
I loved it. I loved it.
Like, hello, welcome to the world.
It reminds me a lot of what Gambit does. The double controller, I'm a big fan. I think it's like one of my favorite compositions. And looking at this, look at that first bar percentage, 21%. That means that at least 1 out of 5 rounds he gets the first kill. That is amazing to see on someone that, I mean, he just can do everything. I'm really concerned because on Icebox we might see him again on the Jet, and he looks unstoppable today.
Yeah, if he brings any more of that magic in map 2, then it might be just wrapped up and done like that. I'll also call out that round 11, and Hypoc called it out in the cast as well. Round 11 thrifty by Sentinels.
Oh, I have it written down.
Not only do they get the win, but they pull out the showstopper, they pull out the lockdown, and they pull out the Sage Res. All from G2. I mean, that was a disastrous round if you're on the side of G2.
I feel it's what you get when you're trying and testing stuff. They were like, okay, we know that they're on an eco. We want to use the rest. But I feel like the worst part of it, of course, it's a huge investment, but you are also using the rest when someone is taking the gun out of Nuki. And I just felt like it was just so expensive for the outcome. I feel the stage was shaken with
that's the thing I'm really worried about, though, is that Nuki up to that point has been actually playing pretty well in this map. And yet you take these really valuable things away from him. You take that showstopper away. You take all of the things around him that could support him. You know for the next however many rounds that he's not going to have that facilitation that you have on your side. Now, sure, this was Sentinel's map pick, but if something like that can be repeated on Icebox, I'm sorry, but that's terrifying.
We'll have to see, and we'll see soon enough as we turn our attention towards Icebox, because again, this was Sentinel's map choice. It was the expected result. G2 is going to get their crack here on Icebox, and so for me, I'm very curious to see what, if any, adjustments they'll make based on what they saw here in map number 1.
I don't think that they're going to make adjustments on Icebox. I'd be surprised, actually, if we see some changes coming from G2. I'd say that for Sentinels, they're obviously going to keep Shaz on the Jet because he's doing amazing. Why wouldn't you do it?
I mean, you keep him right where he is when he's top fragging and popping off in the way he did. Also, I will call out, no surprise, really, that it took all of one round for the trash talk to start on the stage.
Yes.
The Sentinels players
They
are
were
letting
crazy.
the G2
David was
players
just
have
jumping
it
off
right
his
now.
chair all the time.
I kept trying to time it so that I would actually be able to film it on my phone, but I kept having to write things down because I was like, oh, that's a sick play. Oh, that's good. And then I would miss
Having to
it.
do our jobs.
I know.
Instead of just enjoying the banter.
God.
I hope you're all enjoying it at home as we get a look at Icebox, the next map that we'll be heading to. I mean, this one that we've been far more familiar with over the course of the tournament. Kakuka, your thoughts here? As you mentioned, maybe not a ton of switch-ups rather for Sentinels because things are working for them.
Yeah.
For G2 though, I gotta wonder where the answer's.
The answer, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I like that they're going to start on a side that it feels comfortable for them. But to me, I always say every single time that I see this Icebox, I love seeing it on competitive, but to me, it's such a coin flip. It is a shaky ground for Sentinels, not their best, but still, they're coming in super strong today. I really felt like they were gonna lose their first map today. Maybe this is the one, but I don't know how mentally damaged our G2 right now from what just happened on Split, honestly.
I will call out the last time that either of these teams played Icebox, there was one difference in their compositions, and that is a Reyna for a Raze. 10s on the Reyna and Nukie on the Raze. So that might indicate we get one small difference in composition.
Nukie was doing great on Raze, so I think he's going to keep it, and we're going to see 10s on the Reyna. Just to keep the flow of what the day is bringing. Is of course easier to get into a game and play exactly what you were playing, just in a different map.
Yeah, it's a very stylistic thing. I mean, personally, I know that it is a point of contention and everybody has their own opinion. Personally, I'm actually a decent fan of Reyna being played on Icebox, especially if you're going for A hits, for example. But obviously, the benefit that you get from the Raze, not only if you naturally prefer her kit, but you do have a little bit more of that aspect of being able to gather information that you can share with the rest of your team.
There was one thing that concerned me a little bit when we were doing EMEA finals, and it's the presence, especially qualifiers, the presence of Mixwell on mid. He wanted to be sometimes aggressive and keep that part controlled by his presence, and sometimes it was sloppy, not entirely sure, but I feel like they've learned from that, and that is something that they cannot do again against Sentinels, because they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
I'm also very curious to see where the patience for Sentinels comes into this map. We had a couple breakdowns the other day by Sean as well, talking about retakes onto B site, and we saw a lot of that patience on display in map number 1, Split. I'm expecting it to continue, and then it's going to be about, in my opinion, the way that G2 can ultimately disrupt that flow for Sentinels. Get them out of their rhythm to play your own.
Yeah, one of the worrying things for me is, and this is kind of something that I mentioned in G2's game against F4Q just a couple of days ago, but G2 lost in the EMEA playoffs. They've actually lost to the other 3 teams from EMEA that are here. Now, that might not sound super relevant, but they played Icebox on every single one of those series as well. And I just wonder if they couldn't necessarily stand up to teams within their own region on this map. Are they going to suffer against arguably the best team of any region?
Yeah, they're like right in the middle. We cannot say that their stats are the best, but I also feel like they've been trying a lot of stuff. We also saw Nukie on Omen in one of the matches, so that was still qualifiers, but still, they've been testing on almost every single map, but this Split, we just saw what they were preparing for it. I don't think that there's going to be major differences on Icebox, because I feel like after their last win against Gambit, they're feeling more comfortable and more centered in what they want to do and what their strengths are on the map.
Ultra relaxed on the Sentinel side of the stage. You can feel maybe a little bit more tension coming from the G2 side as well, as we're getting the players into the lobby and soon enough into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. We'll see if any curveballs get thrown, because to be fair, actually, we had some expectations for what was going to be pulled out in map 1, and the teams did bring some surprises. So who knows? Maybe there's a trick up somebody's sleeve that could help us extend to a map number 3. Again, I would love to see that, Haven. It's always a fun one.
I would love to see it, because as I told you, it's my favorite map to watch from Sentinels. I don't know, it has something different to the rest of them. But I feel like they have to play in a safe zone, just somewhere where they're comfortable and keep in the flow, as I was saying.
Well, we are currently waiting for one of the players' PCs to restart, so I want to talk about another matchup. Let's talk about duelists again. We're going to go back to that because if you can't keep Shaz down, let's talk about keeping TenZ down. All right, you got to take care of one of them, right? Is it possible?
Has anyone made it look
my answer.
possible?
Here's the shortest conversation I've ever had on an analyst desk. Barely a conversation at that. Nukie, we did say we liked him on the Raze.
He was doing great.
There,
I feel like he was doing great. He was using his utility for his teammates, and I feel like he was doing his job. I'm really happy that he's going to step up probably on the Raze again here on Icebox. We still don't know that. Maybe he goes for the Reyna. But even when Nukie was on Heretics back in 2014, I really like the way that he played Jet, actually. And he didn't used to do it on a Fisher, but on Prex, he was completely crazy. So maybe we even get to see that. I don't think so when Kellogg's is on the team. But he has to be one of the different makers here, because he was being one on Split. We need him to step up and keep it doing it.
Yeah, I like the thing as well with TenZ looking on the other side of things. TenZ is that player who... he doesn't have to be the center of attention. You know, if you compare his, his first blood statistics slightly less than what we saw from Shazam, even his damage per round, like compared to Nukie, that's actually quite a substantial difference, but it's because TenZ, you can always trust him to come in when he's needed, whereas rather than like solely relying on him for everything. And I think that's what makes Sentinels so terrifying. Whereas with Nukie, he and Kellogg's have quite, different roles, different play styles, and if you lose one, you're not necessarily guaranteed that aggression is still going to be there in the same way you can with Sentinels.
I think it's also important to mention the fact that NA knows that in EMEA, we love Icebox. As you said, G2 played it against every single seed of EMEA. So that is something that is going to happen no matter what, because you're going to want to ban Ascend against these teams. It doesn't matter if it's G2, if it's Gambit, you know that is a strong card for them. You don't want them to play. You need to go to another ground. So they have prepared a lot for this one.
All right, Nukie feeling at ease here, so perhaps, he does feel good heading into Icebox. On the point of TenZ, it's really interesting to me that while he absolutely has the capability to pop off, he is the most demure of the players on the Sentinels squad. So a little bit unassuming to a degree. You almost forget sometimes that he isn't the loudest personality on the team, and then he shows up with some unthinkable play to remind you that TenZ is TenZ, and you need to respect him out there on the maps.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I think that's kind of what's nice, it's kind of silent but deadly. I mean, I have to say, I felt that about TenZ as well. When we had a rehearsal day and TenZ was getting his makeup done, like next to me, and he was so calm and just sort of whatever. And I remember thinking, like, there are people who are terrified of you, and you are the most unsuspecting person.
Yes.
As he's just getting his makeup done.
he was just standing there. Hello. He was really nice. I also think that it's not the same playing Reyna on Split as impactful as it is on Icebox, because it's gonna help you a lot pushing into different zones of the map and helping Stras on that task.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier about particularly on A pushes, right? You're really going to be looking to that Reyna because you come around the corner, you need to use the Leer, oftentimes combined with the Owl Drone too of the Sova, and that's going to give you all that initiation power that you need. Whereas, obviously you can do that on B. It is useful on B, but the A side is really where I predominantly think of that. Whereas on Split, not so much you need that. If you're looking at like the B site on Split, for example, you want to be thinking of your Razes, your Jets, you can dash straight into the side, less so than, I'm going to initiate with a Leer.
Well, people rightfully afraid of TenZ out there on the maps, but they should also be afraid of Shazam when he's pulling off plays like this. Our Verizon high-speed moment from our previous game on Split. Round 13, pistol round. Walk me through a Kukuka.
Oh, I love this because he gets this kill on a Boba, I feel. And oh my god, this was so... Why did he play it so fast? Because we knew that it ended up... It was
we'll watch it again.
I really like how he sneaks in. The timing is so wrong with the Boba. He was, I think, keeping an eye on Dapper, and it's just Shazam. I think he did the same on the next round, but it's not as flashy, because after winning pistols, I mean, against the Nico, it's just not that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely less impressive, but 6 kills across 2 rounds is going to make you feel good. And again, you saw him throw the arms up across the stage, letting G2 know what's up as he pulls off the clutch in the pistol round to make the map feel as dominant as it was.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I love that you just talking about it there, you're getting excited as well.
Yeah.
We've already seen it.
Yeah, but I lived
So
through it
good.
because, I mean, we were here sitting on the desk just watching the game and obviously listening to all the reactions. And it was just crazy when he gets the first, he gets the second. It's like, we see everything. Obviously, you see the minimap and you're like, oh my God, the timing on this.
But it is really scary to me. You think the way that he managed to flick round onto Avova, he knew he was there. Avova didn't manage to execute the flank. Now, this was on a map in which Sentinels aren't running any Sentinels. You know, if you didn't need a turret or an alarm bot or a cam or a tripwire to know that that was there, that's very scary.
That's what makes Shazam so scary as a player, though. He himself is a Sentinel. The way his brain works, just the knowledge of, all right, I found a kill here. I know where the next guy would be coming from because that's where I would be. Just it seems like it was second nature. He can read the map so well.
They're playing with a 6-person squad, but with 5 people.
That's it.
You know, it's like, yeah, we have all of
G2
these...
never stood a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
We were mentioning the workload that they were putting on Shazam, and obviously he knows exactly what to do with any agent. It doesn't really matter because he's done the homework for every single person in the classroom.
Yeah, we'll see what the homework is for Icebox because, again, it's not their map pick, right? So that's as much as we've had questions about how G2 comes back against Sentinels, I'm also curious what kind of homework Sentinels has done to dissect G2's Icebox play. Is there any holes in G2's Icebox play that can be easily exploited?
I feel like on Split, they decided to give G2 a lot of space and just play a little bit more on retake, forcing them to go on the execute and making that huge investment and then just breaking it and breaking their tempo when they thought that they were getting more comfortable. We saw it a lot on 2B. And I feel like this is exactly what they have to do on this map as well.
I'm just having a look at Sentinel's history on Icebox.
How's it look?
Well, since the start of February, they've only lost on it twice.
Yeah, but they're close
right.
up results.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
Of course it's scary. It's a map.
They're the best team in the world. They're going to be scary no matter what lens you look at them through. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to look for those little tidbits where you can, that you can grab onto and say, okay, that's exploitable, and now how do we balloon that into something bigger? So that's probably the same work that G2's been doing over the previous weeks when identifying their opponents and figuring out how to ultimately come up against them. For those of you League fans, you might recognize that guy on your screen there. That was Kez, the manager for Sentinels, an old LCS player, actually. I had a grand time seeing him in Reykjavik. Maybe it's just me nerding out about
You have some
stuff.
information that we don't have.
What, Kez? You guys don't know who he is?
No.
Elite player. Great. He's fantastic. Anyway.
I'm Dash, and I love League of Legends.
I do love League of Legends.
I wonder what champions
I also
they're
love
gonna pick.
Valorant.
I only play
I've been pretty
TFT.
good after that first day. I've been getting a lot better about that.
I can play some TFT while we're waiting for this, actually.
All right, what's your comp?
For TFT?
Yeah.
On this set?
Yeah.
Let me think. What do I want to go? I'll probably go with some Sentinels.
There it is. That was Kismet right there. 6 Sentinels.
You don't play
Just
TFT.
like
You don't
Sentinels
play the-
has 6
okay,
Sentinels.
okay.
And Zio is not a part of this conversation.
I'm
all of a
like,
sudden.
yeah, first person
She was looking at me like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I just gave you the blankest look in the world.
Oh, Lordy. For those of you at home, just a quick update. You see some of the players in the firing range keeping their hands warm while we do get one of those PCs restarted. Just want to make sure that all of the players are working with the best possible tech and in the best possible scenarios. Make sure they're set up for success. And so we will do our due diligence in that regard. Until they're ready to jump into Agent Select, we'll be here with you.
I like that at least we get to see the players' faces because, come on, we're a LAN event. We do not have a crowd, but at least we need, even if you, Sentinels, we've seen them hundreds of times, but maybe you haven't seen some of the G2 players, so here.
That's a good point. First look for many
Their
people.
faces, exactly.
I mean,
the face behind all the aim and the strats.
Yeah, look, everyone likes to see Sentinels because they just like the reminder that they are in fact human.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about these international LAN events, right? Is where you build, like, heroes are made, right? Stars are built in these kinds of international competitions because we have expectations. A lot of those end up, going to the wayside as we see the firing range firing off on our screens here. Man, I wish I had mechanics like that.
I would like G2 to go on pistols into that shooting range because they lost both pistols, and that is always like pending homework for G2. I don't know what's going on with their pistol rounds, but they cannot seem to get them straight.
It's terrible as well because, you know, if you can't pick up your pistol rounds, especially, you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage when you're actually in the game. So as much as we joke about, yeah, they should go into the practice range and practice their pistols, I think especially when they're heading into their map pick, they need to ensure that they are getting those early rounds on the board so that they have that economic advantage, because otherwise they're just going to find themselves slipping.
I think it's a super legitimate call out, especially when you're talking about playing the best team in the world. You need every little advantage you can get, and the pistol round, as we know, is one of the biggest, right? So eking that out, getting that win, and as we generally assume, the second round win to follow. Maker. If everything else is going roughly even, the pistol can
take care, because Sentinels eco rounds have been taken.
That is true. The double thrifties from Split really did spell doom for G2.
I also just think Sentinels are just not one of those teams that are going to be afraid when if they are going up against an anti-eco and they're on an eco or they're at an economic disadvantage, they're not going to be afraid to actually try and put a dent, a dent the size of a freaking crater in that economy.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Oh
I'm
my
disgusted. Tens, you gotta stop.
Dude,
Miss one. Miss one!
Stop!
Damn you!
Hey, he missed one.
Did he? Okay. He's moving so fast I can't even see.
Not in my monitor.
He fooled me. Yeah, exactly. Oh my
Kellogg's was
goodness.
actually practicing with the ultimate. It's very sick as well. This is what you get from these players. This is something that we're never going to be able to do.
Yeah, far from ever achieving something like this, but honestly, such a cool look, you know, behind the scenes of these players on the stage, keeping the energy up, keeping the fingers warm, practicing the mechanics that people would kill for.
Yeah, well, they would struggle to actually get the kill in the first place.
Exactly, that's the problem. You gotta out mechanic him to get the kill, and that's just not gonna happen, right?
Oh my goodness. It is always impressive. Actually, it's nice to get to see that stuff, because I think most people know that these players sit and actually play in the practice range, but actually having some insight on what that looks like is not what you're used to.
While we're waiting, and we don't have anything like more to talk about besides we just can't wait until the map starts. Since you guys are not on the desk on the next game, what are your thoughts on Gambit versus 100 Thieves?
I'm concerned for 100 Thieves. I
like to hear that.
I
like to hear that.
I mean, we've had the most dominant series we've seen internationally now in Valorant comes at the hands of Gambit. That alone should make anybody a little nervous.
They're the first seed versus the second seed of EMEA. We literally have a full day serve.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we lucked out with the series that we have in front of us. But yeah, definitely concerned. 400 Thieves, not saying it's unwinnable, but I do think that they're going to have to step it up a notch. They looked good. But I feel like, at least for myself, when it comes to Gambit, they were hitting all their shots. And when you're doing that to begin with, and then you have the strats and the pacing to boot, where do you find you're in for 100 Thieves? I don't know. It's got to come off of Vehicle Clutch, I guess, and we did get one of those already.
What are your thoughts?
I think. Wait, who was it amongst our talent who said they wanted to look in Hiko's? Was it Mitch? He said he wanted to look in Hiko's eyes.
That is something.
Sounds like a Mitch. Sounds like a Mitch thing. Yeah.
I think it's actually really hard to judge because the playstyle is so far away from each other, but also when you look at the game that Gambit played yesterday, they were kind of handed it on a plate. So there are two things to consider from that. A, it's not entirely representative of a really competitive game that they would have to be put in, so the kind of pressure that they might be under is not the same. But B, the fact that they could have a lot of stuff hidden. They could have a lot of stuff hidden because they just didn't need to show it. And I think that makes it hard to judge.
Well, there's a brief preview of the third series to come today between Gambit and 100 Thieves, but we're going to reframe back here towards Icebox once again as these teams gear up to dive into our agent selects. Just a reminder of how the first map went. It was split in 13-6 fashion going over to Sentinels. Both pistol rounds, a couple of thrifties, so a lot going their way. So for G2, if they can start off on the right foot here on Icebox, again, put that last map out of your mind, get the momentum rolling, start hitting the shots, and it might just be all they need to push us to Haven and a third and final map in this best of 3.
They definitely have the time to refresh their minds a little bit and maybe not take a walk, but come on, we're waiting for you guys. Stop passing everything. What is this? Let's some
What are
hand
they?
warmers?
What are they passing?
I think they're the
Oh, just hand warmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I did see Shazam like blowing into his hands a second ago, and I was just thinking, I wonder if they know that the reason it's so cold in here is
Don't you
because
do
of
it.
you.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it, dear. Come on. I'm fine. We're wearing
I'm wearing
and
a
the players are gonna be sweating. We know that.
I'm wearing a crop top,
lordy.
so I've been shivering in here.
All right, well.
Life is so
whose
hot.
choice
We
was
have a
that?
full wardrobe upstairs. You can grab something.
I got an extra hoodie somewhere I can lend to you if you're cold. Also, we're going on to Icebox. That is so
I don't have to be
perfect.
there. Exactly.
It is so...
No, you have to be there. You need to get in the zone, okay, with this players actually.
Right?
Know what's
You
going
gotta
on.
feel it, okay?
Yeah.
You can't really play on Icebox unless you feel like you're playing on Icebox. So we're just getting everybody into the right mindset.
I see.
Okay,
All
the
right,
song
well,
switches
well,
and
That's
we're
how you
going
know.
into Agent Select.
Yeah.
That's
how
right,
you know.
Gaming. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's see. We talked a bit about, but I'll re-hit, that we actually expect in many cases to have somewhat of a mirror matchup. Last time each of these
Yes.
teams played this map, the only difference was Tens on Reyna and Nukie on Raze. We'll see if that's what holds true or if some other tricks come out.
I actually expect the exact opposite. I would like Nuki to go on Reyna, but I feel like he was too comfortable against Gambit playing with Raze. So let's see. First pick's pretty okay.
So far, so good.
Yeah. We don't.
Yeah, we haven't got to the spicy part yet.
This is his spice.
No.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right. So we got some Raze.
Nuki on Raze. That's something that I like. And now Tens go on Reyna, please.
Shaz sticks to the
Thank you very
Tens
much.
going to the Reyna. It will be Mixwell on the Viper as he played the last time around.
Yeah, and there is no way that Kellogg's
So
not go for
Kellogg's
it.
just
Yeah.
gonna pick Euro.
There it is.
Could you imagine?
There it
pulling
is.
the Euro card?
It's exactly what we expected here for Icebox on map number 2. You've heard enough out of us. The players are definitely ready to get in there and do some battle. And I know Hypoc and Pansy are ready for the call.
I don't think you could stop us at this point. We've been patiently waiting. Great fill, guys. Good work on that. But the game is ready, so we can really start kind of hammering it in. But I think looking at the selection of agents, nothing truly jumped out to us. I think it plays to the players we have in the server. I'm not too worried about anything we...
Okay, what's up guys? Magandang hating gabi na nga sa inyong lahat at nagbabalik kayo dito sa VALORANT Masters Berlin. Kaya big shoutout sa mga walang ka-late night talks dyan. Kaya make sure to like and share nyo na yung ating live stream. Kasama-sama tayong mamanood dito sa pangalawang mapa sa Best of 3 series nga natin ngayon.
Malay mo, you might find your late night talk here in the Valorant chat. Alam naman natin na, Valorant is the Tinder of gaming. That's what I heard. That's what I've been told.
Sa mga nasa Valorant lambingan pa yung mga
ganyan.
Ayan. Si Ilo ang pioneer ng Valorant lambingan.
No. Anyway, but no love lost between the both of these teams here. G2 versus Sentinels. Game number 1, 13-6. Sabi nga ni Ocelot kanina sa Twitter niya kanina. Nice close game, guys. Nice close game. So hopefully it's a little bit different this time as Nuki. Mahanap niya ang opening pick. Excuse me, up against Shazam. So that's already the IGL gone here for Sentinels. And Icebox starting to look a little bit better for them up until Tens is able to get that kill. 4 versus 4 na ngayon. And the plant goes down here at B. Kellogg's looking to get close, and he actually misses the shot. Hindi niya makukuha to against Zombs. And Zombs will be finding that trade-off right there. And a 3v3 as Avova looking to play this close angle. He doesn't spot anybody for now, but they have control over the site.
Pero pag yan nawala, and actually Mixwell gets at the good hold of that. Sa may little angle na yan, he actually finishes out the Tens. And definitely a great start for G2. Gaya ng mga nakita natin, lahat na pati yung panel natin inaabangan na maybe this time around, iba yung may kita natin coming in from G2. And mukhang nagmamanifest na yan sa first round natin as of now. At ito mo, Mixwell getting that 3K sa last moments ng ating game na yon shows to us so much na nagsisimula na hindi na mapapa-nice game na ang mga G2 fans ngayon.
Actually, sabi nga ng panel kanina na none of the pistols really went to the way of G2. So this is a completely different start. Mas okay na ngayon na nakita natin for the side of G2 because they actually managed to find the first round on the board, and that's going to give them a good start here towards game number 2. They were not feeling the pistol earlier on, but it looks like they're feeling it now. And G2's Nuki doubles up on it, and he gets even another kill on Shazam. That's the second time Shazam has gone down early in the round. So, B site na naman ngayon ang pupuntahan dito ng Sentinels as they get the spike down once more. Can they hold it off?
Tignan natin kung kaya nga nila itong ma-hold off. Pero unfortunately, alam naman natin na pagdating sa mga gantong bagay, nakapag-post-plant ng G2, kanina kung sa split, may kita natin, sobrang possible pa ng mga retakes coming in from Sentinels. But the fact that inaabangan na lang sila behind yellow, may advantage pa sa mga Spectres. We see also Yuki sa mid, nagko-control na nga. He takes out one at isa-isa na nga nilang pinapatumba ang Sentinels right now. They don't seem to batter anything at all. At si Dapper gets a kill, pero I still do think it's impossible for him to get this already. Bawi na lang sa full bind round nyo. Sa round.
Still, Eco round goes the way the G2 wanted, and finally, nanalo sila ng anti-Eco round. Kanina, hindi sila nanalo ng anti-Eco round. And this is one of the things which is a little bit better for them on Icebox. This is Icebox. Icebox is definitely harder as a map to win the Eco rounds on. Kasi the map is much bigger. Hindi ganun ka-effective ang Classic, hindi ganun ka-effective ang mga Ghost, even the Sheriff, kasi 145 nga lang yung headshot damage at long range. So it's not as good. It's not like Split na pwede ka makapag-close range fight, you get a kill with a frenzy or something like that. It's a completely different story here in Icebox. And that's one of the reasons why Sentinels definitely going to be having a little bit more trouble winning those eco rounds that they have.
At kita mo naman na nasa disadvantage so far for the first 2 rounds ang Sentinels. And if ang mangyayari dito, G2 is a lot of rounds, may kita na natin yung huge difference as to why and how confident ang G2 is. At gaya nga ng mga nakita nga natin sa Sentinels, most likely sa NA region sila nagdodominate sa Icebox. But how will they move on kapag kalaban nga nila itong G2? And speaking of, Voltameta gets a good trade, and actually di nila in-expect na si Mixer manggaling na sa mid, pero may nakita lang natin yung mga trades ng both of the teams as Sentinels. They just need to adjust how they will be seeing ang G2 this time around. Pero mukhang magko-commit na sila sa A side. It's now or never. Pero siya, Zam, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Nakita ka pa ni Kalokis. Dalawa na lang kagad ng titira. Dapper and Zoms. And we only have one utility left for Dapper to use. Pero unfortunately, nahilo si Kalokis doon. Kaya pa bang ma-retake ito ng Sentinels? Let's see as Voltameta gets a frag. Sumabay na nga din si Zoms. And yan ang sinasabi natin. G2, unti-unting nagdo-dominate, nagtatatad na rin sila ngayon ng hukay ng mga taga-Sentinels.
There's like a hierarchy in terms of what rounds you want to win that really give you a confidence booster. I mean, first of all, yung pinaka nakakaenganyong round to win is, first of all, if you win an eco round, you win a thrifty. Next to it, you win your bonus round. And after that, obviously the gun round and then the anti-eco round. They just won one of the best things to win on the attacking side here for G2. Lalo na sa attacking side, when you only have Spectres up against long-range duels, up against long-range guns tulad ng tulad ng Vandal, tulad ng Operator. And if you win those ones, it's going to definitely boost your economy. And look at that. The long-range fights, like I said, Nuki, he's been dominating this position ever since the start of the game. Nakakapit na siya ng isa, nakakapit na siya ng dalawa. Here from Belt, he's just a master at holding it. At saka yung hindi nila mahanapan ng paraan.
Kitang-kita mo naman na advantage na kagad sa side ng G2 this time around. Now si Dapper tsaka si Shazam, hindi na nga sila ngayon na-pick off na nga sila kagad. Pero ginagawa nila dito, nagbabawas-bawas lang sila ng mga nag-anchor on each side. And finally, si Yuki nakahanap na nga ng kalite. Bumagsak na rin si Ted sa kanya. And mukhang it's pretty bad of a start coming in from Sentinels. Lalo na ngayon, they wasn't able to get out of that full buy round coming in from earlier set of round. Pero as of now, tingin ko, it's always gonna be a clean 4-0 na para sa side ng G2. And even if they start on a slow push-up first few seconds ng each round, alam nila kung saan na nila ina-expect ang Sentinels.
Yeah, G2, they're looking much more prepared. Mukhang handa na sila ngayon sa ginagawa ng Sentinels. And Sentinels right now, they can't really get a start off well. Like, kada umpisa ng round na pipitas yung isa sa kanila either towards A, nahahanap ni Nuki, or towards B where they actually get an early map control. So ngayon, kailangan ng Sentinels mag-adjust. How are they gonna deal with this? So ngayon, ang adjustment nila, ibibigay yung operator kay Shazam. It's not going to 10s, he's not gonna be on the jet. And so they're gonna have Shazam trying to post up into an aggressive angle. Looking aggressively, he gets the pick. Yun ang sinasabi natin. Kellogg's showstopper updraft to evade it. And that's gonna be a nice dash up from Shazam to get away from the pressure thrown at them. Sentinels na ngayon, nakahanap ng isa pero babawi ngayon ng G2. And that's gonna force him to fall back A site under fire, under pressure here from Sentinels. But Sentinels, Shazam, he gets another one, finds the kill on Decoded, heads with a double! Nakahanap siya ng dalawa onto Nuki and Avova, leaving Mixwell all alone.
Mixwell, anong gagawin mo? Lahat nakatitik na sa'yo, and Sentinels, mukhang gusto na nga nila i-master pa ulit itong Icebox as they take this time around. Pero that was a great advantage of Sentinels. Binigay nila kay Shazam, they're pretty confident that he'll be able to get that first frag, and dahil doon, na-put off na nga sa off position sa mga miyembro ng G2, nakapag-extend na rin si Tens, he takes out 2 kagad, at si Mixwell na lang ang natitira on where they will be expecting him. And speaking of, they finally got out of the madness na gusto nang i-represent ng G2 against them.
That is a great way to get back into this for Sentinels. The operator really, on Icebox, napaka game changer ng operator, lalo na if you put it in the hands of a player like Shazam na nakaka-aggressive pick and able to fall back when he needs to. And that's another one. Shazam holding that far angle is able to get that pick up from Yellow, looking for another one, misses the shot, dropped to 50 HP, and that's Avova. Makukuha niya yung kill onto Zombs. Now they brought it to a 4v4. And that's gonna be another one, the pick from Orange. The res coming out now as well, and Sick, i-anchor niya ang site dito. Meron pa siyang mga utility, meron pa siyang 150 total life, and that's gonna be send 10s to work his way towards mid to bring the equalizer. 3v3 na ngayon.
Pero remember, sobrang instead of committing sa B-side, nag-delay so much ngayon ang mga nangyari dahil meron gustong coming in from mid, pero pinanish kagad ni Tens si Kalokis, at ngayon nilipat sila ng A. Pero alam naman natin, Tens is just gonna be waiting for them to crawl in sa A side. Pero syempre, he already extends himself so much. Kapag he sees the head of Avova, this might be a pretty bad position already for the side of G2. And speaking of, nakuha na lang agad, he will be popping up at that leer. Unfortunately, Nuki,
drive-by!
Oh, nag-zipline lang, nakapatay pa. 2v tayo ngayon.
And that's one of the worst ways to die in this game. Isipin mo, may nag-zipline, pinaril ka, namatay. Oh my God. Tens is so good at holding those angles, but you can't hold up against the speeding Nuki up on that zipline. Now, it's gonna be 2v2. Mahahanap ni Kodamentas. He's dapper and dapper. He needed that kill, but Sick, he's good for a trade. Now 1v1 na ngayon. Sick has to find Nuki. Kung gusto nilang maiwasan ang economic reset, kailangan ng Sentinels ang round na to. Hanapin lang isa't isa. Gets the dick, but it's a phantom. It's not enough. 10 HP matitira kay Nuki. And Nuki wins the duel and brings G2 5-1.
Oh, kahit dahil lang kay Tens na nakuha sa may zipline, biruin mo, napatay ka lang ng tumatakbong si Nuki dahil doon hindi na naging advantage para sa inyo. Pero I think that was quite the unfortunate event para kay Sick. Literal, nagkaroon siya ng sakit doon dahil 10 HP lang yung natira. Di pa naman niya ipatapos pa on that 1v1. But still, leading na so much ang G2 this time around, and tells us so much that even if kanina napakasakit ng kanilang pagkatalo, this time around, sila naman ang magpapakitang gilas against Sentinels.
Shazam looking for aggression, and he finds it against Mixwell. Mahanap niya yung kinakailangang advantage, especially now that medyo low on economy ngayon ng Sentinels. Viper Spit, ginamit dito si B. Makakapasok pa ngayon ang G2. They've done so well before, but this might force him to rotate, and that's the call, indeed. Ikot na tayo, huwag na tayo dito, may Viper Spit dito, and they sense a lot of players. Pero tingnan natin to. Shazam looking to cut off the rotation. He's here on top of Tube. Masaspot niya kung may tumawid man papuntang A site. And he's gonna see one. He gets a shot before he falls down. Long range. And okay na yun sa kanila. They get one. They get information. Sulit na sulit ang Blade Storm dito ni Shazam.
At ngayon, tignan mo naman, it brought us so much time para sa side ng G2. Nadali na nga sila na sobra kahit gusto na po lumipat kagad sa A side and wala silang choice kundi kumuha pa ng mga pick-offs para lang talaga ma-secure nila yung pag-clearing operations sila this time around. Pero nakapasok sila ng kitchen, that can be an advantage. But still, knowing yung nag-stuck sila right now and gusto lang talaga ng Sentinels right now is full control all over the map. Let's see if how would these three guys be able to pin one by one. Pero nga lang paglabas si Nuki, nakita na nga siya kayo ni Dapper. Pero Kalukis was able to trade out his teammate but on a low HP. Or rather, Cold the Mental na lang palang natitira. Nag-zipline na naman papuntang A side. Does he have enough time left to plant that as he still doesn't have enough information as to where these guys are? Pinanish na nga siya ngayon ni Tens. At ngayon nakikita mo yung mga pagka-crouch lang, nag-e-exercise ang Sentinels. Pero alam pa rin naman natin, hindi yung G2.
Kailangan yung crouch. Diba? Parang nagsasquats lang yan eh. Kailangan, yung mga crouch na yan, hindi teabag yan. Ano yan eh? Squats. Para ma-warm up yung pinky. Kasi di masyadong ginagamit yung pinky pag linalaro. Kailangan i-warm up, diba?
Para kailangan mag-init ng pinky, no?
Oo, and that's how you warm it up. You do squats on your opponent.
Yun pala ang gamit ng pinky kasi usually di man magagamit yung pinky.
Oo, tama.
Ngayon, syempre, ginagamit mo yung index finger mo pang click-click, di ba? Ayan. So, kita ba naman na bumagsak na nga si Nuki sa kamay ni Teds. Although nabawasan si Teds doon, pero makakapag-sustain naman siya. May healing galing coming in from Sik. Kahit si Sik ay, alam niya na, may sakit. At least nakakapag-in siya ng mga teammates niya. Kaya pa niya mag-self-love. Pero ngayon, kahit nabawasan pa rin ang G2, gusto pa rin nila mag-commit sa may A side. Pero just by Tens anchoring it, kailangan hindi na siya magkaroon ng mistake the second time around. Kasi pag na-zipline na naman siya, disadvantage na naman ang Sentinels at makakapag-push ang G2 papuntang A side.
Well, tignan natin ngayon kung mapapasok nila yung A kasi ngayon it is going to be a retake. Tens is the only one here. He's gonna be breaking down that wall, planting the spike here as Dapper looking to hold the angle, gets spotted off, pero makaka-fall back siya. He's here into safety, but that's going to be the Viper's Pit. I-deploy na ngayon ng G2 and will be able to hold on to site, dropping from above, Avova. He's able to get that kill onto Dapper. Susundan niya ng isa pa, 2 kills ngayon. And that leaves us in a 3v4. Hahanapin pa ng Sentinels kung nasaan ang G2 from the flank. Nahanap ni Kellox. But they still have to deal with Shazam na galing sa likod. Ang hirap nito, nahanap si Shazam. Zombs na lang ang natitira and it might be the save call.
No choice na si Zombs to just go for the exit frags and just by that Viper's Pit, isa-isa na bumagsak yung mga tropa natin coming in from Sentinels. Marami na din sila in-expect coming in from Raptors and that's it. He will just be saving at that so that makakakaroon lang naman ng konting hero by siguro na may kita natin coming in from Sentinels. But so far, even if may mga times na nagfe-fail yung G2 kapag undermanned na sila, but when it comes sa kanila sa full commitment nila towards A side, kitang-kita naman natin na wala nang choice sa Sentinels na makapag-retake as one of them will be punished wipe one by one. And that was a big help coming in from Mixwell's Viper's Pit. Kita naman natin yun.
Yeah, and we said Icebox earlier. If there's any map that G2 can do better on, sa tingin ko Icebox talaga yun. Kasi this is one of those bigger maps where they'll be able to, have their playstyle. They're really going to be able to play the way they want to. It's harder to be rushed by Sentinels from multiple angles, and even when they do go for the flank, mahirap mag-flank dito sa Icebox a lot of the time. You just saw it from Shazam. Shazam tried to go for a long flank, and by the time he got in, it was a little bit too late. This is one of the reasons why it's so much easier for G2, especially now na nagsistart sila sa attacking side nila.
Standing ahead.
Kaso ngayon, eco round na naman ang Sentinels. Will they be able to punish G2 once again? Kapag nakita natin yun, malay nyo, maging turn pa nga ang tables natin this time around. Pero di na nga naging posible. As Kellogg's just the head of Shazam. At susunod na nga ba ngayon? Si Sik, unfortunately, nagkaroon ng mga pag-winning. Pero uy, dahil pa nga doon, hindi pa nga niya nakuha yun, pero isa-isa na pala nag-fall. 1 by 1 ang mga tropa natin from Sentinels at Stens. Will he be able to get this good play as he takes this Empress around? Will he seize the T-head ngayon na pupunta sa kanyang harapan? Hindi na nga hayaan ni Coldamenta yun. And G2 just dominates all over Sentinels. At mukhang gusto atang magka-game 3. Nakinig ata itong mga players sa mga panels kanina nag-request. Sana makita pa tayo ng even match-up. And mukhang pwedeng mag-manifest ngayon as G2 will just be winning rounds and rounds all over again.
It's another example of a great attacking round from G2. Sentinels, they're unable to deal with the A-site hit ng Sentinels, no? Nakakapasok lagi ang G2 dito and ang Sentinels hindi pa nila nahahanapan ng sagot. So, Sentinels, I want to see them change it up. Now we have the op yet again onto Shazam earlier. 2 of the best rounds that came from Sentinels were nung may operator tong si Shazam. If they can get maybe 1 or 2 more rounds, ma-force nila yung 7-5, still Sentinels are going to be so comfortable. But you have to realize na this is the danger zone para kay G2. Kasi may naka 7 rounds na sila eh. Kung maka 8 or 9 ang G2 dito, medyo nakakatakot na to para sa Sentinels.
At yun yung kailangan nilang i-prevent. Ayaw talaga ni Sentinels mangyari yun. Ayaw din nila na magka-advantage yung napakalaki. Ayaw nila na maghabol. Siyempre nakakapagod kapag naghabol ka. Pero nga lang, no denying that above us that resurrection. Meron na rin ngayon si Coldamenta na kanyang Hunter's Spear na pwede lang gamitin possibly sa post plans. But since they haven't made a single entry yet, kita mo na yung magiging potential deny na ni Shazam sa pag-commit the line. Speaking of, nag-audition na nga si Kalo sa kanyang harapan, denied na naman ang gusto nilang pag-commit towards B-side. Tignan natin kung meron pa rin silang ipapakita. And often na nga magiging advantage. Makakapag-risk pa siya ng kanyang teammate pero we only have 30 seconds left on the clock before they can finally make their leeway at maipanalo nga ang round na to.
Standoff here in kitchen. Mixwell gets the timing onto Zombs and that's gonna make it even harder for the rotate from Shazam to come in. Pero mukhang i-hold ni Tent dito ang A-site. 1 kill pa lang siya thus far. He's gonna get another one. He's gonna get away. And Dapper and Tens, they hold the site. They get another triple kill para kay Tens. And Shazam will finish off the kill onto Mixwell. Alam niya na sa kitchen si Mixwell. And that's gonna get Sentinels the 3rd round. Mukhang salvageable pa naman ngayon, Terror. Terror tuloy. Hindi pala ikaw si Terror, si Ray Ray.
Si Terror.
Hindi, magkapares lang kayo ng pangalan, Ray Ray at saka Terror. 'Di ba may Ray kayo? Ray and Tay nga, 'di ba? O, 'di ba?
Na-miss nila si Terror kasi
Oy, ano ba 'yan? Umayos ka. Magtripan na ako ng chat yan mamaya. Ay, nako. Huwag niyong sabihin kay Terror yan. Lalaki yung ulo ni Terror, ha?
Magko-comment na yan. Magko-comment pa yan. Ayan. Si Ilo, alam niya na guys, kasi hinahanap niya. Pero magkakas naman sila together on the next days ata, if I'm not mistaken. Pero balik na ulit tayo dito sa game natin na habang hinahanap ni Ilo si Terror, hinahanap na rin ngayon ni Sik ang isa. And he takes the head of Mixwell this time around. Denied na naman ang pagpunta na lang ng B-side.
Ayan, punta na sila sa B-site. Okay, habang nagre-regroup na dito ang Sentinels, they're going to be around kitchen. They're going to have 1 player towards orange, but hindi pa na nila net-clear si Nuke. And that might be the linchpin in this round. Zombs able to back his team up. Kellogg's looking for another one. Makaka-back siya papunta dito sa yellow. Pero tignan mo si Nuke. Mahuhuli niya si Shazam. And that's gonna be still them going into it with the showstopper now ready and available. Magagamit ba niya? Is he gonna be able to get 1 kill? Looks like a yes right there, but Sick and Zombs, they're gonna be finding a kill as well. Nuke with 3. Has to find the ace if he wants to win. Good paint shell. The rest comes into bait for his team. Pero ngayon, ang makakabawi ngayon ang Sentinels 7-4.
Last round in the half.
Ay, di pa. But this is actually a good half if Sentinels, they weren't able to get those rounds na pinapakita ni G2 earlier on. Pero that was quite unfortunate for the side of G2. Pag na-pressure sila sa B-side, kitang-kita mo naman, hindi na sila makapag-commit at all. Parati silang nag-aalangan. And yan yung magandang advantage kapag you have that operator used by Shazam. Kahit nagbintis siya, may follow-up pa rin naman, and that itself will be giving a hard time sa G2 dahil undermanned na naman sila all over again. Pero ito, mag-e-extend na naman siya. Pero tinulungan na nga nila right now sa pag-cut off lang dahil sa kanyang, oh no, nakuha pa nga sila pero nga lang Tense still gets the head of Luki. This time naghabol. Tika looks. Nakita na nakakagat si Tense. Biglang na-clear lang. Dahil sa toxic na sumakto kay Shazam. Nag-timing na naman. Pero this time around, may mga trades for trades. Jumper na lang at si Zoms ang matitira ngayon versus the 3 members of G2.
Doable, still winnable dito. Sabi nga nila, winnable from Zoms! Makukuha niya yung isa, makukuha niya yung dalawa. Kodamenta versus Zoms. He's got a 3 kill, looking for 4, up from above, but the Kodamenta is able to clear up the round, getting G2 the 8-4 scoreline. That was so close. Zoms almost got us the triple, the quadra.
Sayang, yung mga bagay talaga na hindi mo, it's out of your hands already. Siyempre, hahanapin niya. He was thinking that maybe Kodamenta is at those post plans, kaya gumamit na nga kagad siya ng zipline, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough yet. And kita nyo na napakalaking advantage. You actually won 4 rounds up ahead. But right now, we'll be switching sides. And we all know how Sentinels has a big advantage din sa kanilang attacking. Pero nga lang kita mo, fall off short talaga sila sa pag-anchor ng bawat sides. And they just can't seem to get a hold of that. And if Shazam napanish sa early rounds, it's over already sa side ng Sentinels so far.
So far, Sentinels, yeah, they lost that round. It was important. But kailangan na nilang bumawi dito. They need to win this pistol. And so far, it's G2. G2 getting the momentum. Sila ang nananalo ng mga crucial na rounds. Sila ang nananalo ng mga important clutches. Everything is going their way right now. And even if 8-4 ang scoreline ngayon, yung feeling pa rin is G2 is still dominating. 8-4 isn't that far. If Sentinels actually win this pistol, they get it to 8-6 potentially. But they need to play it clean. They need to win this pistol. Otherwise, sobrang mahihirapan silang mag-comeback dito sa Icebox.
Tignan natin kung kaya pa ba dahil magiging importante syempre yung first 2 rounds ng ating games na yun. Ayaw mo makakuha syempre ng double-digit scoreline na kagad ang G2 dahil 3 na lang and we'll be heading off sa last map dahil ngayon yung mga nagpupuyat na may online classes pa. Ayan, nod pa kayo, di pa natutulog ha. Baka may posibleng magkaroon ng Game 3. Dasal-dasal kayo dyan sa mga big fans ng Sentinels na may online class pa. At wala pa rin ka-late night talks hanggang ngayon. Sana ay masaya kayo.
Sana lang naman. I mean, okay lang naman na wala kayong ka-late night talks. Minsan talaga in life, you have to learn how to be alone, di ba? So, tama lang naman. Pero kung may pasok kayo ng umaga bukas, pumasok kayo para makahanap kayo ng ka-late night talks, di ba?
Tama. Na-inlove sa online class.
Sa online class. I mean, okay, look, syempre nung college tayo, Ray, walang online class.
Wala.
Pero kaya iniisip ko na lang yung mga bata ngayon, yung mga nag-online class, paano kaya sila nagiging paano sila nagfa-flirt, para sila nagiging together
Sa
o
Zoom
online
chat.
Ano yun, ipi-PM mo sa Zoom? Uy,
Oo, private Zoom. Classmate.
private message mo sa Zoom.
Okay,
Hey
sa
babe,
Discord.
ano tayo, inuman tayo or something like that.
Ayain mo sa Valorant through Zoom meeting.
Tara, Valorant, duo queue tayo mamaya. Nagba-Valorant ka yata eh.
Tapos, kung naman sa Discord yung online class, no? Di ba may kita doon naglalaro ka ng Valorant?
Oo, kita yun. Playing Valorant. Ay, nagva-Valorant ka pala. Classmates na tayo ng 2 months. Di ko pala alam. Feeling ko duo queue tayo. Yung mga ganon.
Feel ko ginagawa mo yan, Ilo.
Hindi ko ginagawa yun kasi hindi na ako sa college. Matanda na ako, Ray.
Uy,
Matanda na ako, Ray.
Uy, 16 pa lang ako. Ilang taon ka
16 ka pala.
ikaw, alam ko 21. Hindi, joke, 21 years old, 21. pero naniniwala ata yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon sa Discord Club.
Oo. May mga nagko-comment, di daw sila makalande sa online class. Ganun talaga. Ganun talaga.
Kawawa naman kayo.
Wawa naman.
Tapos may nag-comment, wag na tayo pumasok, guys. Wag naman, pumasok naman kayo, guys. Grabe kayo. Malay nyo, may nag-aabang sa sa inyo, di ba? O may nag-comment din, pag natalo yung Sentinels, hihiwalayan ko yung girlfriend ko.
Wag! Mahirap maghanap ng bago ngayon.
Ay, coming in from experience, hirap
Hoy,
na si Hero.
wala ako sa...
Ngayon
Siyempre,
kaya...
hindi. Bakit ako? Yung iba dyan, yung ibang caster dyan, hindi ko lang sasabihin kung sino.
Nagpapa-audition. Kasi, contestant number 1. Pag hindi neta tinanong kung kumain na ako, hindi ko to jojowain.
Feeling ko ito yung nangyayari pag may late night class late night cast ng 2 o'clock ng umaga eh. Ito yung mga klaseng comments na nakukuha natin eh.
Oo nga, parang galit na galit yung mga tao, pinagmamadali tayo. Nagkakas lang naman tayo. Ba't kayo nagkagalit?
Kaya lang guys, hanapin ko lang yung start button dito bago mag-umpisa yung hanapin. Saan ba yung start button ng game? Wait lang
Oy, ayan na.
Ayan na. Ay, nahanap ko na. Nahanap ko na yung start button, Dere. Okay. Huwag start na ulit tayo.
Baka may magsabi dyan sa comment section, pag natalo yung Sentinels sa game na to, babagsak na sa exam Walang ganaan na. Pero kung may matapang dyan, comment mo pag natalo Sentinels, babagsak ka sa exam mo bukas.
Hindi, gusto ko, pag nanalo ang Sentinels, mag-perfect score ako sa exam bukas. Yan.
Hindi nag-aral. Inuna manood ng VCT. So kayo, pinapaaral kayo na magulang nyo, puro kayo nag-aat ng jowa, pero dito na nga tayo. B-side, gusto na kagad i-commit ng Sentinels, pero nga lang nakakuha na kagad si Kalogs. Dito na kayo guys, rotate na kayo dahil nandito na ang mga kalaban natin. But Psalms, Easy, ang Avova na gustong mag-lurk are behind their backs. Nabawasan na naman ng isa, but let's see how will they prepare for this retake dahil isa-isa na lang nahuhulog ang mga miyembro ng G2 as they're on their remaining. And Kogamenta and Mixwell na lang pala at yun, hinahabol na siya. And finally, sinaksak! Oh!
Sinaksak?
Oh, trust yun.
Saan galing yun?
Ay, naku,
Di ba nasa baba si Koldamenta nun?
Nasa behind yata si Dapper. Nasa likod niya yata.
Tingnan natin yung replay mamaya.
Ayan.
Ay, hindi.
Ay, ibang replay ito eh.
Di ba baka makita natin. Yan ako yung knife. Ayan Ay, tinalon. Sabi ko sa'yo, nasa baba. Ay, tinalunan niya eh. Tinalunan pa niya
Sama ng ugali. Sige, magsaksakan na lang kaya kayo. Gusto ko makita ng round na gano'n. Pwede mo magpa-request, magsaksakan, pero sinisimulan na naman ang Sentinels. No problem, palalo kayo kanina. Ito, malalaksak na lang ako. Pak! Gano'n. Pero 8-5 na. 8-5 na score natin ngayon. Advantage, syempre. Bibili ka na agad. Ayaw mo maging, advantage pa rin ng G2. Ayaw mo maging 6-9 nice yan, di ba? So,
pero sabi ko sa'yo kanina, Rere, na talagang kailangan ng Sentinels na manalo sa pistol na yun. Otherwise, mahirapan sila. But, remember, Sentinels, they're so good on the attacking side, especially on Icebox. Sobrang comfortable talaga nila. Kaya, kahit anong mangyayari, I really think that G2, they needed to have done a little bit better than, I think, an 8-4. Maybe a 9-3 would have been good for them. But still, let's see how it plays out. A site completely open. Ibibigay nila para sa retake ngayon. Shazam from up onto 410. Hahanap ng kill here. Can't spot anyone just yet. Will be spotted out by the recon dart. He's got Shazam to go forward! And makakanap siya ng dalawa. As Tense and Sick will close out the round. A flawless round from Sentinels.
Ito na yung mga kaabang-abang coming in from Sentinels. Sinumulan na nga nila ang pag-iinit nila sa kanilang attacking side. And G2 nagpo-fall short. Pero kita mo naman on that round itself, nakapag-extend na kagad. Binigay nila po na titik. Pero man, advantage pa lang din kahit galing sa mga baril nila. And hindi mo na nga talaga makukuha ito at all. Kahit mag-force ka ng Sheriff. And inahanap na lang sila ng Sentinels on that round. 8-6 na nga. And now we're gonna be trimming this down to 2 steps ahead na lang ang G2 against Sentinels.
Yeah, 2 rounds is what they need. Will they expect Kellogg's here? Oh no, he's looking the wrong way. Gets spotted out, has to go and hide himself here. Will be dashing on out, looking for the backup, swinging, but he's low on HP. Si Kodamenta naman ang makakabawi, but si Tense, he's gonna be able to get another one. As he falls back, will he expect Nuki from up on here in kitchen? They have the information. He has an idea, and he got just enough of the kill to find it in a 3v3. Tens gets shut down. Dapper is gone. Kodamenta is gone. Kellogg's is gone. It's a 3v3 right now. But Sick and Zombs, they only have a Spectre in hand.
Medyo mahirap kasi kailangan nila mag-force out of that sprays that they have dahil napakalayo pero na naka-gate wall pero nakuha na lang kagad dahil si Zombs may mga lineup siya kagad sa kanilang post plant and still denied sila kagad. After that wall, they risk it out to take those shots kagad. Nabasag na din. Isa-isa na nga nalang nakita yung stacking members of G2 and Sentinels. Still, this is a big win coming in from them dahil nag-hold by around ang G2 against them.
Yeah, and you know, Icebox, it's so good for the attacking side. So if G2 can manage to, this is what I think. Kailangan talaga ng G2 makahanap ng early pick. They need an advantage. Kasi sa Icebox, napakalawak nito eh. The reason why attacking sided itong Icebox is because malawak yung map and it forces the defensive side to really spread out. Ang hirap makipag-trade. And what needs to happen here for the defense is they need to have an early pick. G2 need to get something going early on in order for them to truly be ahead of the curve here. Pero mukhang magta-timeout na ngayon. And I think it's hindi natin alam kung tactical or technical. Basta timeout.
I think it was a tactical timeout para sa side ng G2. Kasi that previous round, very important eh, di ba? Pero wala pa rin nabuksan kagad yung B-side na naman just cracked open. Even if it was a 3v3, you still can't deny those good post plans talaga pag nasa attacking side ka. Na-breakdown din kagad yung wall. They're just picking against them. Plus, it was really a drastic round na kung saan nasa pressure this time around ang G2. Because once that these members of Sentinels, di mo na talaga sila pick off sa early moments pa lang ng kada round sa mga may kita natin. I think it's gonna be a GGG2 at mapapa-nice na naman tayo. But still, mali mo magkaroon tayo ng good martial kills coming in from Mixwell. And if that happens, sobrang miraculous play na naman coming in from G2. So that's what we're gonna be seeing here. Step up plays lang siguro sa G2 and they can finally pin down ng mga Sentinels.
Ray, ikaw magka-cast ba ng next series?
Ako din.
Sino kasama mo?
Si Dax.
Ayan. Hindi ko nakaka-commentan. Okay, pero sige, back muna tayo sa game number 2. And then 4.
Bawi next like
You walked into that. You did. Kodamenta here holding with the Sheriff. He's gonna do a lot of damage onto Sick, but that's a Sage. Sage will be able to heal up. And really slow and steady attacking pace that we have. They just want to get some map control. Ayaw nila magpa-push. Pero si Nuki from up close, nako, na-spot siya. Forces him to take a fight. Forces Kodamenta to take a fight. And the crossfire has been dismantled towards that B-side.
At mukhang alam naman natin that it's gonna be pretty bad Sentinels if they actually lose this. Dahil nga, alam naman natin, they just capitalizing on their advantage also when it comes sa mga baril nila. Pero huwag mo na dapat bibigyan pa ang chance ang yung kalaban to actually pick you out. And speak of, nakuha pa kasi ang Boba. Vincent with a 3v2. Pero nga lang, usasa na sana bumabagsak. Mixwell na lang ang natitira right now. And, or rather, Mixwell na nga lang nakikita natin ngayon, pero pinupunta na siya ng mga miyembro ng Sentinels at 8-8 na nga ngayon ang ating scoreline after those 4 rounds na lamang ang G2. Ngayon sa second, hindi pa rin sila makapag-create ngayon ng that perfect style of how they will be pinning up ang Sentinels. Kahit ni-risk out nilang pag-extend nila sa long, hindi pa rin naging posible dahil ngayon sinisilip lang naman sila pa isa-isa ng mga Sentinels at isa-isa na sila nag-fall short ngayon.
That one recon actually was so good. It's hard to play close angles din kasi dito sa Icebox, and this is one of the reasons why it's so hard to eco on Icebox. Kasi lahat ng mga close angles madaling maklear, and it's hard to fall back from those aggressive angles. The best that you can really hope for is to hold on to the site, and even then it's a tough situation. So G2, they tried to play aggressive. They tried to play advanced para makahanap sila ng early pick. Tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, kailangan nilang i-level yung playing field. They need to find an early 4v5. But they were unable to get it because Sentinels, talagang nabasa nila na maghahanap ng early fight dito yung G2. And with that one combination of the recon bolt plus the double swing out, just destroys any hope that could happen in the B side. Kaya nakuha nila ang early 3v5 and converted the round.
Yun, it's really just lacks a moment now for both of the teams, especially with Sentinels. Pero ngayon, meron tayong tech pause. Gear pa, nalobat yung mouse, nalobat yung keyboard na ginagamit. Pa-charge nga, papapalit lang po. Sabi nila, pa-extend season.
Kaya ayoko nagwa-wireless eh. Lahat ng kahit sobrang hassle ng may wires. Mas gusto ko pa rin yung wireless. Yung may wires pala kaysa sa wireless. Kasi ayoko nag-charge eh. Tatama rin ako eh.
Isasaksak mo lang. Pero tingin ko, good point. Actually, ako
Tsaka
naman
yung paano yun? Pag may clutch moment tapos mawawala yung battery ng mouse mo, di ba?
Oo nga. Walang pang highlights, di ba? Walang pang TikTok yun. Sorry, recently kasi sa timeline ko sa TikTok, puro TikTok ng Yoru eh. So, ayun yung natatandaan ko hanggang ngayon. Pero so far, wala namang nagamit ngayon ng Yoru. Pero, kaway-kaway daw sa mga tamad mag-charge. Marami pala kayo!
Marami nga. Kakatamad kaya mag-charge ng wireless. Diba?
Ako di ako, tama lang, okay lang sa akin kung pero pag nakaka-pressure, pag nagre-red na, kasi kailangan mo agad isaksak.
Di ba? Kunwari clutch ka, mawawala. Hanapin mo saan yung charger ko. Hanapin mo pa. Wala na, patay ka na. Diba?
Saka ang mahal ng mga wireless.
Mahal ng mga wireless, tama.
Kami dito, pag natatanong tayo, anong TF namin dito, palakpak lang. Tatlo kayo yung palakpak.
Tapos pinapagtripan pa tayo ng mga comment section, di ba?
Oo.
Hindi ko alam kung bakit ko ginagawa ito eh.
Hindi mo alam ba't ka nagkakast?
Bakit nga ba ako nagkakast?
Minsan tanong ko din sa sarili ko eh. Bakit nga ba tayo nagkakast?
Alas 3 ng umaga, inaasar na tayo ng chat. Ano ba yan? Magising ako tulog ako ng anong oras para dito, tapos ganyan lang pala. Wala pang wireless mouse. Oh!
Uy, yun
nice
na.
red though.
Opponent kill. No. That was pretty messed up. They come in from Sentinels. Pero tingin ko lang din na spaman lang din talaga sila. Medyo they want to be so aggressive, but unfortunately nga, na-pick off na din si Shazam together with the Zombs. This is quite hard for Sentinels this time around. Wala din kasi yung momentum nila agad-agad eh. Kitang-kita mo. Pero hindi pa nga tapos ito. Dahil si Dapper nakapag-force tayo ng Hunter's Fury. Pero nga lang, denied si Six this time around. Gusto mag-extend. But will Tens be able to create this good gap na para makapag-underman ng sticky of instead of Gold Meta. Nakapag-dismiss pa nga siya. Dalawa pa sa dalawa. Gagamit na siguro sa ng Empress this time around just to protect one of his teammates that he can actually get this. Pero di pa we have Mookie behind the back! And that's it! A win coming in from G2. Squat ka nga dyan?
Hindi.
Wala. Ayaw naman trash talk ng G2. Dikit na kasi yung laban eh.
Oo, 9-8. Focus na sa goal, focus. Focus muna sa goal.
Iwan ang lahat, pati ang girlfriend eh. Ayun nga lang. Maganda na sana yung gusto ng Sentinels, pero nga lang hindi alam na meron na pala behind the box si Nukian. Pero may sasabihin ba sila? Wala pala kayo eh! Read like a book pala kayo! Sabi nila, pero leading na nga ang G2 at makakapag-force pa rin naman ng Sentinels sa kanilang mga baril.
That's a really early Viper spin just to deny them a site. But, say, Tens, he's able to get a kill onto Mixwell. Hunter's Fury gagamitin din nila ngayon just to be able to hold off that site. Tags one, can it find the kill? Nice combination of the ultimate. G2, nagawa nila na maggamit ang kanilang mga ultimate ability dito na makahanap ng dalawang kill. And that's 2 big kills to find. Dapper, caught in rotation, caught trying to reposition. And that's the spike actually. Kailangan pa nila kunin yung spike si Zombs. Gets shot in the foot. Masakit yan. 30 HP lang natitira sa kanya and he has to go and recover the spike alongside his teammate Zombs.
Along the lineup, sabay-sabay nilang pinapatulong. Sobra-sobra ang Sentinels. Dinanay na nga din siya sa Zams. Pero nga lang si Zombs, makukuha na nga din this time around. Wala na rin sa kanya nga. There's no way that he can actually bail out of that. And G2 leads in by 2 once again and again. Kanina, napaka-risky na ng mga rounds. Sobrang nawawala na sila ng momentum kung paano ba nila makukuha ito against Sentinels. And that's it. The early rounds plus that Hunter's Fury na nag-delay. Plus ngayon, si Nuki is really stepping up, popping off more here in Icebox. Nakikita na nga natin yung mga advantages ng G2 once again. At kita mo, umiinit na sila unti-unti. They're finally putting off a pinch sa Sentinels as napakalaki talaga ng possibility of a Game 3.
Well, Game 3 looking like it's more and more possible as it looks like another kind of eco round. They only have Shazam with the blades in hand. Updraft up. Mixwell's gonna be checking for it, but papasok nila sa A site ngayon ang spike. They have it in their possession as Kellogg's looking to hold the angle. Wala pa siyang makita. This smoke is making it difficult for him. Kellogg's misses the crucial shot. Has to fall back. And Shazam looking to get closer here, but it's going to be a 5v5 retake. Viper Spit going to be used up here. And that's going to allow Sentinels a little bit more room to breathe as they reposition. Pero from the flank, si Dapper makukuha niya ang kill up against Nuki. Nuki gets 2!
Oh no, medyo nag-fall short ko ng Sentinels. Anong ginaw-gaw-gaw nyo, Sentinels? Pero nga lang magpa-force na kagad ngayon. Right kick na lang. Isa-isa na sila bumabagsak. Pilipino, pagkawa na let hours. Ito na lang kagad na natitira. But then, another retake. Plus the flank na inatin na dalawang piyempre ng Sentinels gives G2 a lot. At kahit kanina pa nice game sila, sila naman ngayon ang mag-a-unli trash talk sa pinili nilang mapa, which is here in Icebox. And looking at that small gap, plus ngayon lumabas din si Shazam thinking that he can punch at least one. Pero maganda na yung naging angulo kasi ni Nuki doon, and niyos na rin ni Kalogis ang pagpasok sa pit ni Viper. At kahit nagkaroon ng Viper Spit, ngayon ang Sentinels sila ang nahulog sa sarili nilang patibong.
11-8. Desperation right now in the air for Sentinels as they need to find something. So many rounds. Halos lahat napupunta sa G2. Wall comes up to deny mid presence. And Avova looking to get creative on top of this wall. Napakadami ng map control ngayon ng G2. Nakuha nila yung bottom mid. Nakuha pa nila yung no one's on A. So this is really Sentinels not finding anything at all. Aggressive peek. Kellogg's good for one. Looking for more. Trying to shoot again. Confident to reposition, but he's gonna dash out here. Back up. Arriving. Kellogg still. Kellogg's yet again. 2 kills. Hannes to the 3rd kill. That's 3 for Kellogg. Shutting down Sentinels. Looking for 2 more. Has 1 left to find. It's gonna be Dapper to finally shut him down. Pero 1v4 pa rin ngayon. And that is gonna be so impossible for Dapper to even consider doing.
Marami nang nakatingin sa kanya at although you'd be giving that match point now coming in from G2 and speaking of Ultimate pins him down. At kanina nandun na ang Sentinels at that point on where they can actually turn the tables. Pero denied pa rin ng G2. Hindi na pinagalaw sa 8 ang score nila at pinag-8-8 na lang sila ngayon ni Kalogis. At kita mo naman, isa-isa silang nanghingi ng ayuda sa kanya. He just takes a good hold of those angles. At ngayon, nakita pa niya isa-isa dahil ni-risk it out na ng Sentinels. It's a now or never game for them. And 1 left before we can finally see na it's not over yet sa side ng G2. This team, man, they've been adjusting so much here in Icebox, pero worth it para sa kanila.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get to see Haven. We are so excited for it. I mean, Haven is one of those matches where, you know, you look at Haven, it's like, napakaganda ng mga laban sa Haven. And if we go to Haven indeed, and it looks like we will, especially now that it's a 3v5 already, man, it's just going to be so exciting here. But Tense, he does not want to go gentle into that good night, but it's going to be Kellogg with a triple kill, finishing the map off. Style points nga naman. Gamit pa niya ang Sheriff para makuha ang final kill. And they're gonna get the game. Game 3 tayo, Ray. Pupunta tayo sa Haven.
Mag-hello na ang G2 ngayon. Twitter, trash talk naman sa Sentinels. Ano, Sentinels? Sabi
Check
nila,
Twitter.
Yun na, pagka mga tweets na yan, oof na lang masasabi mo. And unliado naman yung mga memes na magliliparan. Seems like it's pretty bad talaga sa side ng Sentinels. But there's no cap. We're all expecting the G2, it will be a different game this time around, even if medyo one-sided nga naging map natin earlier in Split. Icebox is still the game changer para sa series natin ngayon, and we're gonna be so excited as we see nga sa Haven on where who's gonna be winning this, kasi it's either a flip side na ng coin this time around kapag pumunta tayo ng Haven.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice
Honestly, Haven's gonna be a little bit better. Look at them. They're just... Yung mga trash talk nila, pabiro lang mga to. Baka sineseryoso yung mga trash talk na yan, ha. Tropa pa yung mga yan. Kaya kung talagang iniisip nyo na sobrang asim ng mga players, hindi. These guys are actually really good friends. These guys have known each other since way before. Bigyan ko kayo ng konting backstory, ha. Lalo na yan, si Shazam, si Tens, sa CSGO, they already still knew each other. Si Mixwell has been playing with UK ever since Optic Gaming days. Matagal na magkakilala yung mga players na to. This is friendly banter. Dami kasing siniseryoso yung trash talk eh, no?
Huwag yung seryosohin, guys. Kami kapag niloko namin yung casters isa nang tatroll lang kami. Kahit nga sa, actually here in PH Valorant scene, magkakaibigan din yan sa dating Bangbang nga. But still, kita mo naman, napaka-init ng labanan. Hindi pa rin talaga tumipigil itong G2. And that's what we're expecting coming in from them. Ito yung standard ng meron ng G2. Even if risky pa rin, even if hindi na pabor sa kanila, kaya pa rin talaga nila i-put off a hold itong world champs natin, which is ang Sentinels. Walang 2-0-2-0. Lahat tayo magpupuyat until 7 AM or 8 AM tong cast namin mamaya eh.
And honestly, the next series, I think it's gonna be more of the same also. Mainit yung next laban na ikakast mo, Rere. It's gonna be a long night, I think, for everybody who's watching in this one. And it's certainly gonna be one of the best experiences for Valorant. In the meantime, papahinga muna kami. We do have to take a little bit of a breather before we get into map number 3. In the meantime, papakilala ulit kami. Ako si Ilustrado, it's Rere. Follow us on our social media. Papakita namin mamaya. And of course, we are at Berlin. Sa Berlin kami ngayon. Surprise, actually. Diba? Diba sa Berlin tayo? Di lang halata.
Oo. Nasa
virtual
kabilang
background lang to eh. Actually.
Ay, naka-green skin na pala ako dito. Kaya tingnan mo, nagpakulay kami, bago kami ng buhok para sa Berlin talaga to. Pero,
yeah.
Ay, no.
Yeah, we'll take a short break. However, though, when we come back, we're going to be starting with game number 3. So don't go anywhere, guys. Magbabalik ang VCT Berlin. Ito si Ilustrado. On behalf of Rere, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 just became the first team to hand Sentinels a map loss at a Masters event. And what a way for them to do it, Kakuka, putting 5 rounds together in a row on the back half to wrap it up.
It was amazing. It looked like everything it was going to change, and then they were like, okay, you know what, you have to lose. I'm really happy of how to do it. I really like how G2 structured their attack. So much pressure with so much utility used in the exact perfect moment. I love this map. I'll watch it again.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I brought up in the pregame was that one of G2's really big strengths is their trade potential, and I feel like that was something that we just saw in droves on this map.
We saw that. We also saw the first pistol round win for T2, which was something that we asked for as well. So
they did lose the second one.
They did lose the second one.
Give them
and that's what made it look a little scary when all of a sudden it's evened up at 8-8. But as you see from there, after the tack pause, that was the turning moment for G2. Tack pause into 5 rounds in a row. Nukier continuing to perform incredibly well, but for me, behind him, Kellogg's stepping up.
Yeah, and it's like Nuki was the godfather for Kellogg's. He was underperforming a little bit on split, and he was like, you know, just hold my hand, especially on the defense. It was like, hold my hand and just come with me. We're going to smash some faces.
Yeah, I mean, even just in those last few rounds, especially, what round was it? It was round number 20, where Kellogg's was present on yellow, facing down green. You got 4 players of Sentinels coming at you. And you know that all these players are coming, you're basically on your own, and he still stood there, got every single one of those kills. Connell Dementa jumping in at the end, gets a couple.
This is the one you wanted right here.
Oh, God, it's just brutal.
Yeah, brace yourselves. Incoming 3K. I mean, you can tell Sentinels can't figure out, you know, at this point.
He's 20 HP, and
right?
he's like, let
he
me go for one more. I have one more bullet on the magazine. I need to use it.
Not the case. That is a confidence booster right there. That's what you want to see out of a young player stepping onto a LAN stage. Excited by all means to see that we are going to a third map and that G2 was able to push us there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we said Haven. Haven is fun to watch for Sentinels, but I am just, after that G2, I think I'm excited to see, because, you know, G2, I think, they've been very emotional in the first map. They seemed very downtrodden on the rounds that they didn't do so well in. That map, they were just riding with it, and I'm assuming that Haven's going to be the same.
This is the G2 that you and everybody have to be scared of. The G2 that is comfortable, completely different. Maxwell, there's no point in comparison from Maxwell on Sage than on Viper.
An incredibly exciting matchup. Just received word that we got Sean standing by with a little bit of a breakdown to figure out how G2 ultimately overcame Sentinels for the first time at an international LAN.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely insane because G2 looked phenomenal right there. The duelists on G2 were the only players on their team to get entry frags. And that's pretty standard when you look at teams that play Sentinels, right? So I'm going to show you why it is so difficult to get any entries against a team like Sentinels. And I decided to use the eco round for G2 to just show why it's so difficult to upset Sentinels on a round like this. So right off the bat, what we're going to see is the Viper wall going across B. That's pretty standard. You know, the smoke, Zom's about to throw the Viper orb into middle right here. That's standard as well. But I want to draw some attention to how they're getting map control with both Dapper and Shazam as well. So what you're going to see is Dapper is going to throw a recon on that wall. That's going to allow Shazam to know that no one's pushed up. He's going to take control of this A lobby, and the round is very slow. So let's start running it right now. So it's a very, very slow round. And I'll explain to you why it's slow. So what Sentinels is trying to do is basically control vision in all of this area of the map that I have boxed right there. So you can see they're just staying very, very passive. Shazam at the top of the screen, and then Zoms is holding middle. And by Zoms activating the orb, we've talked about it before, it requires someone to be aware that he could push that way, under tube, as well as up tube. So he is doing a lot all by himself. Shazam being here means that there has to be someone on A, right? Because they have no aggressive info. They don't know if there's, you know, 3 people right here. G2 would have no idea about that. So they have to respect the fact that there could be an A hit coming. And Sentinels knows that because Shazam is here. And Zoms knows that no one's mid. So Zoms also knows someone must be mid. This is how a default is properly run. And you can see Dapper uses his utility perfect. They break the initial recon, they break the initial drone, and they wait for Dapper's second arrow to come in. And the execute on B long happens at that point. It is so rare that 2 Sova arrows are used on on the start of the round before an opening. And the way Sentinels plays this so passively and doesn't allow, Nucky to get that entry on top of B container, just as proof as to why they are a world-class team. So I hope this taught you guys something about like how to play passively, and I want to hear what you guys have to say back on the desk.
Very much, Sean. Very cool to see. I mean, I think that if anything, that to me exemplifies why it is so impressive that G2 was able to take down Sentinels, because when Sentinels is able to pull out rounds like that you wouldn't normally expect them to pick up, that's exactly that kind of X factor that we're talking about, and shows you what a mountain they are to overcome for a team, for any team, really.
Yeah, for me, I actually remember on that specific round, I was sitting here, I took my headset off, and I could hear what they were saying. They're very loud, I would say that. I'm closer to G2, and I can hear Sentinels better. And just hearing them talk methodically about it, be like, right, we're sending out our drone, wait here, I can see, and they're just saying exactly where these players were, and it was like, wait for the dart, now we go. And it's just, you can tell it's so structured in their comms, and for G2 to be able to overcome that. Now, I'm assuming their comms are structured too, but for whatever reason, I can't hear them. They're probably mumbling amongst themselves. Yeah, I think it really does exemplify that.
I also think that I don't know how that is going to apply to this Haven. I really like when you are very cautious with your utility, especially with the Soba, all of it, not only the shot darts, the drone, but also the recon. I think the timing is very important and specific. And now that we're jumping onto Haven, I mean, you're going to probably use a recon at the start of the round just to clear up, I mean, some pushes or stuff like that. But at mid-round, that's when you're going to save it for the last part.
We wanted it. G2 gave it to us. A map 3 here up against Sentinels, but it is Haven. And Kakuka, you said at the top of the day, Haven for Sentinels is in some ways some senses exactly where they want to be. So it'll be a question of that momentum for G2 coming off of 5 straight rounds into the initial pistol here on Haven. Can they lock it up?
You want to talk about pistols?
I mean, you brought it up, and I feel like it was part of their success.
Let's talk about G2 and pistols. They won this map, Haven, the other day against F4Q. They lost both pistols.
All right, well then maybe they don't need them.
But we have to say, this is a vote we're coming back on the Astra. This is something that I love to see. I think that he was brilliant in the kind of pressure that he was creating in all sides of the map. They're going to start attacking. I feel like this actually favors them. So let's see how they do, even though, as I said, I think the Sentinels is going to get this. But yeah, I'm up for a duel.
I like that you brought up the Astra, though, because I do think this is going to be the map where we see a number of changes when it comes to Agent Select.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, again, this is one where Sentinels, they've gone for a number of different compositions of late. I mean, the main core will be an Astra Jet Phoenix Sova, most likely. It's about whether or not they decide to bring the Killjoy or the Cypher. Killjoy having been the most recent for them. But for me, it's really the Phoenix that stands out, mostly because you just don't see that come out from other teams, like, really on any map at the moment. But the way that Sick can use the flashes in the Phoenix to help facilitate himself, it's just fascinating.
I remember how many teams did that, the usage of the Phoenix, especially on Ascent, but I really like it on Haven. And as you were saying, we saw it on the Decoded, where Pansy was just guiding us through that beautiful round from Sentinels. And I feel thank you very much, Sig, for giving back that Phoenix.
Of course. Well, Dapper has decided to go on the Cypher instead of Killjoy, so they've taken a step back.
I'm happy. I really like Cypher better than Killjoy, and especially on Dapper.
I'm a fan.
It gives me Nats vibes. You know?
Not everything is about EU.
Oh,
well, I mean,
everything is about Nats
sometimes.
sometimes.
We've got the 2 best Cypher players in the world at this tournament.
There has to be a comparison between Dapper and Nats, because they're fighting, as you said, Dash, for being who's the better Sentinel out there.
I just want to say, I know Gambit's not EU before people get angry at me.
I mean, EMEA.
All right, we asked for it. We got it. It's map number 3 between Sentinels and G2. You don't want to hear any more from us. You want to see some gunfights. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Well, yeah, we are now moments away from getting to map 3. I don't think many people thought we were going to go this far, quite genuinely. This has blown us out of the water so far.
No, so and important to note the end of that previous map. I mean, we look at the previous series that G2 played. I can hear a lot going on behind us right now.
Rowdy.
But Kellogg's was absolutely pivotal to their success versus F4Q. And again, with that and into Icebox, I want to see him continue that pace, carry that across now to map 3.
This, roll your minds back. Fnatic against Sentinels. The last battle between NA and EU went down on this map, and it's where NA destroyed EU. But there were moments that Fnatic found. Can G2 muster a little bit of that brilliance to bring it back through here to maybe reset history? We'll find out.
Ana? Hello guys! So medyo iba yung nakita nyo mga nagsasalita. But here we are. Ganito talaga ang katas ng 3 AM. At kami na muli ang magkakasala. So, tiebreaker map natin between G2 and Sentinels. Yung TF natin na pasa kasi sa kabila. Kaya sila daw muna yung nag-open.
Yep. In the meantime here, it's going to be a quick hit onto C site. Looking like we're already seeing a lot of action. 2 players already have gone down from the side of G2. Now it's all up to 1. Who has gone down as well from Sentinels to a 4v3 retake. Papasok mga MC. Agoba gonna get 1. That's all he gets. Sentinels with the Sheriff has made it happen right there. Mixwell with the Nano Swarm finds 1. 30 HP on Codimenta. 35-0 within a span of a couple of seconds. First round, Sentinels makukuha nila and Ray. You know, Haven on Sentinels. It's really one of their best maps. Napakaganda ng laro ng Sentinels dito sa Haven itself. And so, I'm expecting to see this really go to Sentinels' way. But, what we saw on Icebox is something also that needs to be taken note of. Mainit ang G2. And yung team ng G2, they're either super hot or super not. And if they're feeling super hot like in the previous game, kung madala nila yung momentum na bit-bit nila kanina into this game, we could really see a close game here on Haven.
And definitely, that's what we are all looking forward about. But remember, Sick with that duelist role, yun din yung sinasabi kanina ng mga panelists natin, nakaabang-abang. And they never fail to really impress us here in Haven with those matchup that they have. But right now, with that early frags, once again, Tens gets a good hold here in A-Long. Pero mga kamasewers, pero nga lang, mag-audition na naman sila. Asters gets a 3K kagad. Next, pagkakaling niya, magagaling sa kanilang mga harapan. As we only have Nuki left denied by Tens once again. And kahit nga medyo nahirapan ang Sentinels kanina, at least this time around, sobrang init talaga nila.
Yeah, like I said, they're just so comfortable on this map. 10 starting it off, 4 kills, and when you have 10s on that Jet, look man, he's just a sight to behold. On the Marshall, sunod-sunod ang pagkakuha niya ng mga kills dito up against G2. Now he's gonna go and try to do a little bit more as well. Going for that aggressive pick towards mid. And so, like I said, when you have 10s on that Jet, it's really a special thing, man.
Ngayon, yan yung mga kailangan mong iwasan. Yan yung mga kasama mo sa kompe, tapos nag-auto-lock ka Jet, tapos sobrang palong-palo. Si Tens yun eh.
Yep.
Si Tens yung tropa mong ganun or kaya nakaka-random mong ganun. Tapos sobrang confident pa niya talaga. Nakakahinga siya ng maayos kahit minsan individual plays na yung ginagawa niya for the side of Sentinels. Alam naman natin na ganun talaga din siya minsan kapag dating sa mapang ito. But the side of G2 this time around, sana naidala nila yung momentum. Pero ngayon, punish kagad sila sa early rounds ng ating game. And if mangyayari na naman ay nagdo-dominate all over, kinakain sila ng buhay ng Sentinels, I think sobrang hirap na sila makabawi. At yun yung kailangan nilang iwasan din talaga.
Gun round na ngayon para sa G2, and so it's their opportunity to really build up something here up against Sentinels. They want to build up that argument na they could be one of the best in the world as well, but they have to get past Tens first, who misses the first shot. Ma-expect kaya nila na si Dapper nandito lang sa gilid sa tabi niya. Flash comes through, Dapper's blind, doesn't matter, free fire, and he gets a dink before he drops as well. They still haven't cleared out Tens, dashes away, but andito na yung backup. Tens is one shot away from going down, but he still finds the correct one. A 6 will get a double, and Sentinels hold on again. Bonus round or not, nanalo na naman ng Sentinels dito. Upgrades for everybody as they once again boost their economy, and G2 will be back to the drawing board. Back to 0 na naman dito ang G2.
And this is what it's so painful to watch, and this buy round coming in from G2. They want to extend sa kanila papunta ngayon sa AZ. But unfortunately, the fact that nakapag-extend si Dapper, tapos they haven't seen him yet, tapos nakapag-trade off pa ang kanyang mga teammates as to where they will be expecting them na push nila coming in from sewers, denied na kagad yung G2. So they need to reposition themselves, but unfortunately, it's just going to be the all sheriff buy round sa kanila. And And what makes sa Sheriff dito, minsan may papanalo mo, pero sa tingin ko super impossible dahil long holds ito ang meron tayo para sa mapang ito at napakadali lang din i-outplay yung mga kalaban mo dahil 3 sites. So it's kind of harder to have your Sheriffs kicking in for this.
Early orb towards C has been secured by none other than Codamenta. 1 orb away from getting that ultimate, probably going to be able to move next round. Nice pick as well from Sick. Makukuha niya yung kill onto Codamenta, and that's the spike actually dropped. So they now have information that the spike is actually in a very far off spot that they have to go and recover. Now, yung response dito ng G2, kukunin nila ang garage ngayon. Susubukan nila makahanap ng pick. Pero andito ngayon si Zombs. He's gonna gravity well them out of position. He's gonna allow them to spray through it. Sick manages to get another kill onto the garage. And Zombs will follow suit thereafter. That is 2 players left standing on the Sentinel side, and I mean on the G2 side. And it's a nice kill, but again, it's only 1 kill here, and Sentinels once again, buboost pa nila yung economy nila lalo. They're gonna be so happy about this.
And finally, we're seeing this for the side of Sentinels. Nakabala na sila ng operator as what we can see right now. But G2, napakabilis ng 4 na rounds na yun. And they haven't gotten a single hold yet para sa gusto na lang commitment against the sites, and denied lang din talaga yung possibility of their push, and they would need to get their tactics straight before it gets too late talaga. You don't want Sentinels having that really hot advantage sa inyo. First half pa lang, ayaw mong maging malaki as like what we've seen in Split. But they need to just work well together para man lang hindi sila mapunish na naman isa-isa ng Sentinels this time around. Pero ngayon, may nagtatanong, ba't pa kayo nag-post? Siyempre naman guys, gusto mo manalo ng G2. Grabe naman kayo.
I want that fridge. Look at that Red Bull fridge.
Oh, cute.
Hold on, wait. Look, VALORANT Champions Tour Red Bull fridge. Saan tayo gusto ko niyan?
Hingi kami, Riot Games, PPGL.
Fridge,
oh, cute. Maraming Red Bull.
Yung
actually,
hinahanap
kahit yung fridge lang eh.
Kahit yung fridge lang. Pero mas gusto ko yung Red Bull.
Kailangan ni hero ng Red Bull. Siya talaga yung kailangan namin ng sobrang Red Bull type of guy. Pero hindi na ako magulat kung magiging partner ka talaga ng Red Bull one day. Pero,
I want that Red Bull. But you know who really needs the Red Bull right now? G2. 0 and 4. Kailangan, kung ma-reset ulit sila dito, kung ma-0-5 to, medyo nasa panganib na ang G2.
At kapag lang, no, hindi talaga huwag sabihin 13-0. Sa tingin hindi naman magiging 13-0, pero lang siguro. At masaya yun.
Naka 13-1 nga tayo nung isang araw. Dalawang 13-1 pa nga eh.
Kapag 13-0, no po, bibigyan ka na ng kami. Morton. Sige ha. 13-0 ha. Denied na si 6 right now. At tatlo na lang kagad at itira coming in from G2. They want to force themselves in. Pero dahil napaka-denied yung mga peaking sana nila, maraming ecoms, maraming mga cages right now. Nag-dominate sa C-side. Prevent lang nila yung G2 sa pagpasok, and it became a big advantage sa side ng Sentinels once again.
Tim Hortons cutie, let's go! The joke lang.
Wala sa meron na 13-0 nga ba ito? Tapo na lang ng hatat.
Oh no, the whiffs, Mixwell and Nuke, 2 whiffs from ay nako. Ito yung sign na siguro medyo tilted na sila. Sobrang easy 2 kills yun ah. That spray down whiff. I wonder if it'll come up on that replay, but that should have been a really quick 2 kills right there for G2. But instead, 0-5 ulit. And this is not looking like the G2 that we saw. Tulad nga ng sinabi ko nga, Ray kanina, no? G2, either sobrang init nila or sobrang wala. And right now, it looks like walang-wala ang G2 ngayon sa Sentinels.
Biglang nawala eh. Kahit konting minutes lang naman yung naging pahinga natin kanina lang bago nag-start. So, why is it that si G2, hindi talaga sila makagalaw at all denied lang sila parati on those possibilities? And speaking of that, gets the low kill. He wants to extend. Will he be able to get some heads? Unfortunately, wala. Pero nga lang, eco round na din kasi to sa side ng G2. Pero nga lang, it's going to be a 6-0 most likely. Hinarangan nga niya. Pero mas magkakaroon pa rin naman ng advantage ang mga miyembro ng Sentinels to just punish them around that corner in A side. At mukhang we're gonna be calling this a celebration.
Timeout nyo na G2 kasi ngayon this is just not looking like their game. I mean, we said it at the very beginning that Sentinels is like one of the best teams on Haven. Sobrang galing nila sa Haven. Kitang-kita kung bakit. 6-0 Sentinels. And G2, I'm surprised they haven't called for a tactical. I'm surprised they haven't called for anything because right now they're looking in a tough spot.
Remember, Ilo, when it goes to a 13-0, this is the first time ever that we're gonna be seeing it after a while na naman as what we've seen nga sa VCT PH before. Pero friends, will he be able to get the head of Pixel? Oh, pangalan ko po na yun yung banner na nag-enter through the smoke. At banish na naman sila sa A-side kahit gusto nila mag-extend sa kanilang mga sarili ngayon. And it seems like one by one, Sentinels is just popping off. Wala na nga silang particular stat. Kung nakikita mo, kita mo na lang na sobrang team duel pa lang, nananalo na lang sila. So they don't have nothing to worry about.
Look at how far. Look at kung nasan si Sick ngayon. Ang layo niyo. Wala pa siyang katapat. He's gonna get a perfect flank onto the C site. That's one of the fastest flank you'll see in your life. Crossfire, hindi abutan. That's gonna be Sick cleaning them up from the back. Sure, they get dapper, but Sick can take as much time as he wants because there's Zombs waiting from the back lines to take them into a 3v2, excuse me. As it's gonna be Nuki caught out. He's gonna be trying to switch guns, but this Cosmic Divide is not going to give that much space
30
for
seconds
G2.
left.
And that's a peek out from Shazam, catching a Vova all up to Nuki.
This is so... ayoko sabihin na one-sided, pero ito na ngayon pinagmumukha eh. Kasi matatanggap po sana if may nakita mo yung gandang setup coming in from G2, pero looks like right now, wala sana yung hinahanap mong form. As like what they did in, as compared to kung anong ginawa nila sa Icebox, wala pa talaga yung hinog na mga strategies nila. At Sentinels, they just keep on screaming over.
And it's looking like it's going to be 8-0. They're going to be on eco here. So most likely 8-0 yung makikita natin dito. I'm still wondering where is that timeout? Where is that timeout gonna be? And so far they don't want to call for it. Look at the setup. B setup yung Cypher. Basang-basa kung saan pupunta yung G2 oh. And they're gonna have everybody alive for it. What a perfect read yet again from Sentinel. Sick is on site. He's working the angles. He gets another one as he moves away. And that's gonna be a third, I think, for him. Mixwell takes one, but it's a cleanup. Sentinels gets 3. Ang ganda ng basa ng Sentinels. Grabe.
Recovering it. Yung si Sentinels, yung kamang nag-homework. Tapos ang ganda, alam niya kaagad lahat ng mga sagot. At kitang-kita mo naman. 8-0. Don't tell me, ano lang to, mga 15 minutes lang yung natin. Casting natin para sa
last. Kasi napaka-hype ng game to eh. Tapos ito yung mangyayari. I don't know. Look shot.
Tapos ito pa yung na-expect ng mga tao na maybe game 3 sobrang magiging kakaiba yung matchup na to. Excited sila lahat sa Haven, pero mukhang denied by Sentinels. They just want to make a statement na kapag dating sa Haven, there's no stopping about us. We're gonna be stumbling all over G2 right now. At kitang-kita mo, nagmamanifest yan sa 8-0 pa lang. At kahit makabawas ng isa yung G2 ng mga membro ng Sentinels, wala pa rin eh. Never mo pa nakikita yung mga 4v2 situation pa rin. Na-advantage sila sa numbers.
And look at that, Nuki. Good start on the round. He finds Dapper. That's the Sentinel gone. But Sick, he's got an adjustment right there. Lands it nicely, run it back, nets him 1. 4v3, and they found 2 kills. Sentinels now, they get the res up, sure, but it's still a 4v4, and Sick, he's still doing work. Sentinel Sick get finally taken down here, and this is Shazam all alone. 1v3, makukuha niya yung headshot, pero hindi niya makukuha yung kill. And that's G2 now. Finally, 1 round na sila. They finally get a round on the board, pero 8-1 pa rin, Ray.
Yung round na yun, very, marami mo nakita yung mistakes ng Sentinel, but napaka-importante nga naman talaga ng round. Pero alam mo, hanggang ngayon, Ilu, I'm thinking, as what you've mentioned, Baka naman gusto niya
you know what?
kumuha ng timeout.
They called the timeout kasi it's around 4. But this is what I'm not sure about. Alam ko kasi may 2 timeouts ang team. And I don't know if it's 1 per half or 2 per game. Kasi minsan iba yun eh. So hindi ako sure. Tsaka check ko na lang siya mamaya. But if any... Oh my god. Tens, he pushes a smoke and he gets an off kill onto Mixwell? Excuse me? Paano yun? How is he allowed to do that?
Tabi-tabi lang po, sabi ni...
Nag-push ng smoke, oh!
May kidaan lang po. Ay, no, huwag niyo sabihin yung mga panta-trash talk sa Twitter. Yan na kayo makikita yung G2 daw. Ano lang? Gold po. Ay, naku po. Mixwell, ano nangyari? Ano ka na ba? Kailangan mo na tahingan si Hilo ng Red Bull. Medyo na ng Red Bull yung G2, uy.
Grabe yun, Tens. That's like some Stewie moves right there, but better because he had an op. Stewie 2K, but better. That's what I'm saying right now.
Si Stewie nalilipat ng Valorant?
Oo. Malapit na pili ko.
Malapit na. Ayan. Siya na may kita natin next highlights. Okay, si Shazam, pinash si Nuki. Okay, sa seaside. Bahat po, criminal. Pero bumawi si Nuki. Pero nga lang, kung na lang mag-isa, si Goldamenta pa pala. Takes 1 hit.
Okay, Asim.
Oh.
Medyo maasim ngayon. Pero 14 seconds na lang. Uh-oh. Smoke in hand. Flash in hand, rather. And 6 gonna finally find that kill. 9-1 G2. For a moment, you thought it could have been possible, but it's not happening here as Sentinels makukuha nila ang 9-1. And this is looking like it's gonna be a fast game. Naggalit ang Sentinels. Aluin nyo kami sa icebox. Fine. We'll take Haven. Ayun o, tingnan mo. What the hell? Quick scope out of the smoke. Flick pa. Grabe si Tens ngayon.
Naka-ilang Red Bull kaya to si Tens? Sobrang init-init. Mga tatlong Red Bull kaya ganyan tumutok talaga guys. Sobrang DN and he never failed to shoot some shots na napaka-imposible. Kita mo naman. Makukuha lang naman ako ng Blade Storm. Dinanay mo pa ako. Bumagsak mo si Kalocus ngayon. Sobrang ano na to. This is G2 not getting to work themselves out anymore. Sobrang ano pa lang, putok pa lang, wala na.
And look at how coordinated Sentinels are. Sabay sila nagpo-push. Everything is well-timed, well-oiled machine. The moment they smell weakness, Sentinels will capitalize and they will attack. Wow.
Scanning ahead. It's pretty bad.
Look at that. Grabe. Nakaabang. Alam na alam kung anong gagawin, no?
Oo, yung tropa nyo gumagawa ng homework. Yung G2 hindi. Ay, nako. Sobrang sakit na ng ulo na ito ng G2. Kapag ito 11-1, nako po. Awit talaga loads. Yung mga fans ng Sentinels dyan, pwede na kayo matulog. Okay. Good job. Wait,
Oh my god! Sit? Hello? Sit? He was flash. He was what on earth?
Ay, nako. Bakit ganun kasik?
You want to find it?
Ang asim, pero bakit tumututok?
Nakukuha niya pa rin. Nakukuha niya pa rin.
Ay, naku. Okay. Asim Lords. Pero, behind the scenes, si Bobs. Nag-yellow.
One enemy remaining.
Ito na lang Mixwell, 17 HP and a dream. Hindi makakapag-Borcom time yan. Kita mo naman. Pag pumunta ka dyan, akin ka, mamamain ka dyan. Para sa, ano lang, online shopping.
There's no way he gets this spike in a million years. There's no way. Nakuha niya. Wait lang. Nakuha niya. Joke lang. Nakuha niya pala. Pero 17 HP makakalis. Nakuha mo nga. Makakalis ka ba dyan? Wait lang.
Mamamain ka? Matutog ka dyan. Labas ka nga kung matapang ka.
Sobrang kawawa si Mixwell dito. Wala siyang magagawa.
Well, kung matapang ka, patayin
Plant
mo nga.
Plant mo nga. Ay.
Hindi man lang binigay yung total na score. Ba yan?
Liman
KJ nyo naman,
Switching
Sentinels. Kaya naman, guys, kaya naman pala naging dikit yung icebox. Nanalo yung G2. Para pala 15 minutes lang yung casting namin ni Ilo dito.
Wow.
Ay, no.
Wow. Hindi pa daw
Unrated
namamatay.
lang ata.
Hindi pa daw namamatay si ano? Hindi pa daw namamatay si Tens? Hindi nga.
Wait, hindi, namatay siya.
Namatay
Nanalo
siya.
yun.
Kanina,
Namatay siya.
11-1 nga eh.
Yung ano.
Pero teka lang, chill muna tayo dito habang halftime break. Kasi alam ko may halftime break eh. May mag-analyze pa yan eh. Di ko alam kung pupuntahan namin.
Makinig na lang kayo sa kanila.
Makinig na lang muna tayo sa music. Ayan. Patugtog muna tayo.
Pain.
Pums, pum.
Ang ganda naman ng sound natin. May pa-beatbox ka pa ito. Napapaliw na talaga. Crazy shoutcaster.
3:30 na po!
Crazy. K-R-A-Z-Y. Crazy. Ano nga lang. Ay, no po. Wala ba sabi sa Sentinels? Alam niyo yung mga tropa mong trippings lang pero palong-palo sa unrated. Tapos ikaw nagseseryoso ka lang gumamit ng jet mo para may pang-kompe pero palong-palo yung kalaban mo. Kaya yung nangyayari, guys. Okay, crazy.
You crazy.
Ay, no,
Pero gusto ko lang talaga point out, si Sick talaga yung medyo sobrang init today. I mean, halos lagi siyang may run it back. Tapos lahat ng run it back niya laging sulit. It's crazy. It's crazy.
May nag-comment, sabi niya, baka kaya G2 ang pangalan kasi game 2 lang panalo.
Grabe naman.
Crazy kayo, guys. Huwag naman kayo. Durog sana lahat ng team sa akin dyan kung nakalipad lang kami. Crazy, Bren. Crazy ka, Bren Justin Balyaran. Bren kasi pangalan niya ba sabihin. Crazy ka, Justin, ha? Ito na nangyayari pag gantong oras.
Yup.
Nakakalabang ka. Nakakalabang sobra. Ito, gold to daw ang G2. Grabe naman kayo, guys. Huwag kayo bully. Pero
Oy,
oo nga.
mahirap ang gold to ngayon. Mahirap sa gold ngayon, ha? Ako, diamond ako, pero natatalo pa rin ako sa gold. Pag mag-smurf ako sa gold, ang dami kong talo.
Ibig sabihin lang niya, Ilo, nagkakatao lang naman kami. Hindi naman kami Diyos. Ang mga Diyos ng VALORANT, ayan, Sentinels. Okay, ayan yan, yung mga kalamang palang-palo. Tapos ngayon, may nag-comment, crazy casters. Thank you. Tanggap naman namin. Ikaw ba naman, kanina pa kami nagkakas, tapos hype na hype ka sa game 2, game 3 mo, ganito. Ikaw mga gulat. Sabat 13-0 niya lang para may Team Hortons sana sa Iris.
Oo nga eh. Wala na akong Team Hortons eh. Wala. Ayan, G2 kasi eh.
G2 naman. Alam mo, sa kabilang bang-bang, ganito din yung G2 eh. Sa may go. Sorry guys, ganito din yung kinas ko sila.
Hayaan lang natin si Rere. Babalik din yan sa tamang sarili maya-maya or bukas.
Okay
Pero okay na. Okay, sige. Goods ka na dyan. Hi. Actually, hindi yan si Rere. Si Eva yan eh.
Hello everyone. Kailan niyo ba si Eva yung may maniligaw from Germany?
Oh my God.
Ba't niyo ako, antok lang yan mga caster? Hindi po. Hindi.
So, okay. Balikan natin ang game dito. Wala eh, parang tapos na eh. I want to analyze the game, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing to say right now kasi Sentinels are just wrecking G2. Every single strat.
Wala na, as in, in all aspect talaga. Tutok, strat, utilities, yung pag-a-asem, nag-work sa side ng Sentinels. Sobrang, ba't pa kayo nagkaroon ng post dito? Tuloy nyo na.
Hindi,
Konti
may
na lang
halftime analysis kasi.
Ay, okay. Ang galing naman. Ang galing nyo naman. Ayan, bumalik na. Narinig na tayo. Kailan mo
Narinig
ba
na.
si Rufa Ray? Ido.
Ayun. Hindi.
Kailan ba? Hindi.
Hindi, di ko kilala.
Todo nyo na to, Sentinels!
Sino
Go,
yun?
go, go! I know, di alam din Kilo. Antok na tong asama ko, guys. Ako na lang talaga yung masaya sa aming dalawa.
Hindi ko kilala, sorry. Pero, 11-1, 2 rounds na lang for Sentinels until they secure their next spot. And it's looking like it's going to be a yes for them. Get a golden ticket, you're going to Hollywood. Kung ito ay American Idol. Nakapunta na sila sa
Golden
Hollywood.
buzzer.
X-Factor kasi yun!
Ay, sorry. Ay, ganun ba? Ayun, may X-Factor na, si Sik. Oh, dalawa agad.
Dalawa na naman si Sik. Di talaga natatalo sa aim duel to ngayon si Sik. Nag-upgrade pa siya, may ghost pa siya. May ghost pa siya, may armor pa. Okay, pero 9 na lang yung armor niya. Pero okay lang yun. Pero naman, dito si Avova. They might not check him. He hears the footsteps. Avova sees one. He doesn't check. He lets them through. Trigger discipline. Pero masyadong matagal. Matagal. Oy, he gets one still. But do they know that he's from the flank? Hindi nila alam dahil naka-ghost siya. And mukhang nakabawi na ngayon dito ang G2. Still 1v3.
Dapper. Meron kayong miracle place. Coming kay Dapper. Ayan na nga, nagsimula. Oh, Mixwell. May dalawa pa naman.
Oh, yung spike, nakita niya.
Oh, pwede siya lumipat.
Oh. Nakuha pa niya yung spike. Pwede siyang pumuntang A. Kaso walang information kung nasan yung iba.
30 seconds left.
Ito, pag ito na-catch ni Dapper, nako po, awit sa side ng G2. 13-1 din. Crazy.
Oh. Crazy.
Wala na masabi sa ginagawa kasi talaga ng Sentinels. Sobrang ganda. Alright, makakapag-plant dito si Dapper. Good hold na lang sa manggagaling sa A-Link to.
Yeah, he gets all the way to A. And, you know, the secret here, the strat for Dapper, kailangan niya makahanap ng fitas. Kailangan niya mag-peek ng isa. Meron siyang info with the camera pero medyo malayo. So he wants to get that 1v1. And in order to get the 1v1, he needs to get the timing right. Pero hindi niya makukuha. Si Avova, triple kill para sa kanya. Mabubuhay pa ang G2. 11-2 and they win the pistol round. There's a heartbeat, Ray. But it's faint. And Sentinels are still in a massive lead here. Malayo ang aakitin ng G2 para makabawi. Oops.
No. Habol pa yung G2? Ay, ayos yan. Oh, yan. 11-2. Ano, siyam lang naman kailangan habulin eh, di ba?
Siyam lang naman, di ba?
Oo, siyam lang naman. Wala namang masakit sa Sentinels yan. Pero nakapag-force sila ngayon. Pag naiko pa yung G2 dito, ewan ko na lang talaga.
Yeah, and that's... It's gonna be an eagle round. This is most... Okay, wait a minute. Teka lang, si Tens, meron siyang Marshall. Alam niyo naman yung nangyayari kung may Marshall si Tens. Very bad things happen to the enemy team when Tens has a Marshall.
Baka mangyari, aim
Oh,
labs na naman itong G2.
Sminok nila yung alarm bot. Makakapasok silang B. Pero nahuli sila ni Avova. And Mixwell will get the crossfire. That should be the round. Already done. And in fact it is. 11-3, pero makakabay na ngayon ng Sentinels.
Yan na yun eh. They have nothing to worry about, to be honest. Hindi naman kasi... What? 23? 6? Okay.
Oh my God.
Yun pa yung una ko napansin. Ngayon ko lang nakita yung kill count nila eh. 23-6 ang KDA. KD niya. Ako po. I really do think Sentinels will be now or never na lang. Pero they can just give a lot of runs kasi saka hindi nila mabasa yung G2. But oh no, what's there to lose, diba? Sa side ng Sentinels this time around. Oh! Okay, sige. Tanggapin natin na hindi niya na pin off yun kasi naka-vector siya. Yep.
And still 11-3. 2 more rounds for Sentinels. Sick finally loses an aim duel. Pero sobrang low ni Mixwell. Mahi-heal siya kasi may dalawang healers sa side ng G2 ngayon. And he's gonna be able to get full HP. For sure. Maybe not just yet because si Cole Dementa malayo pa. That's a...
Oof. Okay. Ram will be planting, but naku, timing. Hello. After niya mag-out sa smoke, nakita na nga din siya ni Tens. And how will these guys retake this? Meron ka pa namang set of guiding light coming from Coldamenta. Meron ka pa namang mga stars ngayon ni Avova. But how will you get this retake as they're just watching you all around at 10?
Oh
Get
my
the
god.
3K!
4K!
4K! Oh no. Wala na to.
Yeah, I don't think so. But there's one more chance kasi bonus round lang naman ng G2 yon. But still, you know, G2, they literally have to play the perfect game if they want to win this. Kailangan literal perfect yung magagawin nila. And if you look at it, si Mixwell, naka-frenzy lang siya. That's bad.
Pwede naman siguro siyang mag-extend. Pero nga lang, hirap pa. Kapag ikaw nabawasan, ito talaga naputulan na ng leeg yung table na meron ka. And it all will just be going down. As they make this entry, Tens, nakakuha na nga siya kagad ba ng isa. It's Zeta Division punishes him. And clear na kagad ang C-side para sa side ng Sentinels this time around.
Yeah, they get the plant off. Nice entry from Tens here as they're going to make a full rotation towards C4. V5 na ngayon mangyayari. Tens missing the blades. Coldamenta getting the hit. Now in a 4v5, they still get the lineup. Nuke gets one, but Six finds a refrag. Sick with the adjustment. Kellogg's with the adjustment as well. That's brought us to a 2v3. May blades, may hope, may chance. Kellogg's, he's landing the headshots, but it's Sick right now. And Sick has been amazing, but not good enough to get that kill onto Kellogg's. Kellogg's finds a 3K and 12 to 4 now. G2, they hang on.
Ano pa? Pwede pa nga may possibility pang makapasa itong G2 against Sentinels. Kung makapit pa sa patalim ang G2, nakaka-survive pa rin sila. And nakita mo naman, if hindi pa nila nakuha yun, it's gonna be so painful. But at least that round itself, you will give a boost sa G2 na maybe it can be a miracle na kailangan nilang habulin ng 8 rounds lang naman ang kailangan nilang habulin.
Yeah, that's still a long way to go. Sentinels should be happy to eco here if they need to, but it doesn't look like they need to. They're gonna be having a full 5 rifle. Oh, nice shot right there from Nuki. Ten's already gone. No way to revive him, no way to help. A little bit more of an aggressive push. Si Nuki ngayon magpupush pa. Pero he's gonna fall back right now as Sick looks to lurk onto this A site. Uy, walang tao sa A. Mukhang makakalakad lang sila papasok ng A. Flash coming through.
Oh.
And look at, they're all waiting. They're all waiting. They know it's possible. Nuki's ready for it. So is Nuki just gets 3 kills.
Oh, wait a second. Zombs! Naku po! Naging 2v2 pa! What was that? No,
oh no.
Together Mixwell. Ay, naku po. That was huge. Coming in from Sentinels. Imagine from a 4v2, naging 2v2 pa yung Boko. Sobrang gulo na dahil na-stress ako sa G2. Pero nga lang, naglabas na din. Gumawa sila ng cut-off. Ayun, papuntang A-site. They are just taking their time. May crossfire right now. 1v1. Shazam versus Avova. What will happen here? Oh, denied pa rin. And that's a big win coming in from a G2. And they're counting right now the rounds. 7 left. Pero Sentinels, pababaya mo pa bang mag-dominate all over ang G2? At baka maging OT pa nga ito kung sakasakali. Let's see.
Bawal pa matulog ang fans ng Sentinels kasi hindi pa tapos. Nakabawi pa nga. G2, they get one more round to keep them alive for now. 12 to 5. And they're hanging on with a dream and a hope. There's a lot of rounds to catch up, sure. And they might get a 6-12 here. But Tens Marshall, no tag.
Kuha lang tayo ng mga sheriff. Malay mo, makuha natin tong round na to dahil natatalo natin G2 pagdating sa sheriff time natin. And they're already at garage. Some of them are at silong. Kapag nabawasan nila si Kellogg's, ayan na nga ang pwede maging possibility na ma-open nga na lang side. Wala pa rin sila natin. Ahoba, sees the head of Dapper kagad. And he gets with a 2K. Lahat sila nasa garage na papunish isa-isa. And may meron na papasok sa meters kagad. Line right now is Shazam. Hinapon na sila this time around. Oh, sino pa rin playing this time around. Pero I think it's looking bad for Sentinels ngayon dahil eco-buy din kasi talaga sila.
Yeah, this should be the round here. Sentinels 10. Has the timing. Oh, the flick onto Mixwell. Alright, it's a good start. Pero di pa rin tapos. Hanap pa siya ng isa pa. Pero hindi. Avova will get that kill onto 10s. Will finally shut down the Jet. And that's G2 to get round number 6. 6-12, medyo malayo pa. Medyo malayo-layo pa. 6 rounds pa ang kanilang hahabulin. Pero hindi na siya 13-1. Hindi na siya 13. Medyo kahit pa paano respectable na yung scoreline natin dito.
At nga namin nagko-comment, hanggang 4 AM daw kasi yung gusto ng Sentinels para daw mapagod tayo.
Nag-extend pa daw kasi sayang pa naman eh. Sayang yung extend nila kung mabilis matatapos.
Sayang yung piso net.
Sayang yung piso net. Nag-extend na kami. Ano ba yan?
Magtatrastokan muna kami dito, guys. Sabi nila. Pero ngayon, paano kaya gagawin ng para? Wala pa nga no? Ito mamising na asam lang ng Sentinels, pero they need to prepare already if they want to finish this badly na 6 na lang yan. Ayaw mo makakuha ng momentum biglaan yung G2, syempre.
Nag-order pa daw sila ng pansit kanto. Hindi pa nila pwede. Wait lang daw muna. Oy, pero teka lang. Ulti, that's the neural theft. Gonna be used up here towards that A site. Dashing in. Kellogg's good for one. Only one. 10s. Refags himself. Hunter's Fury deployed now. 3v2 ngayon and Sentinel struggling.
Last player standing.
And that's another round here. G2 mukhang napapa-comeback sila. Okay, whoops. Teka lang. 5 rounds na lang hahabulin.
Ano pa? Sabi nyo, di pa daw tayo pagpapahingayin ilo. Magkakas pa rin tayo.
Ikaw may kas ka pa. Tapos ito ako. Tapos na ako eh.
Gambit pa versus 100 Thieves. Malamang game 3. Walang problema. Pero ngayon, ito, mas malaking problema ng Sentinels. Uy, sabi ng mga fans dito, sasampal na ata ni Sentinels. Uy, please end this. Magagalit yung jowa ko.
Pinapauwi na ako ni Mama. Ano ba yan?
Pa-extend. Ewan ko ang problema ng Sentinels. Kanina parang, wala nga silang setup. Alam mo yun? Hindi ko alam bakit. Hindi ko alam kung anong gusto gawin ng mga tayo. Ewan ko. Kung anong gusto nyo mangyari. Okay, Tens.
Ito naka-marshal na naman si Tens. O, kita siya.
Pang-highlights yan.
Bang. Bang. Wala.
Uy! Yun. Nagbang-bang sa kabilang side.
Kanina pa kasi ginagawa ni Sik yun eh. Alam na nila yun.
Uy, Sik, huwag mo na ulitin yung mga bagay na...
Alam mo na. Alam na nila yun eh. Alam na nila yung gapang ni Sik pa eh. Kaya talagang tinutukan nila. Tsaka, you know, this strat, ginawa nila itong strat kanina. Kaya, feeling ko handa na yung G2 dito eh. Tira mo. Bang! Bang!
Last player standing.
Okay.
Clean.
Nice one. Get that 30... Sik, bags mo naman gawin yung 30 frags yan. Natanong lang naman kita. Mahal lang ah. Naging 30 frags yan, edi very good. Pero ito mo, ano na lang, kanina pa ginagawa lang na nila yung usual strat. Pero, kailan kaya nila bibiglayin itong G2?
Timeout na ba? Magta-timeout na ba? Kinakabahan na ang Sentinels nito. Kinakabahan na ang Sentinels. 8-2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 rounds. 4 rounds na lang. Binilang ko po eh. 4 rounds.
Joke's over!
Si Ate Yam Yam napapa-comment na din, hindi pa natutulog dahil ngayon hindi pa tapos yung Sentinel versus G2.
Oh, teka lang. Ito na yata. Sick Dapper 10. One after the other. Makukuha nila yung 3 kills na kailangan nila. Sentinels mukhang nagising na. Tama na. Uuwi na kami. Ubus na time namin. Pupunta na kami sa next round. And that's gonna be a 1v5. Si Kelox na lang matitira dito. And I think that's gonna be the GG. Sick with a 3K to finish off the game. And it's gonna be Sentinels taking it up against G2.
13-8, ano lang, pinalamang lang, gusto pa daw manalo. Pero I really do think the fact na first sa half pa lang, sobrang laki na advantage ng Sentinels. They have nothing to worry about. And G2, it took so long for them kung bago sila mag-init. Pero kung sobrang init nila kagad, dahil nga kung naidala lang alaga nila yung meron sila from Icebox, siguro sobrang dikit na dikit yung laban nila compared as what we've seen nga sa mapang ito. But still, when you look at that, si Sip kanina talagang pinalabas na lahat. It's just really on point. It's really scary kung tutusin.
Excited na ako sa next game though. Gambit versus 100 Thieves. And that's gonna be a good one. Papanood ko yung class niya mamaya. Pero it's a great game pa rin. Nakita natin dito, Sentinels, really. And it was all about Sick. Sick. He just got so... I think he actually got the 30, no? We'll double check on the stats later on. But yeah, that was definitely a great win here. Again, going back to our phases, now you're joining me. Sa mga kakatunin lang, ako si Lustado, kasama ko yan si Ray. And we just saw Sentinels taking a very convincing win here up against G2 in a 2-1. So we'll take a look at we took a look at the replays and took a look at the match highlights here. What an amazing run, Ray.
If only and only lang talaga sobrang on point ng G2 on the first 4 rounds. Siguro sobrang dikit na nagiging lab. Siguro we might be seeing an overtime already. Kaso nga lang, yung 6-0 na yun, gaya na sinabi ng Ilu, this already for the side of Sentinels. Alam na kagad ng mga nanonood, alam na kagad ng mga nakakaramdam ng big fans ng Sentinels. It's actually for them. And ngayon may pakanta-kanta na nga yung mga teams natin. But yeah, G2 had a hard time talaga. At kita mo naman, Benitez, Skinny League. That's it. Congratulations to Sentinels. They still made it through even if that icebox was quite devastating. Mapanalo pa rin nila with a 2-1.
All right, well, we're going to take a little bit of a breather after this, though. You just saw it. Sentinels, they take this victory up against G2 in a 2-1. Again, we'll be taking a short one after this, I think. And when we come back, it's going to be the last series of the day. Picture perfect moment from these guys as we do have now to leave you. Any last thoughts, Ray, before we go?
All I can say is that may game 2 pa ako and still, it's been a while since I last casted with Ilio, but sobrang saya. At hindi ko kailangan ng toothpick gaya nga sinabi ni Ilustrado. And then thank you so much sa mga nag-support sa atin. Hopefully, makakasama namin kayo sa next cast. It's still 100 Thieves. Alam ko, daming fans ang 100 Thieves. Just the same as Sentinels have a big fan base here in PH. So thank you guys.
Yep. All right. Good night, everybody. And I'm signing off for the day, but Ray is going to be back a little bit later with Daxi, and it's going to be the last series of the day. So see you guys later, and good night.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Nuki! He's just left into the arms and he's got the back onto Shaz! Deploying drone. One enemy remaining. 3. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
The long drive
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 fought like hell, but in the end, Sentinels will stand tall, taking map 3 and the series to remain undefeated on international lands when it comes to series score. It got a little touch and go there near the end, though. We saw Pansy and Hypox saying 8 was the number where they were willing to jump on the hype train, but in the end, Sentinels cleans it up.
I mean, there's a reason why I told you this is my favorite map to watch Sentinels on. No point was secured, no site was secured to go in if it's not Dapper Utility is going to be sick pushing or is going to be Tense holding an angle. So what would you choose out of those 3?
Well, yeah, there was like specifically something we said is when are they just going to give up on trying to take A-Long?
Yeah.
Tense on A-Long? Yeah, no, I definitely,
I mean,
that's
you
not the one
expect
I would
the
pick.
operator to rotate, but why would you rotate if you're getting results every single round?
Yeah, if it's working, don't work, don't fix it. I mean, Hypoc asked what happens when you poke the beast after the map 2 goes the way of G2, and what happens is you go 11-1 on the first half of Haven. It was utter dominance out of Sentinels to kick things off on the defensive side.
I'm actually surprised that G2 managed to get that many rounds. I actually feel kind of sad that they didn't start on the attack, on the defense, so we could see actually more of this map, maybe even some overtime. But Sick was taking the upper hand. He was just pressing W onto everybody every single round.
What is that spray control? That was just gross.
Just absolutely nuts. I mean, honestly, some of what went really well for G2 in the second half is very similar to what we saw on previous maps, and that is Kellogg's really starting to feel himself. And I feel like he's proven himself to be this player that when the going gets tough, he gets going. And that definitely seemed to show up here. It wasn't quite enough to actually pull Haven through, but you could definitely see the improvement.
I would add Nuki on that same basket. I feel like he had a great series. He was very stable, very constant throughout the 3 games.
The 2 of them definitely popping off, and that's where you heard, again, Hypoc talking about the fact that they need now the support system to step up around those 2, and all of a sudden that is a team that can look really scary throughout this tournament. You mentioned the comment we made while watching the game itself, stop going A, and that was for a reason. It was because Tens was holding it. So we're going to jump right into a couple highlights of Tens ourselves. Our HyperX Reflex. A-Long, just don't go. Not a Tens there.
It doesn't matter if
There's
it's with
one.
the Marshal, if it's with
There's
the operator.
two.
Yeah,
There's 3.
He's just going to keep going. He's just going to keep going.
Hey, how about another? Yeah, why not?
No! Please give me the no
Oh, wait.
scope. Here it comes.
Oh, wait.
Here it comes.
All right. Yeah, one more? Why not? Hey, let's say, I got an idea. Let's try A again. How about that? Oh, yeah, one more. Updraft. We haven't tried this yet. Nope, not going to work.
You know the worst part? It's always Mixwell.
No, it's not. I remember Pansy saying he makes Mixwell look slow.
Yeah.
Fact.
Oh
fact.
my
True
god.
fact. You make a big map like Haven look small when you can shut down a site like that. That's, I think,
Yeah, I
what's
mean,
so
you
scary
have a
about
strong
Sentinels.
holder just holding the one angle. A is completely denied. And even if you put a smoke on the way, it doesn't matter. He's going to push it with the operator, just slowly going through, and you're going to have a Sick pushing through another zone. I mean, and even though the fact is that they started doing quite the opposite, we were talking about very slow and safe rotations from the defender spawn, but something changed, and they were like, you know what, just finish this map.
Now, that's what brought us to the 11-1 halfway point. But again, I do think we need to take note of the fact that G2 brought it all the way to 13-8, and that's impressive to say the least. Overall, for this series, I think G2 showed that Sentinels is not infallible.
Oh, absolutely. But there were a number of rounds that came into that, in my opinion, were a combination of G2 being really fired up and just going for it, and also Sentinels maybe kind of taking certain rounds for granted. I'm thinking of Vova lurking down by like C lobby, sort of near the orb, and everyone from Sentinels running up towards Cubby, and Vova's just like, well, you didn't check that I was here, you know? It's the kind of due diligence that you would expect a team of Sentinels caliber to actually do, and they kind of were a bit overconfident.
This is kind of what I expected of this series. I'm actually pretty happy of how G2 did, and I feel like now they have the chance to bounce back because they're going to face Sentinels again, and I really believe that they have learned a lot from this series.
That's what makes this group so exciting.
Yeah.
The fact that we've got to see them play once, we're guaranteed to see them play again.
I feel like whatever happens in the next best of 3 between these two teams is going to be even more fiery than this one.
I mean, they've already taken the first map out of international event out of Sentinels. So that's a title already.
Achievement in and of itself. It was an absolute marathon of a series, and so we're going to go ahead and take a break and listen in to the Verizon post-game interview with Yinsu and a man who's all too familiar with these winning interviews already. It's Shazam.
That is right, Dash. I'm with the man of the hour, Shazam from Sentinels, here with me. First of all, congratulations on that win. Now, that was a really highly anticipated match. I think people were building it up back in Challengers as well. And now you finally faced G2. What did you make of them?
Yeah, no, I know there's a huge social media hype and like rivalry, but I hope nobody hates on like the players themselves because, you know, we respect them and they played a good match. But yeah, we were definitely looking forward to it with all the hype around it, and we wanted to play a good match. They fought hard, and I'm pretty upset that we lost the map, honestly. Feels like we had the right ideas, but things just didn't go our way. Unlucky, but otherwise, it was a good match.
Well, let's talk about that map a little bit more because it is the first ever map you've lost on the international stage. What happened there? And do you feel like you could have closed that out?
Yeah, we started off really slow. Like I think we had a lot of miscoms on like our defense side, and like we didn't really give ourselves a chance. And then I think our attack was pretty good at the end there, and we started like forcing the issue, and they like stacked some ults on some of our hits. I think we had the right read, but like things just didn't go our way sometimes. It's like hard to be 100% the whole time. The comms were pretty hectic too, and so I feel like if we played them again, we would take that map.
I want to know what the meeting was like after that map backstage with you guys, because you don't find yourselves in that situation very often, and you've never found that yourselves in that situation at an international LAN. So what did you say to your teammates, and how did you get them to kind of come back in and be as dominant as you were on Haven?
Yeah, we're pretty good at resetting. Like sometimes we'll be like on this round, what happened here or something, just ask each other just to know. But outside of that, like we reset, people just like bathroom break or whatever. And like I quickly went over the stuff I prepped for Haven. It was really important, and we didn't have a lot of time. So like they're like rushing us out. So before going over it, like I was just trying to like memorize all my notes really quick. And like then we got on stage and I was like trying to go over like they do this, 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 and this. And so it was like really just reset, full focus on Haven. And I think the prep for Haven really played off. Like we just knew even though we let them back in at the second half, like we knew everything they were doing, everything they were going to do next. Like we were on top of that.
I mean, yeah, the scoreline definitely showed. Now, you mentioned the social media kind of rivalry. I'm sure you've seen the plane that Carlos hired earlier. Anything you want to say to him now you've beaten his team?
No, I mean, it's a good game, but, you know, we play again, so we're not going to get complacent about it, and be ready for us next game, too.
And lastly, your other team from your region, 100 Thieves, they are about to play their playoffs qualification map against Gambit. Who do you think is going to come out in that matchup?
Oh, man, I honestly, people are going to hate me for this, but, like, obviously, like, NA this, NA that, but, like, Gambit is an insanely good team, and I have a feeling they're going to wipe the floor. Like, Gambit is strong. That's Scrimbucks, but Gambit is a really good team, and, like, we're learning a lot. We played a lot of practice with them since we came here, and we've learned a lot more playing versus them and like some of these teams than like, you know, when we're playing back in NA. They have like some really good reads. It's insane.
Oh, Shaz, you're back in Gambit. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you back here against FOQ next.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys heard it from Shaz. He is backing a Gambit. Want to know who you guys are backing at home as well? We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere because 100 Thieves will be taking on Gambit right after this.
wanna be better.
have already given you one NA versus EU matchup, but it's time for our second one. Now, NA, they took the first game, Bala and Geo, but as we heard from Shazam, I'm going to come to you, Bala. Sorry, Kakuka. I was with Geo all morning. I'm sorry, Kakuka.
What are you coming to me for?
No, you have to be with me here as we try and team up against Bala. But I got to say, Bala, Shazam, the IGL, the star player, the almost face of your region, has come on record and said that he thinks Gambit are going to wipe the floor against 100 Thieves. What do you think of that?
He's from the same county as I am over back in the States, so I kind of have to agree with him on this desk. You guys are going to think that you're going to come at me, but no, in reality, I actually think that Gambit's going to take this one.
You thought that he was going to be against us, but no, this is going to be Gambit supremacy for now.
But also, Kakuka, this is playoff spot on the line. All of the other games we watched was just a group stage match, but this is the upper bracket.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at it real quick, but this is, as you were saying, Yusu, the first qualification map. That is going to be the seed 1, and it's going to be between a Gambit or 100 Thieves, and obviously back there is Crazy Raccoons and Heaven Liberty just waiting to see, who's going to face. Well, we still need to get through that match as well.
I think this is one that's interesting because both of these guys had a starting match that was very, very similar. Just complete blowouts the entire way. 100 Thieves against Heaven Liberty earlier on the first day, and then, of course, Gambit against Crazy Raccoon. So, yeah, I don't really know if we've answered any questions at all about either of these teams, to be honest.
No, I think I'm with you. I don't think they've been challenged enough, right? They haven't had that big 3-mapper best of 3. But let's talk about 100 Thieves first here. You guys have spoken a little bit already about how they did the last time we saw them. But Kakuka, they started off this tournament strong.
Yeah, extremely strong. We saw them against the Brazilian team, against Heaven Liberty, and we saw some KO, something that we love to see, obviously, because we don't get to see it more often. I hope that we see some breeze, but they were coming in super strong. They didn't face much liabilities, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't think that there was too much that 100 Thieves had to show. Honestly, they were really just kind of flexing the team play that they have really grown into. Asuna has all of a sudden been so very good at being, followed by Ethan and traded on a lot of different places. And it seems like they have a plan that they're able to carry through from beginning to end. And that's made a massive difference for 100 Thieves.
Everybody look at this team as the LAN team, right? They are the LAN team here. How much is that experience going to help them today, Bala?
I think it matters a lot, but when it comes down to it, the skill difference and the strategy and the plan is what matters even more. However, if they do start to get challenged and if this match is close, then I think that will really come into play.
Yeah, well, they are going to be taking on Gambit, of course. We heard from Shaz. He said they were really, really strong in scrims. They were a good opponent. Kakuka, again, they 13-1, and Redgar even said they were saving stuff too.
And obviously, if you get that first map or the 13-1 on the second one, you're just going to be comfortable. Why are you going to break your head when you can just play the game, press a little bit of W, and have fun? And this is literally what Gambit needed. It was their first time on a LAN event, just playing physically here, and it was just too easy for them. That is kind of scary to me, the fact that they didn't face a real challenge on the first time that they were playing on LAN.
And I think we got the first look at some serious personality from Gambit. Honestly, Nats has been the guy who's been like, oh, he's ice cold, he's stone cold, doesn't have any emotion, but we saw him smiling a little bit. And then Redgar was the surprise for me. This guy, not only in the feature that we had about him where he's talking about his teammates, but also just talking to you and just having fun on the stage is something that I was not expecting for Gambit, and particularly Redgar. This guy's the happiest man on the planet.
Yeah, he's a character. But I think the contrast is interesting, right? Because you have one team, Bala, in 100 Thieves who love to trash talk. They have a lot of high energy. They are going to give it to you on the stage. But at the same time, you have another side where in Gambit where they just are not fazed by anything.
Yeah, and we'll see if they'll get fazed at all, because Nats is somebody who we're looking at right now. This is going to be his first challenge.
We're always looking at Nats.
Yeah, we're always looking at him because he's so good. But the real question is he going to continue to perform against a top team on LAN, and then also, continue to work with the strats that he has and get those opportunities that he's really good at? Can they shut him down, or is there even any ideas from 100 Thieves, Nitro, and Steel, the big brains behind it, to stop him?
And we can also take a look at, I think one of the head-to-heads will be Asuna against Defo, something that we love to see, the Jet duels. We're always here for them. But they're pretty different players, and it's hard for Defo sometimes to shine because he's followed by such an amazing other 4 players. But the stats, they don't lie.
They don't lie indeed, Kukuka. You know, the first blood here is kind of crazy, right? Yeah. Especially when you consider, Bala, that on the side of Defo, his teammates, you know, like Shados, who's also really, really high in terms of first blood percentage as well. And on the side of 100 Thief Asuna, he's always got Ethan backing him up. And if that doesn't work, you've got Steel as well. That entire team, they're just made of aimers.
Yeah, and honestly, that was also another surprise too, was Steel was on point with his aim. He was really taking duels left and right. Here's Asuna also opping a lot recently, and I think yesterday showed that he really, really has the potential to go head-to-head with somebody like Defo in the terms of opping caliber.
And the retake potential that we've seen from 100 Thieves is something that we love to see, and we need to see, especially today against Gambit, because they're extremely strong on the defense, so they need to punish their attack as much as possible.
I mean, this is interesting too, right, Kukuka, on the topic of style, play style even between these two teams. They both, I wouldn't say they're the same, but they do share some similar ways.
Yeah, I would say that, as I was saying, they're pretty strong on their defense, but I feel like when it comes to the attack, we know the Gambit that is always like very slow pace, just trying to make you use your utility on the early stages, trying to get maybe a close angle with Defo. I mean, obviously, that percentage of first kills is for something.
I think that might actually be a problem, a big problem, to be honest. Not necessarily for Gambit.
Because it's easy to read.
Well, yeah, it's easy to read, yes. But also, if 100 Thieves doesn't come out and stop that or take advantage of that situation, and on the other side, if Gambit doesn't really speed up the pace, that's going to be difficult for them to even come back into it, because you'll let 100 Thieves fill the gaps.
Well, I thank you very much, YouTube. The time is here. This is it. I hope you guys are ready at home, because it's time for Gambit versus 100 Thieves.
I'm smiling ear to ear, man.
It's lovely.
Honestly.
I just, when players get along this way and they're like, let's just recon together. Aw,
that's
so
proof.
good.
That's proof right there. Hey, they are friends at the end of the day. Yes, when they get to the server, they're going to start battling, but I mean, they did a Sova dart ceremony
That's
together.
so
How cute is
cute.
that? Average Jonas is so happy.
Jonas is so jealous right now. Oh, I love this as well.
They're making us part of it.
Yep, I absolutely love
Put your
it.
hands in, everybody. There we go.
But also, look at that face. You cannot BM Nats and Redgar. Look at that. I'd feel bad if I start shouting at them, but having said that, Steel's on the server. This guy came, this guy used to play in the UK scene, and if you guys know anything about the UK scene, we're pretty brutal over there. But today, we're going to get, obviously 3 maps when it comes to their map pool. Kukuka, what would you like to see come up?
I mean, I would like to see some buying from Gambit, but I would think the 100 Thieves would be a little bit, you know, naive not to ban that map. It's not their specialty, and Gambit is stupidly strong on it. They have 2 options, either Ascent or Bind. I would go for not playing the Bind, and we know Gambit is only Haven if it's a best of 5.
Yeah, and really, 100 Thieves, when it comes to their bans, it's not something that you expect them to come out with a different idea on the map. We just saw, for example, they have no idea what to do on there because they were playing Steel on Jet, so we don't expect that whatsoever. And of course, Gambit was just going with the history. They might have some surprises. When we talked to them the other time in the Verizon post-match interview, they said, yeah, when we played against Crazy Raccoons, we didn't really have anything. So it could be a surprise for us.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams tend to kind of stay in their comfort zones, at least when it's a best of 3. Of course, a best of 3 as important as this. The bans are coming. Here it is. Gambit taking away the Haven. This was always going to happen.
Yeah, this is always going to happen. I'm sorry. Today we're not going to see Reka on Reyna Jet. I think next one is the Yoru, but we'll have to wait and see.
So,
and yeah, Bind's off the table too.
yeah, that again,
Very smart.
we expect that for sure. The big difference here is Gambit's going to get the first pick, so is it going to be a Ascent right away, or do they have something else up their sleeve? And then where is 100 Thieves going to go with this? Yeah, there it is, Ascent, exactly what we expect.
I mean, I actually was kind of expecting to say Split first.
Really?
Because, because I feel like Ascent is the kind of map that can turn around, you know, like pretty easily.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously it's Gambit. They have amazing results. They are insane defending Ascent. Obviously, 100 Thieves are going to choose to start on that defense. And besides that loss against Supermassive Blaze, where they were completely rolled out, they're crazy.
Yeah, that could have been interesting, though, to be honest, because we just saw 100 Thieves play, or we saw a little bit of Ascent from 100 Thieves, so could be an idea for them to come out and maybe just go with something completely different. It is Icebox, though, for 100 Thieves, and that's a little risky to me because Gambit is notorious for having a really strong Icebox. However, they've gone away from what they really were known for when they started making that reputation known.
Another map where they have an incredible defense, but they're gonna actually decide to start attacking. Okay, they want to go for the weakest side of 100 Thief first. We cannot forget that Icebox was one of the maps I feel like they play with against Crazy Raccoons, if I'm not in the wrong.
13-1 Crazy Raccoon, but 100 Thieves also 13-6 Havan here.
Yeah. That's the other point that I was wanting to make. This is going to be an interesting one no matter what. Something that we deserve to see.
And if we are going to go to map 3, the decider, Bala, will be Split here.
I love this pick. I really like this pick, and I favor, again, the veto for Gambit here. Yes, the first map is their pick, and I don't necessarily think that's, like, straightforward for Gambit, but the rest of the two maps, I do kind of favor Gambit in them.
I mean, if you feel like Split is maybe a little bit of a coin flip, because I feel like they have too much of a strong attack. They do play that double controller that we love to see from Gambit, but I feel it's strong, but there's still some doubt on it.
Yeah, well, the reason I say that, though, is because 100 Thieves notoriously, for months and months and months since First Strike, has been, away from Split, and it's only recently where they're coming into that. And, it's been the decisions whether to put Asuna on Jet and stuff like that. Finally, that does come through, but it's kind of up in the air for me still.
I mean, if you were Gambit here, Bala, you're probably pretty happy with the way the map vetoes have turned out.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think you get a kind of a mental advantage in all of them, although, of course, neither of these teams really care what the advantage is for either side because they're just going to go straight in with their own game plan and play the things that they're strongest for, and I think the bans show kind of that that's the idea.
I'm honestly wondering if we're ever going to see Breeze. Because it looks like
not today.
Yeah, definitely not today. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow either. But I feel like 100 Thieves, they just flew against Havan. They showed the retake potential that they have. But I have to say that all the results that they had on this map were pretty close up. That scares me a lot because Gambit, I know that they're coming very strong on it.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves, we do have map 1 coming up on Ascent, and we're going straight into the Prime Gaming Agent Select as well. Now, Gambit, they stick to a very, very tried and tested team composition.
I feel changes coming in.
You feel changes
coming?
Yeah.
I feel changes,
Well, here's where 26 times they played the same team composition here. Of course, everybody is going to be keeping an eye out for the KO on the side of Steel. This is where it's either, some people think there's a change straight away there. Shados has moved over to the Sky. This is the first time they play Sky on this map in a while.
Yeah, but I feel like it's the right thing. We have to have Nats on side. For one thing that we need to mention about this Ascent, if they are on the defense, no matter what side, Nats is going to be in.
Ooh.
You're not getting in there. I knew it. I just knew it. We've been seeing it for every single EMEA team. The transition into the Astra. Probably they're testing it here, but it's given its results. And Redgar he's very familiar with her.
And it's really funny to see that gotta be here because NA goes for Omen, EU goes for Astra, and we do get the steal on KO pick. And this is very interesting because I think a theory that people are having for this game specifically, I'll call out the Plat Chat boys, was KO against Nats, right? That knife, if it can get into position against Nats, he's no longer allowed to use his cages, which could be a massive, massive advantage if they can find ways to get that off.
Well, this is a huge game. It will be great for both teams to get an advantage on this map, but that's enough of us. For now, I'm going to pass it over to Doug and Riv. Otherwise, known as Rug.
Rug is not going away anytime soon. I do not believe, but thank you so much.
Ano, gising pa ba kayo? Ito na talaga ang night shift natin dito sa Masters Berlin. Dakre na naman sa pinakadulo. Kami taga-close at Ray. Ito ang tanong ko sa'yo. Gising pa? Kaya pa? Kaya pa? Yan ang tamang sagot. Kitang-kita. Pero guys, kung gising pa kayo, well, ito pa, may isa pang matchup na may malupit talaga eh. NA versus EU. Ako si Dax, kasama ko dito si Ray. At kung patulog na kayo, well, good night na lang sa inyo at panoorin nyo na lang replay bukas. Pero kung kakagising nyo lang pagkatapos ng matchup ng Sentinels versus G2, una tatanong ko, ba't yung tinugan yun? At pangalawa, good morning sa iyo kasi ito na tayo kaagad. Ascent at sinasabi ko na si Ray, umpisa pa lang, malupit na tong matchup na to kasi best pick na, parehong best pick to ng Gambit at 100 Thieves.
Ng 100 Thieves yung triple initiate.
Wow!
May
accent
okay,
pa.
Yun. Yung aso na, ano na. Kalaban namin, gagawa highlights dito. Pero sa Gambit kasi alam naman natin kung sino, Defo versus aso na game. Pero wala pa namang mga matchup na ganyan. Mamaya yan kapag mga nakahawak na ng baril yan. Pero so far, wala pa rin naman ganong kaganapan. Pero napakaganda ng early frags. Oh! Yun, sinasabi ko si Dave. Paalam sa'yo, Ethan, sabi.
Paalam na lang, kabayan. Bigla na lang daw may fragment na dyan. At si Shields natamaan dyan ng shot start rin. Bago ito para sa Gambit, ang tagal na lang hindi nag-sky dito sa mapa to. Pero yung Omen Paranoia, sige tatama. Versus Steel pa rin ang matatamaan ni Nats dyan. Medyo naughty talaga ang Cypher player natin na to. At ang Gambit hindi lang tipong ini-embrace na yung Astra. Gusto pa rin nila i-embrace yung Cypher dahil ang lupit talaga ng galawan ni Nats. Cypher Cage para makakover. At ito na ang Gambit, Ray, papunta ng A-site.
At speaking of, Hiko, may na-right pick pa nga. Sinong gusto pang mag-audition sa harapan ni Nitro? Denied na nga siya this time around. And we only have him na natitira. Nakapag-right click.
Best NA Omen? Best NA Omen? Isa yan eh. Isa talaga yan.
EU flash?
Asan na yung flash? Ito na ba yung flash? Hindi, Redgar! Astra Div! Ito talaga eh. New meta versus old. Yung EMEA mismo, ini-embrace na muli yung Astra at 1-0 para sa Gambit. Pero ito, Ray, bigyan kita ng cold hard facts muna para tipong sit down ka dyan, rest up kasi kailangan ko yung energy mo mamaya pag malupit na yung labanan. Ang Gambit talaga, sasabi ko na lang, CIS Gods. Masters 1, sila ang champion, representative ng CIS sa EMEA sa stage 2. At ngayon, nagpakita na talaga sila dito sa Berlin. Their names na kitang-kita talaga in the limelight. And Gambit is honestly a squad na pagaling as time goes on. But definitely right now, huli niya si Knight dyan, si Ethan though. Ito ang push guys sa 100 team. Pistol lang, ang Gambit na lang, pero si Ethan nakapunta sa jumper. Si Nats, huli niya ang dalawa. Pero andyan na si Old Man Hiko, mukhang si Daddy nagpakita kay Nats at pinalo lang yung Cypher dyan. 3v2 ang Gambito nakapunta ng A-site at ang kaguluhan na yun ni Ray. Puro sa B pero joke lang. Ang spike nasa A na pala.
So, gusto mo yung mga nananampal na
ay
Daddy.
Nako, mukhang hindi na pala si Ray kasama ko dito. Ito na pala si Eva. Sa umaga. Malapit na. Eva sa umaga.
Wala pa kasing wala pang sunlight, kaya di po na tayo si Ray. Tayo si Eva. Kita mo, aso na. Redgar, we'll just be handling that one. Tingin ko tapos na to. Okay, congrats. Congrats sa agad.
Hiko yun eh. Kala ko love mo si Daddy Hiko.
Ay, hindi.
Ay, hindi ba? Ano
gusto
ka pala?
Ko si
sige, sino ba ang
Stewie.
Sino ang your dito sa Berlin? Sino ang your Valorant crushie mo? Pengi naman ng listahan, Ray.
Ay, what listahan? Ano na lang tayo? Stick to 1+1+3.
Okay. So, listahan pa rin. Pero parang okay yung mata yun, di ba? Parang 5K? 5K ng F4Q?
Oo, si 5K. Finalo ko nga siya. Actually, si Challengers pa lang. Na chika ng mga Eva 2.0 na may pogi daw coming in from that. So, sinerge ko. Finalo ko. Pati sa Twitch.
Okay yun Okay yun. Pero follow muna natin yung mga pamamaya. Pwede naman actually pag-usapan bukas yung love life mo sa Valorant Berlin. Pero mukhang sinasa huli sa aso na ni Hiko. Saktong hold lang dito sa B-side. At ang Gambit palapit na palapit dito sa may bonus pero wala sila ng papala. Nitro na nakadalawa dyan. Si Shadows kababa dito. At si Nitro. At mukhang si Hiko pala ang babalik dyan. Pero kayang-kaya ng ating Sova to. At 2-1. Nakabalik sa pwesto at nakabalik sa points ang 100 Thieves, Ray.
At kitang-kita mo naman talaga. Dikit lang to, itong Ascent matchup na to. Sure ako. Kasi, nung nakita nga natin si 100 Thieves, yung nalaban na they haven't figured it out yet how they actually need to pin the triple initiator, and so far if that really works well at hindi ma-figure out din ng Gambit at all, maybe they can actually take it. But knowing how Gambit is a team that has a crazy dominance all over, 13-1 against crazy Raccoons, kasi dapat letter K yan para manalo.
Mali yung spelling Mali yung spelling ng Crazy Raccoons. At diba, dalawang 13-1. So 1 + 1 = 2 at mukhang -1 na ngayon ang 100 Thieves. Ay, ang GMB pala. Dahil si Defo, definitely nahuli siya ni Asuna. Jet Thief. Ang matchup talaga dito, like sige, masasabi natin Asuna versus Defo talaga. Pero yung pinaka-star players ng dalawang teams na to, si Asuna versus si Nats. Yung Cypher na pwede talagang kayang-kaya yung stat line na pang dulis At ilang beses na siya nakaka-hold, bigla na makakagulat. And masasabi mo lang, one of the best Cypher players, if not, potentially the best Cypher player sa buong mundo dito sa Valorant. Pero flash muna, itapon ng ating KO Asuna. Backstab kay Chronicle. At mukhang yung kwento niya mahuhuli na dyan. Gambit now, nawawala ng mga member. 100 Thieves, ang lakas ng map control. At andun pa rin si Asuna, Ray. Kanina pa siya, nasa may gelato. Mukhang sabi niya, pangi naman Nestle dyan, konting ice cream lang yan. Pero si Ethan, guiding light para maka-PK Nuts. At naging 5v2 na to, Ray.
Ngayon, palipat-lipat na lang tong 100 Thieves. Repo-repo na lang para mahanap yung dalawang miyembro ng Gambit. Ayan si Shadows. Shayi na mahidos.
So dalawang taga-flip top. Okay yun Okay yan, bars.
Oo, mahilig mag-rap yan. Mag-rap yan si Shadows, mamaya tignan nyo.
Ikaw, diba magaling ka mag-rap, Ray? Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko natutuloy. Binibigyan na kita sana compliment, pero...
Ay, salamat.
Sa'yo na lang.
Ay, sorry. Akala ko. Hindi, akin.
Ito yung nangyayari pag binigyan mo back-to-back series si Ray ng past 12 Pagdating ng 3, lumalala na. At ngayon, 4:44 na guys sa ating oras. So alam nyo na medyo sobra lang na may pagka-Eva.
Hindi naman. Kasi napapansin ko si Chronicle wala pang Frank. So, Chronicle, back naman. Okay, so, ba naman gusto mong mag-step up dyan. Pero, feel ko naman, di din talaga siya makakuha ng move rate na kasi sa tuwing pupunta siya sa place kung saan yung 100 Thieves para siya napipick off. Pero this time around, eco round for Gambit once again. Pero 100 Thieves, no need to be reckless talaga sa kanilang mga galawan. Dahil si Defo, kapasok na kagad puntang mid. Meron ngayon nag-arp sa harapan ni Nats. Pinush ni Asuna and he still gets dead of Nats. Oh, ito na nga Asuna game. Asuna highlights 2021 na nga ang mangyayari ngayon. Pero di nila alam si Defo nakapag-mid na. May surprise to. Sabi niya, surprise! Nitro, nandito na mi! Where na you?
Ayun, where na him? Kasi si Shadows huli dyan ni Asuna. Isa pa kaya for si Defo gagamitin yung Blade Storm dyan para makapasok dito sa may spawn ng kalaban. Pero habang si Nitro naghahanap, mukhang yung 100 Thieves na naman sobrang proactive sa mapan to, Ray. Kita mo, yung KO at yung Sky. Mag-pinch play na dito at may ipit na yung spike ng Gambit. Kaya pa ba, Chronicle? Ano na ang gagawin mo? May chance ka pa ba? Si Redguard nahuli na dyan. Si Steel ang makakakuha ng pitas. At biglang nagipit ang ating Sova. Si Ita na makakakuha sa kanya. At si Defo na lang. 1 versus the world. 1 versus 100. Game ka na ba? Kasi mukhang game na si Defo. Koting nice may reason sa kanya. Si Steel mahulog dyan. At hindi pa lumos ang ating Blade Storm. Kasi si Defo kahit may one way sa harapan niya, huli pa rin si Nitro. Ito na ba ang Defo time? Kasi mukhang kayang-kaya talaga. My Defo pet. Malapit na palapit. Blade Storm kasama yung burst. At 4 na para sa kanya. Ace clutch. Ito na ba ang Gambit clutch? At ginawa nga niya ang imposible. 3-2 Gambits. How? Defo shows us how.
Oy, Defo, kalmahan mo lang. Wala ka nga.
Okay, tulog na si Ray.
Ito na, gising tuloy ako sa ace na yun. Maging may Def.
May Defo pet? Okay ba? Okay ba?
Pero looking at that, ayan ang sinasabi natin na lesson 1 ay ba't hindi kayo dalawang tumitingin sa kanya? Number 2 ay bakit nyo inaasin minsan si Defo na akala nyo may papanalo nyo? And lesson 3, it's Defo time. Oh, nag-gusto na!
God, sila was like, nanalo tayo? Nanalo tayo? Okay, sige. We take those. Ganyan lang talaga yan eh. Gambit to. Sasabi ko sa'yo, Rere, marami na-hype talaga sa team na to. Stage 2 pa lang mga process, sabi na guys, panoorin nyo yung Gambit. Tapos pagdating ng stage 3, yung upset against Team Liquid, yung para nila maging champion, yun talaga yung naging recipe ng success nila para maging notorious to be a squad to watch out for sa EU side. Pero biglang ito, 100 teams, top 2 sa NA. At alam naman natin yung NA region doon talaga yung mga pinakamalupit. Ethan daw with 3 so far. At si Nats na lang ang nag-iisa. Kaya rin pa niya mag-ace clutch. Yun pa yung magiging paraan para sa panalo ng Gambit. Pero si Ason dash on in para lang mamatay. Si Nats makahuli sa kanya. Pero si Hiko sabi niya, tama na yung mga clutch na ganyan. At tie up na naman ng 100 Thieves ang scoreline na to.
Wala nang pala yung ace maso. Hindi naman pala yung nanalo sa round na yun eh. So, Defo, 3-3 pa rin tayo ngayon. Pero looking at that, sobrang nakapag-extend din kasi sila kagad. Tapos na-timingan nila nasa mid na nga, nasa may fountain kagad yung mga miyembro ng Gambit. So, they still made it even if na-ace sila earlier. And it's going to be a 3-3 scoreline this time around. Pero huwag niyo sabihin ako, tuwing eco round. Yung Gambit nakakalamang. Ano yung nangyari kanina against Sentinels and of course G2 na sa tuwing eco round na nanalo yung Sentinels kagad. Highlight sa sunod.
Wala talaga eh. Medyo nakodistraction siya nung ibon ng kakampi niya pero at the same time, dahil nasa gitna lang siya. Out in the open, mamamatay ka talaga sa bala. Ethan daw, huli niya si Chronicle dyan. Nitro manggagaling dito sa palengke at biglang smoke rin naman. Pasok muna at Nitro at Ethan mukhang magtutulungan para lang makahanap ng mga pitas. Si Defo daw, nahuli niya si Steel pero nag-iisa na lang dito si Redgar. Kanina sinabi mo, diba? Ito na si Ethan. Kanina si Aso na nag-try na play mag-entries. Pero yung Aso ni Ethan ang nag-scout kay Redguard. Triple kill para sa ating Sky. At 4-3. Ito talaga yun, Rere. Kung na-shutdown kagad si Aso na, si Ethan ang gumagawa. At kita natin dito sa scoreline na to. 9 kills para sa ating Sky. 7 para sa ating Jet. At mukhang tapat na tapat talaga ang labanan dito sa NA versus EMEA.
Kaya nga eh, papagalingan ko sino mas maganda yung flash. Kasi last time, nung last Masters, may tawag na EU flash. Ngayon, wala na so far na ganun. Pero mahal mo mag-NA.
Hindi sila nakapasok eh. So, walang EU flash muna.
At saka di ba sabi mo yung Team Liquid talaga nagsa-struggle? Ay oo, sa kabilang bangbang, ganun din yung Team Liquid.
Ay, ganun ba? Ikaw nga, may sinasabi ka tungkol sa Gambit sa kabilang bangbang eh. Pero,
mamaya pa yan. Pag natalo yung Gambit sa 2 games, sasabihin ko talaga yun. Pero ngayon, it's Defo time na naman, nagiging Defo pet na naman. Si Texas still na sayang din yung null command niya. Awit ang nangyari.
Awit sa'yo. Parang kung pwede lang talaga itapon yung kutsilyo tapos pag tumama sa tao mamamatay sila eh. Parang ginawang ibang laro eh. Hindi na naging tactical FPS. Ibang klaseng bang-bang pa yun, Ray. Yung tipong pwede ka mag 360 no scope eh. Pero ito, scope on in. Defo. Ano kaya makakuha natin dito? To the moon ba ang magiging stonks niya ngayon? Nitro in the meantime, scout muna gamit from the shadows. At mga ito Seekers na ilalabas ng Gambit. Masasabi ko na lang nga na may pagkakaiba ang strat kayo ng Gambit dahil lang sa Sky pick na to. Di natin masyado nakikita sa EMEA yung style na to. Galing sa kanila dahil sa loss nila sa SMP, baka nag-isip sila, sige, change natin para sa Berlin. Per stats don't lie, ito talaga one of the best maps, if not the best map of Gambit. Same case para sa 100 Thieves. So, it's just about map diff kung sino mas magaling na region at sino mas magaling dito sa bangbang na to. Nitro makakuha ng dalawa, si Chronicle daw at si Redgar makahanap ng pitas at magiging 3v2 na to sa pabor ng Gambit. At mahirapan talaga 100 Thieves ngayon, Ray. Aso na, naka-operator dito. Pero itong retake, wala siyang mga angulo. May Bladestorm pa siyang hawak. Kung wala naman, Hottest Fury daw ang sagot dito galing sa Gambit. At bigla na lang napapalimborak ang dalawang naititiwan dito sa 100 Thieves.
Tingin ko hindi na siya pitigan dito ni Nats. Makapag-save ka na lang siguro. Aso na, ba't ganyan yung skin mo? Wala lang. Natanong ko lang kung bakit yan. Siguro mahilig ka sa kulay green. Pero nga lang, I think ibibigay na nila to. Ayaw mo na lang maging expensive yung round na yun ulit. And how we will just be going with the exit frag. Alam na nga niya na merong kanin sa stakes. Nakita yung mga baril. Oh, nagtuog! player standing. Nagkaroon ng bonus na neon balls. That's it. Nakakuha ng exit frags na maganda, although clutch pa rin yun. And it will be a tied up score, pero napaka-expensive nun. Natuwag, may bonus round pa.
Saktong tusok lang yun Yun talaga ang value. Tipong sabi ni Manong Fishball, sige nga, isa pa. Gusto bumili ka 3? Baka gusto mo na 4, or in this case, kung gusto mo bumili na isa, sige na nga, bigyan na kita ng 2. Pero masasabi ka na lang sa Gambit talaga. Pero look at that! Look at that! Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful Valorant. Masasabi ko na lang.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yung ibang laro, sasabihin ko sana, tapos realize ko, foul yun. Foul yun. Hindi, actually okay lang. Pero, mas bagay dito Masasabi ko na lang, maganda rin naman yung mga galawan sa Valorant. Maraming abilities, ang maraming pwede ilagay sa mapa. Ngayon, bigla na lang ma-displace dito si Asna. Kasi huli kagad siya ng guiding light ng kalaban.
So, tatandaan mo, dahil nasa kill na yun, may upper hand pa rin kahit paano 100 Thieves. And Ethan gets the head of nuts. Wala na nga silang isang taga-information. Ang sabing best cypher in the world, naging Disney World ngayon.
Umiinom lang sa tingin ko si Nuts. Umiinom lang sa kahit patay na ako. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Inom muna ng Red Bull.
At
pupunta
yun, guys.
ng Disney World.
Alam mo naman, I mean, come on, sige na nga. Let's give it to him. Kasi cypher yan. Sentinel God, di ba, Ray? Ano ba ginagawa ng Gambit kayo? Attack! Sige, malupit si Nuts, pero mahirap kung ma-outrage lang siya ngayon ng side ng 100 Thieves. Pero Gambit still gusto na pilitin tong 8 na to, Ray. 4v5, palapit na palapit. Pero dahil lang sa info talaga na nakuha ng 100 Thieves gamit ng 3 initiator, nakita yung ulo ng KO. Pero hindi to yung Trey Rage for si Ethan mo. Ang ginagawa niya sa Rage. Ang A-main shot, 3 na para kay Ethan bago siya mahuli ni Chronicle. At ito na si Higo pa si Defo. Masya-shutdown ng isa. Mapapatay yung isa pa. At kung napatay ka dito si Steel. At eventually daw na-execute na niya ang KO dyan. 2v1, bigla na lang na ibang numbers dito. At si Asa na hindi tumama ang bala. Chronicle mga katatlo at mukhang pinolat mo kasi siya Ray Ngayon, siya na mag-clutch para sa team.
Uy! Ang nangyari sa inyo, 100 Thieves! 4v2 yun? With sa inyo, simple is coming in from 100 Thieves. Yun lang ang rason, guys, to be honest. Ang ganda na ginawa ng tropa nyo. Nangita na naka-2 frags. Tingnan mo, nag-line na po. Humingi ng ayuda kay Defo. Yun.
Inubos pa yung balo.
Yung
ubos pa. Patayin ka na nga. Tapos whiff. That's a whiff and a half right there. Pero yun nga, sinabi ni Ethan sa akin, no, diba? Guys, kinuha ko na lahat. Guys, ano pa kailangan ko gawin para manalo tayo? Ng Gambit. Kitang-kita talaga na both sides may strengths sa mga comp nila na nakita natin na basically na-take advantage na, diba? Yung aggression dito ng 100 Thieves kahit nagde-defense sila. Gambit in the meantime, yung mga angulo na nakuha nila at yung space na tipong kahit binibigay sa kanila ng 100 Thieves, happy sa kunin yon at mag-dominate galing doon. At kita natin na naman itong space created, itong space given, ginamit ni Defo para lang makahanap ng real estate dito may A-side generator daw. Tatama pa rin yung kutsilyo dun sa may leg niya talaga Masakit kaya yun, Ray, pag tumama yung kutsilyo doon.
Napilayan ka, tinanggalan ka ng napa-WhatsApp mga yung sinabi sa inyo ni Defo. Pero nga lang, huwag nyo na mabigyan ng highlight si Defo. Ginagawa na nga kayong aim-ups Tignan nyo. Dinanay pa niya kasi na ayaw pa daw, di pa daw tapos. Sumabay pa. Alam na, ilan na nag-block ngayon. Pero nga lang, nakadasti na nga sila. Hindi sila makapag-pack up ngayon ng kanilang mga utilities. Pero nga lang, nakapag-crossfire na rin. And si Chronicle, nagsabi, Chronicles of Narnia pa nga ang gustong ipakita. And they will be leading with 2 rounds against 100 Thieves as mapapa-force na nga ang eco round na naman coming in from them.
Sige nga, gawin natin ng title, the Gambit, the Ray, and the 100 Thieves. Yun. Chronicles of Narnia. Okay ba?
Chronicles of Gambit Thieves.
Gambit Thieves. Ginagawan pa ng matchup talaga Chronicles of Berlin na lang kasi.
Diba? Sorry akin.
Sa'yo nga.
Napagaling mo talaga gumawa ng story. Feel ko bagay ka gumawa ng isang genre na bawal natin pag-usapan.
Sige, Wattpad presents I'm in love with a Valorant player. Chapter 1, Radiant Rank. Palang katabi ko sa com shop. So pumunta ako isang araw sa PisoNet. Tapos bigla na lang, sabi ko kay Kuya, isang oras naman gusto ko na mag-Valorant. At pag-upo ko, kita ko bigla may naglalaro katabi ko, Radiant Rank. Sabi ko, uy, duo naman tayo, may Smurf ka ba? Kimindat ako sa kanya. At sabi niya sa akin, sige nga, baka gusto mo, tulungan kita paragraph. At doon na kami, nagkita ang mata namin.
Nagkatitigan.
Oo, di ba? Nagkatitigan. At doon talaga nagsimula ang aming love story. To be continued.
Yan na yung okay. Meron at meron pa yung part 2. At isa siyang duelist na magaling mag-raise. At hawak-hawak parati ang judge. At tinuruan niya ako sa kanyang Smurf account. At sinabi niyang, Ray, ako na.
Okay, ikaw na nagsabi nun ha. Clip it and ship it. Sinasabi ko na guys, super talaga tong si Ray na to. At pagkatapos natin magkwentuhan ng mga mare, nagbabalik tayo dito sa ating yung tipong sa tayo binabayaran talaga Ray ng Valorant. Kasi ito na si Nats, babalik muna dyan, Cybercage into play. At mukhang itong 100 Thieves. Ang plano nila Ray ay maging magdanakaw talaga parang yung Hamburglar sa McDo at kunin yung mga baril ng Gambit dito.
At ngayon, meron tayong mga nagko-comment ng mga Grammarly. Mga taong Grammarly. Lahat na lang mapupuna next time. Pati pag sabi mo ng raise, dapat hindi raise.
Raise. Sige, may accent pa dapat talaga yun. Hindi ko na alam sa'yo, Ray.
Umaga kay ganda talaga. 5 AM na kasi, guys. Ganda talaga pag puro may map 3 ang mga pangyayari. Pero this time around, Gambit still, they're quite formidable right now. On point talaga sila ngayon. Tapos cut off talaga yung yung triple initiator na gusto ng 100 Thieves. Pero tignan natin, once na nag-switch ng sides. Right now, they already cleared out ang A side. Binigay kagad ng 100 Thieves so that they can just go with the retake against them.
Here.
Time taking at mukhang spike na tanim na dito sa may A site. 100 Thieves though, kanina pa sila nag-group up yung tipong guys, tara, hustle tayo, Limburok at least, hanapin natin paraan makahanap ng pitas. Pero ang Gambit, masasabi ka ng matalino ang galawan nila dito sa mapan to at nakapwesto sila ng medyo pagkakompletuhan dito sa site mismo. Pero Asna trying to play the entries, goes in hand, gravity well though, malaki ang saki-saki dito galing sa site ng Gambit at kontrolado yung mga entries dito sa site mismo. Redcar makakatalo si Shados, Red makakaisa, so from Shados becomes Shay Uno, pero pwede ba niya maging pangalan talaga yung kill count niya? Si Nats daw ang huling niya makakapatay at eto na 7-4, Gambit kinaya pa rin.
Last round in the half.
Ganda na sana yung gustong entry ng 100 Thieves, but unfortunately, the gun round still for Gambit kicks in. Pero kitang-kita mo naman, it's just Defo stepping up a lot, clearing out a lot of angles also, and of course, we've seen him na hindi talaga siya pumapala ever when he gets those entries talaga. At parating ata siyang may hawak-hawak na kutsilyo parate, di ba? Hindi ata nag-mintis na meron siyang parate, Blade Storm. But still, 7-4 na nga. Will Thieves be able to make this into a 7-5 just to have that little closeness ng kanilang scoreline against Gambit? Or will they just let Gambit beat 4? Kasi napaka-eager nun. Pero may mga trades ang nakita, still bumagsak. Asuna right now gets the head of Defo, but this is actually big sa side ng 100 Thieves ngayon kasi wala na si Defo. So alam naman natin na hindi na siya makakapag-clear out ng mga sides right now. So gusto na lang i-commit ng Gambit. Pero still, mag-work pa rin na tatlo yung ultimate na meron pa yung tatlong natitirang miyembro ng Gambit.
Uy! Seekers versus Seekers! Nag-amazing season yung mga jellyfish dyan, Ray. Kita na natin, when a seeker and a seeker love each other very much, nagkaka-seeker babies eh. Parang hindi talaga ganun yun, pero sige na lang, gagawa na tayong documentary dito sa center. Si Redcar makakatulak dito sa may B-side. Pero hula pa rin ni Aso natin Nitro, ang mga members dito ng Gambit. At kung naghahanap ka ng closest Ray, unang-una mag-close up ka na lang. Pero ito na talaga para sa 100 Thieves. Mukhang dumidikit pa rin sila sa labanan na to. At not too bad, 7-5 on the first half. Pero switching sides right now, ang Gambit pa rin ang may advantage dito.
Kaya nga, kahit dumididikit yung laban. Ang Gambit still at least nakapag-7 sila. That's really quite big on their attacking side. But if you take a look, nagsastruggle talaga ngayon yung mga taga 100 Thieves so far. They have lots of necessary adjustments. Plus, they just can't seem to put on a stop kay Defo. But right now, it's very still close kasi dalawa lang naman yung lamang nila. If ang 100 Thieves, syempre pag naipanalo nila yung pistol plus the second round bye, alam na natin. It's very obvious that it's gonna be 7-7. Pero nga lang, tatandaan din natin na this is Gambit we're talking about, diba? They're off to a great start. At sobrang punished lahat ng gustong risky plays ng 100 Thieves. And kahit may Ethan ka, kahit may Asuna ka, but then kung meron ka naman palang defo na 2 is equals to 1, yan yung mga kailangan natin abangan. But now that we'll be switching, what are your thoughts sa galaw ng Gambit in Ascent?
Itong Gambit na to, pinapakita nila yung Valorant ng Sky. Kasi alam nila na mag-aggressive ang 100 Thieves. Ginawa nila yung homework nila, Ray. So tama lang talaga yung mga modules dito sa Valorant. Sagot na sagot ng Gambit. Pero kitang-kita rin natin talaga na sobrang familiar ang parehong teams dito sa mapang to. Kita nga sa stats, diba? Parehong favorite map ng 100 Thieves at masasabi ko lang Gambit dito, ang lakas ng win rates nila. And honestly, para sa 100 Thieves, medyo may pagkalugi sila not only in terms of the scoreline, but also kasi ang defending side ang statistically kanilang favor. Same case for Gambit. Sa defense talaga sila mas umuunlad compared to everything else. At yung pinaka-huling talo nila sa Ascent, medyo may pagka-fluke yun eh. Kasi yung SMB, malupit rin sa Ascent. Everything else, ang ganda ng results ng Gambit dito sa mapan to. At feel ko talaga, kailangan ni 100 Thieves yung pistol na yun. Maging 7-7 bago pa makatakas ang Gambit. At masasabi ko na lang, defo talaga eh. Nagpapakita siya na tipong, ito pa rin eh, may pagka-star player value rin siya. Sige na, okay, puro na lang nuts, puro na lang yung Sentinel. Paano naman ako yung taga-entry? At dahil doon sa ace clutch niya, feel ko doon rin nag-iba yung confidence ng Gambit eh. Doon nila nalaman na kaya nila i-shutdown pa rin yung aggression ng 100 Thieves. At dahil lang doon sa round na yun, nakita natin na yung buong playstyle ng Gambit mas willing mag-challenge ng 100 Thieves. At pansin mo, di ba? Chronicle pa lang. Gumagawa na tayo ng libro dito eh.
Nakita mo na yung storyline na isusulat na nga ngayon kung paano nila pa kakaroon ng magandang storyline between these two teams, but no denying na super close talaga nung Ascent map natin this time around. But as we see here, gusto ko lang sabihin na big shoutouts din. Habang wala pa naman na pag-usapan naman na namin ni Dax, sabihin niya, di namin pinag-usapan yung game. Pero gusto ko namin sabihin na good morning sa inyong lahat, tsaka sa nasa YouTube na nanonood ngayon. Hello, guys.
Shoutouts sa YouTube. Like, I'm surprised means ang YouTube talaga natin, masasabi ka na lang guys, para may backup tayo, para may VOD kagad tayo. Pero kita natin today, ang rami nanonood sa YouTube. So, sobrang shoutout sa inyo. Thank you sa lahat nanonood. Facebook rin at Twitch. Kung gising pa kayo para pakinggan kami, thank you na lang. Kung gumising kayo para pakinggan kami, thank you na lang rin. At masasabi ko na lang, happy kami na gising pa kayo. Si Ray, honestly, guys, inaantok na eh. Pero ako, may plano ako palagi. Alam niyo ba bakit ako palagi taga-close? Itong oras! Ito talaga ang oras ko eh. Tipong pag may normal broadcast tayo sa VCT Ray, yung mga hapon, nakakagising ko lang nun. It's like, guys, kakagising ko lang, kaya ko pa ba to? Pero ito na, you get the 100%, 110% energy galing sa akin. So, Ray, kung makatulog ka, okay lang. Okay
energetic
lang. Mainitin na namin. Oo. May Milo ako dito. Energy ko lang, energy cap tayo.
Actually, kung hindi naman ako nag-cast ng straight 3 games kanina, energetic din ako, pero hindi ka ba mapapagod? Apaka-intense ng first map, tapos sa Icebox, sobrang hype na talaga ng parehas na teams. Then biglang, nandun ka na, tapos biglang bumagsak lahat nung nasa last map na nga tayo. Sobrang palong-palo yung Sentinels.
Sentinels eh. Sino ba yung... Sino ba yung Phoenix? Si Sick, diba?
Si Sick.
Malupit. Sick, sick na sick talaga. Sick, so sick, bro. You know, yung mga ganun.
So sick, bro. Like, that's so
dude,
lit, bro.
Mas malala ka pa maging konya sa akin eh. Yun talaga yun eh.
Yeah, kasi it's like this kasi.
Yeah, kasi? Wait, what did I just hear? Yeah, kasi?
Yeah, kasi it's like this nga kasi when you think about Gambit po and 100 Thieves, they're like kasi
sige nga. Explain mo sa akin ang analysis mo in konyo.
Ang konyo, ang hirap naman nun. Hindi nag-work yung isip ko ngayon eh. Tignan mo, kakakonyo natin na bawasan tayo ng viewers.
Nag-break kasi.
Nag-break. Balik na kayo.
Balik na kayo guys. Tama na raw yung con yun eh.
Kasi if you take a look at, kasali isang round, okay, this is the pistol round up for the side of Gambit. And at saka, ang 100 Thieves. At saka.
Pero ayan na, palapit na ang ating flash. Biglang bulag na ang members dito ng defending side. Pero si Nats, may huli-huli kay Ethan. Si Redgar rin, sabi niya, uy pare, sama naman ako dyan sa LU Broski. At bigla na mga kapitas dyan. 5v3 na ngayon. Ito na si Shadows, pinalabas pa niya ang kanyang German Shepherd. Diba, binibigyan ng mga breed dick. Alam na talaga yung husky niyang naghahanap ng tao. Pero pare, ito na, Nitro, gusto niya konting silip dito sa may corner. At ito na kaagad aking recon dart.
But then, when he took out the recon dart, feel ko wala namang natamaan around that area. Pero at least he still will be able to hit yung shot sa ulo ngayon ng isang miyembro lang from Gambit. And that is Defo. Defo pet pa nga ang sinasabi natin. Pero para tayong nasa Google Translate.
Di ba yung nagsasalita na Google Translate? Tinatanong nga nung ating mga viewers, gangster, kaya mo ba yun? Ako hindi ko talaga kaya eh.
Para ba gangster?
Hindi ko rin honestly like, kahit mga tipong semi-flip-top, mahirap eh. Baka may lumabas na salita na bawal sabihin ng broadcast eh.
Baka wala kami trabaho eh.
Oo, diba? Si ano na lang, sino ba yan? Si Shadows. Si Shadows na ang taga-flip-top natin. Diba? Dalawang Shay.
Hindi kami magaling ganun eh. Pero mag-retake na. Kita mo naman na mag-retake na ngayon ang Gambit. Holding positions lang ngayon. Pero medyo alanganin dahil nga may kita mo na isa-isa na sila bumabagsak sa kamay. As Nats will be taken out. Still, yes, Nitro. Pero makakapag-ranking pa si Hito. Pinag-audition nila. Pero sayang naman, Hiko. Naging Hito ang nangyari doon dahil hindi niya na-pick up ang dalawang taga-Gambit. And that's it. Gambit still remains dominant in this round as they take the pistol and most likely nagiging 9-5 ang ating scoreline.
Nana Thieves, wag naman si Papa Hiko ang ipa-carry natin dito. Masasakit pa ang likod niya more than usual. Yun talaga yun eh. Pero in all seriousness, okay na sana yung hold ni Hiko. Pero the numbers there, Ray, what do they mean? It seems like yung meaning lang doon. Mga overrun ang Sova na natira doon. At eto na. Gusto mo ng Nats experience? Gusto mo ng real Cypher plays? Ito na, pwede mo ilabas to sa ladder. Kasi dito na mahahanap yung research na kinakailangan mo galing kay Nats. Cypher prodigy talaga ang player na to dito para sa Gambit. Kayang-kaya mag-control ng site and more. Sinasabi ko na nga eh, yung sa attacking side, sige pwede siya maging fragger gamit ng Cypher dito sa defense. Makita lang ng 100 Thieves ang Cypher na to. Ang pinaka-tamang sagot talaga, Ray, ay sabihin, ay wag na, ayoko na dyan.
Ganun? Ba't ka umaya ko? Joke lang. Pero
bahala ko. Sige nga, push mo yan. Push mo lang yan. Titingnan mo. Ang A-site, Cypher, Astra. Kung magawa to ng 100 Thieves ng consistently, di alam na nila ang sagot para sa Gambit. Pero ito talaga ang nagpaunlad sa Gambit in terms of sa standing nila sa EMEA. Yung holds na ganyan galing kay Nats.
Mga exciting things about what we have right now for the side of Gambit as they have a good amount of control in A-set. At mukhang napunta nga sa patikong ngayon ng mga taga-100 Thieves. Isa-isa silang bumagsak. At okay na kagad sana ang pag-entry nila pero nga lang may sorry.
Ang kulit eh!
Meron ka pang Redgar. E di awit na lang sa'yo 100 Thieves. Makakuha talaga to ng Gambit at si Nitro na lang. Isa na lang masasabi ko kung napatay na si Nitro at sabihin natin yan maya-maya lang din. Pero nga lang alam na kung nasaan siya, behind the gen, umiikot-ikot na lang siya, nag-aabang na lang kaya na magiging clutch kaya to, makakapag-audition kaya sila sa harapan ko. Risk ko na lang yung pag-plant kagad na sa country going that I'll be able to pull out of this at mapapasabi na lang si Chronicle ngayon ng damn, Emma.
Ayoko na. Damn talaga eh. Hindi damn Emma sa akin eh. Damn Eva. Mga sinasabi mo talaga. Pero ang ganda ng huli. Ang kulit eh. Sinabi ko na sa cast. Huwag niyo puntahan sa yung Astra at yung Cypher. At kitang-kita ang sobrang well-timed ng gravity well doon ni Redgar. Yung Saki-Saki naka full volume yung vacuum cleaner doon. At nahuli pa niya yung dash ni Asa na doon eh. Dahil lang doon, bigla lang naipit yung 100 Thieves sa may pintuan at close the door kasi tatakbo yung aircon paalis. Pero may ito ng taga Defo. Back on away, na-scan siya daw ng ating Aldron ni Hiko. Pero willing pa rin with the Marshall. At natama pa rin yan. Gambit right now, just keeping it up with the gun advantage. Kasi nag-eco round dito 100 Thieves. At kitang-kita na naman, kontroladong ng Gambit ng A-side. Pero iba yung configuration, Ray. Ang ganda ng basa dito ng Gambit. Kasi 4 dito sa A-side. At mukhang no man is an island, but Nats is a man. All by himself dito sa B.
And this is something kind of hard na para sa side ng 100 Thieves. Pero how will they make that good entry? Kasi alam mo parang cheese in the trap. Gano'n na nangyayari sa 100 Thieves. Yes pa, storyline yung manual yun, alam ko. Pero nga lang still, it's fixed for the side of 100 Thieves. At ito, nagkapas na si Shay kagad. Kaso na,
ba't mo din-name drop yung taga-sleep up? Hindi siya yung naglalaro. Hindi siya yung naglalaro. I mean, pero naglalaro si Redgar, nakatalaw. Kinulayan talaga yung garden ng kulay pula dyan. At mukhang Gambit na naman ang panalo dito. Sinabi ko kasi, depensa talaga. Dito muundad ang laro ng Gambit. Kitang-kita si Redgar pa lang ang ayos ng pwesto. At pag nandun si Nats, well, mapapaayaw ka na lang talaga. Yung nakita natin sa last 2 rounds. Pero saktong spray dito. Galing kay Redgar. At yung trinay talaga ng mga Thieves kanina, ang kult pa rin. Trinay nila ulit at hindi pa rin gumana.
Outsgaging na nga para sa side ng 100 Thieves. How will you guys be able to eradicate the amount of hold? Oh, erase. No erase.
No erase.
No erase ka to ni James. Pero balik na nga tayo. 10-5 na nga ang nangyayari ngayon. At sa tingin ko, hirap ang 100 so far. Kita mo wala pa yung sobrang gandang opener on each side na may eliminate nila yung tatlong members ng Gambit. Wala pa tayong nakikitang ganun. Parati silang nare-retake. Parati nakakapag-rotate kagad yung Gambit kung sakasakaling alam na nila kung saan puputing 100 Thieves. And so far, with those amount of setup, kita mo yung gustong mong ipaglanda ka ng Gambit eh. We want to have that great control all over Ascent. At paninindigan natin to na ito yung pinili nyo ha. Makulit kayo, nag-Ascent pa rin tayo. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, this 100 Thieves pick, right?
I will double check. Pero I will double check habang nag-aana tayo. Pero sabi ko na lang habang ako ay nag-altab real quick. Kahit makuha ng 100 Thieves yung intel di pa rin nakakatulong sa kanila. Kasi yung Gambit willing mag-say, okay sige, alam nyo na nandito kami. Ano gagawin mo? Kasi ilang beses na yung pwesto dito, Ray ng Gambit. Saktong-sakto sa galawan ng 100 Thieves.
Hindi pa rin mapifigure out ng 100 Thieves. Parang parang nangyari lang dito kanina. Nababasa lang ng Gambit. And tignan mo, delete na yung 100 Thieves. Saan na kayo pupunta? Saan kayo magko-commit? Dahil si Shados nasa behind the box na. Ano na 1, 2? Oh, that's too late. May trade nga. Na-open ang A-side. Okay, let's give it to them. But then, out of the blue, you'll see the heads of Gambit popping off 1 by 1 right now as this post-plant post will be harder than usual. Pero at least sumakto yung mga guiding light ngayon ni Ethan. He used siyempre mga repolo natin ngayon. Nag-stuck pa lang on that one. Hindi natin na jellyfish. Kaya pa yan.
Kaya yan. Laban lang. Lakat patatag! Normalin lang yung door na yan. Normalin lang yung door na yan. Big shoutout, siyempre. Big shoutout sa ating mga favorite casters ng gaming counter. Si Redgar! Huli niya si Ethan Chance. Tinitreat na Hoodies Chronicles. Si Decoded si Redgar ang maglilinis. At ang sagot sa tanong mo kanina, Ray, ito ang pick ng Gambit. At mukhang mapipick pa nila yung spike na to galing sa sahig. 2 seconds to spare. 11-5. Palapit na sa map point dito ang Gambit.
Grabe naman. Sobrang parang hindi pinagpapawisan yung Gambit Sa totoo lang, hindi mo nakikita yung sobrang laking struggle nila. Tapos nakapag-extend si Shados. Dahil nga, sabi sa inyo, sobrang tagal na nasa mid sila, they're still deciding. At kita mo yung dahil doon, na-witness mo yung map control talaga ng Gambit all over Ascent. And right now on that retake itself, sayang din kasi hindi nakalabas yung Seekers. Kaya, ayun.
Wala nahirapan mo normally yung pinto Agdag effort sila, pero mukhang mapapatay talaga tayo dito kasi 100 Thieves, kita na nila talaga ang tunay na lakas ng Gambit at ilang beses na hinahype up ng marami tong Gambit squadron na to. At kung ganito yung performance nila against the second seed ng NA, paano kaya pag maging Gambit versus Sentinels kung yun yung magiging potential finals ng Berlin? Diba, Ray? Pwede na maging malupit to. Gambit talaga masasabi ko na lang, CIS region, marami silang nilalabas na magaling magbang-bang Besides, of course, yung favorite catchphrase natin, blank, blank, rush B. Diba? Yun pwede. Pero yung isang part, di natin pwede sabihin, bad yun. Bad yun.
Pwede naman dito siguro yung rush B, no stop. Diba? Pwede naman.
Pwede na yan. Pwede yun. Wag lang yung isa. Yung yung kasama ng toyo. Tapos yung... Wag tayo dun.
Babay.
Babay tayo dun.
Tayo mag-casta bukas kapag gano'n na nangyari. Pero, kidding aside, ganda talaga ng comms din ng Gambit ko, nakikita mo. We have it, syempre di natin narinig, but kita mo how they perfectly execute even if undermanned sila. Minsan, it was kind of hard on those crucial situations. Maganda talaga yung pinapakita ng Gambit. They've been really consistent. And nung sa Crazy Raccoons, medyo one-sided. But sa letter C, crazy. Pero ngayon na you're going up against 100 Thieves, na a lot of people are expecting that this kind of a matchup will be sobrang dikit. The fact that it's 11-5 at dalawa na lang yung Gambit speaks to us na, yep, it's Gambit time talaga. Talagang iba yung nagiging performance nila ngayon sa Masters.
Yeah, first seed. First seed ng EMEA. Alam naman natin sobrang competitive yung region na yun. At si Defo talaga sinasabi niya, walang competition sa kanya. Kasi dito nahuli kagad ng operator sa kabila. Red card ang huli niya si Steel Red versus si Hiko. Ginamit yung contest fury dyan. Bigla lang may dash on it. Panic mode para kay Defo. At kahit si Asna ay mapapatay ni Shados, si Nitro ang makakahuli kay Defo. Pero si Shados, mukhang pangalan na naman niya ang magpapakita dito. 1-2, dalawa na ang galing sa ating Sky. At si Nitro na lang ang natitira para sa 100 Thieves. Picks up the Spectre. Pero kalaban niya yung Sky at yung Cypher sabay. Teamwork makes the dream work. Ito na naman yung double pick sa Gambit at map point na para sa ating squadron dito sa defense.
Basang-basa ang 100 Thieves. Sabi nga ni Shazam earlier, I'm reading you like a book. And it's actually also what is currently happening right now. Sobrang alam na nila saan magko-commit itong mga taga 100 Thieves. At kahit alam mo na meron mga sarili-sariling utak ang 100 Thieves, alam mo naman na meron silang pinag-practice din nila kung paano nila gagamitin itong triple initiator that it worked well last time. Ngayon, hindi talaga walang bawi so far ang 100 Thieves.
Ito na, pwede magkabawi dito. Still, ginamit na niya yung ang paboritong ultimate Moreira. Make the game into CS instead. Pero hawak sa laban yan. Mukhang may experience talaga ang Gambit dito sa Bang Bang. At si Redgar ang mag-hold the line. Si Shaderson makakadalawa dyan. Mapapa-shutdown dito ang ating KO. At mukhang knockout punch galing sa Gambit. Ang huling round na yun. 30-5. Panalo na ang Gambit sa asset. At kitang-kita talaga ang tunay na lakas ng squad na to galing EMEA. First seed for a reason. What a game though. What a game! At kakaiba talaga nakita natin dito sa Gambit. Yung 100 Thieves, nakita na nila yung triple initiator composition na pwedeng gumana para sa kanila. Pero yung Intel, medyo lang pa kayong Gambit na nung pag-awat ng defense. Yung pressure pa lang ng Cypher na nag-i-exist. Yung holds gamit ng Sky, gamit ng Astra. At ilang beses natin nakita, nag-hero time rin si Defo doon sa attacking side. Lahat yun nagsama-sama talaga. Team effort para sa Gambit para manalo sa 100 Thieves. Masasabi ka na lang, mukhang kulang pa yung land buff ng 100 Thieves dito kasi Gambit talaga ang nanalo sa mapang to.
I all thought na maybe when it comes to Gambit na nasa LAN, baka ma-pressure sila ng sobra-sobra, pero wala eh. Walang kapawis-pawis para sa side ng team na ito. And it looks like ano ba yung perfect team plan ng halo-halo. Meron kang leche flan, meron kang points. Ganun yung nangyari para sa side ng Gambit eh. Talagang perfect yung naging recipe nila about it. And it seems like yung mga panalo lang ng 100 Thieves ay mga recklessness plays lang. Mga usual mali kabalian syempre ng Gambit when it comes to that. And it all comes down together na hindi lang yung usual player na may kita mo na si Defo talaga yung nagsa-stand up, kundi silang lahat just by anchoring, especially yung Astra and that Cypher sa defending side nila. Sila yung naging trap para sa 100 Thieves at wala talaga silang maisagot at all at them.
Lahat sila. Sobrang potent na threat. Yun yung pinaka strength masasabi ko tungkol sa Gambit. At ilang beses na natin nakita na tipong may nag-step up nga na nuts dun sa challengers nila. Pero as a whole, tong team talaga na to, nung pagpasok ni Redgar, dun sila nag-build ng teamwork nila, ng camaraderie nila, at tuloy-tuloy na lang talaga yung progression nila hanggang umabot sila dito sa Berlin at hanggang umabot sila sa first seed ng region nila. Pero hindi pa tapos, guys. May icebox pa tayo na pick ng 100 Thieves. Kakayanin pa ba? Mag-game 3 pa tayo ulit! At mukhang mahihirapan si Ray Ray doon, or pwede bang mahimbing ang tulog ni Ray Ray kung ma-2-0 to ng Gambit? Malalaman natin pagbalik natin dito sa Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Be the baddest.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Gambit have taken map 1 over 100 Thieves in this all-important best of 3. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Kukuka and Bala. Now, Kukuka, we're used to this Gambit. This is what EMEA talks about when it comes to why this team is so scary.
They're so humble, they're so nice, but I mean, Redgar on Astra, it doesn't matter what map it is, he was so supportive to all his team. Defo was shining on the Jet. We were saying at the beginning of the pre-show, yeah, I mean, Defo is there. Of course, he's a good Jet, but you know, when you have a team like Gambit where everybody shines, you know, sometimes you're not that sparkling. And holy, what we saw from them. I also feel like 100 Thieves were trying to, I mean, they knew that they were going to have to deal with Nats, especially on defense. And of course, Steel had a very big part into it. But I feel like Redgar was helping him so much that just couldn't happen.
Yeah, I think we just watched a masterclass in team play. The amount that Redgar was showing off with his Astra and helping out literally every single one of his teammates was insane. And then also Shados was in there too, involved in almost almost every fight on the retakes when it came to that defensive side, but also the attack was fantastic too, which we did not expect from Gambit.
Well, this is a bit of a statement start, you know, Bala, because we speak about what these teams can do in their own regions, but them being able to show up, and also we spoke about the fact that they haven't really been challenged that much yet, Crazy Raccoon.
Yep.
They didn't break a sweat. But 100 Thieves, you know, they're the second seed coming from NA, and I believe that this is the hardest they've lost on this map since March.
Wow.
And that was against Sentinels. So all of the questions we had around Gambit, they're slowly starting to disappear.
I think we just answered a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
Nats didn't even have that big of a game. He was even on his plus minus. He was 3-3, first kills versus first deaths. Like, he wasn't even necessarily a big factor. After watching that, I'm terrified. I'm curling up in a ball right now and watching that. If I'm at home, you know, Sentinels back at the hotel, any of the other teams as well, like even the EU side, Ascend, everybody, that was clinical.
Yeah, because as we were saying, as Crazy Raccoons didn't even break a sweat, but we have to also mention that the map did start pretty even. It was 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, and the stage was quiet. Yep. The tension here was amazing. And then when Gambit started, you know, just getting round after round, they started pumping up and they just went with it. But at the beginning, it wasn't like that. And please, production, tell me that we have that clip from Defo with that ace. Jesus, because I need to see it again.
But I mean, when it comes to Defo, he was a little bit quiet at the EMEA playoffs. And I think European fans, EMEA fans even, they were a little bit disappointed, I think, with him. But I mean, nobody in the world, Bala, can be disappointed with the performance he put out today.
No, not at all. I mean, when you look at that single round that we all think back to right away, this was
not winnable.
It was not winnable.
A winnable round.
You're right. And 100 Thieves, yes, they might have gifted this a little bit to him. But this is still, even with that, how isolated every single player is. He played it to perfection, the way that he was smoking around everything. And this has to be the play of the tournament so far. Can we say that?
100%. I'm with you. I mean, the high pressure situation, the fact that it is NA versus EU, and we saw what NA can do earlier. You were talking about how you were scared about Gambit, but Sentinels were incredible, and this is the second best team, Kukuka. So the fact that Gambit are able to do this
means a lot.
Means a lot.
Yeah, it means a lot. And that impression that we had about, you know, them starting against Crazy Raccoons and going easy, they had the same. They were like, was this really our debut? Because we felt too comfortable. Is this really it?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's actually funny you bring back up that game. What Gambit just did right there to 100 Thieves was what 100 Thieves did to About Liberty.
Yeah, well, they got a taste of their own medicine there. But it's not over yet for 100 Thieves. You know, this is the second seed for a reason. These guys have years of experience on stage. They're used to this. I mean, we've seen Steel, Hiko, Nitro, and the rest of them come back from losses all the time. And we're going to go on map 2 here. Now, Bala, I know you said you were a little bit afraid. Are you afraid even more for Icebox? Or do you feel like maybe Gambit, they shouldn't be letting their guard down here?
No, they absolutely shouldn't. I mean, we've already, like, when you talk about Icebox and you think 100 Thieves, you know that they're going to come with something prepared. That double control they play with, you know, the Smokes, Omen playing up on there, and Asuna playing the ropes is like one of the scariest prospects in the entire game. That's not something you want to go up against Arena, who is feeling himself.
That from 100 Thieves and from Gambit, we have that change in the composition. No, not the composition, but the roles. We saw actually Redgar going on the Sage, Shaders on the Reyna, and Chronicle back on the Sova. The reason why Redgar said, I mean, Chronicle already plays Sova, so why not give him the role and just move Shaders to something completely crazy? Let's see here on the agent select if we have some surprises.
Yes, the Prime Gaming agent select. Now, I think the big thing we need to talk about here on the side of 100 Thieves is that Bala, that they don't run the Sage or the Jet on Icebox, which I feel like at this point is a little bit criminal.
Yeah, I mean, okay, never mind. It's not that bad, but honestly, when you think about how well Asuna and Ethan play together on this map and just the value that they get out of those two specifically, and you see how close their games are still, you have to wonder if that is continuously a problem for them and whether they're going to think of changing it down the line, because as you see, Gambit's going for it. Every other team pretty much in the world has decided that meta on Icebox must be to run a Sage.
Yeah, and the Jet as well, next to Redguard there. Kukuka, you know, as you said, Gambit, they changed things up, but they're sticking with the new change.
Yeah, they're sticking with it. I feel like yesterday it looked amazing. They should really keep doing it. And Shadows, as Bala was saying, had a really good start of the day. So if you can put the two that are having the best day, Shadows and Defo together on the aggressive part of your team, go for it.
Yeah, well, Gambit, they are one map away from becoming the first team to make it to Berlin Masters playoffs. But Doug and Riv, 100 Thieves, they're very much still in this.
Very much still in this indeed. Thank you so much, Sue. I think one of the interesting...
Hello guys! What's up? Good morning! It's already 5:31 a.m. At ngayon muli, kami ang yung shoutcasters for VALORANT Masters Berlin and we're down to Gambit versus 100 Thieves. And kumusta kayo lahat?
Ang tanong ko lang sa'yo, Rere, kaya pa? Isa pa?
Kaya pa!
Okay, dalawang tanong. Wait lang, dalawang tanong. Kaya pa isang map?
Kaya pa to.
Kaya pa dalawang map?
Kaya pa. Sabi sa'yo. Pero syempre, Gambit tayo ngayon para 2-0.
Gambit tayo ngayon para 2-0. Para mahimbing ang tulog. Ang himbing ang tulog ni Rere. Pero ano mo guys, kaya pa to na 100 Thieves. Ito na naman, nilabas na nila yung standard composition na 100% peak rate. Pinakita nga nung stats at nuts. Nuts? Faking the AFK. Paano kung mag-fake ng AAK sa land? Biglang flirt lang dito galing sa barko. At bukod tong Seaman na to, mahuhuli siya ni Ethan instead. Redguard na mag-fake pero asa na makahanap ng pitas. At ang aggression na naman na 100 dito sa defensive side. Makikita natin in full force. Chronicle daw huli si Nitro. Chronicle makakatalawa. Pero si Ethan, huli siya ni Defo. At bigla na nasagot pa rin ang Gambit ang 100 Thieves dito, Ray.
At ngayon, unti-unti na nagfe-fail ang Gambit pero nga lang 2v2 pa rin naman, may pag-asa pa rin sila actually na makuha ito pero kailangan nila pumunta ng B. They can actually extend this one and this is pretty good for them dahil open ang B side. You only have still together with Hiko, they don't have much already. Si Hiko na lang kagad with that Rico na dart pero nag-check kagad, wala na talaga tao dyan. Front mo na yan. Top mo na yan.
Top mo na yan. Lagay mo na yung spike na dyan. Kasi spike has been planted. Pupunta tayo dito sa post plant ngayon. Recon dart to. Oh, tumama pa yung scan. Huli ka sa CCTV. Uy, ginagawa mo dyan. Baka may labas mo yan. At si Defon ngayon, natago dito sa yellow crate. Tago lang muna sa likod, just in case. At biglang ito na, Air Defo, makahuli pa ng isa. Special delivery galing kay Defo. Kahit nag-aggression dun ang 100 Thieves, panalo pa rin ang Gambit, Ray. Kakaiba talaga ang counterplay ngayon ng Gambit sa mapa to at sa series na to.
At yan na nga yung mga pasimula coming in from 100 Thieves sana, but unfortunately nga, meron pa mga konting extensions coming in from them. Natira pa naman si Defo, syempre, palong-palo yan. Yung inaabangan natin, and just by behind the yellow, he was able to take 2 heads off 100 Thieves. And this pretty works for them. Magiging 2-0 to most probably, unless kung talagang stacking sila sa B-side. Unfortunately, isa lang yung nag-a-anchor. So lahat sila nasa A, sama sa family sila doon. Isa lang yung nag-a-anchor doon.
Oo, diba? Walang makakatalaro sa pamilya. Pero ito na yun, 50-50 minsan. Deal or no deal. At mukhang tong no deal na to, hindi gagana para sa 100 Thieves. Kasi hindi na ma-deal with ang push dito ng Gambit. Sakto lang yan. Playbook, textbook, default play. Kahit nanay mo, marunong gawin yan sa icebox. Put the wall on up, put the spike, and call it a day. Pero Gambit ngayon, they have that gun advantage. At mukhang sobrang aggressive na dito, Ray. Not 1, but 2 rifles. Isang Phantom, isang Vandal. Kasi di nila masagot ano mga mas maganda, Phantom o Vandal. Bilhin na lang ang pareho dyan. Redguard daw tulak muna dito sa loob ng container. At nahihirapan siya, puro na lang grade, puro na lang ibang tao nakikita niya. At si Ito mapipitas dyan. Knight na to, huli si Redguard in response. Si Nats na matago dyan. Shadows to, hanap na si Hiko ngayon. At si Shadows, makakatalawa lang para sa kanya. Mukhang yung orbs, pwede niya i-juggle dito. Chronicle, watch out yung backstab. At kahit maubusan ng oras ang Gambit doon, na wipe out pa rin nila ang 100 Thieves. At masasabi ka lang, Ray, itong composition na linabas nila against Crazy Crew last time, gumagana kasi looking at their history, ito pa rin yung comp na ninagawa nila sa EMEA. Pero iba't iba yung role. Sa last matchup nila, I believe, against G2, Si Chronicle yung nag-Reyna. Si Shadows yung nagsi-Sage. Tapos si Redgar yung nag-Sova. Pero mukhang binalik nila si Chronicle sa Sova dito. Si Shadows na Reyna. Tapos si Redgar na ang Sage. At dahil sa 13-1 Durog Fiesta ng Gambit last time, winning sila ilapas ulit dito against 100 Thieves.
And they're, even if kita mo yung flexibility nila, sobrang comfortable na lang sa paggamit nila. Walang nag-aalinlangan sa Gambit. And that's actually pretty incredible coming in from them. Especially on their attacking side. And alam naman natin when it comes to Icebox, it's definitely more of an attacking side type of map. At this aggressiveness is definitely paying off. At kaso, buy round nga to. Tandaan nyo, may mga backstab lang paunti-unti. Asa gets ahead of Nats. Pero nga lang, because of that, nakapag-open na nga sila coming in to A side. Pero let's see if how will they be able to retake this. Dahil kita-kita mo parang sa mga barrel, may kind of advantage ang 100 Thieves. Kasi naka-ghost na ngayon sa Redgar, pero meron pa rin yung barrel. Most likely, naglabas na nga kayo ng recon bot. Alam na nga nila sa magagaling si Nitro. Na-hit niya yung head, pero tatlo sila pupunta beneath rafters. At isa na nga nila pinatuba. But oh no!
Redgar! 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 Bigla na lang! Piki-piki! Bumobra lang dyan. Pero mukhang nahuhuli na rin yung ahas na si Redgar at nagka-oras ang 100 Thieves. I-defuse yung spike na yan. Pero Redgar! Ginagawa mo dyan, Redgar! Mukhang delikado yun, Ray. Muntik na.
Ikan ka dun, Redgar.
Ray! May na-realize ako. Yung Redgar, hindi mo pwede spell yung Redgar kung wala yung Edgar.
Ang galing!
Diba? Pansin mo?
Ang
diba may Ethan sa isa, tapos may Edgar sa kabila. Okay talaga. Galing naman pangalan. Ganda naman pangalan ng mga players natin.
Ang galing. Hindi ko na-realize yung Dax. Ang talino mo pala.
Kaya ako nandito eh. Diba? Stats don't lie. At yun, stat yun. You can't spell Redgar without Edgar. Okay. Amen. And thou.
Okay, papayagan kita 5:38 AM na eh. Kaya yan. Ba't niyo ba ako inaaway? Huwag niyo awayan na. Wala kang time makipagpardulugan sa inyo.
Hindi na kaya ng brain cells ni Ray mag-juggle ng away sa chat at mag-cast ng game sabay. Tapos,
kaya ko naman mag-cast. Pero
hindi, sabay kasi.
Wala
let her focus sa trabaho niya, guys. Kaya tayo nandito.
Respeto
naman.
Basta. President ka ba sa classroom dati?
Hindi talaga. Yung student council, sabi ko, bolo kayo dyan. Ako yung tipong nasa may pintuan lang, tapos lalabas na kaagad.
Yun lang.
Diba, sakto sa attitude ko lang. At ito daw, sakto talaga ang agad ni Hiko. Huli niya ang dalawa, bigla na lang surprise galing sa sulok na to. Pero unfortunately, kulang pa rin yan para sa 100 Thieves kasi lahat ng kasama ni Hiko namatay na kaagad doon lang sa kusina. Gambit now, 3-1. Pero yun nga, nung lagi sa school, first one out, last one in. Ganun ang style ko.
Parang in short, pabigat si Daxa.
Hindi ano ka ba? Ang galing ko kaya sa group work kasi sasabihin ko, ito ang part ko. Taas tapos yun for sure. Walang makikialam sa part sa group work ko.
Hindi ka nagli-leader.
No, bahala kayo. Ito part ko, bahala kayo sa lahat ng ginagawa niyo iba. Kung hindi tayo kompleto, di problema nyo na yun. Kasi ito kompleto na part ko. Yun lang yun, di ba?
Pala, Di ka ata nagpapakopya ng homework eh.
Ay! Ibang usapan na yun, Ray. Ibang usapan yun. Depende. Minsan ako yung taga-kopya, minsan ako yung kinokopyahan. Depende talaga. Equivalent exchange, di ba? Parang yung FMA lang talaga mini-mention mo eh. Pero funny enough, ito lang yan, Ray. Di ba ang trabaho natin puro usap? Pero ang buhay ko, ang ginagawa ko talaga, yung mga paraan na hindi ko kailangan makipag-usap sa tao eh. Interesting. Interesting na nadamay ako dito. Hindi ko na alam bakit. But anyway, Gambit 3-1 at mukhang may time tayo makipag-chika kasi first time in forever nagka-slow play dito sa mapan to.
So, kitang-kita mo naman so far around makakapag-control sila ng kitchen. Lahat sila sama-sama sila, family. Dahil, pero, katanggap-tanggap naman. Eco round eh. So, gusto nila gamitan ng strat ng nag-stack sila. At yun, sasabayan nila kagad ng rotation to mga to. Naglabas na kagad ng mga utilities, pero wala pa rin na pick up so far, but they're just delaying the amount of time that we have. Tornadoes get ahead of Asuna, therefore sana sumabay na din kagad at win. Nag-effect na isa isa, pero nga na Nitro na lang natitira and 28 HP is far too much na for him to handle as Shadow still denies him. Gambit leads by 3 rounds already.
My Defo Duelist, tumataas na talaga ang stocks niya. To the moon. To the moon, Ray. Ang nakikita natin dito Defo. Kasi ilang beses na siya medyo hindi masyadong pinag-uusapan in terms of the Gambit squad. Pero overall kasi yung Gambit naman parang team effort talaga sila yung pamilya talaga dito Ilang beses na natin nakikita yung squad na to na lahat sila nag-pull together and carry their weight and more. Sige, si Nats nga nag-limelight sa EMEA. Tapos sige, si Redgar yung team leader at kakaiba talaga utility usage siya. Pero Defo pa rin tayo. Dun sa Ace pa lang, wala na. Big fans na tayo talaga. At mukhang pwede tayo mag-invest kay Defo na naman. Kasi may Blazer siya dito sa itaas. Hiko daw, nakita kaya niya. Jump pick ba yun? Ang ating Jet. Tumatago muna si Defo. Element of surprise kaya mapapala dito. At si Redar kang sasabi, huy bulaga! At si Steel ang mapatutumba dyan. Mukhang hindi pa handang-handa yung Steel na yan. Yung bakot na yan dito sa mapang to. 4-1 scoreline. Magiging 5v4 na to. At si Ethan na naman, huli kagad. Kita mo to Ray. Kahit doon sa aggressive plays ng Gambit, nakabasa nila ang 100 Thieves. At kahit doon sa defensive plays ng Gambit, nakabasa pa rin nila yung NA squad. Ethan now scouting it out, discovering na nandiyan si Defo. Pero wall on us! Praise the Lord and praise Redgar! Mukhang papuri kay Redgar dyan. As dahil na itaas sila doon sa may boiler, nahuli pa nila si Hiko doon.
Naging Avengers! Tinaas ang bandera ng Gambit, yun ang nangyari. Coming in from Edgar Pesas. Cheeky play, hindi kasi ng Edgar. Nakuha na kagad. Sabi niya, okay, kung nakakuha ka sa may nest namin, makakuha kami.
Oh no!
Kaso, Ethan, dun ka nagkamali. Besiwap, bakit ganun? Timing yun na lang. Wala ka masisisi. Kundi timing lang talaga. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira. Asura and Nitro. Pero si Nitro, syempre, tanking all over A-site dahil nga, pinaprevent lang nila ang pag-commit ng Gambit towards that. Pero fortunately, lilipat na sila sa B-side. Let's see if this is going to be Asuna time as he's gonna be checking out. Pero napaka-helpful kasi ng toxic screen. Pinaprevent lang sa pagsilip na pero may sumilip na isa. Kaya nakapag-dismiss sila. Habot siya ngayon. Naroon sila mag-abol. He takes out the head of Defo. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira. 2v2. Naka-low on HP pa ngayon si Nats at 70. Wala na rin siyang armor. Let's see if Asuna gets this time up ahead for him as he needs to punish the guys. Pero nga lang na in-expect na rin siya ni Chronicle na nagsabi ng Chronicles of Narnia as we only have Nitro in. Tignan natin if it's going to be the Nitro time that we're always talking about. 27 HP. Pero nga lang pag na-sprayan na siya dito, it's a bye-bye for the side of 100 Thieves. And speaking of Nats, takes him and Gambit still leads by 4 against 100 Thieves.
4-point lead at Gambit na naman. Kita-kita talaga natin na itong squad na to na itong configuration na to, basic lang nila Kasi willing sila, biglang huli. Timing talaga ang naging pinaka-element dito ng Gambit sa round na to. Hindi lang yung Viper, hindi lang rin yung Sage, pero umpisa pa lang At dun sa hold na naman dun sa may barkong yon, kita-kita talaga yung Gambit Squadron. Sinabi na mismo sa interview ni Sentinels, diba? Yung mga basa talagang Gambit, kakaiba. At napapansin natin ngayon na nahahanapan nila yung paraan. Ang second seed ng NA. Nakita ko na itong scoreline to, Rere. Parang kahapon lang, diba? Against Crazy Raccoons with a C. Yun ba mangyayari ulit? Yun ba yung mangyayari muli dito sa series na to? O babawi kaya ang 100 Thieves ngayon?
Tignan natin. Kasi possible. Nangyari. Kahit anong pakita ng Crazy Raccoons, kahit meron sila step up, but still Gambit, kapag uminit na talaga to, the fuel is already kicking in, wala na talagang makakapayigil sa kanilang pag-run ngayon. Then, you see the head. Oh no, expected na naman siya ni Edgar. Edward Cullen. This time around, Edward Cullen.
Ginawa ng pangalan. Lahat na lang.
Lahat na lang
to.
Si rapper.
Yung rapper natin, okay ka Dito mo yung rhythm ng yung Vandal niya. Tutun. Okay na May beat. Pwede gamitin pang freestyle. Pero honestly, ang sharp ng shot na yun. Again, nahanap na nila 100 Thieves at ilang beses na nakita yung basa talaga ng GMB sa 100 Thieves playbook time after time. Yun yung entry point nila, yun yung advantage nila. And here we go yet again. Shadows right now, nakita si Steel distracted doon sa Aldro na kakampi niya. Sabi niya, shiny, biglang huli na ng gamit ng balang yan. At si Shadows magiging Shade 3 kasi 3 mahuhuli niya sa round na yan. At Gambit ngayon, 6-1. Binabasic na lang Binabasic na lang 100 Thieves dito. At kita natin na, honestly, medyo may pagkahype ako dito kasi makikita natin si Steel on the Killjoy na, okay, sige, kahit si Nats pag-Viper, may pagka-Sentinel, pseudo-Sentinel versus real Sentinel na matchup na to. Pero ang nangyayari, mukhang walang nahuhuli si Steel Wala pa siyang napapatay, and on the defensive side especially, dun mo i-expect yung Killjoy mag-really step up para ma-slow down yung pace ngayon ng Gambit.
This is actually quite devastating for the side of 100 Thieves. We're expecting still with this incredible anchoring, pero wala pa rin talagang nakukuha at all. And ngayon may timeout na naman ayo by these teams. Kailangan na talaga ito ng 100 Thieves kung tutusin. They haven't made the best games out of the rounds that we're seeing. But all I can say is that kalmahan lang siguro nila. Kaya pa naman nila ito maihabol if they want to have the game 3. Pero knowing Gambit is already memorizing the lines, remembering the highlighted parts on how they need to shut down the guys of 100 Thieves, they're really quite prepared for it. Plus, I love their jacket jersey, varsity jacket. Usong-uso yun ng high school ako
Ganun ba? Ganun yung mga, yun yung apparel.
Wala akong, never ako nagkaroon ng varsity jacket, Dax.
Okay. Ano ka lang, may 13 jacket ka, diba? Munting Ray.
Wala akong gano'n na munting Dax.
Hindi, wala
BSF, wala akong gano'n. Pero nagko-cosplay ako dati.
Oo nga, diba? Kaya diba, may ready. Bago pa naging Netflix series alam mo na na-indano ka na. Pero, alam mo yung indano talaga, tong Gambit na to Pwesto na kaagad dito sa may B-site. It seems like to para sa 100 Thieves. Gusto na sagutin to push na to. At ngayon, gumana na rin yung agresibong play ng 100 Thieves. Ethan now, finding the kill onto Nats. Mukhang si Nitro dito muna sa itaas. Peek muna, jumping on the way to the left-hand side. Bigla na lang may wall dito, isi-set on up. Pero gulat ka na lang, may Shadow sa itaas. Pero si Asna, ito na ba ang oras niya? Dito natin nakikita. Dapat ang playground ni Asna, especially kung nasa may A-side ang mga takers. Sabi niya, sige na nga, dito na lang sa B. At ito na ba ang oras ni Asna ngayon? Dear, itatapon na niya. Naka-impress na rin siya. At mukhang gusto niya mag-impress dito ng mga ibang tao. Tatlo para kay Asna. Ito na ba ang heroics na hinahanap ng 100 Thieves? Shados to ang sasagot sa kanya. At meron rin siyang impress. Reinforce na ngayon si Shados. At kailangan niya i-clutch to para sa Gambit para lang makip na ang momentum na to. Ang 100 Thieves, so palapit na ng palapit dito. Ray, binabantayan nila Spike. Pero huli ka, Ethan, dismiss on the way. Makakahil rin siya dahil sa ultimate. At isa pa para kay Shados. Mukhang pwede ma-ace clutch nga to. Si Hiko na lang ang natitira. Gambit talaga. Ilang beses na sila naka-clutch sa situation na to. 1 versus 1. Reyna versus Sova. In this case, ito na. Palapit. Ito na ang final blow. Pero galing kay Hiko pala ang big deny ng 100 Thieves. Pero that was way too close for comfort, Ray. Muntik na talaga madali doon ang 100 Thieves.
Pinakalma lang ng 100 Thieves sana kasi napakalaking win na sana iyon. Pero Tito, Hiko mo talaga by the experience itself. Pero nga lang nung pinabayaan na si Shados to actually give a good advantage to their economy. But unfortunately nga, kitang-kita naman natin advantage siya doon ni Hiko. Sa biyahin lang siya, hindi siya ma-wallbang, hindi man siya matapos-tapos at all. But still, 6-2 pa rin in favor of Gambit. Pero that was quite a momentum destroyer on their side. But still, makakuha pa rin naman si Delphon the Phantom Spray. Gets the head of Aso na tonight na naman si Koya mo. Ito lagi inahabang natin yung tapatan. Sino mas lamang, sino mas sikat, Defo pa or Asa. Defo talaga, palong-palo so far. At Shados din naman.
Oh no.
Oh,
Tito. Wala Hindi mo ginising Hindi mo ginising pa tapos nung nagabi ng inuman talaga Wala. Matapang ang inuman dyan. At yung Aldron talaga pang scout. Pero yung problema doon, bigla na lang ang laki ng opening na naiwan ng 100 Thieves. At ang Gambit mo, pwede na naman dito sa A-site. 6-2 scoreline. Pwede maging 7-2. At dahil doon sa mga pitas kanina ni Shados, na kahit natalo siya doon sa pinakadulo, tingnan mo ba rin ng 100 Thieves? Spectre at Aris, medyo may pagkakulang talaga ngayon ang firepower ng 100 T.
At saka At saka, kita mo, di ba, pag nasa defending side ka, mas may kita mo yung map control, di ba? Pero dito, hindi mo makita sa 100 Thieves kasi ang daming loopholes. Alam mo yun, parang magtitipi lang yung Gambit pang A side dahil butas na butas. Pero asim place. Okay, hindi na kaya nga gawin yung kanilang asim place sana. Pero Nats behind the backs gets this and Gambit still leads by a lot against 100 Thieves. Kita mo si Shadow, 17-4. Ano na? Yun eh. Ano na nangyayari kay Aso na sa side ng 100 Thieves? Pero tingnan natin, on the defending side, baby, nakita natin yung kind of an advantage sa 100 Thieves. Pero kailangan talaga nila mag-step up more. Kasi individuality pa lang na-place na lang 100 Thieves. So hindi sila maka-keep up on how Gambit is so good at it. Pero ngayon, mali mo, biglang magkaroon ng change of pace for 100 Thieves.
I mean, the thing is, itong teams na to, pareho silang units na pwede mag-work together. May pagka-individualistic rin ang 100 Thieves a little bit more so dun sa Gambit. Pero as na yun, pag itong pick off dun sa kay Asa, si Shadows mahuli si Ethan, nakikita natin yung problema eh. Yung usual composition ng 100 Thieves ay naiiba sa Icebox. Mabalik sila sa Sentinel. At malupit naman si Steel mag-Sentinel, but they don't have that kind of intel that they usually get gamit ng triple initiator. At nakita rin natin naman, na-expose pa rin ng Gambit yun. In a map like this, mas okay naman talaga ang complete ng 100 Thieves, pero hindi nila napapansin yung mga usual spots na iniiwan lang nila pag nilalabas nila yung mga team KO at Sky. Kasi ngayon, papabay-bye na lang sila sa round na yun. 8-2 scoreline. Ang 100 Thieves, medyo simple lang ang sagot dito, Rere. Itong sinking ship na to, kailangan nila i-plug yung mga leaks very, very quickly. Papantayan talaga yung mga pwesto na pwede manggaling doon ng Gambit. Pero at the same time, yung Gambit naman ang mas bantay sarado sa kanila. At kung naghanap ng opening dito ang 100 Thieves, hindi nila makuha kalaban ng Gambit dito.
At kita mo rin naman walang trades. Walang equal value. Gaya nga sinabi mo kanina about the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. At wala pa rin naibabanter yung 100 Thieves sa kanila so far. Sobrang denied itong NA team na ikabang-abang din. Pero let's not forget Gambit. Gambit has always been consistent. Gaya nga ng mga nagko-comment, consistent din sila sa ibang bang-bang. Pero ngayon, punishing lang talaga. Pinapunish nila itong NA team na this is a great storyline for them to actually tell na kaya namin itong pinagbobobotahan nyo. Pero nga lang, Nitro, still, because of that Viper's spit, bigla na lang nila na-beat-in sa kanilang kamay ang mga taga-Gambit. Pero at least may rescue coming from them. At sila pa ngayon na nagkaroon ng man advantage as Asuna right now is already pinned down. 4v4. Marami pa rin silang oras active para mag-bail out so that they can go to B-side. But unfortunately, gusto pa rin nilang ilaban ito. Marunong silang lumaban.
Ano na talaga, pwedeng-pwede pa rin. Pero masasabi ka na para sa Gambit, ginamit na nila yung second chance nila. Wala na maulit dito sa round na to. At si Chronicle, sabi niya, sige nga, ibahin natin itong pwesto na to. At mapapansin pa rin niya ang pagpunta ni Steel at mapipitas niya ang killshot na yan. 4v3, may rotation na naman at may control dito sa gitna galing kay Redgar. Hindi lang yun, yung spike ang nasa kanya. At dahil nandun, sige, nagka-intel ang 100 Thieves na yung Sage ang may hawak at nasa gitna siya ng mapa. Dahil doon, Ray, mapipilitan sila mag-split on up eh. Nandiyan pa yung Viper split para kay Nitro. Ayaw niya bitawan yan. Si Ethan na ang mag-iisa. Kalaban ang mundo ng Gambit dito. At andyan na yung wall, andyan na yung toxic screen. Pero ito na si Ethan at ahuli pa niya si Chronicle nag-squats. Si Defo daw ang sasagot yan. Makaka-refrag for 3v1. Nitro, kaya pa ba? Kaya pa ba, Nitro? Ang ating Viper daw palapit na ng palapit. Bigla na lang dito pa sa side ng Gambit. Kung pwesto na lang sila para doon sa post-plant scenario. Snakebite daw, italabas na kagad ng ating Viper dito. At bigla na lang si Naito naghahanap ng ibang pwesto. Baka galing ang Gambit. Pero sobrang stable lang ng hold. Sobrang specific na nasa default position lang sila dito, Ray. At sabi ni Naito, sige na nga, tama na yan. Kailangan pa natin ng barrel for the next round. But di niya sure eh. Saan kaya nang galing yung bala na yan? Nasa na ang Gambit? Yan na. Peekaboo! Shadow sees you. At 9-2. Gambit, sobrang commanding ng half na to para sa kanila.
Domination lang talagang meron. Plus, super tutok na tutok on that little peaky, sneaky angles. Gambit still leads at mukhang isa na lang. Nako, Dax, mga paborito mo tong mangyayaring scoreline na. Kasi ito yung hinahamhan mo, di ba? Pag nasa page broadcast
Nako!
Ay, nako.
Nako.
Feel ko.
Masasabi ka na ba? Malalabas na natin. Yun ba ang good morning na sa mga ating mga new viewers na gumising ngayon para makita ang scoreline na to between Gambit at 100 Thieves. 1-0 guys. Kung login nyo lang, kaka-tune in nyo lang ang pabor dito para sa Gambit at 7 rounds ang lead ng EMEA squadron na first seed galing sa region na yun. Pero bigla na lang talk screen is set on up. Ayan na yung lockdown daw galing sa 100 Thieves at Foxy Steel nagkagawa ng play dito para na makabayan ng time para sa NA squadron. Pero Chronicle, ilalabas na ang Hunter's Fury, yung kidlat naman tatama dun sa cylinder at masisira yung ultimate, an ult for an ult. Yun ang equivalent exchange na hinahanap natin dito, Ray. Pero mukhang after everything is said and done, may pagka-slow play ang Gambit at nag-iisip pa sila, pipick pa tayo sa kabilang side ng pader na to.
Pag lumabas sila ba, makita yung mga barrel pero nirisk it out. Unfortunately, may isang pagkita together with Asuna pero hindi sila crossfire. But Defo still alive and kicking. Pwede pa ito maging possibility of Gambit actually winning this. But remember, time is ticking. Nasa pressure din sa kanila. Pero mukhang may marinig ata si Defo coming in from kitchen. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin sila magkakikita dahil nakita mo na nagkakasalasihan na nga sila. But Chronicle was able to plant it. Nakita na nila mayroong magagaling sa kanya harapan. Kaso kala na tamaan ang guard si Defo. Si Chronicle na lang kagad ang natitira. 30 HP and a dream. Hindi pa rin sila yata denied. Not denied. Yung gusto natin ang pati.
Ako yung na-deny eh. Wala akong chance sabihin ang scoreline na minamahal ng ating bayan. Pero 9-3, kinailangan yun ng 100 Thieves. At muntik na yung 210. Pero mukhang 3-9. 3-9 na makakuha natin dito, Ray.
Kasi baka sa iba nakalaan yan. Kaya hintayin natin.
May timing talaga. May perfect timing na hinahabol tayo dito. Pero masasabi ko na lang bago tayo mag-breakdown nung nangyari sa first half na yun, may pag-asa pa rin dito ang 100 Thieves eh. Nakikita natin sa stats talaga ng Gambit na ang lupit talaga ng defending side nila more often than not. Pero sa Icebox mismo, mas malaki yung variance compared to the likes of mga Ascent, the likes of, I'd say, Bind. Dito sa Icebox, hindi sila kasing successful sa attacking side. So kung tipong may pag-asa pang 100 Thieves, itong second half na to, ang pwede mag-comeback. Pero overall, nakita natin sa Gambit talaga na sobrang sure yung mga plays nila at yung mga reads talaga, ilang beses na natin nakita. Binuksan nila yung book ng 100 Thieves at wala basang-basa.
At ito din yung na-observe ko, 9-3 curse is real in Icebox. It has always been like that here in Masters. Already manifesting not only here, diba? But on the other VCT games that we have. But then, maybe this time around, things might get spicier. Kasi you'll be putting already 100 Thieves on the attacking side. And that might be a big foundation that they can actually turn the tables. But then, Gambit, they might be giving those rounds kapag hindi nila kaya, kapag nag-aalangan sila. But once nakakuha na naman sila ng highlight key na gagamitin nila para buksan yung lock na meron ang unlock nila sa kung ano strats ang meron na 100 Thieves, malalaman natin that this is gonna be a clean 2-0 in favor of them. But no cap for 100 Thieves. We still trust them na they might be able to take this. Kailangan lang makapag-reset sila mentally dahil kapag snowball effect na ito at isa-isa na silang natitilt, I think Gambit ay kakainin lang talaga sila ng buhay this time around.
At kita talaga natin yung mga usual tactics ng 100 Thieves. Hindi nangyayari kasi ang galing talaga ng Gambit sa homework nila against this squadron. First map pa lang pansin na nila ano yung mga usual movements ng 100 Thieves na basa kagad nila bago pa nag-umpisa yung laro. At kitang-kita prepared ang squad na to. At dito sa Icebox, same thing. Kasi usually, di ba, si Asuna, ito yung playground niya alongside si Ethan. Dito sila nag-pop off, dito sila naghahanap ng mga plays. At saan nangyayari yun? Doon sa maze ng A site. Up, down, doon sa may room. Palagi na lang pinaglalaroan ng 100 Thieves yung angles na yun doon sa mga take. Pero ano ginagawa ng Gambit eh? Naghahanap muna sila ng pitas, nakahanap sila ng mga angles na pwede i-shut down ng 100 Thieves at yung usual highlight spots ng 100 Thieves. Hindi nangyayari. Hindi binibigyan ng Gambit yung opportunity na mag-shine talaga ng 100 Thieves. So, nirespeto nila yung opponent nila enough na alam nila i-deny yung mga positions na yun na powerful para sa 100 Thieves. And after that, sabi na, sige na, snowball na tayo. And they're just looking to be out of control dito. Ray, patuloy to nila talaga. Itong Gambit na to, Parang hindi bagay yung pangalan kasi more of a sure thing na yung ginagawa nila ngayon
At sure na sure nga yung kailangan nila talagang ginagawa. But at the same time, so there's no denying Gambit talaga, they really impress us so much. Unang match pa lang nila against Crazy Raccoons, we're all expecting na magiging bomb talaga sila. Sinimulan din nila kanina in Ascent. At ngayon, totoo, it's a 9-3 score. It's really quite big. And kahit sabi mo, na sana man ang nakuha pa ng isang round yung 100 teams para maging 4 sa usual storyline for them, hindi pa rin binigay ni Gambit yun. Masyado silang madamot, and this is really big already. We've seen this earlier on against Sentinels and of course against the guys of G2. Once you get that 9-3 score, like, it seems so hard already na makabawi ka. Sobrang tanggalan ka na nga ng momentum, natanggalan ka pa ng maraming chances to actually have that good retake. And the team, just by denying, shutting down your key players, kung sino man yung mga need maging aggressive, wala pa rin silang napapakita at all against Gambit Pero let's see, this is a one-time miracle. If 100 Thieves will be getting the first 4 rounds, most likely, pwede pa nalang maging advantage to against Gambit. Pwede pa itong maging 9-all. But if Gambit, dun sa rounds na yun, binigay lang nila until nagkakaroon na ulit sila ng homework, I think it's it for 100 Thieves. It's a GG na para sa kanila.
Well, ito lang yun May sumpa ba mangyayari ngayon? Ito na ba ang 9-3 curse? Matatamaan ba at ma-flick ang Gambit? Palalaman natin dito pagpunta natin dito sa second half. So here we are, guys. Ito na ba ang pinakahuling half dito sa series na to? At makakatulog na ba ng mahimbing si Ray Ray? Or mag-map 3 ba tayo? Yun ang tanong. Yun ang tanong, Ray Ray. Pero siyempre, hindi ka bias caster, so kahit na mangyari, happy ka, di ba?
Oo, kahit ano naman, kahit ano. Baka akala nyo na-antok ako, eyeshadow ko lang yun. Di pa naman ako antok, kaya pa naman. Kaya man, naaway nyo, pero because of that, denied na naman yung pag-commit sa Inside Defo together with the Shadows. Nakakuha na nga sila ng ulo. Isa together with Asuna, pero nakapag-plant naman at least 100 Thieves. Pero syempre, aasimin sila ng Gambit this time around. Advantage pagdating sa mga tao. May mga utilities pa sila kitatapon syempre. Pero walang deny.
Oh my God!
Oh no,
Deny versus deny. Bigla na lang yung Tide nagda-turn papuntang 100 Thieves tapos bumalik sa Gambit. At dahil lang kay Nats, bigla na lang yung wave of kills na hinahanap ng 100 Thieves di nangyari. 9-3 curse? Wala lang yun sa Gambit kasi 10-3 na dito, Ray. At malaking punto to. Ito na ang momentum so heavily in favor for Gambit. Pero umpisa pa lang si Shadows, yung angle niya sa screens. Pero bigla na lang, sino ang mag-save the day? Si Nats talaga. So nutty with the shot. Shadows with the last kill. And me oh my, 10-3. Gambit proving how strong they really are here, Ray.
Expected coming in from EMEA region talaga nga naman. They hold up with their name. They're still dominating far from 100 Thieves. Pero this is not the scoreline that we usually have. Tatandaan nyo, map-pick to ng 100 Thieves. Pero map dito pa lang alam mo na favorable talaga para sa side ng Gambit kahit mag-game 3 tayo. Yun talaga yung kabang-abang Gambit still most likely they might be winning it. It's so favored for them. Now, Chronicles found out a lot of people up ahead here in Kitchen. Pero may mag-audition nga ba sa kanila? Unfortunately, wala. Pero still, may crossfire pa yan coming in from Nats together with Defo na abangan na lang mga ulo ng 100 Thieves. As Hiko at Light na lang kagad ang natitira through the smoke. They might be spammed right now by Nats, knowing na ito napakalaking anchor sa mga sides na ito. Nag-line up naman!
Nag-line up!
Nakuhog na naman ni Nats ang dalawa na 100 Thieves. Oh no.
Kumama yung Super Lotto doon, Ray. At 11-3 na 22 takedowns para kay Shadow. Si Defo naghahabol. Pero kita natin dito sa replay. Ito na. Nasa defense na tayo ng Gambit at masasabi ko na lang talaga na dito talaga mag-shine ang pwes nila. Medyo nagkamaling ako kanina sa halftime. Sinasabi ko kanina parang okay, baka mas may chance itong second half. Joke lang, yun yung chance kanina ng 100 Thieves Kasi yung attack ng Gambit, yung mas mahina compared to defense. At pag nasa defense na ang Gambit, doon talaga umuunlad ang gameplay ni Nats even more so. So, baka na-misread ko lang yung stats really quick. Pero ito na talaga Pag Gambit nasa defense, watch out for that Viper. Kasi ilang beses na siya nakahanap ng tamang angle sa mga sites na to, Ray. At nakita natin, past 2 rounds pa lang, ang laki na ng impact niya.
So far, kanina medyo inaabang natin. Saan ba si Nuts magpa-pop off? Ito yung KPI, inaabang ito ng lahat. Pero ngayon, he's already speaking up for himself. 2 to go with the Gambit. And they're really crazy already. Letter K na yung pagka-crazy nila pagdating sa mga shots na yun. Pero kala kanina din kasi advantage yan pagdating sa barrel. So, alam naman natin na nagsastruggle ang 100 Thieves. But this is the kind of lineup that I'm not expecting. A one-sided type of matchup for today. Pero ngayon na naman may biktima na naman sa close range na SMG ni Regar sa mukha si Steel at 4 na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero at least na ito, may pag-asa pa. Hindi pa pala. Pero ngayon sumakay ng zipline. Hindi siya nakasakay.
Hindi siya nakasakay. Wala yung only pass niya doon. At mukhang natapa siya doon sa slow order si Asuna ang makahuli kay Redguard dyan. At ito na. Ito na talaga ang specialty ng 100 Thieves. Nakuha na nila yung A-side. Pwede na maglaruan itong maze na to. At ito na talaga Jungle Jimbori gamit ng mga rappel. At galaw-galaw nila sa site dito sa mapang to. Nuts to. Mga mag-backstab. Kaya niya makuha ang high ground. Masyadong focus dito ang 100 Thieves paharap ni Ray. At si Nuts talaga ang pwede makabackstab. Binabantayan niya muna, playing it safe and sound, timing it right. Si Frag ba kaya ang tanong, ang sagot rather, Ethan. Huli niya siya si Nuts at 100 Thieves. Doon na ang chance nila para makukuha ng point on the board. Asuna with the kill on the Shadows. At si Chronicle mukhang mahuhulog rin siya dito sa map sa round na ito. 4-11. Ipag-asa pa ang 100 Thieves pero malayo ang agot na to, Ray, at mahirap talaga ang masabi ko ng ang puhunan na to para lang umabot sa dulo. Pero great wall bounder kay Nitro para lang magka-opening. At ito na, dito na nakikita natin yung positioning ni Aston sobrang nakakatulong.
At ngayon, sa mga nakikita sa mga nagko-comment, they actually didn't expect Gambit. Pero sa tingin ko kasi guys, kailangan mas mag-pay off din kayo sa mga taga-ibang, sa actually EU regions. Kasi there might be times that people are actually joking about the EU flash and everything, but let's not disregard the other teams that has been improving ever since VCT Stage 3 and Gambit. Sila ang manifestation agad ng yun. And going up against 100 Thieves, kita mo palang kagad sa map dito, alam mo favorable talaga sa side ng Gambit. Yan. So if you're a big fan of other teams, you should check out these teams like Gambit talaga. They never fail to impress a lot of people. And malaki din ang fan base ng Gambit, to be honest.
Really, really big sa EU side. Sinabi ko nga, diba, yung stage 2 appreciated na sila ng mga pros na kanilang level. Parang it was only a matter of time. Nagihintay na sila umabot dito yung Gambit sa stage na to. And it just took them one stage. Stage 3. At nandito na sila sa LAN setup. At kitang-kita talaga yung progress at yung pagka-powerhouse ng Gambit ngayon. Nasa back on away 100 Thieves. Siyempre, kilala sila. At may chance pa rin naman ang second seed natin dito sa NA Steel ngayon. Naghahanap na para makapahanap ng pitas. At mukhang dito siya na mag-step up sa attacking side. Nuts though, playing with his wall. Mukhang peekaboo. He sees you. At baka na lang sa toxic stream, pababiglaan. Timing ni Redguard. Ito na rin yung timing ni Nuts for si Nitro. Mas-shutdown si Nuts. Si Redguard daw mapapagana niya yung play na yon. 3v4. May chance pa rin ng 100 Thieves. Meron silang advantage at mukhang pupunta sila sa may A site.
At kitang-kita mo naman na fake lang sila sa may B. Pero alanganin sa oras, pero kaya pa rin naman nila may plat ito kung sakasakali. 3v4-1. Sakta agad sa Defo. Nakita siya sa may rafters. Hinahanap pa nila, inaangkat pa nila. Nasaan yung dalawa, pero Redguard still hits the head of si Steel. Ang napakatibay mong Killjoy. Dalawa na lang kagad. They might go for the save. They might go with this type of, exit frags. Unfortunately, hindi pa rin. Nagtatapon ng ear ngayon si Shadows. Redguard also will be getting off by Asuna as he will be backing off. Tama na to. Hindi ko na i-contest to. Ako na lang mag-isa. Wala na ako may papakitang highlights. Wala na rin ako ganong clear para lang i-blind ang 100 Thieves into my advantage. And 100 Thieves, unti-unting bumabawi 11-5. So they still have 6 rounds left bago sila makahabol. Pero still, a lot of pressure right now is on.
Okay, ito ginagawa ng 100 Thieves eh. Kanina, hindi nila magamit yung A-site na yun sa defending side na usually, doon talaga nagkaka-positions na maigi sila Asna at Ethan. Pero ngayon, on the attacking side, na-realize nila, sige, pwede tayo makahanap pitas. Baka kung magka-numbers advantage tayo, pwede tayo bumalik doon sa A. And it's been successful dahil yun yung talaga yung familiar grounds para sa 100 Thieves. Ilang beses natin nakita sa mapang to. Doon sa B-side, syempre, willing sila makipaglaban doon sa open area. Pero dito sa A-side talaga, aral na aral nila yung mga corners, yung mga small little vantage points, yung mga angles, at yung pwede abusaduhin tungkol doon sa rope mismo. It really feels like doon talaga yung strength ng 100 Thieves dito sa Icebox. And if they can keep going at it, parang yun talaga yung Achilles heel ngayon ng Gambit. Pwedeng-pwede na madapa ang ating EU squadron ngayon kung patuloy-tuloy na lang yung pressure galing sa 100 Thieves. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Malaki pa rin ang agwat, Ray. At ang tanong, kakayanin pa ba ng 100 Thieves dito? Percy Nats, peekaboo from the wall. Pero mukhang si Ethan pa rin naman nanalo. Gun in hand, rifleman yan. Kaya pa rin ni Ethan. At si Steel na ngayon, baka makipag-duel kay Chronicle. Naka-sheriff lang. Malabo to para sa Gambit. Pero ang timing talaga ay mas perfectado ngayon ng 100 Thieves.
Mukhang bumabawi. Online na ang 100 Thieves. Ang ganda ng step up ng mga players nila so far around and this what we're experiencing from them. Pero remember kapag ang 100 Thieves nanalo sila ng consecutive rounds, it's going to be really harder for Gambit. At ngayon din, hindi nila mabasa at all ang 100 Thieves. They still haven't gotten those early pick-offs that they needed. At sobrang nagsistruggle sila dahil itong round ito ay lumay lang din naman kasi sa kanila kahit pa paano, and still gets the head of Defo. 11-6 na nga, 5 pang rounds na pupusuan ng 100 Thieves at hindi pa rin nila pinapagalaw ang baso ng Gambit hanggang ngayon.
Mukhang naipit na dito ang Gambit sa 11 at nandito na talaga na nakita natin yung tenacity ng 100 Thieves. Tong squad na to, pag nahihirapan sila, meron silang veteran leadership. Meron sila talaga between 4 of the 5 players, extensive LAN experience. At nung nakita natin doon sa matchup nila against Van Liberty, na yung mga things na na-exploit nila, yung mga small plays na pwede mo lang gawin sa LAN, intindi na kagad nila. And this is one of the biggest strengths, yung veteran leadership na yan, yung veteran experience na dinadala nila dito sa Valorant. Pero ang tanong, pwede pa ba yun? Kakayanin pa ba ng 100 Thieves ituloy ang momentum na to? Kasi mga lockdown na ang ilalabas nila at ilalagay dito sa may B-side. Papapagalaw na kagad ang Gambit at ang tanong, itulok pa nila lockdown na yan. Hindi, respeto na ang linalabas ng Gambit ngayon. Pero maririn natin yung mga Empress ilalabas. Battle of the Raid Bosses perhaps between Asna and Shado. Sino kayo magkaka-highlights dito? Persita na lang. Kino-contest kagad yung kusina dyan. Viper Spit is 8 to play. At mukhang lahat na lang pwede ilabas ng 100 Thieves. Hindi nilalabas nila. Ang rami na nilang ultimates naka-hold on together. Per Ethan now, paranoia itatapon dyan sa corridor na yan. Shado to. Hanap si Asna. Per si Asna ang quicker on the trigger finger. At mukhang ang Reyna diff na yan ay mapupunta sa 100 Thieves dito. Ray Steel though. Huli si Redgar. Si Steel makakatalawa. At habang tumatambay si Ethan. Ito na ang timing niya against Defo. Per si Defo kaya ang mag-survive dito. Chronicle with 1 Asna with the refrag. And it's all left to the Jet. Pero wala ng oras dito, Ray. May Viper Spit pa. San ka pa kung di mag-back on away? Another win here for 100 Thieves.
Naku po. Nakakaboy. Mukhang masarap pa rin ang mga nanonood ng 100 Thieves fans na bumabawi pa yung 100 Thieves. Sabi nila, aso na still. Best boy, sabi nga nila. Pero alam mo, Dax, bago natin, nakita na natin sobrang dedicated pa rin ang 100 Thieves. Pero mas dedicated yung mga nag-aaway sa comment section natin.
Umaga, guys.
Grabe ka naman.
Wala pa nga. Kung nagkapakape muna, inimin nyo muna. Chill lang tayo.
Okay,
Enjoy na natin yung Valorant, diba?
Ang laban ngayon si Joel Aya at saka si Joseph, mga J&J. So sabi nila, mga may initin ng ulo.
Kaysa yung J&J mag-away, magpapavaccine na lang kayo, guys, honestly. Pero hindi, because I honestly want to talk about this game a lot more than the away in the chat. Honestly. Like, depende eh. Kinsa talaga yung laro mismo. Parang okay, sige. Pag-usapan natin yung ating mga happy na fanbase naman dito. Pero, kita talaga natin ngayon and the pressure is now on Gambit. Na 100 Thieves, bigla na lang nag-step on up. Si Steel, kanina, sa defensive side. Sobrang hirap siya sa Killjoy, which is surprising, honestly, kasi he's really one of the best Sentinel players sa NA side. Tapos, okay, sige, he's not as, I'd say, experienced at it na dahil nag-KO sila. Pero andun pa rin yung skill na yun eh. Pero nahahanapan pa rin ng Gambit tuloy-tuloy yung mga openings na yun doon sa attacking side. Ilang beses natin nakita galing sa kanila na na-expose lang nila yung weakness nung holds ng 100 Thieves. But here and now, dito sa attack, nakikita natin yung potency talaga ng duels ng 100 Thieves. In the first place, may mention ka talaga na kanina, yung sa LAN experience ng 100 Thieves, yung mga small little plays na pwede nila ilabas sa LAN lang mismo. At masasabi ka na lang yung mga bang-bang talaga na save John or Ray, may pagka-similarity doon sa pagka-bang-bang mismo. At ilang beses natin nakikita yon, yung reaction time ng 100 Thieves, sakto sa mga angles na tinitake nila. At dahil doon, nakatulong para sa comeback na to. Pero hindi pa tapos. At Defo, nahulog ka lang sa embrace ni Ita dyan. Sabi ng Omen, if you fall, I will catch you, babe. At bigla na lang nahanap niya yung pitas na yan. 5v3, Nuts to tumatago dito sa Poison Cloud. Gagana ba to? Ito ang tanong, sneaky peeky like, surprise, surprise. Pero ang laki pa rin ng advantage ngayon ng 100 Thieves dito, Rere.
Naku po. Ulo pa lang. Hindi pa ata nakakabawi. Pero okay. 3-4. Nuts is just anchoring yung magbe-bailout sila most likely at lumipat na kagad sila sa A-side. Tita and just checking out everyone. Pero Red Guard gets that. Okay. Pero still, dahil lang sa paggaganon, nakapunta naman sila kagad sa may side. May mga trees lang na mangyayari. We have Conical, pero kita na siya kagad ni Ethan. And 100 Thieves still gets that round. Paano kaya pangawakan ito ng Gambit as they're falling off the cliff? But if you take a look at this one, Ethan, nag-meet up sila ni Defo kagad. That's quite unfortunate. Gumamit ka ng Blitzer na hindi ka man lang nakapitas ng kahit isa at umiinit na unti-unti si Aso na... pero wala kang ka-fist bump, kawawa ka naman.
Fist bump. Uy, pare. Para ako naman, sama niya naman ako, diba? Sama niya naman ako. Pero, ito pa rin mukhang ito na talaga yung nahanap natin competition between Gambit and 100 Thieves. At biglang huli kagad si Nuts dyan. This is gonna be big kasi ilang beses natin sinabi na siya talaga yung anchor dito naman ng side ng Gambit. Sobrang nakakatulong yung pwesto niya. At si Redgar, sabi niya lang, if I put this wall on up, protect kaya ako nito? Will I be safe? Maalagaan kaya ako ng pader na to? Well, nasira na isang segment at si Redgar nagbabantay lang pixel angle kaya gagana ba to para sa Gambit? Pero 100 Thieves, hindi sila magpapatalo dito, Rere. Hindi sila magpapa-victim, masasabi ko na lang kasi nirespeto nila to at iniintay nila mawala yung wall mismo.
Pagka nawala yan, naku po. E-entry yan na agad ng 100 Thieves yan. Magta-take pa na maraming oras. Pero ngayon, rotate lang naman sila. Kita mo, they just start slow na naman. They'll just pitas-pitas lang. Diba? Yan ang kailangan para ka lang para ka lang nagkukuha ng hinog na mangga. Actually, pitas-pitas ka muna. Tapos magagawa ka ng graham cake. Pero uy, Redgar, makakapag-slow orbit, that's the effective. Kasi si Chronicle ngayon, sinabayan na rin ngayon ng Lightning, pero wala siyang mapipick off. Magpapadali lang sa side nila, pero bawas na nga si Nuts this time around. How will Gambit take this? Kasi unti-unti na sila bumabagsak. It's not working anymore. Akala ba natin they will be reading 100 Thieves like a book? But time experience, diff talaga ang nakikita natin this time around.
What a shot.
Defo? Okay, tatlo pa yung kalaban niya.
Respeto yung shot na yun pero wala pa rin 1v3, di na kaya, save the operator. At makikita na lang natin, mukhang Ray, gising ka na ang labanan ng Gambit at 100 Thieves. Nag-iinit lang labanan sa comment sections of Facebook. Nag-iinit rin. Pero, what? Umaga! Naggagawa ni Defo ang ganyan! Naka-avert pa siya sa dulong yun. No scope. All skill para sa Gambit. Pero wala na point pa rin sa 100 Thieves pero plus points. Bonus points. Yan ang gold star tong si Defo.
Si Top 1! Si Top 1 naka-48 pa. Sige, yan natin ito. Asimin nyo ba? Marunong kayo maghabol? O sige, habulin nyo ako. Nagpapahabol pa to si Defo. Wala na suyo-suyo. Magpapahabol talaga siya. O sino pa mag-audition sa harap ko? Bang! Nagkakapal po. Sabi na, umaga. Oh!
Napataas kamay na lang Alam nila it's like, taas kamay. Pag ganun talaga kalaban mo, wala Hands off the keyboard, hands off the mouse, hands up. Taas kamay, sabihin na lang, sige, go next na lang. Okay na, tama na, huwag din habulin niya off na yan.
Tama na nga. Siguro nakapagbigay siya ng ayuda. Okay guys, ako na yung mga katanging hiling nyo. Nag-hero buy kami, Shadows. Tignan natin kung mag-work ng hero buy. ng mga duelist natin. Pero Asuna, sinusundan lang sa process. Si Redgar na pick off kagad ang bonus din ngayon. Si Sage o Hiko, nagsabay din. Sabay-sabay sila. Kumakanta ngayon ang 100 Thieves. Ano? Gusto namin maging 11-11 sale yan sa Lazada. And speaking of, Ethan will be planting. Tignan natin kung magiging posible pa ito para sa side ng 100 Thieves. You know, simple daw, sabi nila sa comment. Pero talaga pag magkakalahi halos
Huwag kagagawag tayo ganyan. Nakuha na naman tayo. Mga bang-bang talaga ni Ray. Lahat na lang kinakas niya. Pero masasabi ka na lang, ito na ang 4v3. Pero yung operator friend, may defo. Pero jump peak, sakto lang kay Nitro. Mabuhay siya dyan. Ito na kagad ang pikantinas. At nahabol pa rin si Asuna na falling from the sky. Pero si Ethan at si Steel, nahuli nila ang dalawang naka-sheriff. At tama na. Okay. 100 Thieves, take 2? Take 2? Uulitin ba natin to? 100 Thieves? Wala. Safe. Muntik na. Sinabi ko na safe eh. Sabi sa'yo eh, safe. Muntik na, pero safe. Hindi. Muntik na, pero safe. Almost. But still alive. Alam mo, may lyric, diba? Still alive. But I'm barely breathing. Oh! alam
What am I
eh.
supposed to do when the best part of me was always you end? What am I supposed to say? I'm sure governor, okay.
Matulog ka na, Nicky. Ako na, magka-solo cast na ako, matulog na ako. Matulog ka na. Ako na. Sabihin ko na sa prod natin na tipong, ako na, kaya ko na to. Solo cast. Kailangan na ni Ray guys eh. Kasi kumanta na siya. Ginawa niya ng karaoke tong cast na to eh.
Ay, hindi naman.
Pero, hindi naman. Pero, medyo lang. Well, you did it your way. Yun ang masasabi ko. But, okay, back to the game. What we're supposed to do. At huwag mo nagawa ng lyrics yun, Ray. Kasi ito si Shados. Ginawa-control na yung orb. Sabi ng Gambit, so kung hindi ko magana yung mga angles natin na medyo medium range, mga far range, why not play it close instead? Pero back off kagad si Shados as soon as nahuli siya dyan ng turret. Wall off red para lang matulungan siya. Pero ito si Asuna, may konting angle pero bait pa kaya to galing sa Gambit. Tumatago lang sila dito sa kabilang side ng pader na to. At si Asuna na naman ang pupunta dito sa right hand side. Pero ngayon si Shados ang mananalo sa duel na yan. Malaking tulong to para sa Gambit para na lang mawala na, matapos na yung bleeding na sobrang lumalabas na galing sa kanila. 11-10, so close, but not quite enough yet. 100 Thieves now, maghihirap sa round na to.
Napakahirap ito. Mapapakanta ang 100 Thieves kung sakasakaling natalo sila dito sa round na ito. Napapakletch na sila. Pero right now, hindi tumama yung mga teams mo. But Hiko, that was very important. Deny si Shadows right now. Open ang A-side. Pero time is ticking. Marami pa rin naman silang oras. Time to get the clock back. Pagsak na. Magiging sale na ito. Pero, nag-rest siya. He actually takes that one. Kasi Chronicle nakapag-flank na kasi sa top tube. Kaso nga lang, tatlo pa ang natitira coming in from 100 Thieves. And Nitro behind their backs. That's the type of play that we're all looking forward to. The cross-plus fight.
What?
Oh, and the shot coming in from Ethan. And yan ang sinasabi ko, 11-11 sale, umaga pero mas mainit pa sa hot ang 100 Thieves. Buhat na din, 24-23, mapapa-timeout din sila ngayon para lang tapusin na ito at magkaroon ng Game 3.
Ayun o, sila na mismo nag-timeout. Yun yung interesting eh. Sige, guys, nakakagawa natin ng comeback. Ano na ang pinakahuling plano natin ngayon? Pero mukhang guys, may bago tayong promo code! Use the code 100 Thieves at makaka-11% discount ka on checkout. Dito tong code daw, huwag kayo maniwala sa akin.
Muy maniwala yun
sa'yo. Quick disclaimer. Walang promo code talagang ganun. Pero mukhang tong match na to, promo pa lang nung ano pwede talaga mangyari pag it's NA versus EU, Ray.
Pagalingan mag-Valorant, magaling mag-English. Pero ba't tayo ngayon, 100 Thieves, sobrang laki ng bawi. Hindi sila kinakabahan. Pero sa side ng Gambit, ito yung napapansin ko minsan sa mga ibang teams. Mahirap mag-closing statement. Walang closure ang Gambit. So, jojowain mo yung Gambit. Ay, ganyan yung biglang wala na. wala na closure, guys. Hindi ka man lang binigyan ng explanation, and yun yung nawawala ngayon sa kanila. Bumabagsak sila just by giving a good close.
Okay ka lang? Anong klaseng hugot to ng 6 o'clock in the morning?
Ay, sorry. Mali pala. Akala ko 6 p.m. pa lang.
6. May araw na sa labas, Riri. May araw na sa labas. Paano naging 6? Okay, sige. Okay lang. Alam mo, masaya ako na nandito ka. Yun ang masasabi ko. At masaya ako na si Defo makahuli kay Asa na dyan. Drop down gameplay Assassin's Creed style. At mukhang yung wish ng 100 Thieves makahabol. Nag-grant nga. Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan na ito. Nitro now taking that orb. Isa na lang kinakailangan niya para sa Viper Spit. May rinig rin natin ang paghugas ng dishes. Ito na si Defo. Inabas ang Blade Storm. Pero Congo line muna sa 100 Thieves. Hanap ng control dito sa gitna. Pero si Redgar, classic in a dream. At ang dream kagad niya ay magiging nightmare dyan. Si Steel ang makita niya. Peekaboo, huli ka ng Killjoy. Pero ang tanong, kakayanin pa ba ng 100 Thieves magtulak ng B-site na to? Kasi nagbabantay si Nats dun sa kabila.
Pero may pag-asa pa talaga ngayon ang Gambit. Pero kailangan lang nila makapag-anchor ng napakabuti. Kasi pag hindi na na-anchor ito ng maayos, it's all over for them once again. Pero ngayon, magko-commit na ang 100 Thieves papuntang A-site. Checking everything. Gusto nang mag-check out para game 3 na kagad. Gagamit na nga user code 100 Thieves. Pero still, checking out every corner. Wala pa rin sila nakocommit but the Viper Spin. Ayan na nga yung sinasabi nating magiging game changer ngayon as interlude will be planting the spike. Dala ululusog na ang gamit ko na kinakatakutan. Uy, mag-rotation sila. May right pick sana. Pero nakatapusan na kagad ni Shadows. And that's it. One left for 100 Thieves gets this.
Match point.
Oh no, Gambit. What is happening?
Parang damdam mo talaga yung Ono na yan, ah.
Oh no.
Ray.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ginagawa talagang karaoke.
8 a.m.
Ray. Kaya, honestly, kaya pa ba? Game 3? Game 3? Kaya, guys, kaya tayo nag-tournament sa hapon at gabi sa time zone natin eh. Kasi, isipin mo, gabi hanggang umaga? Buti na lang talaga. Ako yung taga-night shift eh. Pero dahil may extra game kanina si Ray. Siyempre sabi niya, gusto ko mag-Sentinels, kakayanin ko yan. 2 cast ang gagawin ko. Mukhang may nangyayari. May nangyayari na sa kanya. Pero ang laki na nangyayari. Oo, OT. Baka pwede pa mag-OT. Kasi kanina ka pa nag-OT, Ray. Pero honestly, ito na ang do or die time para sa Gambit. Na-shutdown na sila sobra ng 100 Thieves. Nag-step up na talaga. Sobra si Steel rin dito sa half na to. At dahil lang sa frag potential ng 100 Thieves, nakukuha nila ng mga power positions na hinahanap nila all throughout this game at nakatulong para lang manalo sila sa mga rounds na to. Sila na ang nasa match point. Ang Gambit ngayon, ang kailangan manalo para lang ma-force at an overtime. At ngayon, gagana ang play ni Nats. Nice na mahulog dyan, pero mukhang gipit dito kagad si Nats. At snake bite muna siya isa. Snake bite ng 2, pero kailangan niya ng rescue mission at wala na mangyari yan. Pinball wizard si Papa Hiko at mag-bounce lang yan para tamaan si Nats.
Uy.
30 seconds
Sige,
left.
game 3 niya na. Nahiyapak niya.
Di pa tapos.
Di pa
tapos.
TV3. Oy, Shadows gets rid of Ethan. 2 na lang kagad. Meron pa si Aso na ngayong pang-dismiss tsaka pang-healing galing. At si Iko, meron na lang siya isang Shakuda 2. At versus may mga Lears pa si Shadows. Tignan natin sino mas lamang sa utilities dahil kailangan at tapusin ito para magkaroon ng high score. At speaking of,
Defo!
Papa Hiko!
Left, right.
Connect na po ba actually? Isa na lang kagad ang titira.
Kaya na to. Ring around the Rosie.
Work of time.
Hiko time. Chronicle daw with the defuse. Good half. Pero stick na with Chronicle at si Hiko! Linarulang niya yun! Linarulang niya ang Gambit at mukhang maglalaro pa tayo ng isa pang mapa. 13-11. Anyari to sa Gambit. Pero ilang cases na nakita sa Icebox. Pag tinulak mo si Hiko ng ganun, gagawin lang niya yung galawang Hiko talaga. At pro na pro, alam na alam sa land experience siya paano manalo sa mga situation na yon. We are going into a game number 3. Hindi pa tayo tapos. So guys, order na kayo ng almusal kasi may isa pa tayong mapa.
Yun na lang masasabi ko. Uy, anong ginagawa? Pero okay na dito eh. Kaya sa overtime, tapos may papanalo naman ng 100 teams. Okay na to. Ayoko na mamili. Pick the ano na lang. Pick your, ano na lang kagad talaga. Pero, ito masabi ko eh.
masasabi ko na, yun yung moment na sabi ni Hiko, just call me daddy by this point, di ba? Ang galing eh. Yung land buff talaga eh. Like, it really speaks volumes na nakita natin doon sa pwesto na yun, sa position na yun, na ilang beses na lang dahil kay Hiko, alam niya paano i-exploit yung sobrang maliit na times na yun sa LAN, and he just gets that win. At si Ray, ngiti na lang eh. Ngiting wugi? Di ba 100 teams ka?
Ngiting naiiyak na ako.
Kaya mo yan. Hindi na nga maka-analyze eh. Sige nga, Ray. Bigyan mo naman ako ng big brain stuff bago mawala lahat ng brain cells mo sa session na to.
Pero all I think is that sobrang hirap lang talagang Gambit eh. To put a period to it. Kasi biglang nag-step up pero nakita naman din natin, as what I've told you, the first 4 rounds ng second half, may papanalo ng 100 teams sunod-sunod, then most probably they'll be getting icebox, and that tells us so much. Plus, the land potential ng meron ng 100 teams. Syempre, hayaan ba na maging 2-0 ito? Syempre, hindi na pababayaan yun. Plus, Hiko talaga is the man of that game sa last round na yun. 24 HP actually in a dream. Plus, he just mind the games lang para sa huling gayat ng Gambit. And GG's 200 Thieves, pero meron pa tayong pangatlong mapa na mamaya pag-uusapan lang natin ng audio kung sino kaya mas namang sa magiging mapa next.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big one there. 10 round streak ang nabilang ko doon sa pinakadulo para lang maka-comeback ang 100 Thieves. Pero guys, may game 3 pa tayo, so break muna para makangiti na maayos dito si Ray at magbabalik dito tayo sa Filipino broadcast ng VALORANT Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, pictures. Bye.
Failure, by definition, a lack of success. a step back, look at the situation.
This series is going the distance, you guys. 100 Thieves made an insane comeback on that map, which means we are going to map 3 now. You know, for a second there, Kukuka and Bala, it didn't feel like we're going to map 3. Gambit looked so strong.
No, it was what? That was like 2 rounds on the attack side that Gambit had. That was ridiculous, and then it just completely crumbled. I don't really know what happened because we were all like, oh, this series is over. And then all of a sudden, we're going to map 3. That is absurd.
This is probably what we expected from G2 on that Haven that didn't happen, the comeback, but what we just witnessed, they just looked so strong. They were so comfortable doing whatever, and then when it comes to 100 Thieves on the attack, they would just keep counter-stratted every single thing that Gambit did, because on the attack, they were playing full Gambit. Super slow, super passive. You're going to push at some point, and I'm going to kick you.
You know, it might say Asuna MVP there for 100 Thieves, but in my mind, once we saw that first half, Steel was 0-8 in 9 rounds. And then he comes back and brings the team through with a bunch of very, very important and impactful kills throughout that entire second half. I think that was really the story for me. Of course, Asuna too, but Steel was quiet. He was quiet. And then all of a sudden, he really starts to get talking. He starts to get really stratted up. And that's, I think, the difference maker for 100 Thieves in that comeback.
Yeah, and, you know, speaking of Steel making some noises, I do believe we have a clip of him doing just that. There we go. Look at him.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you the last one, too.
Yeah.
That was Defo when he had the like crazy 4K when he was saving the op, and then Steel's like, hey, we can give you the ace if you want. We're having fun, and they don't lose a single round after that too. So this is that was pretty fun.
I don't know if we got the part of the clip where he goes like, because he's like looking at this at the monitor, and he's like, his expectation was like, holy, where did that come from? But yeah, I mean, awesome comeback. They have to be in great shape right now, even though it's pretty late here in Berlin.
There it is.
Oh yeah, there it is.
I'd react the exact same way. That was what a flick. The first one was like a no scope. The second one was a flick on the Ethan. It was crazy, but obviously not enough. Even something like that, usually it brings your team back into the game. You're like, oh my goodness, that was crazy. We can actually do something here. But because he was saving, there's like nothing. There's like, it's not actually impactful, you know?
Honestly, it's such a Gambit way, because we hear from Angel back in EMEA, the in-game leader of FPX, who said, you know, we love scrimming against Gambit because they always give it 100%. They try hard. And even in a save situation, Defo is taking it completely seriously.
Yeah, exactly. But then when it came to the defense, what happened really? Because I saw sometimes just some pushes that were out of place. We saw a Rekka that was having like the great half of his life, and then we started seeing him as the first death for his team, not really taking a lot of advantage. They were just like scrambling.
Yeah, honestly, I was watching the second half. I have to say, a little bit embarrassing for Gambit, because this was a game that they should have won.
Yeah.
And almost everybody except Defo was quiet in that second half. I saw so many scared players, and when we were talking about the first game, we said that was terrifying if you're anybody else watching Gambit. But you saw how Nats was playing. That last round, for example, pushed up all the way up that B lane, of course, and then he just doesn't shoot. There's the barrel. He doesn't shoot. He doesn't shoot. He gets stuck in a corner, and that makes a difference. That makes everything.
It's very uncharacteristic of them, for sure. It is definitely a little bit of a concern. Some of the pros on social media, and I saw Vanity also mention that he wasn't a fan of the compositions 100 Thieves were running. Of course, coming into this next map, maybe not as funky, I guess. I mean, we can also see Kara here, but you know, in terms of the funk they've been putting out today, it didn't really work out on map 1. Bala, do you feel like, you know, they got a bit lucky there that it can't work out on map 2, that they relied on those individual mechanics, and can they carry that over into this map if they do play something like KO?
Yeah, I think they did get a little lucky, honestly. Like I said, embarrassing for Gambit, but I don't think you're going to catch Gambit again in that state unless it does carry into the next map. But Split is different. It's a different story. Icebox, yeah, Sageless, and it was the attack, like, it was literally the attack side. That is the most important thing to play Sage on. And it worked every single time. They didn't lose a single round after the first 2.
Yeah, we were talking about how Gambit, you know, coming into the first LAN. Yesterday they had an easy day. Today, right now, this is the Gambit that is going to prove what it's made of. And now that you've lost this map, that you were 2 rounds for closing the series 2-0. How are you going to react to this? Because they have a great composition for this map. They have played it. I think the last time that they lost was to Liquid, and we know that Liquid is amazing on this map. So they have a great chance, and they decided that this was to be the last map.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some concern about 100 Thieves comp, whether we see some differences or not, or some wonky stuff. Either way, when you think about LAN experience, you think about 100 Thieves and all that it comes with, that's what happens, right? The composure to come back from that. Now, on the other side, it is an inexperienced team, right? Yeah. There is not that much LAN experience, especially in the Valorant scene. And coming back from a loss like that is really difficult.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult indeed. Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. What's interesting about Split is that both teams don't actually play this map all that often. Gambit, they've only played it 4 times in Stage 3, and 100 Thieves have only ever played it 9 times in the entire iteration of this roster, of course. KO, again, we have to keep an eye out because that is what they went for the last time they did this, but also... okay, this is things are still going the way we're expecting, I guess.
I think so. The fact that we see Hiko going Viper, I think, tells us that we are exactly expecting what is about to come out in Astra Viper and potentially the KO. I would be shocked to see that, to be honest, but it does have some value. We saw a lot of teams in NA actually do pretty well with it.
Yeah, but also Chronicle is also expected to lock in the Viper as well here, Kukuka. The Viper versus Viper, Sean is going to be loving this.
Oh, I'm already loving this. Oh, this is perfect.
Gosh,
I mean, they have to go for the comfort picks here. This is the big one. You need to go for what you're most comfortable with. The thing that makes 100 Thieves different is, of course, the KO. You can prepare against a lot of comps, but you always have to prepare specifically for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but the other thing is true, too. 100 Thieves has to prepare specifically for other opponents if they're playing KO. We saw that on Ascent when Sean broke it down, how difficult it was to get that knife, to get any value whatsoever. Sure, he was getting the information early on, but actually disabling things is a different story.
And they were looking on to Nats, so take care.
Yeah, Nats back on the Cypher too. That's going to be exciting. Well, this is it. A win from either teams will book them a place at playoffs. Doug and Riv, let's see who's coming out on top, NA or EU.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, 1 map to decide who's going to get the early ticket to the playoff bracket, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to be heading over to Split, and I think one of the things that's interesting to talk about as the Des touched on compositions is they're right. Steel on the KO. There's some instances in which you get value. Yes, you're going against the Cypher again, and you know what Snat's going to be able to do as he tries to anchor a site with a knife in his face, but that wasn't a problem on his end.
And before we came into this, no, it wasn't. And before we came into this, I said this is a map that could either, pull your team apart and expose a lot of things, and that would be great for the other team, and that means the other side rolls it. And it's because Split can be such a tough map if you fall behind on economy. Think about the B site. If the enemy has taken the B site and you're...
Umabot pa tayo! Sayang! Sayang! English caster sa sayang na tayo, Ray. Pero guys, nagbabalik pa tayo dito sa Tagalog broadcast ng Masters Berlin. Dax and Ray. Isa pa, Ray. Bago natin pag-usapan yung game, one simple question. Kaya pa ba?
Kaya pa. Natutuwa nga kayo na puyat na ako. Di pa naman ata St. Peter's waving. Pero to, mas waving ata tong si Steel. Mag-hello ka ba? Hello, it's me. Pero wala pa pala. Nagtapon na lang siya ng live. And he's out to hello. Sabi niya, nag-meet up sila ngayon. Pero wala pa rin siyang napipick off ngayon.
Yun talaga yun. Wala mahanap. Konting intel lang dyan. And simply put, guys, yung parang TLDR na pinag-uusapan ng very, very knowledgeable English panel natin, it is comfort picks in a very uncomfortable map. Kasi stats-wise, di talaga nilalaro to ng Gambit at 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves overall, historically, very little experience. A steal right now, ginamit yung blocking para kay Jade Stan. Defo in the meantime, catching out steal. But on the flip side, para sa Gambit over the past month, 2 beses lang nilarong Split. 2 beses lang natin ito nakita, whether it be bans or it just be something avoided by the EU scene. Well, nasa Gambit na yan, pero talaga, magiging factor yung inexperience to in a way, the discomfort right now para sa dalawang teams na to, at tingnan natin sino ang mag-a-adjust kasi ang problema ngayon, kailangan talaga na mag-adjust. Sino mag-a-adjust? It's either Gambit o 100 Thieves. Asa do, huli dyan si Nats. After that, si Gambit well to set things up. Redguard daw may huli. Asa dyan, si Ethan nga mapapatay na si Redguard at si Defo. Meron snake fight dyan nakaharang pero tapos na kagad ang labanan. 100 Thieves starting on the defense and starting strong with a pistol win dito, Ray.
Oh, seems like if this is 100 Thieves getting this at sumasayaw sa Ethan ngayon, tingin ko pairing off to Great Star at ang kaabang-abang coming in from sa kanila. Pero bakit ganun si Aso na maglaro? Bakit ang chill niya? Or feel ko ako na lang yung nagagalit kasi wala pa ako.
Yun lang yun. Aso na yun eh. Baka aso na yan. Yun lang yan. Sabi niya, kaya ko pa mas magaling dyan, di ba? I can do better. Mas malupit pa highlights ko dyan. So, basic lang para sa mga ibang players dyan. Yung ba, syempre, kita natin sa 100 Thieves, may mental game, yung tipong sisigawan talaga nila kalaban. Like, oy, pakinggan nyo kami, may sinasabing sa inyo. Easy. Mga casual GG easy lang sa all chat, pero pwede mo gawin, sisigaw mo lang sa kabilang kanto ng kwarto kung saan kayo sa stage. Pero Defo, huli pa niya isa, but Asuna still feel different at still cool, calm, collected para mahanap yung patas na yun. Disengages gamit ng Tailwind. At ito na ang Gambit, naghahanap ng paraan mapunta ng A site. Pero saan nag-iintay ang 100 Thieves at backstab ni Nats. Pero si Ethan pa rin ang magwawagi. Nadig siya konti no classic pero kulang yung damage dun, Ray.
Naka po. Kulang pa. Bawi next time, Nuts. Walang pang hindi na din. Okay, may trade-offs right now. 2v3. Wala pa rin kagad na kuha dito, pero tingin ko kaya pa mag-itik talaga ng 100 Thieves. Alam naman natin advantage na meron sila, but setting up right now na sa mga stars, and they will just be covering just in case na merong gustong magpaka-aggressive come in from Gambit. Pero lahat sila magagaling sa may liquid na, papasok na sila. Uy, hindi sila nagkikita, hindi nag-meet up. Mag-meet up na kayo. And speaking of si Iko na naman, na run and gun lang as Chronicle right now. Also, and that's it. 100 Thieves still wins this round. Ano lang naman sila, medyo pa-chillax. Bang kita naman natin, although na-pick off yung tatlo na lang miyembro behind the backs, mga backstab, still, nanalo pa rin ng 100 Thieves.
At pag tingnan na may comp dito ng 100 Thieves, baka may tinatanong ka, ba't wala silang Sentinel, diba? Pero in a way, yung Astra at yung Viper na yung isang Sentinel na nagsama-sama, double controller setup dito sa side ng split, ang raming area na de-deny nila gamit ng mga utilities, tipong yung Snakebite, tipong yung mga stars, and effectively, they will have that safe right of value na yung pag-hold ng mga sites at dun sa defending side. So, para sa 100 Thieves, iniisip nila paano silang de-defend at naisip nila yung pagkakat ng sightlines plus yung stall potential ng Viper at ni Astra together, yun talaga ang sakot nila. Pero ang sagot nga ni Defo, just dash on in, wala siyang pakita sa mga stars at mukhang nag-try siya makaplay ng entry dito sa tower side. Pero si Hiko ngayon, nagbamatay doon sa may garahe, andun yung katapat niyang si Chronicle at habang nag-pulse dito yung fragment ngayon, si Asa na naman, cool, calm, collected, waiting for the opportunity. Ang timing kaya ni Asa na ang magwawagi dito, palapit na palapit ang Gambit ngayon at bigla na lang it's Asa na time at mukhang na siyang nagdedemonyo na dalawa. Siya yung tumahanap ng isa, si Chronicle rin on the board. Steal those money Chronicle. Nats na malapitan kay Hiko. At andyan na si Nats. Nakaset up sa B-side. Kailangan na mag-rotate ni Nitro kasi siya na lang nag-iisa dito. 2v1. Not a bad bonus round for Gambit so far. Pero tingnan natin kung kaya nila agawin to sa 100 Thieves.
Tingnan natin na Nitro. Kung kanina marami siyang mga teammates na nagka-clash. I think it's also Nitro's time so that he can step up more. Pero sa tingin ko, advantage din sa baril. Nakaabang na nga sa kanya kagad si Shados. And bonus round rin naman kasi yun para sa 100 Thieves since they forced nga out of that second round. By 1-2 na nga ang ating scoreline. Pero Nitro, gising-gising lang din. Pero mamaya makakapag-frag din yan as what we're expecting coming in from him. Maganda na sana yung frags ni Asen on those early rounds. Pero nga lang, kita mo naman, there's no denying about how Nats definitely doesn't disappoint, diba? Talagang hindi talaga siya, we're all expecting a lot coming in from him, and we meet naman yung expectations natin sa kanya.
Yeah, and sobrang laking bagay talaga yung tipong sino yung mga ka-step up talaga sa map na to. Kasi, ano ba yun? Yung cyber cage, nag-bounce off lang. It's like, ano to? Parang kinagat ng lamok.
Abuy!
Nag-bounce back lang. Ayoko to. Sa'yo na nga to. Sa'yo na. Balik ka na.
Binatuhan ka lang ng ano.
Binatuhan ka lang ng disc ng cyber cage. Hindi nga nakabukas. It's like, okay. Ano gagawin ko dito? Ano gagawin ko dito? Wala na si Ray at wala na kagad si Asuna at si Steel dahil kay Shadows. Guiding light lang, yun lang sapat. At dahil doon sa blind, nakahanap ng dalawang Gambit. 4v3 na to. Seekers na ilalabas kagad. At naghahanap sila ng intel, naghahanap sila paraan para na lang makahanap ng iba pang pwede mapitas. Si Hiko daw na may pressure to ng guiding light na naman. At si Shadows, nakadalawa na kagad. Gusto pa niya na mas marami dito, Ray. Gambit, hungry para matay up ng scoreline na to. At dito talaga naging delikado ang sitwasyon ng 100 Thieves.
Uy, gising pa ako. Pinagkas ko lang si Dax.
Sure.
Pero gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa mga nagsigil ako ng gatas instead of kape kasi nga caffeine intolerant ako. Pero dahil dyan, nakapaglabas na nga kagad ngayon ng neural theft at alam na nga nila kung saan nila i-expect ko. Wala pa rin talaga kagad at Gambit taking their time lang naman so far. Pero marami naman silang time. Makakapag-start naman si Chronicle for that default. And smoke, nabawasan na rin kahit paano si Hiko and they will be bailing out. They need to save those guns. Napakahirap na i-retake yan dahil 4 pang natitira sa Gambit.
Yeah, so out na tayo. Huwag na yan. Isipin mo, may nagtapon ng pinggan sa'yo. Ewan ko na lang. Ewan ko na lang nangyari. Di ba parang disc yung yung cyber cage?
Ay,
Diba?
Pato! Pato, yung
tama.
sa...
That's a perfect word for it. Parang iniisip ko yung pang yung para sa sauce, di ba? Or yung pwede rin yung pang cup holder para hindi mabasa yung table. Parang ganun bigla kang binato ng ganun. Mapapaaw ka na lang Tapos yun lang. Wala na may mangyayari. So, 2-2. Gambit
ayun,
did.
platito!
Yes, perfect. Perfect. Grabe ka talaga. Ano sabi mo, pato?
Pato, di ba ano yun? Bird? Pato?
Ito.
Never mind.
Alam mo, ito yung problema, Riri. Ba't mo ko tinatanungan ng Tagalog? Di ko alam Alam mo, kami ni Hilu, galing kami English cast. Kami na nag-adjust para na dito. Tapos, bigla ako tinitaste ng hey kasi ni Ray. Alam ko na sobrang inaantok na siya kasi ako tinatanong niya tungkol sa Tagalog Pero mukhang ang sagot ni Asna tama ng usapan ng wika kasi ang wika dito sa Valorant, ang Blade Storm ang pwedeng magigay dito. Shadows daw huli niya si Ethan kagat at ang Gambit na naman. Dahil kay Shadows, nakakanap sila na opening dito, Ray. At mukhang medyo nawawala ng 100 Thieves dito. Out in the middle, out in the open. Lucky na for them, yung Gambit pumupwesto na lang instead. Pero yung peak ni Nads papuntang kanan at si Hiko mabilis yung reactions talaga dito sa LAN. Si Chronicle daw with the refrag at ang Gambit na ngayon pumipesto para sa A site.
Pero 4 pa rin natitira sa Gambit. Sino kayo mabibigti pa ngayon? 1 HP pero Chronicle nag-couple na nga kayo sa may papunta sa may Raptors and 1 by 1 isa-isa na siya nakahulog pero aso na! Naglabas ng Blade Storm pero denied right now by Redgar and Gambit leads by 1 lang naman against 100 Thieves. Pero when you take a look at it, iba talaga yung gameplay na meron ng Gambit. Pero ang 100 Thieves kasi, tatandaan nyo, LAN tournament to, iba pa rin talaga yung experience. And of course, they're actually having those shots na may advantage sila kahit pa paano. Pero nga lang, denied na din. Si Aso na lang kagad din na natitira. Wasn't able to make that. And Gambit, nag-iinit na nga unti-unti.
And respeto ko talaga yung mental game ngayon ng Gambit. Kasi after na comebackan sila ng gano'n, ng 100 Thieves, kaya pa rin nila mag-stay cool, calm, collected, at kitang-kita talaga. Sobrang disciplined ang squadron nito galing sa CIS. Pero Asna now backing on away yung Trailblazer. Naghahabol. The operator versus the world. Naghahanap na parang para makahanap ng pitas. At alam nila yung Sky talagang gumagawa. At mukhang si Asa na ang gagawa dito. Kalaban kay Zepho. Good shotdown and good catch. Pero problema ngayon, exposed na kagad ang operations ng operator na to. 100 Thieves though, tumatambay muna dito pa rin sa fence. Delikado to kung push to ng Gambit. Pero mukhang patungan sila ng B side kayo. Yung spike daw na iwan pa rin sa may side ng T side. At ang tanong, pero may entry ba ito maayos sa Gambit? There's the flash and there's the kill galing kay Steel. Mukhang nakahold muna ng 100 Thieves tong angles na to, Ray.
Oh, pretty works for them so far. Pero uy, nagkasalisihan, nakita. Okay, tumawid lang. Ganun talaga guys kapag pag pinagtagpo pero di tinadhana.
Oh.
Walang kontan sa konting hugot na yun dahil mas mami yung hugot nga pa. Wala pa rin. Oh,
wala tumatama.
Kaya nanalo na si Asna pero na-trade lang ngayon yung red card. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira pero the spray and pray. Kaso nga lang, ikaw na lang natitira lahat. Pupuntahan ka na ngayon. And Ethan gets that frag and 3-all na nga. Pinapahaba talaga ng mga to. Gising na gising pa. Anong oras na ba doon? 12 a.m. 12 midnight na.
Ganun ba? Galing mo naman mag-time zones. Ganitong klaseng oras, kaya mo pa mag-compute na math? Hanga talaga sa'yo, Ray. Ikaw talaga ang una na Filipino caster. Wow. Pero sa mga ating mga viewers, nakakagising lang. Good morning. Hindi ba tayo tapos? Diba? Good day mga manager. Good day mga ka-aksi dyan. Pero sasabi ko na lang na tipong kung tulog kayo na mahibing na may Valorant na nasa background, yung Berlin and chill, yung mga ganun, magising nyo! Berlin and chill pa rin. So, take 2. Here we go again. We're not done. 1-1 scoreline. We've got the Thieves top 1 ng EMEA versus top 2 ng NA. At dikit ang labanan dito, Ray.
Sobrang no? Mas matibay pa sa relasyon yung pagdidikit ng scores nila. Pero sinabayan na nga right now ng Vipers then us, it's still going to be a 5v5, but the retake magic. How will 100 Thieves retake this? May Viper's bit. They try to go with the free fires. Walang tumatama at all. Wala naman kasi sila dyan, mga best. Gusto bang hanapin? Wala ka nagpapakita.
I mean, yun yung point, Ray. Kaya nga sila nag-free fire para mahanap Baka may chance. At yun talaga yun sa hugot mo. Hindi ka ba naniniwala sa mga chancing dyan versus Shadows na makakuha ng isa. Si Different Judge in hand. Ito daw and Hiko on the board. At mukhang ito na 3v2. Pero 100 Thieves nagkokontrol na naman. Papungo na sila sa B-side at nagtinigus na kagad si Redguard. So galing sa ibaba, sa itaas. At Nitro, ba't ba sila yung defuse? Pero kaya pa rin ni Nitro. Pero maboost na ang oras. Mag-iitikit to sa oras talaga, Ray. 1 second. Pero yun lang kinailangan ng 100 Thieves para sa kill na yon at para sa defuse para manalo sa round.
Tapos this round, mananalo yung Gambit.
Para maging 4-4.
Para maging 4-4.
Sa, alam mo, ito yung problema mo, Ray. Parang umaasa ka sa wala Oh, sorry. Akin yun.
Oo, wala naman talaga ang pag-asa.
Oh! Okay, sorry sa'yo yun. Pero, yung sabi ko na lang, na tipong pwede ito mag-overtime. Nakita na natin sa game number 2 na ready ang 100 Thieves para sa Gambit. And if this keeps up, pwede nga maging 4-4, pwede maging 5-5, pwede maging 6-6, pwede tayo umabot ng ilang overtime na tipong yung mga nakatulog na noong umpisa pa lang ng araw na to, nung gabing to rather, magigising sila na tipong rejuvenated and ready to go for the day. Tas tayo, medyo hindi na ready for what else is to come sa pagod natin dito. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Uy! Nakita mo yun? Parang bagong skin ng smoke yun Okay. Exposed. World first dito sa Berlin. Nakita na natin ngayon ang red smoke. Ano kaya? For what agent? We'll find out soon.
Spoiler ka, Dax!
Oo nga. Sorry. Akin.
Spoil. Baka masabihin nagdidik tayo.
Lupit ng camera angle na yan Parang yung tipong may daga. Tapos dinagyan mo ng camera sa ulo niya. Tapos nakatambay lang yung daga dun. Okay.
Ano yan, Tom and Jerry?
Pretty much. On point ka talaga Pero yung on point dito, yung rotation ng Gambit Ito na naman yung mga reads ng Gambit. Ilang beses na nasa-psych out yung opponent at nababasa talaga yung mga pwesto. At si Redgar, rinaligan na si Asna, dinisrespect yung operator. At si Shadows makakuha na ng ibang putas. Pero si Nitro talaga holds the line. Ilang beses na siya nakaka-anchor sa mga site. At makakatulad si Nitro doon. Pero magiging 2v2 na naman. Tikit na naman laban na. Drop on down. Pero si Papa Higa pa rin. Manalo dyan! At dahil doon, yung spike plant na deny, si Redguard nagmarathon na lang papunta sa may A site. Kinuha yung rifle, binitawan yung operator. Pero kailangan niya maging surgical dito, Ray. Kailangan niya mahanap yung Viper. Pero yung flash, natamaan si Hiko! At dahil doon, si Stick na ang kailangan mag-step on up. Wala ng oras. Ay, umabot pa! Sobrang dikit yun. At still, ikaw na yung nagkamali sa flash. Kailangan mo talaga ma-step up to. 1v1. Redgar, captain on the other side. At yun, okay pa para sa 100 Thieves. Walang sisihan, okay pa tayo. Sila nanalo kahit na flash si Hiko. Okay lang, we're good. Yun lang yun, sabi ni
Team, di pa tayo matitilt dahil hindi naman na ipanalo yun.
Okay
Next
lang.
na ulit, pag nakahabol yung Gambit, tilted tayo.
Sorry akin, pero okay lang. Ako naman nag-step up. Yun lang yun. So chill lang yun. Chill lang.
Feeling like a villain nga sabi ng ng Blackpink. Feeling like a villain.
Ang rami nagsasabi nun, tas sa Blackpink mo pa in-attribute. Okay na. Okay? Okay lang. I mean, okay, ayoko dagdagan nun. Wala akong bias eh. Hindi ako bias caster, boss. Hindi ako bias.
Basta ako, iba yung bias ko sa twice ako eh. Yan. Okay, shout out sa mga kawals dyan. Nagtarata dyan sa game. Ayan. At mukhang itong Gambit, we want to stop grenade pero hiwalay lang naman sila. Early kick-off na yung usually ginagawa. It's like what they're executing sa Icebox earlier. Kung meron mang mag-asim sa kanila, that can be to our advantage. Pero remember, Defo, nakapag-extend na sa may gitna kagad na nag-aabang. Baka maging impostor yan. Yan sinasabi ko sa inyo.
Nako, sus? Kinda sus. Yun ang masasabi ko rin. Pero, eto na ang Gambit na naman. May angle na sila pwede mag-flank sa 100 Thieves. At ito yung pinaka-problema ng 100 Thieves nung unang half ng Icebox eh. Yung mga hindi nila nababantayan, doon pumapasok ang Gambit. Pero this time, since mas narrow tong map na to, mas maigi talaga ang alaga dito ng 100 Thieves sa defending side. At mukhang handang-handa na si Ethan sa kabila. Pero yung Seekers talaga magiging distraction. At ang tanong, gagamit ang Gambit to as that distraction the first stage para lang ma-shield yung mga bullets dun sa umpisang volley. Pero habang ngayon, back on the way. Kapit, ano gagawin dito? Kasi nag-up and down na kayo ng rope. Para na lang nag-wall climbing kayo pero wala pang napapala. Pero ito na, it's gonna be a siege on it for si Asa. Nag-hold pa rin siya. At nahuli dyan si Defo at si Shados. Nung Cosmic Divide, nag-try siya mag-separate. Pero mukhang wala talagang magagalaw dito sa 100 Thieves. Gambit na ubusan na ng oras. At mukhang mapapasave sila dito, Ray. Ito si Nuts. Gusto lang niya pumulit ng rifle at biglang makakuha ng exit kaya sneaky peeky like, palapit na palapit, pero 100 Thieves na naman, Ray. Ang magwawagi dito.
Uy, ganda yan, 100 Thieves. Kung gusto nyo maging 13-3, ma-appreciate kayo. Pero on a serious note, even if nakakapasok si Gambit dun sa mga entrances on where wala yung 100 Thieves, but alam naman natin na kahit mangyari yon, napakaliit lang din ang mapa ng split. And obviously, even if may mabibigay man, mayroon pa rin mga nagbabantay sa magiging opening kung saan sila pupunta. Kita naman natin, si Aso na nakabang sa kanila kani from Vince. Nahuli nga na ang dalawang ulo na nagpakita sa kanila. And it will be a timeout. Just a Gambit to just figure things out for them. Paano nga ba tayo makapag-edit or if not, paano tayo sa post-plant? Kasi kung magpa-plant tayo, dalawa na lang kaganating kailangan. Kung post-plant, natatalo tayo just by those advantages ng tutok ng 100 Thieves against us. So how will they be able to make the most out of it? Kasi yung 100 Thieves, sobrang kalmado lang nila. They have the upper hand also, pati ground advantage. So alam naman natin na it's working pretty well for them.
Yeah, and nakikita natin sa 100 Thieves, sila yung mas nag-adjust, honestly, sa split map pick na to. Na-mention na nga natin kanina na pareho ang side ng Gambit at 100 Thieves, yung history talaga sa split. Hindi ka anong ka-notable yung sa pinaka-Gambit iteration right now, yung pinaka-recent history. Sinabi nga natin, 2 beses lang sila nakipaglaban sa mapa na to. Isa sa SMP, isa sa Team Liquid, and parehong 13-11 scoreline, yung isa panalo, yung isa talo. Pero sa 100 Thieves nga, historically, 9 times lang natin nakita ang mapang to. Sobrang rarity para sa 100 Thieves. Pero sila talaga nag-step on up. Sila talaga ang nag-hold ng mga angles ng tama. And more often than not, tumatama ang mga pwestuhan nila dito, Ray. There have been a bit more mistakes though compared to the first 2 maps. Kasi kita natin talaga yung discomfort in a way dito sa mapang to. Pero hindi pa rin tayo tapos. Still high level play. And yung mga mistakes na nangyayari, sobrang ni-clean on up. Pero speaking of the cleanup, ito na si Asuna. Nagdala ng walis at pinagpagdalang kaagad ang Gambit dyan sa gitna. 6-3, pwede maging 7-3. Pero si Chronicle, nahuli niya si Hiko dyan.
Walang currently undermanned ang mga tropa natin from Gambit dahil lang sa mid-control na gusto na lang i-execute pero isa-isa lang papunish ni Aso na Nuts. Will he be executing this with a 1v3 clutch. Tignan natin. Alam nila kung nasa ng pagkakuha ng yan at nawala na. Uy, may kumuha na mga pre. Sabi ng 100 Thieves. Kinukwento ko lang kasi totoo naman eh. Diba? Expect mo. Pero may dalawang nag-aabang sa'yo. Coming from tower. Sila ba yung off? Wala pa. Camera muna. Naglabas ng CCTV. Hidden camera. Baka sakaling may makuwang ghost files and pick up the ghost file ka nga ni Ethan and that's it. Leading pa rin ang 100 Thieves by 4 already at naghihiyawan na yung mga nanonood sa atin na umaga-umaga. Yay! 100 Thieves! Pero aside naman ng Gambit, feel ko sobrang kita mo naman anong nangyayari. Bigla-bigla na lang silang napipick off ng ganun-ganun lang.
Yeah, true Valorant Ghost stories yun eh. Mukhang minumulta na yung garahe nung nahuling nahulog sa Gambit. Pero gusto ko muna sabihin, kung umabot talaga tayo ng ganitong klaseng oras, na umabot pa tayo ng pretend 1,000 viewers sa Facebook, masasabi ko lang, may impress ako sa haba ng araw na to eh. Yun na lang yun. And thank you guys. Yung mga gising pa, yung mga kakagising lang, lahat ng nunod sa mga ating mga stream, thank you. Kasi alam natin talaga, itong oras na to ay para sa iba. Pero asa na si Ethan, siya ay kakaiba talaga. At si Nitro na naman, tumatambay lang sa likod ng billboard na to. Mukhang siya talaga ang nag-hold ng kaso ngayon at nag-hold ng A-site. Saktong Intel ang galing nakita ko sa press at yung driving na to, sobrang dry at sobra na lang ang 100 Thieves ngayon. 8-3, 5-round gap at tinatakbo na lang ng NA squad pang matchup na to.
Opo. Pero pag ayan 9-3, ay naku, alam ko na eh, may curse yan. Pero ganda ng nag-aabang lang pala si Nitro sa inyo eh. Ano ba yan? Ayusin nyo Gambit. Pero still.
He pulls it off. Like ilang beses na. Ilang beses na siya sa likod ng side na yun. Parang maraming baril ah. Maraming baril ang ating aso doon. Lahat na lang na pwede mabili, binili na lang eh. Parang tipong buy one, take one, tapos binigyan pa ng raffle ticket. Tapos binigyan ng coach, binigyan ng house and lot na rin doon sa may screens.
Remember, this is quite really, sobrang sakit talaga sa Gambit. Okay, nakapag-tail si Shados. Still, aso na. And therefore, wala na nga parehas ang mga Jet. Pero Ethan on that angle, hold, sees out. One, pero siya pa yung nag-dink. 10 HP is coming. Naglapas na rin ng Seekers right now just to identify kung meron man manggagaling. And pick up, nag-beat up sila. Pero sabi ni Steel, ako ang muna naka-eyeball kay Nuts. Ay, timing. Ewan ko ba ba't ganun ang mga pangyayari? Napakasakit na lang kagad ang makikita natin para sa side ng Gambit at they're currently undermanned. And right now, they don't have any openings para makapag-entry sila. Pero nga lang yun lang, Steel, bakit mo ginawa yun? Dahil pwede na sila pumunta kagad sa A. Malaman na nga nila isa't isa. Pero at the side,
30 seconds
Nitro, yan ang pinakamalaking anchor na kailangan i-punish ng Gambit so that they can trim down the advantage to a 4. Pero uy, Conical, may mga trades lang by trades. Ano na gagawin niyo? Time is ticking. They're actually pressured, but it's going to be a eco game once again. He sees the end of Shadows and 9-3 scoreline. But is it going to be the curse line para sa dalawang to?
The curse line and the defense line. Nagpapalit na tayo ng sides. At ang Gambit ngayon ang nahihirapan dito sa pwestong to. 100 Thieves dahil lang sa comeback nila sa Icebox. Dahil na lang sa ilang rounds yun, Ray na nabilang natin 10. Para lang manalo kanina, nasa kanila momentum ng series na to. At sa umpisa talaga yung Gambit napakita na nila, okay, hindi tayo ma-face, hindi tayo magugulat sa strength ng 100 Thieves. At chill lang kasi dikit pa yung lambanan na umpisa. Pero suddenly, ayun na naman yung momentum napunta sa 100 Thieves at tinakbo na naman nila yung scoreline na yun. Kasi this time, 7 rounds in a row dito sa first half after losing out 3 before anything else, we 1-2 there. So in terms of that, Matt, naging 9-3 dahil na lang hindi na binitawan yung 100 Thieves yung mga panalo as soon as sinabi nila sa Gambit, oy, tama na yan, kami na mananalo dyan.
Plus, feel ko super disappointed talagang Gambit sa previous game. I mean, dalawa na lang eh. Bakit hindi mo pa matuldukan? Yung nandun ka na pero hindi pa rin. At hindi talaga nila nakapag-reset ng maayos pa dahil napapanish sila ng sobra-sobra here in Split. And we're all expecting that, uy, Gambit to ba makahabol sila this time around sa Split? Na alam naman natin, weakness yan ng 100 Thieves parate sa NA scene. But right now, hindi ganun ang pinapakita ng 100 Thieves dahil these guys, the experience, the amount of how they can actually impress the teams that they're gonna go up against it, and also us, is already being manifested by them. Aso na, nag-mid control lang, holds off yung mga gustong pumasok coming in from mid. Dinedenay niya lang talaga yung pagpunta nila ng males. Tapos saktong-sakto din yung mga utils na tinatapon nila against them. So it's just the perfect tempo na meron ng 100 Thieves na nagiging music to the viewers right now na ang ganda ng it's all for them. But as for Gambit naman, paano naman nila ma-up yung rhythm nila dahil yung mga notes ngayon medyo sintonado pa para sa kanila.
Ikaw parang sintonado ka sa mga kanta mo din sa kastate, Ray. Yung karaoke time, lahat na lang nang pwede ikanta. So ano, kung may kanta ka para sa Gambit ngayon, ano kakanta mo sa kanila?
Ano yan eh? Ano ba magandang kanta?
On the spot ka bigla pinakanta on stream.
Kanta?
Ray's got talent.
Ay, ano bang pwedeng kanta para sa kanila? pero bago ko sagutin, sabi nila dito, time check, 7:11 a.m.
Oh, convenient.
Tanongin nga, anong oras ako nag-start mag-cast?
Guys, Ray, anong oras ka nag-start mag-cast?
12
midnight? Parang 7 hours na yun Okay Galing mo talaga, Ray. Kakaiba ka talaga. Approve.
Kakaiba talaga ako. Tignan mo. Merong Kaya daw nalalalo. Tsaka perfect yung tuning ng 100 Thieves kasi si DJ Khaled daw yung nagko-coach sa 100. Ay, nako.
100 Thieves in the house! Alam mo, isang beses na napadpad ako sa... Alam mo, real talk, isang beses napadpad ako sa DJ Khaled concert. Hindi ko na-expect na magkaka-DJ Khaled dun Nakita ko siya medyo, sabi ko, okay na ako? Sige, uwi na ako. Ayoko na. Outs na. Outs KK. Napa-outs KK na lang talaga ako Ako, hindi ako paniwala kasi si DJ Khaled talaga nandun. Sabi ko, sige. Okay, bye. Tama na to. Ay, naalala ko tuloy, Ray. Naalala ko na talaga Pero sinasabi talaga ng chat So sinasabi ng chat Ray, the best. Ray, the best music in the house.
Ay, ito. Meron na akong...
May kanta ka na? Okay
kanta. Na. Para sa Gambit. Umaasa.
No.
Umaasang manalo.
Sinama yung hugot at yung banat sabay. Ray talaga. The Ray experience. Pero, eto na. Okay, so back to the game real quick. Balik muna natin. Baka may magalit na sa atin sa usapan natin. Ito talaga. So sa Gambit, again, yung not just Nats na sa Cypher, sa pag-Sentinel role. Pero, masasabi ko lang, sobrang crack talaga ng shots kayo ng 100 Thieves. Si Asuna on point sa pinagagawa niya. Si Nitro ilang beses na nakatakas doon sa A-hold na yan. Sa likod ng billboard, siya nanalo. At dahil sa confidence na yan, pwede pa rin idala ng 100 Thieves to into the attacking side. And from what we see sa Gambit history nga, not only is it such a strong history against other EMEA teams, yung big stat nila, maraming mga matchup nila sa split na to, against the CIS side, sa mas local scene nila. And in terms of that competition, hindi siya nagko-compare compared to the 100 Thieves roster. So really, yung discomfort talaga, nagiging malaking problema dito para sa yung squadron. Pero yung momentum at yung skill talaga ng 100 Thieves ang nagdadala dito sa mapang to. At habang ngayon, ito si Steel naghahanap ng paraan, mukhang pwede dito mga 100 Thieves mag-entry, pupunta ng tower. Yung setup lang ng guiding light. Ito na, quick no run on in ni Asuna. At mukhang nasa-press rin yung mga tao sa itaas. So bawal kayo lumabas dito kasi breaching clear na kagad guys sa 100 Thieves. Drop on down galing kay Asuna as well. Ito na kagad, B-site na. Nakuha na ng 100 Thieves. Hindi lang yan, may nag-lurk pa rin. Nag-iintay sa gitna na Astra si Nitro. Nasa likod lang ng metal crate na to. At biglang mapapa-wow na lang si Redgar. Kung mahuli kagad siya at bigla yan na si Nitro nakakagulat. At may mag-challenge pa. Hindi siya natatalo. What? He just wins those Ray. Palagi na lang win no matter what. And he the best in the holds. Aso na right now with the takedown as well. Katag-iisa na lang si Shados. One first the world. Yan yung una. Yan yung pangalawa. Pero si Nitro na rin. Mukhang nakalimutan nila na doon yung Astra. At 10-3. Malaking chance na to para sa 100 Thieves na itakbo ang scoreline na to.
No po, napahit daw na yung Gambit. Pero ito mo naman, talagang walang kinakatakutan itong mga taga-100 Thieves. Pero hindi man lang ma-pick off si Nitro. Oh, 14 HP, may second life pa si Kuya mo and he gets 3K behind the back. And 10-3, tatlo na lang before 100 Thieves can actually make the most out of this. Kahit mahirap na. Ganun talaga guys, kapag nahihirapan ka pa, pag nahihirapan ka, ipaglaban mo kasi mahal mong manalo. Syempre.
Alam mo kaya kasi ni-ship sa lahat yung Ray. Marami mong hugot. Diyos ko.
Hindi na hugot. Sorry, ito lang ako.
Sasabihin mo yan, pero lalabas pa rin. Lumabas na nga eh. Pero lumabas na yung Trailblazer at bigla na lang nagpakita si Chronicle rin. Asa na, huli na lang dyan. Ang chance dito ng Gambit. May konting pag-asa dito. Sige, naka-pistol sila. Pero dahil sa patas na yun, pwede lang ma-trave yung baril na yun. At hindi lang yun, Ray. Siyempre, binabantayan ng mga Thieves ng angle to. Ayaw nila bigyan yung Gambit ng firepower sa round na ito. At ang laki ng invested ng 100 Thieves, Ray. Dalawang rifle yan sa kabila at kung manalo ang Gambit dito, bigla na lang ma-turn yung head sa economy, ma-turn yung head dito sa momentum at mukhang yung ulo ni Hitan matatamaan at si Chronicle at si Nats maglilinis pa ng iba. Nitro Hiko all go down at yung overconfidence kayo ng 100 Thieves sumasabog na lang sa mukha nila. Ang Gambit pa rin ay pwede mag-contest sila ang top 1 sa EMEA for good reason at si Steel ngayon ang nag-iisa dito palaban ng tatlo. 0 point kill para lang makasuppress pero walang paki si Nats. Phantom ang hawak niya. Malaki yung baril niya at kulang na lang yung angle dito para kay Nats para maka 3K. What a steal! Galing sa Gambit. Mukhang nag-intay talaga sila ng deal sa Lazada at naging 4-10 ang scoreline ngayon.
Uy, gusto ng deal. Check out mo na yan, sabi nga nila. Pero anim pa before Gambit can finally do this. Pero remember guys, nakita natin na kanina sa Icebox. And it's not impossible for Gambit actually to take this. Kasi expensive tong round na to eh. So most likely, it might be a 5-10. Unless kung may miracle play coming in from 100 Thieves. Pero sa mga nagtatanong dyan, yan na nga yung viewers natin ngayon. Pa 1K nyo na yan. Total, mag-online class na kayo. Habang naka-online class, pwede nyo namang itab. Pero ngayon, lalabas na sila out of this. Pero may naka-hold lang sa amin si Red Cat. Pero naharangan lang siya. Sinama niya pa nga sa hukay. Pero wala, nakaalis sila kagad. Pero yun na nga, nakapunta na kagad ang Gambit. Isa-isa bumabagsak ang kanilang mga ulo na hit. Ulo, pero still may right kick pa ka. Pero spray and spray! And that's it. Defo gets 2 heads. And Gambit still wins this round with a 5-10. Pinupusuan pa rin nila. Nag-heart react pa yung Gambit. Ano lang, mga may kokorogo doki-doki sabi ng Gambit.
I don't even know what to say to that anymore. Hindi ko na alam. Hindi ko na talaga alam.
May kokorogo doki-doki. What is happening at 7 AM? Guys, 7 hours na ako nagkakas. Pagpasensya na.
Ang sabi nga lang, salamat na lang talaga sa'yo eh. Yun talaga yun eh. Ay, nako, Ray. Pero okay okay to matchup na to. Masasabi ka na lang. At masaya ako na kasama kita. Na-happy ako na tipong sa umagang to, narinig ko na lang na paunting-unti nawawala mga brains mo.
Oo, mga tatlo na lang to.
Pero habang yung tatlo na yun naman nakaka-analyze ng laro kaya okay lang. So mukhang ito na si Nats magpapakita kay Steel 5v4 na kagad dito si Asa na nasa may crate na lang at kagad yung State Park nakaharang. At hindi natin dito na yun pa rin yung value ng Viper in a situation like this. Yung Gambit rin, nag-double control, nag-hard Sentinel rin. So ready talaga sa defending side. At ang laki ng investment talaga nito sa utilities. May Cypher sila, may Astra sila, may Viper rin sila dito. Ang kakaiba lang talaga is we don't see the race too often in some of these metas right now. At kahit pinalaro yung race split, hindi na pinili dito para sa parehong side. Pero ito na 100 Thieves, huli kagad ni Nats ang isa doon sa tripwire. Mapapatigil ang 100 Teams. Oops, ayaw natin cross yung line na yan. At ito na, Billboard pwesto, power position, pero alam ni Ethan yan. At mahuli pa niya yung Cypher dito. 4v4 na ngayon. Quick low Billy out para lang makataka si Asuna. Matatanim pa rin ng 100 Thieves. Ang spike dito, Ray pero si Hiko. Tamang batay sa Rams. Huli isa, huli dalawa. At mga kaya guiding light flash peek here. Galing kay Shatos at may chance pa dito ang Gambit.
May chance pa kaya sila? A second chance na ba to ni John Lloyd tsaka ni Bea Alonso? Pero nga lang, nagtapa ng Seekers. So, most likely, alam na nila, they will just be waiting for those angles. Pero may crossfire na pangyayari, pero naglabas ng ibon naman. May layang lumilipad at nakuha pa nga ni Devo ang ulo ni Asuna. But time is time pressure is in. But they're going to the 1v1. Because you'll be able to get that. But time is ticking, makuha pa nga na ito.
Kaya yan. Tiwala.
Yeah.
Ray, maniwala ka. Maniwala ka, Ray. May pag-asa pa. At ayun, pinakita sa'yo, hindi ka binatawan ni Shadows na to, Ray.
Ay, ayan yung marunong, hindi bumibitaw. Uy! Pero ito na nga yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Ang ganda na sana ginawa ni Papa Hiko, pero nga lang, doon ka lang nagkamali. Advantage pag yan, natap-tap ka ng Vandal na yan. At tapasigaw nga siya. Sabi na. May sound effects. Basta actor yun.
It's like, ito na naman yung mga Tagalog dubs ni Ray eh. Hindi lang yung mga effects sa in-game, yung mga sound effects na lalabas siya. Yung kahit yung mga players eh. Hindi na dub talaga eh. Pwede pang pang GMA. Pwede.
Yung Naruto.
Oh, yung SpongeBob.
Kasi gagamitin ko ang kage bullshit at time to
Yung SpongeBob talaga yung tipong handa ka na ba, Mr. Krabs? Kasi handa na ako makita anong gagawin dito ng 100 Thieves na naman. May 4-round gap sila pero yun nga sinasabi natin, yung Gambit utility at yung Gambit composition, medyo pan-defense talaga eh. Cypher, Astra, Viper, lahat na lang. Ilabas mo na para dito sa defense side, Ray.
Chronicles of Narnia. The wardrobe, pero wala pa naman si Steel bumagsak na eh. Pero red card, namin. Kailangan na timingan, nag-ghost ka. Marami yan sa USP Ghoster. Pero ano na, nakakailagan? Pero sa follow through siya, labas ang kanyang live. Pero hindi bumabagsak yung Adric Thieves. At nagkaroon pa ng finisher party people dahil umabot yung Gambit. 7-10, ayaw magpatulog. Hanggang 8 AM nga kami dito.
Hindi patalo sinabi, patulog talaga eh. Walang tulog-tulog. Pwede mag-tayo on up. Kasi hindi pa tapos ang laban na to. At dito talaga, masasabi ka na naman, dito umuun lahat ng Gambit. Sa defending side talaga sila nagsishine. And sa comp pa lang, at sa map pa lang, alam mo na, defense is the best way to get the win. So, konti na lang. Para sa Gambit, mahahabol nilang 100 Thieves. Pero Ray, sabihin, may tatanong ko sa'yo. Diba, Zed bundle yan? Diba? Fan ka ba ni Zed, una? Okay lang. Alam mo yung songs?
Okay, KK, ganun.
So pretend, paano kung pwede mo palitan yung skin na tipong yung sound effects ng paggarel, pwede ka maglagay ng Zenso. Gagawin mo kayo.
Ay, pwede.
Anong song?
I want you to know that it's all time, you and me with the same light. Si Marina Gomez pa yung featuring nun, sila pa ni Zeta.
Chismis sa umaga, pero mukhang na-rest dito si Hiko. At ang 100 Thieves na pwesto na sa BB side. Hindi lang yun, mukhang ito yung collab ng 100 Thieves para lang lagyan ng green talaga itong B side na to. Pero si Nats sa kita, kakaniwala reference siya. Konting ulak sa dyan para malaman ang nangyayari. Chronicle daw will find out the steal. At bigla na lang palapit ang Gambit kahit na may advantage dito ng 100 Thieves in terms of positioning. Yung numbers ngayon para sa Gambit at pagpasok na dito sa smoke. Ito na kaagad, smoke and mirrors. Chronicle daw nahanap si Ethan at mas-shatter niya kaagad ang Sky dyan. Asa na makakuha na Sepper nakatuto na dito sa Chronicle. At ang pwede ni Chronicle mukhang nandito pa. Pero si Papa Hiko na naman! Makakaklatch na naman pa dito. 1v1, there's the spray. Naghanap ng free card sa Spike. At Hiko time na naman ang oras na to. 7-11. Ages pa the number para kay Hiko. At ang 100 Thieves, ang number nila 11. 4 rounds na gap. 2 na lang sila ang magwawagi sa series na to.
Narinig na ng 100 Thieves yung kailangan nilang gawin. Hindi yung katulog ko. Pero mapapa-timeout sila dahil syempre baka naman matayan. medyo naging stressful yung round na yun para sa atin. Kada na sana ginawa nila eh. Okay na sana eh. Kaso nga lang, you know, Hiko thinks, ayaw nyo naman sa kabilang bang-bang, kung mahilig din kayo, kita mo naman how good of a clutch Papa Hiko is, and definitely, he made that stand once again. Dalawa na lang before 100 Thieves can actually take this. Gambit, paano nyo ba pagagalawin ang inyong mga baso? Kasi tie up ngayon yung economy natin halos. Kung natalo ang 100 Thieves right now, malamang magiging dikit pa rin, magiging 9-11 ang scoreline. Pero kung hindi, it's already match point na sa kanila and they will finally steal this win sa kamay ng Gambit.
Pero bago natin pag-usapan yun, Ray, sabihin ko na lang ulit, kinakount natin yung viewership natin ngayon. Sa sobrang late ng abot natin, umabot tayo ng 1K. So shoutout sa inyo guys na kahit ganitong oras, yung mga gising pa, kakagising pa lang, thank you. Especially yung mga nasa Twitch yan, yung mga nasa YouTube, thank you sobra. Na kahit ganitong umaga, nunod pa rin tayo. Pero, konti na lang, Ray. Konti na lang.
Yung iba natulog na ako nagkakas. Pagkagising nila,
diba?
ako pa rin yung nagkakas.
Isipin mo, yung pangpatulog sa'yo, Ray voice. Tapos yung alarm mo rin, Ray voice X2. Kulang na lang, may Ray announcer pack ang Valorant. Tapos pwede na, sapat na ang mundo.
Gusto niya ng Rufa May? Mamaya. Sige.
Mamaya, sige. Ay, ako natatakot na ako, pero sige.
Kasi naman kasi guys, look at this, Defo, go na sana.
Alam mo, kaya ako yung nandito, ako yung taga-salita doon sa game. Tapos ikaw yung taga-reference ng lahat na lang ng pwede ikwento sa buhay natin dito. Pero si Asuna, nakipaglaban kay Defo, yung operator shot, hindi naman tatama dyan. 100 Thieves, so naghahanap ng paraan para lang makapasok dito sa site, dito sa may A side. Pero this time, mukhang bantay sarado yung Gambit dito at kailangan ni Steel makaplay ng entry ng mga ayos gamit ng flash drive na to. Isang flash lang, isang paano ba yun? Ay, tongue twisters. Basta, big value. Seashells by the seashore. Pero masabi ko na lang, yung value talaga ng mga flash pick dito, it's really essential para sa 100 teams. May Sky na sila, may KO pa sila, makahanap lang silang angle, kuha na space na yan, sobrang makakatulong sa offensive side nila dito, Ray.
Pero remember, time pressure din eh. Kasi kailangan na nagtong to game 30 seconds, makukuha pa sila ng Gambit. Pero uy, isa-isa lang. Alam mo yun, naging Ninja Turtle. Naging Naruto. Lumabas galing above B-Tower. At biglang na-pick off na kagad si Nats sa Shadows. Naghihintay lang, nagsastack sa may B-side. But how will these guys retake this? Si Temple, will he be able to stand up for? Nabawasan si Kuya Mo Steel, may pag-asa pa rin talagang ma-retake to ng Gambit. But it takes so much time. It's actually pretty hard. Naglabas na rin ngayon ng Cosmic Divide. Let's see if this will be possible. Oy! Nag-flash na sa isa! Oh, trade! May trade! Eco type trade! Pero nga lang, we only have Redgar with a 10 HP and a dream! Oh no, he needs to save that dahil napaka-expensive nga, di ba, ng round na to. Gaya nga na sinabi ko, X rounds possibly, pero the amount of pressure, isa na lang before 100 Thieves gets this against Gambit.
Sorry akin yung flash na yun. Masyado maaga, Ray. Pero ito na ba ang katapusan ng series na to? Ito na ba ang salvation mo, Ray? Mga prayers mo kay Papa Hiko.
Feel ka ote.
Mama, maririnig na ba? Di ba may PJ tayo. May PJ tayo in our hearts, si Papa Jesus. Ito, si Papa Hiko. Pag nagdasal ka sa kanya, baka pwede niya tapusin ng series ito para sa'yo lang, Ray. Pero Gambit, gusto pa nila maglaro. Kaya pa rin naman eh. It's only 5 rounds. And kita naman natin paano sila nagde-defend, maayos lang yung utility usage. Ano na naman, yung Gravity Well, sobrang on point kay Redgar. Pero this time, sakto lang yung mga Clappers kay Asuna. At mukhang ma-protect na yung team dahil dyan. Pero defo, Redgar on the board. Ito na ang Gambit, nagkocontrol ng tempo. At mukhang may chance na rin mag-isa pang round. Si Hiko doon, si Nitro paglaban pa. At si Nitro na naman ang makakuha ng dalawa. Pero si defo na naman ang magwawagi dito sa dulo. At ang Gambit, pabilisan lang nagpapakita ng signs of life, Ray.
Ang galing niya naman, Gambit. Buti pa kayo. Alive na alive. Pahingin na energy siya.
Parang may bitterness yung pagsabi nun, Ray.
Ako kasi may kanta na ako, I'm still alive but I'm barely breathing. Talaga eh. At rin, konti-konti na magkimpasa kasi feel ka oti. Binabati na lahat, walang walang magko-comment. Walang magko-comment. Kasi binibigyan nyo ng chance yung Gambit. Malamang 12-10 yan. Ako na nagsasabi sa inyo. Di nga ako nagulat kung OT yan. Sa sobrang dikit ng dalawang teams natin. Padamihan na ng pagkakamali. Katulad ng maraming pagkakamali sa akin. Kaya di ko na pinatawag. Pero speaking of, Shadows against Dead of Night. Asuna also goes against Chronicle. Sino pa? Sino pa ang pupunta sa audition? Ngayon, sa harapan ng Gambit. O sige, tayo nyo na. Kaya naman sa inyo.
So, ito na Bladestorm galing kay Asna. Pwede pa na sila manalo dito. Nats naman, may hanap kay Steel. At dahil na sa Nebula, lahat na lang ng kulay nakita natin. Ang kulay na buhay. Pag sinapawan talaga tong garage na to. Pero si Asna na lang sinapawan ni Nats. Tatlo na kagad galing sa Cypher natin. At si Ethan na lang natitira. Jump for joy. Pero ang jumping jacks ay kulang. Hindi sapat para sa 100 Thieves. At Gambit na naman ang magwawagi dito. Isa na naman para sa kanilang scoreline. At hindi pa tayo tapos, Ray Part 2.
Wala naman talagang natatapos na usapan eh. One thing na naman constant, which is change. Kaya feel ko 12-12 talaga.
Alam mo, may pwede ako tawagan ngayon na pwede magsabi sa'yo, Tikil Mayayan. May paki sa'yo, Riri. Yun ang masasabi ko. May mga nagmamahal sa'yo ng maayos. Di mo na kailangan maghugot. Tapos na ang nakaraan.
Good morning! Good day, manager!
Bahala mo kaya, pero mukhang kaya pa ng Gambit. May guns pa sila dito, may operator pa si Defo. At bigla na lang sila mag-ovest ng Viper Spit. So options. Mukhang mawawalan sila dito sa side ng 100 Ts. Pipilitin pa nila yung B-site na yan o mag-i-aid na sila dito. Nakapwesto na kagad ang Gambit sa may fence. Pero palapit na sila. Ito na ang ating Trailblazer. Magpapakita na naman. May space dito ang 100 Ts para na makaplay ng entry for guarding it. But Hiko na naman! Holding the backline, making it happen. 5v3 na to, Ray.
Ay, yun na nga yung kinakabahan. May natuwag na naman si Hiko! Dalawa! Naging fishball na naman. Nagkaroon pa ng bonus minsan pag nagnanakaw ka kay Kuya Fishball. Binayad mo sa pang-5 lang. Dumagdag ka pa ng pang-6. Pero ito na, nakakagat si Kinago-go po. Sabi na ni Defo.
Oh, Defo!
He's panicking! Mayroon pa! Oh, no! Shades! May Shades! Pero nga lang Shades! Nakatukay pa! Nitro na lang natitira! Let's see if this is gonna be a Nitro time. Nitro boost coming in from our Discord servers. Tignan natin. Winning moment! Pero kapag hindi, out sila. Sinabayad na nga ngayon ang Cosmic Divide. Naghihintay na kagad sa pag-push sa kanya. Pero dalawa to. Nakikipaglaro lang siya ng pen-pen de Sarah Pen ngayon. Sino mas ikot-ikot lang by Sarah G ang nangyayari. Pero Shady will be defusing. Uy! Best. Ano na? Oy! Hindi binibitawan!
Wala
na siya sa kumit!
Rose don't fake! Wala! Tapos. Sabi sa'yo. Parang simple lang eh. Kumakat ka ng nursery rhyme, di basic lang. Ang gamit yun at 10 to 12. Basic. Simple.
Simple sanan.
Nako, naglalaban. Sorry. Bang-bang. Sa ibang bang-bang yun Pero may nabi na rin sa Valorant actually. May nabi sa Valorant. Kung real talk. Pero, eto yun Ray. Kanina ako sabi ko, may 3 brain cells ka pa. Ngayon, medyo parang 0.75 na lang natitira. So, kaya pa ba? Kasi kinakaya pa ng Gambit to. At nakikita talaga natin na kahit na nasa point na sila ng matatalo dito, ginagamit pa rin nila yung advantage ng defending side. Yung advantage yung utilities nila. At si Defo nag-step up rin gamit ng operator kasama si Shadows, tong Sky at yung Jet. Nakakahanap ng pitas. Yung pressure rin galing kay Redguard, kay Chronicle at kay Nats. Full team effort galing sa side ng Gambit dito. At CCTV, nakabantay lang sa ibabaw ng garahe exit. Peto na kaya ang 100 Ts. Is this gonna be their chance? The thing is though, Umbaran dito ng 100 Thieves, hindi masyadong suited para sa contest sa tower. Malapitan lang ang galawan nila at si Nats kagad ang mabilis sa mga kahanap kay Ethan. Si Steel daw makakuha pa ng isa pero si Nats hindi pa tapos. Nalunod sa Cypher pero backstab talaga! At bigla na lang ang 100 Thieves ang may advantage dito. 3v2. The pulses of surprise nagpapakita ng lakas at ilas at matatanim pa nga ang spike. Hiko daw linagay yung Viper Spit na naman dahil nakakahanap siya ng mga pickoffs kanina. Mabilis na ng ultimate dito ng ating Viper at ang Gambit wala na nakikita. Alam nila nandun ang 100 Thieves pero paano sila pupunta dito? Ray Shadows magpapakuha ng konting galawan dito sa baba. Si different. Ayaw lumapit siya sa poison. Makakalasan to. Baka malasan kaya ang Gambit. At biglang drop down into the gas. Pero si Steel ang tayo mag-tap tapos dito. At ang comeback kanina ang nagpakita sa atin ang tunay lakas ng 100 Thieves. At kinaya pa nila ang Gambit dito sa tulo. Mukhang ang land buff talaga ang magwawagi dito sa series na to. At ang second seed ng NA ang magpapatumba sa first seed ng EMEA.
100 Thieves still! Tawag dyan! Island Buff! GG sa inyo, Gambit. Thank you for a good show. Alam niyo, na-expect ko OT eh. Pero sige, okay lang pala.
So guys, huwag niyo kalimutan. #bring Ray to sleep. Hindi niya kailangan pumunta ng Berlin. Kailangan lang niya ng tulog. At masasabi ko lang, Ray, kanina tayo magpapasalamat sa Ray to sleep ngayon.
Ay, syempre, laking pasasalamat sa mga teams natin na sobrang dedicated nila. Na 7 hours ako nag-cast. Yung mga nanood na start ng Sentinels, mga 12, hanggang ngayon, biro nyo, nagka-cast pa rin ako para sa inyong lahat. At ngayon, gawin nyo yung bring Ray to sleep. Kailangan na talaga yan. Pero at the same time, syempre. Pero kidding aside, trabaho lang naman.
Trabaho lang. Professional to si Ray.
Ginagawa namin. Ginagawa namin. Tignan nyo, nakakapag-isip pa ako. Ano na lang tayo? Siguro ko sa battery life, 5%.
Hindi. 1% low power mode. I'm telling you right now. 1% low power mode. From 0.75 na sa last round na yun, naging 0.25. Pero at least, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And Ray is the powerhouse of the Filipino. Diba? Okay yun. Pero okay talaga na ng 100 Thieves. In all seriousness, nakita talaga natin yung mga angles na ilang beses na-exploit ng 100 Thieves. Hindi ka na-punish ng Gambit eh. At paulit-ulit na lang na ginagawa ng 100 Thieves at gumagana kasi sila na nanalo doon sa mga duels in the first place. At kita mo, ang ganda na banter nila, ang ganda ng mga duels. Pero in the end, papahigo talaga yung mga clutch na nakita natin galing sa Viper na yon. It really feels like doon yung veteran leadership at yung clutch factor sobrang nakakatulong. Big efforts so from the likes of Shados especially. At syempre yung Cypher natin doon sa defending side. Pero sa dulo talaga, Hiko, basang-basa ang kalaban. Yung tipong dito sa Discord natin, nagpo-post na nga sila ng highlights ng age-old Hiko as well galing sa mga talents natin. Kasi sobrang talentado talaga 100 Thieves. And this goes to show, talentado talaga. It just goes to show na yung qualifiers sa NA, dun sila nahihirapan. Dito sa LAN, ang peak form at ang peak strength ng 100 Thieves.
They may be the second best team in NA. Pero when it comes in handling lands against a lot of monstrous teams, 100 Thieves, they are really upping their names. Pinapanindigan nila ang mga expectations ng tao sa kanila at hinihigitan din nila syempre kung kahit mahirap ang sitwasyon, kayang-kaya nila talagang kunin ito. And right now, 6 games na sunod-sunod. Refresh tayo ngayon guys talaga. As in, ang saya mag-cast ng Valorant. Grabe!
Sabi ko sana, sige Ray, una ka na. Pero sabi sa amin, hindi, kailangan pa mag-smile and wave ni Ray muna. And tipong, uy guys, hello! And gising pa ko, kinakayo ko pa. Pero ito talaga mga night shift warriors, syempre yung ating mga pinaka-energetic na Tagalog-casters, yung mga nauna na sa atin, sila Bill, sila Taylor, at si Estrada, syempre. Sa kanila yung first. Tapos tayo ang taga-tapos ng gabi na nagiging umaga.
Oo nga diba? Dati guys, masaya na kami sa 6 a.m. Tapos gino-joke ko pa si Dax na 8 a.m. Hanggang 8 a.m. Nagkakatawa. Pag 8 a.m. na, ang galing talaga ng pag-predict ni Ray. And actually, inisip ko malamang 6 yung sunod-sunod na gagawin kong casting. And nagkatotoo nga siya. But at least, this is the our way of saying, syempre, para sa inyo naman to ginagawa namin. Nung kinuha namin to, dahil gusto namin mag-cast ng Filipino ng Masters, kahit syempre may teams na in-expect natin na gusto natin i-cast. And we're still really happy about it.
Sino ba, Ray? Sino ba gusto mo i-cast?
Syempre yung Bren, gusto ko na makast. Sino ba yung iniisip mo, Dax?
Akala ko FRQ kasi may crush ka kay 5K
Nakast ko naman na sila.
May bukas
Okay
pa
na,
naman.
okay na.
Di ba? May bukas pa. At
Mag-hype
guys,
tayo.
okay talaga eh. So, happy kami na natutuwa kayo dito sa Berlin broadcast. Happy kami yung mga nag-transfer from the English side dito sa Filipino. Welcome to us and thank you for the warm welcome. Pero masasabi ko na lang, that series proves na 100 Thieves talaga. Land buff is no joke. It's no meme. It's actually a real thing. And lahat ng ginawa nilang preparation para ma-simulate ang setup na to, sobrang nakatulong, especially in a matchup against top seed of the EU side. Pero sabi na sa amin, binigyan na kami ng go signal ng prod na tapusin tong broadcast side na to. At guys, masabi ko na lang, thank you sa inyo sa mga lahat ng nanood. Grabe tayo yung mga labanan today. Lahat nag 3 games at lahat dikit na dikit. Pero kitang-kita ko na yung pagod ni Ray Ray sa mata niya. So last smile, Ray Ray, bago tayo mag-say ng good night at good morning. Thank you guys for tuning on in. At di ba ito na ang pagtatapos ng ating Tagalog portion ng broadcast na to. May post-panel pa syempre, may interview rin. At huwag kayo umalis dito sa Masters Berlin kasi meron pang konting makikita natin dito. But from us to you, good night na lang talaga.
Good night, guys.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
What a map, what a game, what a series that was, as 100 Thieves become the first team here at Masters Berlin to book themselves a place in the playoffs. Guys, I didn't think that was going to come down that close. And yeah, Bala, best series we've had maybe in the tournament so far?
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't expecting it after Icebox, but yeah, 100% best series. NA is the first team to book their ticket to playoffs. Just got to get that in there real quick. Just got to get that in there real quick.
Can I just say, in the break, Bala was like, make sure you ask me a question first. Come to me first. So I kind of regret that now. I got debated, but very well earned. But also, Kakuka, in the end of the day, today, it's a 2-0 to NA in this rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, it was indeed also a very long game. Every single series went full to the third map. I feel it was hard for every single player, but focusing on this last split that we had here, we saw a Defo that disappeared from the scene almost like. We also have to mention that Shaders was on top for the rest, and as well as Defo was out, Asuna came in super strong. The usage of utility to help him around him. I feel like 100 Thieves on the long run deserve this map.
Yeah, there was so many different players who contributed. Asuna definitely has come online though, and that's something that we won't forget going forward. Hiko though with the clutches too, that's definitely something to point out, because I can't get over this at this point, right? This is so long in Hiko's career, so long even into Valorant now, a year and a half, and he is still the best clutcher to watch in some of these games. It's insane.
He's got it. He's still got it. You know, I saw in an interview. Oh, here we go. This is beautiful. But I saw in an interview that he said that the only way he will retire is if someone was dragging him, kicking and screaming into retirement. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. And Kakuka, I know people make jokes about him being a boomer, but he's got to be the best boomer in the world.
Can we stop with the boomer thing? No, he was lovely, especially on this last map. He was the kind of captain that you want to have on your team. I feel like, yeah, on the long run, I feel like it's also very late. You know, it's almost 2 a.m. I can tell that the players are very tired, but experience paid off.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much it in a nutshell, right? Gambit on the other side, slightly inexperienced, 100 Thieves on the side of the comeback, and they do bring it back, composure all the way through. And in the last map, honestly, I was watching the players. It felt like, yes, the stats actually reflected how the emotional state was for everybody on that team. Shados was loud, and he was the one fragging, really trying to keep the team into it. But look at Asuna in this game.
Oh my God, 43.5% of first blood. Asuna, stop.
What is that? That is absurd. That is literally absurd.
I assume that means that he took the 43.5% of first blood on his team, right? I assume, unless we mean that that's how many opening draws he won. But I know Doug was highlighting.
Leave it as it is. No matter what, it is insane. Yeah. That is actually insane. The ADR difference was ridiculous too. It's not like like looking at these stats, it's not like Nat's really like completely disappeared, because it still looks pretty good. The damage per round is about a kill per round, but it is not up to his standard, and I think that was massive. The question we asked is, Nat's going to show up on LAN? I think right now in these big games, it's going to be difficult for Gambit to get him going.
Yeah, but I also feel like they were working towards something that they weren't used to, and it was so much utility used in a way that they haven't seen before. They thought that they could counter it, but they got countered themselves.
Well, Nats, he's going to be a little bit disappointed with the results today, but one man who is not going to be disappointed at all is Steel, and he is with Dash right now for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Insu. I'd say that's a fair guess, as 100 Thieves is the first team to book their ticket to the knockout stage. I've got Steel here with me. Hard-fought battle, my dude. All 3 maps. It was a comeback in every sense of the word, with map 1 going very much in favor of Gambit. Icebox looking like it's slipping away into a 10-round comeback, and then Split, you guys are able to wrap it up. First, I just want to know how it feels to be that first team in the top 8.
Honestly, we weren't even thinking about being the first team in. We were just thinking about, we don't even know what time it is. Like that, it's hard to process anything else right now.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I know the fatigue factor is getting there, and we can talk a little bit about how you guys are able to cobble it together. But give me the reaction the team was having with the way the Descent was going, because it did feel fairly dominant. We were just talking off screen about that early ace in round 5. What were the conversations like with the team in terms of turning it around, moving into Icebox, and then forward?
Moving into Icebox, we just kind of noticed that they did prepare for the game. They knew what we were doing, and they were obviously doing stuff directly to counter what we were doing. It felt like I had like a drill piece going through the middle of my head though at the first map and a half. Like I just couldn't focus at all. I was like drawing blanks for a lot of things, so it was hard for me to personally get involved in the game. And you know, as an in-game leader, not being able to kind of give direction is kind of a bad thing.
Right.
So that was kind of rough. But as soon as like we had identified, okay, like these guys obviously prepared, they worked hard, they want to take us down, they want to have this, you know, first seed going into the quarterfinals. So as soon as we got into Icebox, we're like, okay, we know what they're doing. Let's just try to, you know, kind of freestyle this a little bit more. Try to like kind of keep them on their toes, pivot a lot. If we identify certain things that are looking kind of fishy, like, this might be a trap, let's just get out of dodge. So we kind of started making those pivots and took it round by round. That's all you have to do, round by round.
Okay, I was going to say, because even still, right, it was 11-3, and it did take those 10 rounds back to back to back. Was it just the shots started hitting, you guys did start to figure them out? Where was that turnaround point? Who flipped the switch?
I think it was that we were just like, everyone was starting to, you know, start hitting their shots. Like I was, you know, combined over the first map and a half, like 6 kills or something. Like I wasn't doing anything at all really. But then as soon as like, you know, we're down, like it was a 9-3 half. We lost pistol. We're contemplating, do we like, we got the spike planted. Do we, you know, force a buy here or do we save? All right, you know what? Let's just save. We gave them the 11-3. We crawled it back round by round. And it was all about just like making sure that we're on the same page. And every step and every decision we made sure that we just like, we're grouped when we did it. Whatever we did it together. There were a few times where it was like, wait, no, let's do this. No, wait, let's do this. Oh, wait, we're split. Oh, what's going on? And we pulled through. So obviously that clutch factor is really important for us to be able to pull out a win from a loss. And that's basically all we did.
I wrapped it up with Hiko being the only one alive, too. There's no better way to do it for 100 Thieves. From there, Split, it definitely felt like you found more of your rhythm. And the smoothest of the games, however, is still close in that regard. But I actually want to ask you individually about the KO pick. Because 100 Thieves, the only team to pull it out here so far. So just talk to me about the value of that agent pick where maybe other teams aren't recognizing it just yet.
I think that you have to play him a certain way, and I think that the team has to like realize what the strengths and weaknesses of it are. I think for myself individually, it gives me more flexibility to kind of play kind of like a chameleon. I can be aggressive with him. I can be passive with him. I can help my teammates. I can gamble stack. I can get info. I can stall. So giving myself all those tools is allowing me to kind of be whatever the team needs to be me to be in that moment, to be like a support player, to be like, you know, another X factor, like entry type of aggressive player. And it's kind of different and liberating from playing as like a Sentinel, like a Killjoy or a Cypher, where you're just kind of like tethered to certain regions where you can't move too far away, because if you do, like your abilities turn off, or, you know, you lose the value of that. But I'm an aggressive player naturally, so it kind of like unlocks me a certain way just to kind of move around more.
Awesome insight on an innovative pick. From here, you do move to the knockout stage. A lot of people are looking at Gambit as one of the favorites in the tournament, already calling the possibility of Gambit versus Sentinels finals. You just upset them, taking down EMEA's #1 seed. So for you, when you look at the rest of the tournament, who are the threats in your mind?
I mean, obviously, like Sentinels is the #1 threat. Obviously, they've taken us down in the last few series that we've played them at, and they're the biggest threat. Envy, we've beaten them in the qualifiers to get here, so you know we know we match up quite evenly, and they're still really good. As far as the rest of the regions go, obviously, like from the EMEA region, you can have wildly different performances from all the teams, and all those teams could beat each other on any given day. Like even when Gambit wins, it's like they're not winning cleanly against all the other teams. So if Gambit's able to take out the other teams, but other teams are taking maps off them, and Gambit's pushing us this close, then that means that the other teams from the EMEA region can push us this close as well. So we need to just make sure that we're doing what we know we can do, and execute it properly, basically, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you got it done today. I want to congratulate you on a hard-fought victory in qualifying through. I'm going to let you go, get some rest with your team, but thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you.
From here, we're back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash and Steel there. Now, I want to quickly talk about the KO pick because I do feel like it's very divisive. It's a little bit controversial. Yeah. Some people love it. Some people hate it. Bala, where do you stand after seeing Steel's performance today?
I'm a little bit in the middle of both, right? Like before this, I think I was for sure against the KO pick. I didn't like it. I didn't see that it was easy to get value out of it. But I think Steel's kind of convinced me a little bit. I don't think that it's something that we can really expect a lot of players to get to Steel's level, though, because it takes a lot. And it really takes studying the other team, which requires a certain type of person, right? You're not necessarily going to see Scream going and studying VODs of Gambit to find out exactly where the tripwires are for the timings of your knife.
I love the insight on that, you know, the fact that he said, because we always talk about how you cannot change the DNA of a player. And if you're aggressive and you feel like you need more freedom, if that picks allows you to and you can use it differently against other compositions and other play styles, I think I'm kind of like you right now. I've always say like no, but he kind of convinced me on this one.
I need to see more players use it, though. I think at the moment it's like Steel is what I like, as opposed to the KO is what I like. But as we mentioned, 100 Thieves, they're the first team to book themselves a spot in the knockout stage. But let's look at the tournament bracket because things are getting shaken up. I can't believe we're only 3 days into the tournament and we've got so many bangers.
Only 3?
Only 3.
It feels like I've been here for 3 days straight. I don't know what you're talking about.
I cannot believe we're going to say this, but Gambit, they're in the lower bracket, but Kukuka, they're familiar with the lower bracket. They love a lower bracket run.
They love the lower bracket. They love the pressure. They perform well under it. They do not mind about losing a map. Again, I felt that they were extremely tired today. The 100 Thieves just played their A game, and that's what they got.
Is that the excuse? That they're tired? Is that what we're going with?
Hey,
already?
This is technically peak NA time, all right?
Okay.
In Russia, it's like 4 a.m.
I told you they were not used to playing against the KO, and 100 Thieves played their A game, and they used it.
I will fall on that sword. I will say that they're tired.
Yeah, Steel was completely right.
Yeah, but also Bala, looking at the rest of the bracket too, G2, you know, losing that game against Sentinels, not the end of the world right now.
No.
There's still a bit of a long way to go for them. But of course, speaking of that bracket, tomorrow, as you guys can see at home, Sentinels again taking on F4Q in that group. But also, we've got Crew versus Envy, and then Ascend versus Vision Strikers. I would normally ask which one you're most excited about, and Bala, I think you'd be trolling a little bit if you don't say Ascend versus Vision Strikers.
Yeah, no. I think I'm actually equally excited for Ascend versus Vision Strikers and Sentinels versus F4Q, just because I feel like we haven't seen Sentinels. I know we just saw them today, but it's like they're like, because they're just kind of, I mean, it wasn't a walkover for sure, but that game felt kind of quick in weird way. I don't know how it goes around like that, but it did feel quick.
We just need a bigger dose of Sentinels, right? I mean, we saw G2 before, so it's like we need to balance that a little bit. But yeah, I think that the second one is the most exciting about tomorrow.
Well, we've had 3 bangers today, 3 best of 3s that win the distance. But don't worry, guys, this is just the beginning. We're going to be bringing you guys more Valorant action tomorrow. Make sure you come back here and join us starting at 2:30 p.m. CST. We'll see you then.
Welcome to NA Valorant, boys. It hits different out here.
Literally called it.
What are you doing? I'm reading like a bug!
We go Nuki. He's just left into the arm, but he's got the back onto Shaz. One enemy remaining. 3. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
It's a bug! It's a bug! Look sharp! Let's go!
I did not expect something so wholesome, you guys.
I'm smiling ear to ear.
Pulling them in.
Nice! Keep coming, keep coming. Yeah, nice! Nice, Yo, wake up! Hello! Let's go, baby!